The protagonist, Qin Mo, possesses the primordial inheritance and embarks on a new journey of struggle and adventure alongside Luo Feng. Chapter 1. Classmate Luo Feng. The punching power testing machine emitted a dull thud, and the numbers on the display ultimately settled at 956 kilograms. Qin Mo, punching power 956 kilograms, speed 23.6 meters per second, neural response test average, announced the instructor in a calm voice. You have met the standard for a qualified martial artist, but further effort is required. I wiped the sweat from my forehead, feeling the various gazes of my classmates around me. Some sympathetic, some indifferent, and a few tinged with schadenfreude. In this era where monsters roam freely and martial artists reign supreme, a barely passing score signifies that I am destined to become one of the lowest-tier warriors. Next, Luo Feng. The atmosphere in the classroom instantly shifted, and all eyes focused on the tall youth. Luo Feng calmly approached the testing platform, assumed his stance, and then, bang! Punching power 1124 kilograms. Speed 28.9 meters per second. Neural response test excellent. The instructor's voice noticeably rose. Luo Feng, you have achieved the standard of a mid-level warrior. Keep it up. Thunderous applause erupted, and I joined in, yet a tinge of bitterness welled up inside me. At just 18 years old, a senior in high school like Luo Feng, the disparity was stark. He was destined to become an elite, while I might forever hunt the weakest monsters at the fringes of the wilderness. Ma Gu, don't be disheartened. On the way home from school, Zhang Hao comforted me by putting his arm around my shoulder. At least you qualified. I didn't even reach 900 kilograms. I forced a smile and replied, it's fine, Oh, isn't this our class's qualified martial artist? A piercing voice came from behind. Without turning, I knew who it was. Li Wei, a notorious spoiled brat at school, often bullying us common students due to his family's backing of a general-level martial artist. Li Wei, Qin Mo is already qualified, but you haven't even reached 900 kilograms. What right do you have to mock others? Zhang Hao couldn't help but retort. Li Wei's expression darkened as he approached with two lackeys. A waste is a waste. Even a barely passing score doesn't change the essence. He suddenly pushed me, saying, what's wrong? Unconvinced, I stumbled slightly but steadied myself, clenching my fists unconsciously. I knew I shouldn't act impulsively, but at that moment, the long-suppressed feeling of humiliation surged forth. Li Wei, don't go too far. Too far. Li Wei sneered. I'll show you what too far really means. His fist suddenly lunged towards my face. I barely sidestepped, but the second punch followed swiftly. Although my neural response test was average, it was evidently insufficient in real combat. The punch landed heavily on my abdomen, causing a sharp pain that made me double over. Stop it! A calm voice interjected suddenly. Li Wei's fist halted mid-air as he turned to face the source of the voice, his expression instantly darkening. Luo Feng. Luo Feng stood a few steps away with his backpack, his gaze indifferent. The school prohibits fighting Li Wei. What does it have to do with you? Li Wei retorted defiantly, but had already retracted his fist. Luo Feng offered no response, merely glancing at me and nodding before walking away. This was Luo Feng. He needed no further words, for his strength and presence alone were enough to intimidate someone like Li Wei, who preyed on the weak. Consider yourself lucky. Li Wei glared at me fiercely before leaving with his lackeys. Zhang Hao helped me up. Are you okay? I'm fine. I wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth, gazing at Luo Feng's retreating figure, a wave of intense resentment swelling within me. Why? Why must I always live in the shadows of others? That night, I practiced late into the night in the small training area of my backyard. Both of my parents were ordinary workers, and providing me with such a rudimentary training ground was already their limit. My sweat soaked through my training clothes, and my fists were battered and bloodied. Yet that feeling of discontent only intensified. Why? Why can't I become stronger? The last punch struck the sandbag, and I collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. At that moment, a strange surge of heat suddenly erupted from my dantian, coursing rapidly throughout my body. I widened my eyes in astonishment as faint golden patterns appeared on the surface of my skin. The scene before me abruptly transformed. I seemed to behold an endless starry sky where a figure in azure robes stood with hands clasped behind him, treading upon a surging river of stars. The figure turned, his gaze like lightning, piercing directly into my soul. I am but a fragment of the primordial heavenly master. Today, I impart to you the Huan Yuan Dao Jing. I hope you diligently cultivate it and do not squander this fate. A deluge of information flooded into my mind, and I clutched my head in agony, unable to prevent those ancient and profound teachings from etching themselves deep within my consciousness. When everything settled, I found myself lying on the ground, covered in a layer of filthy black substance. Yet my mental state was clearer than ever before. Is this the inheritance of immortality? I incredulously sensed the strange energy flowing within me. According to the memories of the inheritance, this should be spiritual power. I attempted to channel my spiritual energy according to the foundational techniques outlined in the Huan Yuan Dao Jing, and instantly felt a surge of power coursing through my entire being. Approaching the punching power testing machine, an old model my father had painstakingly saved to purchase, I took a deep breath and infused my right fist with spiritual energy. Boom! The numbers on the display screen fluctuated wildly before finally settling at 1,158 kilograms. I was taken aback. This punch exceeded my earlier test by over 200 kilograms. Moreover, I sensed that this was far from my true limit. Gazing up at the starry sky, I suddenly broke into a smile. Fate had bestowed upon me an unexpected twist. From this night onward, everything would be different. Luo Feng, perhaps in the not-so-distant future, I shall no longer merely gaze upon your retreating figure. Chapter 2. The Emergence of Spiritual Power. The morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, and I abruptly opened my eyes. Springing out of bed with the agility of a carp, my body felt astonishingly light. I gazed down at my hands, where a faint golden luminescence danced beneath my skin. Everything that transpired last night was not a mere dream. I had truly inherited the legacy of the primordial immortal path. Momo, it's time to get up for breakfast. My mother's voice echoed from downstairs. I'm coming, I replied, hastening to the bathroom. I examined my reflection in the mirror. At first glance, I seemed unchanged. Yet upon closer inspection, my gaze appeared sharper, and the contours of my muscles were more defined. Most astonishingly, the scars from years of training had vanished completely. As cold water splashed against my face, I endeavored to calm my racing heart. The Huan Yuan Dao Jing explicitly warns that the path of cultivation must be undertaken gradually, cautioning against the pitfalls of impatience. Yet, I could not suppress the urge to immediately test my limits. At the dining table, my father was engrossed in the newspaper while my mother placed a plate of fried eggs and toast in front of me. Why are you up so early today? My father inquired without lifting his gaze. I wanted to go to school early for training, I mumbled, hastily devouring my breakfast. Upon tasting the food, I noticed something unusual. My senses had become extraordinarily acute, allowing me to discern the flavor of each individual spice. Finally, my father looked up, frowning at me. Eat slowly. Don't choke. His eyes suddenly fixed on my hands. Where are your calluses? I glanced down and indeed found that the calluses from years of martial practice had vanished. I recently started using a new hand cream. I fabricated a response. My parents exchanged a puzzled glance, but refrained from probing further. They had always maintained a neutral stance regarding my aspiration to become a martial artist, neither opposing it nor offering much support. After leaving home, I did not head straight to school, but chose to detour to a nearby park. The early morning park was nearly deserted, perfect for me to test my newly acquired powers. Finding a secluded corner, I took a deep breath and began to circulate my spiritual energy according to the fundamental techniques outlined in the Huan Yuan Dao Jing. In an instant, a warm current surged from my dantian, flowing through my limbs and body. I threw a punch into the air. Whoosh! My fist sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, moving at least twice as fast as before. I attempted several high-difficulty maneuvers, backflips, side kicks, and spinning kicks, all executed with unprecedented ease, my body's coordination reaching an extraordinary level. Is this spiritual power? I murmured to myself, my heart brimming with excitement. But suddenly, a wave of weakness washed over me. I staggered and quickly ceased the circulation of my energy. The memories of my inheritance warned me that this was a sign of excessive energy depletion. With my current cultivation level, my spiritual energy could only sustain a brief burst of power. It seemed essential to find a balance, utilizing my spiritual energy to enhance my body without becoming overly reliant on it. The training hall at school was already bustling with students engaged in morning exercises. I quietly slipped inside, making a beeline for the punch strength testing machine. Ensuring that no one was paying attention, I took a deep breath and summoned a trace of spiritual energy to infuse into my right arm. Bang! The figure of 1156 kilograms displayed on the screen sent my heart racing. Almost identical to last night's reading, it exceeded yesterday's test by a full 200 kilograms. Who's there? A deep voice suddenly resonated from behind me. I froze, turning to find Mentor Lin Tiannan standing at the doorway, his sharp gaze fixed upon me. Mentor Lin is a specially appointed warrior of the school, responsible for the elite class's rigorous training, and he rarely ventures into the ordinary class area. Good day, Mentor Lin. I hastily bowed. I am Qin Mo from Class 7 of the 3rd year, here for morning practice. Lin Tiannan approached, casting a glance at the numbers on the testing machine, his brow slightly arching. 1,156 kilograms. Wasn't he yesterday's test only 956? Cold sweat trickled down my back. Perhaps I was not in optimal condition yesterday. Without probing further, Lin Tian encircled around me, his gaze slicing through my form. Your breathing rhythm has altered, and your muscle movement has changed. Suddenly, he pressed his hand on my shoulder, instructing, relax, let me examine your sinews. A gentle force emanated from his palm, coursing through my body. I felt as though I could scarcely breathe, terrified that he might uncover the spiritual energy within me. Moments later, Lin Tianan withdrew his hand, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. Your meridians are quite extraordinary. He contemplated for a moment before declaring, from today onward, come to my office after school for special training. I was taken aback. Special training? What? Are you unwilling? Lin Tianan regarded me with a half smile. No. Of course I am willing. Thank you, Mentor Lin. I expressed my gratitude, though my mind was rife with questions. What had he truly discovered? During the morning cultural class, I could hardly concentrate, my thoughts consumed by the matters of spiritual energy and Lin Tianan. During the break, Zhang Hao approached me with an air of mystery. I heard Mentor Lin is giving you special training? I gazed at him in astonishment. How do you know? It's all over the school. Zhang Hao exclaimed, waving his arms dramatically. Mentor Lin is a warrior of the highest caliber and never personally guides students from the ordinary class. What incredible fortune you have. Before I could respond, a mocking voice interjected. Perhaps he slipped some money to Mentor Lin? Li Wei, flanked by his two minions, stood before us with a derisive expression. A genius weighing in at 956 kilograms certainly requires special attention. Zhang Hao immediately rose to confront him. Li Wei, I grasped Zhang Hao's arm, shaking my head. In the past, I might have swallowed my pride, but now I met Li Wei's eyes directly. See you in the afternoon combat training class. Clearly taken aback by my retort, Li Wei paused for a moment before sneering, very well. I look forward to witnessing the results of Mentor Lin's special training. Once they had departed, Zhang Hao looked at me with concern. Have you lost your mind? Although Li Wei is of questionable character, he possesses a punching power of 920 kilograms and is trained in his family's martial arts. Do not worry. I will be cautious, I reassured him, patting his shoulder while inwardly devising a plan to defeat Li Wei without revealing my spiritual energy. The afternoon combat training class was to be held in the school's fighting arena. All the senior students sat around the perimeter of the venue, with a circular arena of 20 meters in diameter at its center. Today, practical combat training was to take place. The physical education teacher announced that the matches would proceed in order of student numbers, number 1 against number 2, number 3 against number 4, and so forth. I silently breathed a sigh of relief. My number was 27, while Li Wei's was 19, meaning we would not face each other directly. However, at that moment, Li Wei suddenly raised his hand and said, Teacher, I would like to challenge Qin Mo. Everyone says he received special guidance from Mentor Lin, and I wish to experience it firsthand. The teacher furrowed his brow and turned to me. Qin Mo, do you accept the challenge? All eyes in the room were fixed on me. To refuse would signify surrender, while acceptance might reveal my true capabilities. I took a deep breath and stood up. I accept. Immediately, a wave of excitement erupted from the sidelines. As I ascended the arena, I noticed Luo Feng seated among the crowd, displaying an unusual interest. Li Wei had already positioned himself at the center of the stage, flexing his wrists. Don't blame me for being too harsh. Blame yourself for overestimating your abilities. I remained silent, adopting a basic fighting stance. At the teacher's command, the match commenced. As anticipated, Li Wei launched an aggressive onslaught, showcasing the unique qualities of his family's martial art, the breakthrough palm, with fierce wind pressure and cunning angles. I barely managed to defend myself using my training instincts, but soon found myself struck several times, a burning pain spreading across my chest. Is that all you've got? Li Wei taunted, intensifying his assault. Gritting my teeth, I subtly channeled a hint of spiritual energy into my eyes. In an instant, Li Wei's movements slowed before me, allowing me to perceive every point of force and trajectory with clarity. Was this the meticulous realm mentioned in the ancestral memories? Seizing a slight opening after one of Li Wei's strikes, I surged into his embrace and delivered a powerful elbow strike to his chest. This blow relied solely on my physical strength, yet it precisely targeted an acupoint, causing Li Wei to grunt in pain and stagger backward. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the audience. Li Wei's face flushed red, evidently stunned by the impact. With an enraged roar, he charged at me once more, this time completely abandoning defense. I calmly observed his movements, sidestepping at the last moment while extending my leg to trip him. Thud! Li Wei crashed heavily onto the arena floor, sliding several meters before coming to a halt. The crowd fell into an odd silence. The teacher blew the whistle and declared, Stop! Qin Mo wins. Li Wei rose, disbelief and fury flooding his expression. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately retreated down the platform under the teacher's stern gaze. I exhaled in relief and prepared to leave, only to see Lin Tian-nan, who had appeared at the sidelines, gazing at me thoughtfully. As the class bell rang, students began to depart in small groups. Just as I stepped out of the combat hall, Lin Tian-nan called out, "Follow me." He led me to the special training area at the back of the school, typically reserved for elite class students. Upon entering a secluded training room, Lin Tian-nan closed the door and straightforwardly asked, "When did you awaken your special abilities?" My heart skipped a beat. What special abilities? Enough pretense. Lin Tian-nan chuckled. Your reaction speed and control over your strength evidently surpass the ordinary level. I have examined your meridians, and there is an unusual flow of energy. You are not a psychic master, which can only imply that you possess a physical-based supernatural ability. I let out a sigh of relief. It seemed he mistakenly believed I was a supernatural being, which served as an excellent disguise. I am not entirely sure. It just happened suddenly last night. Lin Tian-nan nodded. Although naturally awakened supernatural beings are rare, they do exist. He walked to the center of the training room. Since you possess this talent, I shall teach you the proper utilization of the primal force. For the next 2 hours, Lin Tian-nan elaborated on the principles and techniques of genetic primal force. I was astonished to discover that the operation of spiritual energy bore many similarities to the cultivation of primal force, though the former was evidently more intricate and sophisticated. Attempt to sense the primal force within you, Lin Tian-nan instructed, and then guide it towards your palms. I nodded, discreetly channeling a trace of spiritual energy to flow along the route of the primal force. As the pale golden spiritual energy gathered in my palm, Lin Tian-nan's eyes widened in astonishment. This is not ordinary primal force. He grasped my wrist. Your energy purity is exceedingly high, almost like. His words trailed off as he released my hand, his expression returning to calmness. That will be all for today. Remember, do not readily showcase your abilities in front of others. We will continue at the same time tomorrow. As I left the school, darkness enveloped the surroundings. I walked, pondering Lin Tian-nan's reaction. He had evidently discerned something, yet why had he suddenly chosen to remain silent? Turning a corner, I was abruptly struck by a chill. The surroundings were unnaturally quiet, devoid of even the sound of insects. Instinctively, I channeled spiritual energy into my eyes, and my vision sharpened immediately. In the shadows of the alley stood 3 figures, Li Wei and 2 unfamiliar men. One bore a scar across his face, his gaze as cold and venomous as a serpent's. "That's him," Li Wei pointed at me, addressing the scarred man. "Cousin, this kid is definitely suspicious. His power surged drastically in a single day. There must be something amiss." The scarred man, Wang Zhiping, also known as Scorpion, scrutinized me from head to toe. "Youngster, I hear you are quite formidable. I have a fondness for talented youth." His hand moved towards his waist, where a gleaming dagger was sheathed. My entire body tensed, the spiritual energy coursing through me rapidly. Though I was unaware of Scorpion's true strength, intuition warned me that he posed a far greater threat than Li Wei. Just as tension reached its peak, a bright light suddenly illuminated the alley. "What is going on over there?" a gruff voice barked. Wang Zhiping's hand immediately dropped, a forced smile spreading across his face. "Nothing to worry about, officer. We were merely having a chat." A patrol car halted at the alley's entrance, and 2 officers stepped out. Wang Zhiping leaned close to me, whispering, "We shall meet again, young one," before swiftly departing with Li Wei and the other thug. I exhaled a long breath, thanked the officers, and quickly made my way home. It was evident that Li Wei would not let this matter rest, and that Scorpion Wang Zhiping was indeed a troublesome adversary. Upon returning home, I secured the doors and windows, then sat cross-legged on my bed, beginning my cultivation according to the methods outlined in the Hunyuan Dao Jing. The ethereal energy flows and circulates within me, growing stronger with each complete cycle. Simultaneously, I endeavored to merge a thread of this energy with the genetic force. Yet the moment these 2 energies intertwined, a violent surge occurred, causing a heaviness in my chest. It became evident that a forced amalgamation was unwise. I wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth and resolved to cultivate these 2 powers separately for the time being. In the stillness of the night, I opened my eyes, attuning myself to the dual energies coursing through me. The genetic force flowed through my muscles and bones, fortifying my physical form, while the ethereal energy circulated through my meridians, nourishing my soul. 2 systems, 2 paths. I clenched my fists, vowing that one day, I would discover the means to achieve their perfect fusion. At that time, figures like Li Wei, Wang Zhiping, and even Luo Feng would be surpassed by me. Outside the window, a luminous moon hung high in the sky. My journey of cultivation was just beginning. Chapter 3, The Wilderness Trial. The wilderness area before dawn was shrouded in a thin mist, and Qin Mo crouched behind a massive rock, holding his breath. His camouflage combat suit was soaked with dew. and his fingers tightly gripped a dark gray alloy combat knife. 3 days prior, Lin Tianen had assigned him a task to survive alone in the wilderness for 48 hours and return with materials from a beast soldier-level monster as proof. Remember, do not venture into the B-level area, Lin Tianen had sternly warned. Retreat immediately upon encountering a beast general. You are not yet prepared to face such an opponent. Qin Mo licked his dry lips. He had, of course, disregarded his mentor's advice and had now ventured deep into the outskirts of the B-level area. The flow of ethereal energy within him heightened his senses to several times that of an ordinary warrior, allowing him to clearly hear the subtle sounds from 100 meters away. Rustling. An unusual noise emanated from the bushes to his right. Qin Mo narrowed his eyes, channeling the ethereal energy to his gaze, which instantly sharpened his vision. Before him grazed an iron-haired wild boar, its size akin to that of a calf, with 2 curved tusks gleaming coldly in the morning light. A beast soldier-level creature. Qin Mo assessed the target, preparing for action when suddenly, he froze in place. From the shadows of the trees behind the iron-haired wild boar emerged a larger beast, its silver-gray fur glistening, a row of sharp bony spikes adorning its back, and its crimson eyes glinting with ferocity. The frostbite silver wolf, a beast general-level creature. Qin Mo's heart raced. This was entirely beyond his expectations, yet it ignited his fighting spirit. It was the perfect opportunity to test my current strength. He stealthily repositioned himself, moving downwind. The frostbite silver wolf possessed an acute sense of smell. Caution was imperative. Qin Mo retrieved a small vial from his tactical pouch, dispensing a few drops of viscous liquid onto his combat knife. This was a paralyzing agent he had concocted from materials in the school laboratory, activated by his ethereal energy. Taking a deep breath, Qin Mo leapt forth, aiming his knife directly at the frostbite silver wolf's nape. A subtle, nearly imperceptible golden glow shimmered along the blade. Howl! The beast general-level monster reacted with astonishing speed, swiftly sidestepping while simultaneously lashing its spiked tail toward Qin Mo like a whip. In midair, Qin Mo forcibly twisted his body, converting his strike into a defensive block. Clang! Amidst the clangor of steel, Qin Mo was jolted back several paces, his arm tingling with numbness. The frostbite silver wolf's defenses exceeded all expectations, its bone spurs possessing a hardness akin to alloy. With a furious roar, the wolf lunged forward, its hind legs propelling it with such speed that it left an afterimage in its wake. Qin Mo remained unperturbed, channeling his spiritual energy into his legs, evading the beast with an ethereal grace. Simultaneously, with his left hand forming a seal, a faint golden light shot from his fingertips, striking the wolf directly in its eye. Howling in pain, the wolf faltered momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Mo unleashed his battle blade with all his might, targeting the joint of the wolf's foreleg, a weakness he had discerned through his spiritual vision. The blade sank 3 inches into flesh, the paralysis potion quickly taking effect under the influence of his spiritual energy. The silver wolf's movements became noticeably sluggish, yet its ferocity intensified as it opened its maw, spewing forth a foul, acrid liquid. Anticipating this, Qin Mo executed a swift roll to the side, retrieving 3 darts from his waist and imbuing them with spiritual energy. With a swift whoosh, the darts flew in a formation towards the wolf's eyes and throat. The wolf managed to evade a fatal strike by shaking its head. Yet one dart still embedded itself in its right eye. This was the moment. Qin Mo surged forward, the golden light on his blade flaring brilliantly as he aimed for the wolf's throat. In a desperate bid for survival, the wolf's bone spurs erupted violently from its body. Startled, Qin Mo could only guard his vital points in haste, 3 spurs piercing deeply into his left shoulder and thigh. The excruciating pain caused his vision to darken. Yet he gritted his teeth and pressed on, the momentum of his blade unabated. With a decisive thrust, the blade pierced the wolf's throat, and the spiritual energy coursing through the blade exploded forth, obliterating the creature's central nervous system. The massive body of the wolf collapsed with a thunderous crash, convulsing briefly before lying still. Qin Mo fell to his knees, gasping for breath as blood flowed profusely from his wounds, staining his combat attire. It had been a reckless endeavor. He managed a wry smile as he retrieved a first aid kit to tend to his wounds. While his spiritual energy could aid in staunching the bleeding, the bone spurs remained embedded within. He needed to return to the supply base for proper treatment. Just as he prepared to harvest materials, the distant sound of engines caught his attention. Alert, he glanced up to see 2 modified off-road vehicles approaching. People. He quickly concealed himself to observe. The vehicles halted beside the corpse of the silver wolf, and 5 fully armed warriors disembarked. At the forefront was a burly middle-aged man with a rugged beard, carrying a massive war hammer on his back. Damn it, someone beat us to it, the burly man exclaimed as he inspected the wolf's carcass. One swift strike, clean and efficient, Captain. Look at this. A lanky individual picked up one of Qin Mo's discarded darts from the ground, bloodstained, indicating that the hunter must have been injured. The burly man surveyed the surroundings and suddenly raised his voice. "Friend, we are the Firehammer Squad and mean no harm. Do you require assistance?" After a moment of hesitation, Qin Mo decided to reveal himself. These warriors did not appear malicious, and he indeed needed help. "Over here," he called out, leaning on his battle blade as he emerged from his hiding place. The members of the Firehammer Squad immediately became vigilant, but relaxed somewhat upon seeing it was a young man. "Good heavens, you look even younger than my son," the burly man exclaimed in astonishment as he approached. "I am Luo Feng, the captain of the Firehammer Squad. Did you single-handedly take down that frost silver wolf?" Qin Mo nodded, attributing it to mere luck. Luo Feng examined Qin Mo's injuries and whistled, 3 bone spurs penetrating wounds. "You're quite resilient, kid." He turned to his team and shouted, "Lao Zhou, prepare the medical pod. Xiaoling, keep watch." Half an hour later, Qin Mo sat in the off-road vehicle of the Firehammer team, his wounds having been treated. The team's medical officer, Zhou Hua, was a seasoned warrior proficient in battlefield first aid. While the bones were unscathed, the muscle tissue suffered considerable damage. Zhou Hua packed away his medical instruments, advising, "You should have a thorough examination back at the base." "Thank you," Qin Mo expressed gratefully. Luo Feng, seated opposite him, observed Qin Mo with keen interest. "Which battle team are you from? It's quite remarkable for someone so young to take down a beast commander, albeit a junior one." "I'm still a student. From the 3rd high school in Yian district," Qin Mo replied candidly. The vehicle fell silent, all team members displaying expressions of disbelief. "A high school student?" The only female team member, Chun Ling, widened her eyes in astonishment. Qin Mo smiled and presented his student ID for their inspection. "Goodness," Luo Feng shook his head. "Are students today really this extraordinary?" He paused. "We're headed back to supply base 0231. We can give you a ride. By the way, how do you intend to handle the materials from this silver wolf?" "I only need a portion. You may take the rest," Qin Mo stated. According to the customs of the wasteland, one could claim a share of another's prey, although the primary benefits belong to the hunter. Luo Feng laughed heartily. "Good lad, generous. However, our Firehammer team never takes advantage of students. How about this? We'll help you process all the materials and acquire them at market price. What do you say?" Qin Mo readily agreed. The materials from a beast commander held significant value, but he currently lacked the means to process them. Entrusting them to the experienced Firehammer team was the wisest choice. As the convoy entered supply base 0231, it was already noon. This military-managed base served as the only safe zone within a 100-mile radius, equipped with comprehensive facilities, including a small hospital and a trading market. "Qin Mo." Just after disembarking, a familiar voice caused Qin Mo to turn. Luo Feng stood a short distance away, accompanied by several warriors clad in extreme martial arts uniforms. "Luo Feng?" Qin Mo was surprised to encounter a classmate here. Luo Feng approached, his gaze falling upon Qin Mo's bandaged wounds. "Are you hurt?" "Just a minor injury," Qin Mo downplayed, while also noticing the battle scars on Luo Feng. "Are you here for training in the wasteland as well?" Luo Feng nodded. "It's a practical assessment arranged by the Martial Arts Academy." He glanced at the members of the Firehammer team. "You're with them?" Luo Feng interjected. "We found this kid at the edge of Zone B. He had just single-handedly taken down a frost silver wolf." A flicker of surprise crossed Luo Feng's eyes as he reassessed Qin Mo. "You've grown stronger." "Just lucky," Qin Mo humbly replied, while discreetly observing Luo Feng. He could sense a peculiar energy fluctuation within Luo Feng, distinct from spiritual power and genetic energy. Could it be mental energy? Suddenly, Qin Mo recalled the descriptions from the inherited memories, and his heart trembled. Luo Feng was, in fact, an exceptionally rare mentalist. After a brief exchange, they agreed to meet in the base's dining hall that evening before parting to attend to their own affairs. In the afternoon, after completing a thorough examination at the hospital, Qin Mo ventured to the market to sell silver wolf materials, netting an impressive profit of 800,000 Huaxia coins, the largest sum he had ever earned in his lifetime. Luo Feng even invited him to join the Firehammer Squad for their next mission, to which Qin Mo gladly consented. As evening approached, at the base's dining hall, Luo Feng was already seated at a corner table, 2 drinks placed before him. Upon Qin Mo's arrival, he noticed that several patrons were surreptitiously observing them. The presence of 2 high school students at a supply base was indeed a rarity. "I heard you were specially recruited by the Extreme Martial Arts School?" Qin Mo inquired directly. Luo Feng nodded. "I will be going to the headquarters training camp next month." He paused, locking eyes with Qin Mo. "Your rate of progress is abnormal. It took you merely a week to advance from barely qualifying to being capable of single-handedly defeating a beast general." Qin Mo had anticipated Luo Feng would pose this question. After a moment of reflection, he opted for partial honesty. I have awakened a special ability that enhances my physical attributes. An extraordinary ability? Luo Feng mused, a flicker of understanding crossing his face. They silently sipped their drinks for a while until Luo Feng suddenly proposed, "Shall we spar?" Qin Mo raised an eyebrow now. "The base has a training arena," Luo Feng replied, his eyes gleaming with combat fervor. 10 minutes later, they stood on the platform of the training arena. It was an enclosed space, surrounded by cushioning mats, ideal for martial artists to spar. "Let us keep it controlled," Qin Mo stated as he assumed a combat stance. Luo Feng nodded and, like a cheetah, lunged forward. His speed surpassed Qin Mo's expectations, his fist hurtling towards Qin Mo's face with a piercing rush of air. Qin Mo, refusing to underestimate him, infused his legs with spiritual energy, sidestepping while executing a swift knife-hand strike toward Luo Feng's wrist. With a sharp sound, they disengaged, each retreating a step to assess the other. "Your reaction speed is quite extraordinary," Luo Feng remarked. "Your strength exceeds that of an intermediate warrior," Qin Mo retorted. A glimmer of amusement flashed in Luo Feng's eyes as he attacked once more. This time, his strikes were even more ferocious, the air crackling with the essence of wind and thunder. Qin Mo remained utterly focused, his spiritual energy coursing rapidly through him, heightening his perception and reflexes to their utmost limits. They exchanged dozens of blows, neither gaining the upper hand. Luo Feng's martial skills were systematically refined, while Qin Mo compensated for his relative inexperience with exceptional reflexes and explosive power derived from his spiritual energy. In the final exchange, Luo Feng unexpectedly altered his approach, his right hand transforming into a claw aimed at Qin Mo's throat, moving at more than double the previous speed. Qin Mo's pupils constricted, instinctively channeling all his spiritual energy, his right hand forming a sword-like thrust aimed directly at Luo Feng's palm. With a resounding impact, both retreated simultaneously. Qin Mo felt a tingling sensation in his fingertips, while Luo Feng shook his hand in astonishment, gazing at Qin Mo with surprise. "You won," Qin Mo stated calmly. He discerned that Luo Feng had clearly held back during that last strike. Otherwise, the outcome would not have been so easily resolved. Luo Feng, shaking his head, replied, "A draw." He stepped closer and lowered his voice. "Your ability is not merely about enhancing physical attributes, is it?" Qin Mo remained noncommittal, acknowledging that his companion possessed more than mere martial talent. The two exchanged glances for a brief moment before bursting into simultaneous laughter. In that instant, a tacit understanding seemed to blossom between them. Each harbored secrets that need not be unveiled. Upon returning to their lodgings, Qin Mo retrieved the materials he had collected that day, a small vial of blood, several bone spines, and some marrow. According to the basic alchemical techniques outlined in the Hunyuan Dao Jing, these beast-grade materials could be utilized to concoct simple body-enhancing pills. He settled onto the floor, hands gently cradling the materials as his spiritual energy began to envelop them. Under the influence of his power, the impurities within the materials gradually separated, coalescing into 3 small, dark red pills. Success. Qin Mo gazed at the pills resting in his palm with delight. Although they were the most rudimentary of spiritual medicines, they would greatly benefit his current cultivation. Upon consuming one, a surge of warmth radiated from his abdomen throughout his entire body. The pain at his wounds diminished instantaneously, and his muscles and bones felt as if they were soaking in a hot spring, utterly comfortable. He carefully stored the remaining 2 pills for future use. Outside the window, the night sky over the wilderness sparkled with countless stars. Qin Mo sensed the flow of spiritual and primal energy within him, his thoughts swirling. Today's battle had made him acutely aware that relying solely on spiritual energy was insufficient. He must integrate the martial techniques of this world to unleash his full potential. A smile graced Qin Mo's lips as he considered Luo Feng. This genius, once someone he could only look up to, now stood as his equal. Although Luo Feng had clearly concealed his true strength, likely suppressing his mental prowess, Qin Mo had done the same. The journey ahead remained long, he murmured to himself, beginning to regulate his breathing for recovery. Tomorrow, he would return to the base city where Mentor Lin Tianan awaited his mission report, and the Scorpion King, Xi Ping, would undoubtedly not relent easily. Yet now, Qin Mo felt no fear. Armed with the legacy of the primordial era and his initial combat experience, he was confident in facing any challenge. Chapter 4. The Awakening of the Third Eye. The blood essence pill dissolved upon his tongue, its bitterness laced with a hint of rust. Qin Mo sat cross-legged in his makeshift meditation chamber, experiencing the searing sensation of the pill's potency exploding within him. This marked his 3rd batch of blood essence pills, the effects of which were more pronounced than in the previous 2 attempts. Still, it was not enough. Qin Mo clenched his teeth, guiding the medicinal energy through his meridians. Since returning from the wilderness, he had remained indoors for 7 consecutive days, wholly devoted to his cultivation. He had consumed 8 of the 9 blood essence pills crafted from ironclad rhinoceros materials, each contributing to his growing spiritual energy. The vortex of energy within his dantian spun ever faster, teetering on the brink of overwhelming control, a clear sign of an impending breakthrough. According to the records of the Hunyuan Dao Jing, the path to immortality begins with the establishment of a foundation. Only by solidifying this foundation can one truly embark on the path to transcendence. At that moment, Qin Mo stood on the precipice of this critical threshold. Without hesitation, he swallowed the 9th blood essence pill, channeling all his focus to control the surging spiritual energy within him. The potency erupted like a volcano, and the vortex expanded to its limit. Qin Mo's skin flushed an unnatural crimson, capillaries bursting, soon transforming him into a figure drenched in blood. Waves of excruciating pain crashed over him, threatening to plunge him into unconsciousness. Yet he was acutely aware that surrendering would result in the utter collapse of his cultivation. Or worse, his very demise. He steeled himself in that fleeting moment as consciousness began to wane. Qin Mo bit down fiercely on his tongue, forcing himself to remain alert. All of his spiritual energy was compressed into a single point in his dantian, and then, boom, a resounding explosion reverberated in his mind. Akin to the birth of the universe itself, he beheld within his dantian the previously chaotic spiritual energy coalescing into a 9-tiered Tao platform, gleaming like jade and radiating a soft golden light. Foundation establishment was successful. Before Qin Mo could revel in his triumph, he was suddenly struck by a sharp pain in his eyes. Instinctively, he shut his eyes, only to realize that his vision had not faded. Rather, he perceived everything around him in an extraordinary manner. The walls, the furniture, even the ants beneath his feet, all revealed the contours of energy flow. Is this the heavenly eye? The Hunyuan Dao scripture mentions that cultivators in the foundation establishment stage might awaken innate divine abilities. The heavenly eye is one such power, allowing one to discern fortune, perceive reality, and distinguish truth from falsehood. Qin Mo endeavored to master this newfound ability and discovered he could adjust the depth of his sight. At the surface level, he could see the thermal energy distribution of objects. Delving deeper revealed the structural composition of matter, and further still, the flow of energy. When he fully harnessed the heavenly eye, he even glimpsed faint lines threading through the void, likely the Tao rhythm referenced in the Hunyuan Dao scripture. How wondrous! Just as he was engrossed in exploring this new ability, his phone rang abruptly. It was Zhang Hao. Mo Gu, you finally answered the phone. Zhang Hao's voice was laced with urgency. Tomorrow is the graduation practical assessment. If you don't show up soon, you'll be disqualified. Qin Mo suddenly realized he had been in seclusion for far too long and was on the verge of missing an important examination. After a brief exchange, he ended the call and hurriedly checked his physical condition. Following his breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, his physical attributes had significantly enhanced. It was estimated that his arm strength now exceeded 2,000 kilograms, and his speed was beyond measure. More importantly, with the qualitative transformation of his spiritual energy, casting minor spells no longer posed a challenge. Tomorrow's assessment would be the perfect opportunity to test his new abilities. The campus was bustling more than usual that morning. The graduation practical assessment is one of the most crucial evaluations for high school seniors, with results directly impacting recruitment intentions from martial arts academies. Qin Mo, over here. Zhang Hao waved from the edge of the playground. Qin Mo approached to find his classmates already lined up by groups. To his surprise, Luo Feng was present as well. As typically, elite class students had separate assessment arrangements. I heard this time the evaluation has been reformed, Zhang Hao whispered. Elite and regular classes are mixed together to simulate a real wilderness environment. The instructor blew the whistle and began to announce the rules. Each group consists of 5 members, tasked with surviving in the simulated wilderness area for 6 hours while completing designated tasks. Scoring will be based on performance. Reasonable competition is permitted, but intentional maiming or fatal attacks are strictly prohibited. Qin Mo was assigned to the 3rd group, which included Zhang Hao, 2 students from the regular class, and a girl from the elite class. Luo Feng was in the 5th group, teamed with Li Wei, a pairing that caused Qin Mo to frown. The assessment commenced. With the instructor's command, each group entered the simulated wilderness area in succession. This is a vast, enclosed area spanning several square kilometers, characterized by a complex terrain teeming with artificially cultivated monsters. While the danger level is lower than that of real wilderness, it still presents formidable challenges for students. Our mission is to collect 3 specimens of silverline grass, located in the marshlands to the southeast. An elite class girl named Su Yuqing pointed to the map, indicating that we might encounter monsters ranging from F to E grade along the way. The group proceeded cautiously, with Qin Mo leading the charge. Once the Heavenly Eye was activated, he could detect monsters concealed in the grass or trees, guiding the team to avoid unnecessary confrontations. Qin Mo, your perception is remarkably keen. Su Yuqing exclaimed in astonishment, as if you can foresee danger. Zhang Hao, brimming with pride, patted Qin Mo on the shoulder, of course. Brother Mo is the prized pupil of Instructor Lin. 2 hours later, the group successfully reached the marsh's edge. The silverline grass grew in several dry patches at the center of the marsh, requiring careful navigation through perilous waters. I see them. Over there are 3 specimens. Su Yuqing pointed towards a small mound 50 meters away. Just then, Qin Mo's Heavenly Eye suddenly detected an unusual energy fluctuation. He swiftly turned his head and saw a massive shadow beneath the water rapidly approaching the unsuspecting Zhang Hao. Be careful. Without time to explain, Qin Mo shoved Zhang Hao aside and, with his right hand channeling spiritual energy, struck the water's surface. With a tremendous splash, a 5-meter-long iron-scaled crocodile erupted from the depths, its gaping maw aimed directly at Qin Mo's head. Qin Mo's palm strike landed accurately on the crocodile's snout. The burst of spiritual energy forcing the E-grade monster back. E-grade iron-scaled crocodile. All personnel prepare for battle. Su Yuqing shouted. The iron-scaled crocodile, wounded and enraged, lunged at them with renewed ferocity. Although Qin Mo initially intended to handle it alone, he decided to collaborate with the group considering their hidden strengths. Under his subtle guidance, the 5 of them cornered the iron-scaled crocodile into a dead end, ultimately allowing Su Yuqing to deliver a precise arrow to its eye, thus concluding the confrontation. Well done, Zhang Hao exclaimed, jumping in excitement. We actually took down an E-grade monster. However, Qin Mo's brow furrowed in concern. Through the Heavenly Eye, he clearly perceived residual energy within the iron-scaled crocodile, indicating it had been deliberately provoked and driven here. Someone is trying to harm us. Before he could ponder further, a chilling scream echoed from a distance. Qin Mo's heart sank. That direction was where Luo Feng's group was situated. You continue the mission. I will investigate. Without waiting for his teammates' response, Qin Mo dashed forward like an arrow released from a bow. Infused with spiritual energy, his speed surpassed that of an ordinary martial artist. 3 minutes later, he arrived at a valley, and the sight before him chilled his blood. 5 iron-armored wolves were attacking Luo Feng's group. 2 injured members lay on the ground, while Li Wei cowered behind a rock, trembling in fear. Luo Feng faced 3 iron-armored wolves alone. Although his skills were exceptional, he was in a perilous situation. Most terrifying of all was a colossal silver wolf standing at the valley's entrance, an E-grade monster, the Silverback Wolf King. Such a creature should never have appeared in a simulated examination area. Luo Feng. Without hesitation, Qin Mo plunged into the fray. The celestial eye fully opened. The flow of energy within the armored wolves became distinctly visible. He noticed that an energy node on the neck of these wolves glowed with an unusual brightness, likely serving as the central control hub for their coordination. With a swift motion, Qin Mo picked up a discarded military dagger from the ground, infused it with spiritual energy, and precisely struck the first armored wolf at its neck node. The wolf howled in agony before collapsing to the ground. Employing the same technique, he swiftly dispatched 2 more. Luo Feng cast a surprised glance at Qin Mo, but there was no time for words, as the Silverback Wolf King had already taken notice of their presence. A D-class monster is beyond our capabilities, Luo Feng whispered. I've sent a distress signal, but support will take at least 10 minutes to arrive. Qin Mo surveyed the surroundings, realizing that the valley's enclosed terrain would only lead to their demise at the hands of the Wolf King if they attempted to flee. The only viable strategy was to buy time. I will hold it off. You tend to the injured, Qin Mo declared firmly. Luo Feng frowned. Are you out of your mind? That's a D-class. Trust me. With no time for further explanation, Qin Mo charged towards the Wolf King. The Silverback Wolf King regarded the diminutive human with disdain and swiped a claw at him carelessly. Qin Mo deftly evaded the attack, narrowly escaping, while the Celestial Eye diligently analyzed the energy distribution of the Wolf King. Eureka! Located at the right side of the Wolf King's chest was an energy core that shone several times brighter than the other nodes. Qin Mo surmised that this was its weakness. The Wolf King attacked repeatedly, but Qin Mo nimbly dodged each strike, prompting the beast to take the situation more seriously. It let out a long howl, its silver fur standing on end, a sign that it was about to unleash its innate skill. This was bad. Qin Mo realized he could not afford to wait any longer. Channeling all his spiritual energy, he surged toward the Wolf King. The Wolf King's silver fur shot forth like arrows, enveloping the entire valley. A few strands grazed Qin Mo's left arm, causing blood to flow profusely. Yet he gritted his teeth and pressed on, finally closing in on the Wolf King's chest. Die! He concentrated all his spiritual energy into a single punch aimed at the Wolf King's vulnerable spot. The energy pierced like a sharp cone, eliciting a deafening scream from the Wolf King, whose massive body staggered briefly before crashing to the ground. Silence fell over the valley. Luo Feng stared incredulously at the scene. Did you just take down a D-class Wolf King with a single punch? Qin Mo panted heavily, his left arm throbbing with unbearable pain. That last strike had consumed nearly all his spiritual energy, leaving him weak and barely able to stand. Qin Mo, your arm. Luo Feng rushed over to support him. At that moment, the rescue team finally arrived. Upon seeing the fallen silverback Wolf King, all the instructors displayed expressions of shock. Lin Tianan was among them. He cast a profound glance at Qin Mo before directing the rescue efforts. The examination was forcibly halted. Subsequent investigations revealed that the silverback Wolf King had been intentionally released into the examination zone. However, the identity of the perpetrator remained elusive. That night, in a hospital ward, Qin Mo's left arm had been bandaged, with the doctor indicating that had he arrived half an hour later, he might have suffered permanent damage. As he contemplated the strange events of the day, the door was gently pushed open. Luo Feng entered, holding 2 cans of drinks. Here. He tossed a can to Qin Mo, then opened another for himself and took a large sip. The doctor said you need to be monitored for 2 days. Qin Mo took the drink and said, thank you. How is everyone else? Light injuries. Nothing serious, Luo Feng replied, pausing to meet Qin Mo's gaze. What are your thoughts on today's events? After a moment of hesitation, Qin Mo decided to be candid. Those monsters were deliberately driven to our location. The ironclad wolf and the silverback Wolf King both exhibited traces of abnormal energy. A flicker of surprise crossed Luo Feng's eyes. You can perceive the flow of energy? This time, it was Qin Mo who was taken aback. You believe in such a notion? Luo Feng did not respond directly. Instead, he retrieved a coin from his pocket. The coin slowly levitated, spinning gracefully between them. A mentalist? Qin Mo's eyes widened. Likewise, Luo Feng said as he pocketed the coin. I had already noticed your peculiarities. Your reaction speed and strength are beyond what ordinary abilities can achieve. They exchanged glances for a moment before breaking into simultaneous laughter, a sense of mutual understanding blossoming between them. So what exactly is your ability? Luo Feng inquired with curiosity. After careful consideration, Qin Mo opted for partial disclosure. I have acquired an ancient inheritance, and my cultivation methods differ from those of modern martial artists. The ability I employ today allows me to see the flow of energy. Unexpectedly, Luo Feng did not exhibit skepticism. Instead, he appeared contemplative. Ancient texts do indeed record a cultivation system distinct from genetic powers from primordial times. I never imagined it truly existed. Do you not find it absurd? Qin Mo questioned. Luo Feng chuckled. Discussing absurdity in the presence of a mentalist capable of telekinesis? They conversed late into the night, sharing their secrets and perplexities. Luo Feng confided in Qin Mo, expressing his suspicion that today's incident was linked to Li Wei, as there were evident signs of human intervention in the assessment grouping. Li Wei's cousin, Wang Zhiping, held significant influence in the underground forces of Jiangnan and was rumored to have close ties with certain high-ranking members of the HR Alliance. Be cautious in the coming days, Luo Feng warned. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qin Mo disclosed his discovery of the method for refining blood essence pills to Luo Feng, promising to provide him with some as a token of gratitude. As they parted, Luo Feng stood at the doorway and turned back to say, by the way, both the Extreme Martial Arts School and the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School have sent representatives to find me. They will likely approach you soon as well. With the strength you demonstrated today, they will undoubtedly vie for your attention. Qin Mo smiled. We shall see when the time comes. After Luo Feng departed, Qin Mo retrieved his phone and noticed 3 unread messages. One was from Lin Tianan, inquiring about his injuries. Another was a message of consolation from Zhang Hao. And the last was from an unfamiliar number. Hello, Qin Mo. I am Zhuge Tao, the Jiangnan supervisor of the Extreme Martial Arts School. I am quite interested in your performance and would like to discuss it in person. Setting down his phone, Qin Mo gazed out at the night sky. Everything that transpired today had irrevocably altered his previously tranquil campus life. What secrets lay hidden behind the Silverback Wolf King incident? How should he choose between the invitations from the 2 martial arts schools? How would this unexpected confidant, Luo Feng, influence his path? The foundation was merely the beginning. The true challenges had only just commenced. Chapter 5. The Emergence of the Qingfeng. The headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts School in Jiangnan was located within the tallest building in the city center. Qin Mo stood in the elevator, gazing down at the sprawling city through the glass curtain wall. This was his first visit to an institution of such caliber for martial artists, and the air seemed to be imbued with an overwhelming aura of strength. Ding! The elevator halted at the 98th floor. As the door slid open, a spacious reception hall came into view, adorned with various monster specimens and photographs of formidable warriors. The most prominent display featured a full-body portrait of a mighty figure, whose penetrating gaze seemed capable of piercing one's very soul. Qin Mo, a woman clad in professional attire, approached with a warm smile. Director Zhuge is expecting you. Please follow me. Guided by her, Qin Mo entered a vast office. Before a floor-to-ceiling window stood a tall, middle-aged man, admiring the cityscape with his back turned to the door. Upon hearing footsteps, he turned, revealing himself to be Zhuge Tao, the renowned god of war and director of the Extreme Martial Arts Institute. Qin Mo, it is an honor to finally meet you. Zhuge Tao's voice was gentle, yet resonated with power. Please, take a seat. Cautiously, Qin Mo settled onto a leather sofa, his gaze meandering over the office's decor. As his heavenly eye activated, he was astonished to perceive the flowing primal energy within Zhuge Tao, akin to an immense river, far surpassing that of Lin Tiannan. Even more surprising were the faint energy fluctuations emanating from several decorative items in the office, likely some form of special weapon or treasure. I heard you single-handedly slew a D-grade silverback wolf king during your graduation assessment. Zhuge Tao poured a cup of tea and handed it to Qin Mo. To achieve such a feat at just 18 is quite rare, even among the elite training camps. Qin Mo accepted the tea, responding modestly, I merely got lucky. I discovered its weakness. A flicker of appreciation danced in Zhuge Tao's eyes. Humility is commendable, but excessive modesty borders on insincerity. I have reviewed the surveillance footage. The precision and explosive power of your final strike cannot simply be attributed to luck. Qin Mo's heart tightened. The monitoring in the assessment zone should only capture visuals, not energy fluctuations. Could it be that the Extreme Martial Arts Institute possessed more advanced technology? Do not be alarmed, Zhuge Tao chuckled lightly. We at the Extreme Martial Arts Institute take great pleasure in discovering talent. The reason for your invitation today is to formally welcome you to join us and to recommend you for the Global Elite Training Camp. Qin Mo's fingers trembled slightly. The Global Elite Training Camp, a sanctuary coveted by countless martial artists, was rumored to produce graduates of at least the battle general level, with many emerging as god of war. This is quite sudden, Qin Mo candidly admitted. I need time to think. Zhuge Tao seemed to have anticipated this. Of course. However, before you make your decision, I would like you to meet someone. He pressed a button on the communicator on his desk. Please bring in Luo Feng. As the door opened, a familiar figure stepped inside. Luo Feng paused momentarily upon seeing Qin Mo, then broke into a smile. You two should be acquainted, Zhuge Tao remarked, observing the two. Luo Feng has accepted our invitation and will be departing for the elite training camp next week. Qin Mo turned to Luo Feng, who subtly nodded, confirming the news. Qin Mo's talent is no less than mine, Luo Feng suddenly spoke up. If he were to attend the training camp, he would surely excel. Zhuge Tao smiled with satisfaction. This is precisely what I hoped for. What say you, Qin Mo? Would you accompany your friends to the world's premier training base? Qin Mo fell into contemplation. The elite training camp was indeed enticing, yet it was teeming with formidable individuals, making the exposure of his ancient heritage all too likely. Furthermore, the cultivation of the Hunyuan Dao Jing required an abundance of free time and specific resources. The rigorous schedule of the training camp could potentially become a constraint. Grateful for your appreciation, Qin Mo finally raised his head, but I am not inclined to leave the Jiangnan base city at this moment. The office fell into a profound silence. Zhuge Tao's smile vanished, and Luo Feng exhibited a look of astonishment. Are you certain? Zhuge Tao's voice deepened. This is an opportunity that many covet. Qin Mo inhaled deeply. I possess my own cultivation method, one that is more suited for solitary practice. However, I am willing to join the Extreme Martial Arts Hall as an ordinary member. Zhuge Tao gazed at Qin Mo for a long while and suddenly chuckled. How intriguing. It is rare for a young person to resist the allure of the elite training camp. He rose, retrieving a document from his drawer. This is the contract for ordinary members, with benefits merely 1/10 of that afforded to elite students. Are you certain? Without hesitation, Qin Mo signed his name. I am certain. Upon exiting the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Luo Feng caught up with him. Why did you refuse? They offer the finest resources and guidance. Qin Mo paused, observing the anxious expression of his friend, feeling a warmth in his heart. I have reasons that prevent my departure. Just as you harbor secrets of being a psychic master. Luo Feng was momentarily taken aback, seemingly grasping something. Is it related to your ancient heritage? Qin Mo nodded. I require the freedom to explore this path. However, he smiled and playfully punched Luo Feng's shoulder. When you return from the training camp, we shall compare our progress. Luo Feng laughed in response. You had best be cautious. I shall show no mercy. After their parting, Qin Mo proceeded directly to the wilderness area. He needed to gather more monster materials to experiment with the forging techniques recorded in the Hunyuan Dao Jing. 3 days later, within an abandoned factory in the wilderness area, Qin Mo was covered in blood, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. Before him lay a colossal iron-armored rhinoceros king, a peak beast general. This was the 7th beast general he had hunted in recent days, and the most formidable of them all. At last, the materials are assembled. According to the Hunyuan Dao Jing, the most fundamental flying sword requires 3 primary materials: metallic beast bones, fire attribute beast tendons, and earth attribute beast blood. The iron-armored rhinoceros king's horn, the silverback wolf king's tendons, and the blood of the blood-eyed python perfectly meet these requirements. Upon returning to his basement at home, Qin Mo embarked on his first attempt at forging. He placed the 3 materials into his homemade furnace in specific proportions, then used spiritual energy as a guide to commence the forging process. This was an exceedingly laborious endeavor, necessitating constant adjustments to the flames and the infusion of various spiritual incantations. After 8 hours, Qin Mo's complexion was pale, yet in his hand lay a sword approximately 3 feet in length, radiating a brilliant azure glow. The blade shimmered with ethereal light, and its edge glowed with a faint golden hue. The azure edge sword has been forged. This is the most rudimentary of magical artifacts. Yet for Qin Mo in the present moment, it holds immense value. He is eager to test its power. However, the excessive consumption of spiritual energy compels him to meditate for recovery first. In the dead of night, Qin Mo stealthily makes his way to an uninhabited area on the outskirts of the city. Grasping the Qin Feng sword, he channels his spiritual energy into the blade, which instantly radiates a brilliant azure light. With a gentle swing towards a massive boulder, he hears a sharp sound as the stone is effortlessly cleaved apart, its surface smooth as a mirror. Remarkably, Qin Mo perceives that the Qin Feng sword amplifies the effects of his spiritual energy. The same amount of energy, when released through the sword, gains an increase in potency by nearly 50%. Indeed, this magical artifact far surpasses ordinary weapons. Just as Qin Mo revels in his newfound joy, his celestial sight unexpectedly activates, revealing a shadow lurking within a cluster of trees 300 meters away. The energy flow within this figure is distinctly different from that of an ordinary martial artist, emanating an eerie chill. Who goes there? Qin Mo demands, tightening his grip on the Qin Feng sword. There is no response, but the energy fluctuations of the shadow intensify abruptly. Alarm bells ring in Qin Mo's mind, and he instinctively rolls to the side. Whoosh! A pitch-black arrow narrowly grazes his cheek, embedding itself deeply into a tree trunk behind him. The skin where the arrow brushed against him ignites with searing pain, and he is horrified to discover that the area around the wound begins to darken. Poison. He swiftly channels his spiritual energy to seal the wound, preventing the toxin from spreading. At the same time, his celestial sight locks onto the assailant's position, who is shifting rapidly, firing a poisoned arrow with each pause. I cannot afford to be a passive target. Gritting his teeth, Qin Mo summons his spiritual energy, causing the Qin Feng sword to blaze with light. He keenly observes the assailant's movements, suddenly lunging toward a predicted position. Sure enough, the next moment, the attacker appears there. Clang! The Qin Feng sword collides with a dark dagger, sparks flying. In the moonlight, Qin Mo catches a glimpse of the assailant's visage, a middle-aged man with a sinister expression. His left eye replaced by a mechanical prosthetic that glows red. Not bad, kid, the man rasps, but alas, someone has paid for your life. Without exchanging further words, Qin Mo alters his sword's trajectory, aiming directly for the man's throat. The man deftly leans back to evade, simultaneously unleashing a flurry of needle-like poisoned darts from his sleeve. At such close range, evasion becomes nearly impossible. In a moment of desperation, Qin Mo recalls the basic sword technique documented in the Hunyuan Dao Jing, the Qingping sword shadow. Channeling his spiritual energy along a specific path, the Qin Feng sword instantly manifests 3 sword shadows, forming a protective barrier before him. Ding ding ding. Most of the poison needles are deflected by the sword shadows, with only a few grazing Qin Mo's arm. The toxin spreads rapidly, causing his movements to become sluggish. To perish at the hands of the scorpion is a privilege. The man sneers as he advances menacingly. Scorpion. A jolt runs through Qin Mo. That is the nickname of Li Wei's cousin. It seems that Luo Feng's warning was indeed accurate. Wang Zhiping has sent someone to kill him. In this life-and-death situation, Qin Mo finds clarity. With his celestial sight operating at full capacity, he discerns the path of the toxin within his body and immediately uses his spiritual energy to seal critical acupoints. Simultaneously, he discovered that his opponent's mechanical eye was intricately connected to the nervous system, housing a subtle energy node. With a final strike, Qin Mo feigned a lethal poisoning and collapsed to the ground. In the moment when the scorpion relaxed its vigilance and approached, the Qin Feng sword lunged forth like a venomous serpent striking its prey, precisely targeting the energy node of the mechanical eye. A piercing scream escaped the scorpion's lips as it emitted a shower of sparks from the shattered eye. Frantically, it wielded a dagger, but had already lost its aim. Qin Mo, fighting through the dizziness induced by the toxin, thrust his sword into the scorpion's chest. The creature looked down in disbelief at the blade protruding from its chest. How could you? Withdrawing the sword, the scorpion collapsed to the ground with a thud. After confirming the demise of his foe, Qin Mo immediately sat cross-legged to recuperate, channeling his spiritual energy to expel the poison from his body. It was only after 2 arduous hours that he regained the ability to move. As he searched the scorpion's corpse, Qin Mo discovered a communicator and a photograph. On the reverse of the photograph was inscribed a line, Target Profile, Qin Mo, 18 years old, suspected of possessing a special treasure or technique, capture preferred. The communicator contained a single unread message. After securing the target, bring them to the old location. The employer has raised the price. Clenching his fists, a glint of cold determination flickered in Qin Mo's eyes. It appeared that Wang Zhiping not only sought to eliminate him, but was also interested in his legacy. This time, it was a professional assassin. Next time, the adversary could prove even more formidable. He must take the initiative. After tidying the scene, Qin Mo stealthily departed. Upon returning home, he concealed the Qin Feng sword within a specially crafted sword case, and then retrieved his mobile phone to dial Luo Feng's number. Hello, Luo Feng. There is a matter that requires your assistance in investigating. Outside the window, the first rays of dawn pierced through the clouds. Standing before the window, Qin Mo gazed at the city, awakening gradually. From this day forth, he would no longer be a passive prey awaiting an assault. The wrath of the inheritor of the Primordial Legacy would exact a toll upon those who lurked in the shadows. Chapter 6. Chaotic Primordial Energy. The golden light at the riverbed lingered in Qin Mo's mind. A week had passed since the attack that night, and despite numerous attempts to return to that river for investigation, he found that Wang Zhiping's men were still patrolling the vicinity, clearly not having relinquished their search. With no alternative, Qin Mo had no choice but to temporarily set aside that thought and instead delve into the newly emerged energy within his body. On the workbench in the basement, a dozen plants of various shapes were meticulously categorized and arranged. These were medicinal herbs Qin Mo had acquired through different channels, some of which were even specialties from the wilderness. He concentrated a faint golden energy at his fingertips and gently tapped it onto a small grass entirely crimson in hue. Red flame grass, fire attribute, approximately 30 years old. As the energy flowed into it, the grass emitted a soft glow, intricate patterns appearing on its surface. This was a novel application of his Tianyan vision, enabling precise analysis of material properties and quality. Ever since his spiritual energy merged with the primal energy to form chaotic primordial energy, the capabilities of Tianyan vision seemed to have enhanced as well. Only one main ingredient remained before he could attempt to concoct the Qi Gathering Pill. The Qi Gathering Pill, recorded in the mysterious primordial Tao scripture, is a commonly used elixir during the foundation establishment phase, significantly accelerating cultivation speed. However, one of its principal ingredients, the earth spirit root, has nearly become extinct in the modern era. Qin Mo scoured various herbal markets without success, until 3 days ago when he stumbled upon a piece of what appeared to be a spiritual root fossil at a time-honored apothecary. A fossil would suffice, provided it retained a hint of spirituality. He retrieved the grayish-brown root fossil from his safe, no larger than a thumb, its surface adorned with intricate patterns. Through the lens of his heavenly eye, he could perceive a faint residual earth attribute spiritual energy within. Let us commence. He inhaled deeply and ignited a specially designed furnace. This high-temperature furnace, custom-made at a premium price, could simulate the effect of true fire. Following a specific sequence, Qin Mo meticulously placed the prepared herbs into the furnace, simultaneously forming hand seals to channel chaotic primordial energy, controlling the heat and the fusion of the medicinal properties. Refining elixirs is a more intricate task than forging tools. A slight miscalculation could lead to utter failure. Qin Mo concentrated intently, beads of sweat soon glistening on his forehead. The herbs gradually transformed into a liquid state within the furnace, their distinct properties beginning to intertwine. Now, at the moment the spiritual root fossil was cast into the furnace, Qin Mo bit his tongue, spraying a drop of his essence blood onto the furnace wall. The blood vaporized upon contact with the intense heat, forming a delicate crimson membrane enveloping the entire furnace. This was the blood refining technique recorded in ancient alchemical texts, capable of enhancing the success rate of lower quality materials. The concoction within the furnace surged violently, a kaleidoscope of colors flashing in succession. Qin Mo continuously adjusted the output of chaotic primordial energy, the veins on his forehead bulging. This exertion far surpassed that of refining blood essence pills, leaving him feeling drained in mere minutes. Persevere. Just as Qin Mo was on the brink of exhaustion, a clear, resonant hum emerged from the furnace, and all the radiance coalesced into a soft azure-white halo. He promptly extinguished the heat source and, once the temperature fell to a safe level, cautiously lifted the furnace lid. 3 pill-sized azure-white elixirs lay quietly at the bottom of the furnace, their surfaces adorned with cloud-like patterns, exuding a refreshing herbal aroma. Qin Mo exhaled deeply, an involuntary smile gracing his lips. He had succeeded. Although there were only 3 and their quality paled in comparison to genuine gathering pills, in this era of scarce resources, they were indeed a rare treasure. He retrieved one, swallowing it without hesitation. The pill dissolved upon entry, transforming into a warm current that surged into his dantian. He immediately settled into a meditative posture, channeling the primordial Tao Sutra to absorb the medicinal potency. In an instant, the surrounding energy of heaven and earth surged toward him like a tidal wave. The vortex of chaotic primordial energy spun at an unprecedented speed, growing with each rotation. Qin Mo felt as though his consciousness floated within an ocean of energy, every cell rejoicing in exhilaration. 3 hours later, as the effects began to wane, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of gold flashing within his pupils. Merely one pill had augmented his chaotic primordial energy by nearly 20%. At this rate, he would reach the mid-foundation stage within a month. Astonishing. Just as Qin Mo was preparing to document his insights from this alchemical endeavor, his phone rang. An unfamiliar number appeared on the screen. Mr. Qin, the items you consigned for auction have been sold. After deducting the commission, a total of 2.4 billion Huaxia coins has been transferred to your designated account. A subtle smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. During the previous expedition to the wilderness, I collected several precious materials. And together with 3 simplified blood essence pills that I had concocted myself, I was astonished to see them fetch such a high price at auction. The pills, in particular, generated quite a stir. My phone vibrated once more. It was Lin Tianen. I heard you sold something rather special. Everyone is inquiring about the seller's identity. Be cautious. Qin Mo furrowed his brow. He had specifically requested anonymity during the auction, yet it was evident that true secrets were a rarity in Jiangnan Bay City. It seemed the pills were more captivating than he had anticipated. As he pondered this, a third message arrived. An encrypted communication from Luo Feng at the elite training camp. The Li Yao couple has been frequently reviewing your dossier. Be wary. They are not to be underestimated. A wave of unease washed over Qin Mo. The vulture Li Yao and the scorpion Vanina, 2 esteemed battle gods and core figures of the HR Alliance. Why would they take an interest in him, a fledgling warrior? Unless they had uncovered something. Qin Mo promptly checked the security system of his residence, ensuring all alarms were functioning properly. He then retrieved his Qin Feng sword, imbuing it with chaotic energy for nurturing. Since the last battle, he had discovered that this new type of energy could induce a form of evolution in his weapon. The scaled patterns along the sword's body had become increasingly pronounced, and its power was augmenting. He needed to enhance his strength swiftly. In the following days, Qin Mo secluded himself, dedicating his days to studying alchemy and artifact forging. While at night, he cultivated his chaotic energy. The second gathering chi pill allowed him to successfully break through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. And his heavenly eye had evolved as well, now capable of penetrating thicker obstacles and even briefly predicting his opponent's movements. That afternoon, while Qin Mo was engrossed in studying a simple defensive formation recorded in the Hunyuan Tao Sutra, the doorbell rang suddenly. His heavenly eye activated instantaneously, allowing him to see through the door that a man in a courier uniform stood outside, holding a small package. Mr. Qin Mo, I have an urgent package for you. Qin Mo did not open the door immediately. He noticed the courier's breathing was unusually steady, and his knuckles were thick, indicating he was a trained fighter. Moreover, the energy fluctuations emanating from the package were peculiar, unstable, and erratic. Leave it at the door, Qin Mo said in a low voice. I need your signature for delivery. The courier insisted, leaning slightly forward, a posture indicative of an impending ambush. Qin Mo smirked, quietly channeling his chaotic energy. Who sent you? Wang Zhiping or Li Yao? The courier's expression changed dramatically, and he hurled the package at the door before retreating rapidly. Anticipating this, Qin Mo swiftly drew his Qin Feng sword, unleashing a sword chi that accurately struck the flying package. Boom! A violent explosion shook the entire building. The package contained a miniature energy bomb. Fortunately, the sword chi had detonated it before it reached the door, remaining a couple of meters away. As the dust settled, the courier had vanished without a trace. Qin Mo did not pursue, but quickly examined the remnants of the explosion. Among the debris, he discovered a distinctive mark, the logo of a military enterprise under the HR Alliance. As expected, it appeared the Li Yao couple could no longer contain themselves. The assassination attempt has failed, and the next time, it may very well be the war god himself. Qin Mo promptly resolved to relocate, as he had a safe house on the outskirts of the city. Prepared for such eventualities, After hastily gathering essential belongings, he was about to depart when his phone suddenly received an encrypted message. Upon unlocking it, a line of text appeared on the screen. The golden light at the riverbed is related to the primordial chaos. Tomorrow night at 10, meet at the usual place. Lin Tianan. Qin Mo's pupils constricted. How did Lin Tianan learn of the golden light at the riverbed? How could he possibly know the keyword primordial chaos? Countless questions swirled in his mind, yet one thing was certain. Lin Tianan's identity was far more intricate than it appeared. The golden light at the riverbed could very well be the key to unraveling all the mysteries. As night fell, Qin Mo stealthily departed from his residence, blending into the darkness. Instead of heading directly to the safe house, he circled through the city a few times to ensure he had evaded any potential pursuers. During his journey, he passed by an electronics mall, where a television in the display window was broadcasting news. The latest update from the extreme martial arts training camp. Trainee Luo Feng from the Jiangnan Bay City has broken into the top 100 rankings within just a month of entering the camp, setting a new record. The scene shifted to Luo Feng's training, where he deftly manipulated 16 flying daggers to form intricate patterns in the air, effortlessly piercing numerous moving targets. Qin Mo smiled knowingly. Luo Feng truly shone wherever he was. The news continued. On another front, the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School has announced the discovery of a new type of elixir that significantly enhances a martial artist's training speed, reportedly sourced from an anonymous alchemist. Qin Mo's expression shifted slightly. The Thunderbolt Martial Arts School had actually acquired the elixirs he sold? This was a far greater predicament. The safe house was located within an unassuming old apartment building, which, despite its exterior, was equipped with the most advanced security systems. Qin Mo meticulously examined every corner, ensuring safety before retrieving the remaining materials to concoct more elixirs and disposable magical artifacts. Before meeting Lin Tianan tomorrow night, he needed to be thoroughly prepared. If the golden light at the riverbed was indeed related to the primordial chaos, it could potentially be another fragment of inheritance or a relic from that primordial era. Regardless of which it was worth the risk to explore. However, before proceeding with that, Qin Mo extracted a small jade vial from his backpack and poured out the last chi-gathering pill. Tonight, he aimed to attempt a breakthrough into the late Foundation establishment stage, thereby increasing his odds for the impending fierce battle. As the elixir entered his abdomen, the familiar tide of energy surged once again. Qin Mo guided the chaotic primordial force to circulate through his meridians. With each cycle, the energy solidified further. Gradually, he entered a profound state, as if his soul had detached, allowing him to observe his own body from above. Within his dantian, the whirlpool of chaotic primordial energy spun faster and faster, and a tiny golden point of light began to emerge at its center. As the energy continued to compress, the point gradually expanded, ultimately forming a phantom of a golden elixir the size of a grain of rice. This was the embryonic form of the golden elixir? Qin Mo was both astonished and elated. The Chaos Dao scripture recorded that after establishing the foundation, one would enter the golden elixir stage, but typically, one needed to reach the pinnacle of foundation establishment to begin condensing the elixir. How could he, still in the mid-foundation establishment stage, already be seeing the embryonic form of the golden elixir? The sole explanation lies in the unique nature of chaotic primordial energy. This fusion of energies appears to transcend the conventional boundaries of cultivation, allowing him to grasp the mysteries of a higher realm ahead of time. The process of breakthrough persisted until dawn. When Qin Mo opened his eyes once more, the entire room was enveloped in a gentle golden glow. With a mere thought, the aura immediately converged into his body, transforming into an even more solidified phantom of a golden core within his dantian. His power had at least doubled. Clenching his fist, Qin Mo felt the surging energy within him. Now, he possessed the strength to confront even a junior war god. Though he still fell short in the face of a senior war god like Liao, he needed to diligently study defensive formations. Opening his notebook, Qin Mo began to design a portable defensive device that could merge modern technology with primordial formations. If successful, it might save his life in critical moments. As seconds turned into minutes, when the sun dipped below the horizon, Qin Mo finally completed his first prototype. 6 alloy plates inscribed with runes that, when activated, could form a small protective shield. Though its duration was brief, it was sufficient to withstand a full-force strike from a battle general. It was time to set out. Qin Mo meticulously checked his equipment. The Qingfeng sword, 3 explosive primordial pills, which significantly enhanced strength for a short period but came with severe side effects, 6 defensive formation talismans, and 2 smoke bombs. Once satisfied with his preparations, he donned a black cloak and seamlessly blended into the night. The old place mentioned by Lin Tianan was the edge of the wilderness where they had their first special training. Upon arriving, Qin Mo found the moonlight shrouded by dark clouds, casting the surroundings into pitch darkness. Activating his heavenly eye, he quickly detected Lin Tiannan hiding behind a massive rock 100 meters away. To his astonishment, the energy coursing through Lin Tiannan was not primordial energy, but a colder, spirit-like energy. "Come out if you've arrived," Lin Tiannan suddenly called out, his voice considerably deeper than usual. Qin Mo remained vigilant, refraining from approaching recklessly. "Instructor Lin, or should I say, how should I address you?" Emerging from behind the boulder, Lin Tiannan appeared significantly aged under the moonlight. "It seems you have already discerned the truth. Indeed, I am not only a martial artist, but also a bearer of the Primordial Legacy, just like you." A wave of shock surged through Qin Mo, and the Qin Feng sword was instantly drawn. "Prove it to me." With a sigh, Lin Tiannan formed a hand seal, igniting a grayish-white flame in his palm. "This is the Netherworld Ghost Fire, derived from the 9 Nether Demon Sutra. I surmise you practice orthodox Taoist techniques?" Witnessing this supernatural sight, Qin Mo was convinced to a large extent, yet he remained on guard. "What is the golden light at the riverbed? Why do you want to assist me?" "Because time is running short." A flicker of urgency crossed Lin Tiannan's eyes. "Liao has already contacted extraterrestrial forces. They too are in search of the Primordial Legacy. The golden light at the riverbed is a seal, concealing." His words abruptly ceased, his expression shifting dramatically as he forcefully pushed Qin Mo aside. "Be careful." In a flash, a streak of black light pierced through, leaving a gaping wound the size of a basin in Lin Tiannan's chest. "Instructor Lin," Qin Mo gasped, simultaneously activating the defensive formation talismans. The 6 alloy plates shot forth, forming a faint golden shield around him. Bang, bang, bang. 3 successive strikes battered against the protective shield, causing it to tremble violently yet hold its ground. Seizing the moment, Qin Mo propped up Lin Tiannan, whose lips were stained with blood and whose breath was rapidly fading. With great difficulty, Lin Tiannan managed to utter a single name, "Liao." Before the words had fully left his lips, a towering figure descended from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground 10 meters away, stirring a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, a bald man emerged, his countenance grim and his eyes sharp as an eagle's. It was Liao, the high-ranking war god, personally intervening. "At last, I have found you, little mouse." Liao sneered, casually toying with a black projectile in his hand. "Hand over the Honghuang legacy, and I might grant you a swift end." Qin Mo's heart raced, yet he maintained an outward calm. "I do not comprehend your words." Feigning ignorance, Liao waved his hand, and 3 beams of black light shot forth. "Then perish." The defensive shield shattered in response. Qin Mo exerted every ounce of strength to retreat with Lin Tiannan, yet the residual force still sent him flying several meters. The disparity in power was staggering. The might of a high-ranking war god surpassed all expectations. With Lin Tiannan on the brink of death, Qin Mo gritted his teeth and retrieved 3 explosive essence pills, swallowing them all at once. Instantly, a torrent of violent energy erupted within him, the phantom of the golden core spinning wildly, and the chaotic primordial force surged exponentially. "Interesting energy manipulation," Liao remarked, surprise flickering across his face. Without further ado, Qin Mo lifted Lin Tiannan and infused his legs with chaotic primordial energy, launching himself like a cannonball towards the river. This was his sole chance for survival. If the golden light at the riverbed was indeed as Lin Tiannan had described, perhaps hope still lingered. Behind him, Liao's chilling laughter and the sound of slicing air pursued him, death trailing closely. Chapter 7. The Golden Core Thunder Tribulation. The energy unleashed by the explosive essence pills surged through Qin Mo's body like flowing magma, igniting every vein in a searing blaze. Clutching the barely alive Lin Tiannan, he hurtled towards the river at a speed surpassing sound. Behind him, Liao's mocking laughter grew ominously nearer. "Can you truly escape?" A black flash struck Qin Mo's back with ferocious force. The protective spiritual energy shattered instantly, and he coughed up blood, yet he harnessed the impact to propel himself forward. Finally reaching the riverbank. "Hang on." Qin Mo glanced down at Lin Tiannan, whose chest wound had turned the surrounding flesh an eerie gray, his life force flickering like a candle in the wind. The river glimmered coldly under the moonlight. Without hesitation, Qin Mo leapt into the water, activating the chaotic primordial energy to form a protective membrane around his body. The moment he entered the water, he felt a strange pull emanating from the riverbed. It was the golden light. Thinking of fleeing, Liao stood on the bank, coalescing a sphere of pitch-black energy in his hand. "Come out." The energy sphere plunged into the water, erupting the surface into a towering 10-meter-high column of water. The shockwave hurled Qin Mo forcefully towards the riverbed, causing his internal organs to feel as though they had shifted. Yet, this also propelled him closer to the source of the golden light, a seemingly inconspicuous piece of blue stone at the river's center. Suddenly, Lin Tianen opened his eyes. A flush of crimson illuminating his grayish face as if returning from the brink, nine nether connecting to the underworld. With great effort, he formed a peculiar hand seal, grayish-white flames seeping from his fingertips as he pressed them against the blue stone. The surface of the azure stone suddenly illuminated with a myriad of golden runes, forming a complex array. Qin Mo's heavenly eye clearly discerned that these runes were derived from a certain ancient sealing technique recorded in the Hunyuan Daojing. With a thunderous roar, the river water began to whirl, centering around the azure stone to create a massive vortex. A formidable pull drew Qin Mo and Lin Tianen toward the eye of the whirlpool, while Li Yao, on the shore, bellowed in rage, unleashing a series of attacks that were repelled by the vortex. No, Li Yao's roar was the last sound Qin Mo heard before losing consciousness. Darkness. An infinite abyss of darkness enveloped him. Qin Mo felt himself floating in the void, his consciousness flickering between clarity and obscurity. He lost track of time until a beam of golden light pierced through the darkness. Struggling to open his eyes, he found himself lying in a hemispherical stone chamber, with a slowly rotating golden array illuminating the entire space. Instructor Lin. Qin Mo abruptly sat up, causing his entire body to ache painfully. Lin Tianen lay not far away, his chest no longer bleeding, but a grayish hue had spread across his body, his breath faint and nearly imperceptible. At the center of the stone chamber stood a circular altar, upon which floated a fist-sized golden crystal, emanating a heart-stirring energy wave. As Qin Mo's heavenly eye made contact with the crystal, a torrent of vast information surged through him, rendering him dizzy. Was this a legacy crystal from the primordial era? The Hunyuan Daojing mentioned that ancient powers would seal their lifelong learnings within special crystals for future generations to inherit. The energy and knowledge contained within this crystal far surpassed the foundational teachings of the Hunyuan Daojing that he was currently cultivating. Just as Qin Mo intended to approach and examine it, he suddenly experienced a severe palpitation. The side effects of the explosive yuan pills began to manifest, and the chaotic primordial energy within him ran amok, rampaging through his meridians. He collapsed to the ground, his skin cracking, blood seeping continuously. This was dire. The side effects of consuming 3 explosive yuan pills simultaneously exceeded his expectations. Gritting his teeth, he turned his gaze inward, discovering that the golden pill's shadow in his dantian was on the verge of collapse, and the whirlpool of chaotic primordial energy was also beginning to disintegrate. At this rate, he would be dead from severed meridians within an hour. In this desperate situation, Qin Mo looked towards the golden crystal on the altar. Should he take a gamble, or await his demise? Without hesitation, he dragged his battered body toward the altar. Each inch he moved felt like a knife cutting into him, leaving a trail of blood behind. Finally reaching the altar, he summoned his last ounce of strength to extend his hand toward the golden crystal. In that moment of contact, an overwhelming influx of information flooded his mind, accompanied by an exceptionally pure primordial spiritual energy coursing through his arm and into his body. This spiritual energy shared the same origin with the chaotic primordial energy he practiced, yet it was even more ancient and pure. Qin Mo's body swelled like an inflating balloon, and intricate golden patterns emerged upon his skin. The golden array surrounding the altar began to rotate faster, causing the entire stone chamber to tremble. Outside, the previously clear night sky suddenly darkened with dense clouds, thunder rumbling ominously. The energies of heaven and earth within dozens of miles began to violently converge towards the river, forming a visible vortex of energy. Was this a celestial phenomenon? Li Yao, standing on the shore, changed countenance dramatically. Was that boy breaking through? He immediately summoned support through the communicator. All units, be advised, the target may have acquired a primordial relic. Seal off a 50-kilometer radius immediately. Inside the stone chamber, Qin Mo floated in midair. The golden crystal had merged into the palm of his right hand, forming a peculiar mark. The surging energy within him was guided by the primordial spiritual force, beginning to circulate in an orderly fashion. The collapsing phantom of the golden core recongealed, now more solid than before. Crack. It was as if some shackles had been shattered. The minuscule phantom of the golden core within his dantian suddenly solidified, transforming into a tangible golden elixir. Simultaneously, the wounds on his body healed at a visible pace, and his aura surged upward. The golden core stage achieved. Yet, the transformation was not complete. The information contained within the golden crystal was gradually absorbed by Qin Mo, the most significant being the Hunyuan Dao scripture. Specifically the golden core chapter, alongside a divine technique, the 5 elements evaporation technique. Thus, Qin Mo opened his eyes, his pupils entirely transformed into gold. This was the true legacy of the primordial era. He turned his gaze towards the barely conscious Lin Tianen, swiftly appearing by his side. With the qualitative change in spiritual power from reaching the golden core stage, he could now perform some healing spells. Qin Mo formed hand seals, unleashing strands of golden spiritual energy that wove a net over Lin Tiannen's entire body. The grayish-white spread temporarily halted, yet the wounds showed no signs of improvement. Lin Tiannen slightly opened his eyes, his voice faint as a whisper. The nine nether physique requires nether energy. Understanding the implication, Qin Mo attempted to transform a strand of golden core spiritual energy into Yin attribute energy, infusing it into Lin Tiannen. This time, there was an effect. The grayish hue receded slightly. It was effective, but it required time. Suddenly, the entire stone chamber trembled violently, cracks appearing in the golden formation above. A dull explosion echoed from outside. As Li Yao's men forcibly breached the formation, they had to leave this place first. Qin Mo supported Lin Tiannen, recalling the essentials of the 5 elements evaporation technique he had just acquired. This divine technique allowed one to conceal themselves using the essence of the 5 elements. Perfectly suited for the current situation, he chose the water evaporation technique, and the golden core spiritual energy circulated along a specific route, forming a blue light membrane around his body. As the light membrane expanded to envelop Lin Tiannen, Qin Mo focused his mind, and in an instant, the two transformed into a stream of water, penetrating the top of the stone chamber and merging into the river below. On the river's surface, Li Yao was directing a dozen subordinates to bombard the riverbed with various weapons. Suddenly, he sensed an unusual wave of energy and abruptly turned his head towards the downstream direction. There, he shouted, "Pursue!" Utilizing the water evaporation technique, Qin Mo flowed downstream with a speed comparable to that of a fighter jet. However, maintaining the technique consumed immense energy, and the newly attained golden core spiritual power quickly dwindled. 5 kilometers later, he was forced to surface at the edge of a dense forest. They needed a place to heal, as Lin Tiannen was on the brink of collapse. Qin Mo hoisted him onto his back and dashed into the depths of the jungle. After reaching the golden core stage, his physical capabilities were greatly enhanced, even without employing the evaporation technique. His speed far surpassed that of an ordinary warrior of the battle general level. With his third eye fully open, Qin Mo quickly discovered a concealed cave. The cave was dry and ventilated, with an underground river running through it, an ideal hiding place. He placed Lin Tiannen at the innermost part and then retrieved a simple array talisman he carried with him, setting up a concealment formation at the cave's entrance. Though rudimentary, the array was sufficiently potent, in conjunction with the spiritual energy of the golden elixir stage, to obscure typical detection methods. "Instructor Lin, hold on," Qin Mo urged once more, tending to Lin Tiannen's wounds while inquiring, "How did you come to possess the 9 nether demon scripture? And what is that golden crystal?" Lin Tiannen managed a faint smile despite his frailty. "I was once a researcher for the HR Alliance. 2 decades ago, during an excavation of a relic, I inadvertently acquired a fragment of the 9 nether demon scripture." As Lin recounted his tale in fragmented speech, Qin Mo began to piece together the narrative. It turned out that Lin Tiannen had been a core researcher within the HR Alliance, specializing in the study of ancient civilization relics. During one excavation, he discovered a fragment of the 9 nether demon scripture, secretly cultivating it, which led to a significant enhancement of his abilities. But this also aroused the suspicions of Li Yao and his wife. "This river is said to be a battlefield from ancient times. I suspect it harbors primordial relics. Yet I could never locate the entrance." Lin Tiannen coughed, expelling grayish-white blood. "It wasn't until your spiritual energy fluctuations triggered a resonance with the seal that you appeared." Qin Mo suddenly comprehended the situation. No wonder Lin Tiannen had shown him such keen attention. He had already sensed Qin Mo's possession of primordial heritage. Why is Li Yao so obsessed with primordial heritage? Qin Mo posed the pivotal question. A flicker of fear crossed Lin Tiannen's eyes. Because of extraterrestrial forces, they promised to exchange interstellar technology for the primordial relics on Earth. Extraterrestrial forces. Qin Mo's heart jolted. The information provided by Luo Feng had indeed mentioned extraterrestrial relics existing on Earth, but he never anticipated their interest in primordial heritage. Just as he was about to press for further details, Lin Tiannen suddenly convulsed violently, the grayish pallor spreading once again. "This is dire." Qin Mo hastily intensified his output of spiritual energy, yet the effect was minimal this time. Lin Tiannen's vitality was swiftly waning. "Listen well," Lin Tiannen gasped. Grasping Qin Mo's hand with his last ounce of strength, behind Li Yao lies the Nuo Lan Mountain family. They seek the star map beneath the altar at the riverbed. We must not allow them to succeed. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Tiannen's hand fell limply, breath extinguished. "Instructor Lin," Qin Mo exclaimed in despair, but it was already too late. The grayish hue enveloped Lin Tiannen entirely, disintegrating into ashes, leaving behind only a dull ring. Qin Mo stood motionless for an extended period before ultimately stowing the ring away, bowing deeply. Although their acquaintance was brief, Lin Tianen had indeed aided him greatly, sacrificing himself in the process. The keywords Nualan Mountain Family and Star Map echoed in Qin Mo's mind, firmly etched in his memory. Suddenly, the concealment array triggered an alarm. Someone was approaching. Peering through the mountain, Qin Mo observed, 3 kilometers away, a well-equipped team conducting a thorough search. They wielded specialized detectors, frequently adjusting their course. Most striking was the towering 3-meter mechanical armor at the center of the group, emanating energy fluctuations akin to a war god. Technological equipment? Qin Mo furrowed his brow. Such advanced individual armor was rare even in the base city, indicating that Li Yao had indeed mobilized core resources from the HR Alliance. To make matters worse, he sensed reconnaissance drones hovering above, accompanied by dozens of mechanical hounds scouring the ground. At this rate, discovery was merely a matter of time. I must take the initiative. Qin Mo assessed his own condition. Having recently transcended to the Golden Core stage, his realm remains unstable, with spiritual energy dwindling to approximately 60%. Confronting the armored entity head-on offers little chance of success. However, with the aid of the 5 elements escape technique and the celestial eye, he might systematically dismantle it. He retrieved his last 2 smoke bombs and a single electromagnetic pulse grenade, remnants from his stockpile in the safe house. Focusing his mind and regulating his breath, he awaited the opportune moment. 10 minutes later, the search team dispersed, creating a gap between the armor and the main force. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Mo employed the earth escape technique, merging with the mountainside, stealthily approaching the last member of the squad. A faint crack echoed as the soldier's neck was swiftly snapped, unable to sound an alarm. Qin Mo gently laid him down, removing the communicator and grenade before vanishing underground once more. Following the same method, he eliminated 3 additional squad members before being detected. Enemy attack. 3 o'clock direction. A roar erupted from within the armor, as the shoulder-mounted cannon pivoted towards Qin Mo's last known position. Boom. The shell detonated, creating a crater 5 meters in diameter. Yet Qin Mo had long since departed. Utilizing the earth escape technique, he positioned himself directly beneath the armor, springing forth from the ground with ferocity. The azure-edged sword aimed at the joint of the armor. Clang. Sparks flew as the strike merely left a shallow mark. The armor reacted with astounding speed, retaliating with a punch that nearly caught even the golden core level Qin Mo off guard. This armor was at least of mid-level war god caliber. A chill coursed through Qin Mo's veins as he swiftly altered his strategy, opting against direct confrontation and instead employing evasion through the escape technique and terrain. The battle devolved into a stalemate. Qin Mo relied on his agile movements and escape techniques to harass the armor, but was unable to inflict any meaningful damage, while the armor unleashed ferocious firepower yet could not ensnare the elusive opponent. Converge on my position, commanded the armor's pilot, activating the life detection device. Qin Mo felt a surge of dread. Should the enemy concentrate their fire, his operational space would drastically diminish. At that moment, his celestial eye detected an anomaly in the sky. A streak of light approached at an astonishing speed. Was it a person? Before Qin Mo could discern further, the luminescent figure landed at the center of the battlefield, the shockwave uprooting surrounding trees. As the dust settled, a bald man clad in black combat attire emerged. His visage austere, eyes crackling with intensity. Most terrifying of all, his mere presence exuded an overwhelming sense of authority over the very heavens and earth. The armor's pilot trembled. Hong, the master of the extreme martial arts hall. Qin Mo's pupils constricted. Hong, Earth's foremost powerhouse, a being transcending the war god. How could he be here? Hong's gaze swept across the battlefield, briefly resting on Qin Mo before locking onto the armor. The HR Alliance is utilizing S-class weaponry in the wilderness without permission, violating Article 17 of the Warrior-S Covenant. Stand down immediately and submit to investigation. It appeared the armored pilot received some directive, as he abruptly turned to flee. With a disdainful snort, Hong raised his hand in a dismissive gesture. Boom. The armor crumpled as if struck by an invisible giant hand. The pilot within reduced to a mere puddle of flesh before a scream could escape his lips. A chill enveloped Qin Mo's entire being. Was this the true power of Earth's strongest? Before him, the godly armor appeared as mere playthings. Hong turned to Qin Mo, his gaze piercing. You possess anomalous energy fluctuations. Come with me. Qin Mo tightened his grip on the Qin Feng's sword, fully aware that resistance was futile. Yet he refused to succumb passively. At this critical juncture, another figure descended from the heavens. Hong, stop frightening the young one. The newcomer was a towering figure, rugged in appearance, with hair standing on end like steel needles, surrounded by a crackling aura of electricity. The Thunder God, Qin Mo exclaimed. The second strongest individual on Earth, founder of the Thunder Martial Arts School, had also arrived. The Thunder God chuckled heartily, surveying Qin Mo. Kid, you've stirred quite a commotion. The energies of the entire East China region have been agitated. Hong frowned slightly. He exhibits fluctuations akin to relic energy. A thorough investigation is necessary. Respected elders. Qin Mo inhaled deeply, deciding to take a risk. I have indeed acquired an ancient legacy, but it is not of extraterrestrial origin. On the contrary, Liao is currently gathering primal relics from Earth for the Nuo Lan Mountain family. Hong and the Thunder God exchanged glances, their expressions turning serious. The Nuo Lan Mountain family? The Thunder God's smile faded. Are you certain? Qin Mo nodded. Producing the dusty ring left by Lin Tiannan. This belonged to Minter Lin Tiannan. He was murdered by Liao for uncovering the secret. Hong took the ring, probing its contents with his mental energy. After a moment, his expression shifted. There is encrypted data that requires analysis back at our headquarters. He looked at Qin Mo. You will accompany us to the Extreme Martial Arts School. If your claims are true, you shall receive the school's protection. Qin Mo hesitated. Accompanying the two strongest warriors was undoubtedly the safest choice, yet it also meant the complete exposure of his secrets. Just then, the heavenly eye suddenly detected a rapidly approaching energy signal in the distance. Liao. And he was not alone. 3 other formidable auras accompanied him. Be cautious. Liao is coming. Qin Mo warned urgently. Hong and the Thunder God seemed to sense it as well, simultaneously turning towards the east. Interesting. The Thunder God flexed his wrists, the crackling of electricity resonating. It appears I shall have the opportunity to stretch my limbs today. Hong then instructed Qin Mo succinctly, stand behind us. Regardless of what transpires, do not stray beyond 10 meters. In the distance, 4 dark figures rapidly magnified against the horizon. Qin Mo tightened his grip on the Qing Feng sword, channeling all his golden core spiritual energy. He sensed that a battle, pivotal to the fate of Earth, was about to commence, and he stood at the eye of the storm. Chapter 8. Healing in the Cave. Boom. Amidst the deafening explosion, Qin Mo felt enveloped by a gentle, yet irresistible force. As his vision cleared, he found himself standing atop an unfamiliar mountain peak. In the distance, 4 distinct colors of energy clashed and intertwined. Even from dozens of kilometers away, the shockwaves caused the ground beneath him to tremble slightly. Stop looking. That level of battle is beyond your current capabilities. Qin Mo abruptly turned to see a young man clad in a white training outfit standing behind him. Seemingly appearing out of nowhere, the youth possessed an unremarkable visage, yet his eyes sparkled with brilliance akin to stars, as if they could pierce through the very fabric of reality. You are, he stated, I am Bingshan, a disciple of Hong, tasked with escorting you to a secure location. His tone was unembellished, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Follow me. For a fleeting moment, Qin Mo hesitated, casting a glance back towards the battlefield. The clash of 4 godlike warriors had transformed the very heavens above, with swirling dark clouds accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. While blinding beams of energy occasionally pierced through the tumultuous sky, the remains of Lin Tiannan have been taken care of, Bingshan interjected. Master instructed me to convey the significance of this matter. He extended a time-worn silver ring towards Qin Mo. Upon accepting it, Qin Mo employed his spiritual sight and immediately discerned a small spatial chamber within the ring, a storied artifact mentioned in ancient tomes. Delving deeper into the ring, he discovered approximately 3 cubic meters of space, meticulously arranged with Lin Tiannan's belongings, several vials of elixirs, and a black metallic box. To his astonishment, the Qing Feng sword was among the items, its blade adorned with several golden markings, seemingly refined by Hong. Thank you, Qin Mo replied solemnly, adorning the ring on the index finger of his left hand. This storage ring not only resolved the issue of carrying belongings, but, more critically, preserved the clues left by Lin Tiannan. Bingshan nodded and began to descend the mountain. In 5 minutes, an invisible aircraft will arrive to retrieve us. Prior to that, feel free to inquire, though I cannot guarantee all questions will be answered. Qin Mo swiftly matched Bingshan's pace. Contemplating the most pressing question, can Senior Hong and Senior Thunder God contend with Li Yao and his cohorts? Master and Senior Thunder God are the only 2 beings on Earth who transcend even the God of War. Li Yao is merely a high-level God of War. Even with assistance, he poses no substantial threat, Bingshan replied, his tone laced with unwavering confidence. Then why the urgency to depart? Bingshan paused momentarily. Because of the Nuo Lanshan family, this revelation tightened Qin Mo's chest. It appeared that both Hong and Thunder God were cognizant of the peril posed by this extraterrestrial force. Where are we headed? To the headquarters. Bingshan glanced at his watch. Upon arrival, Master will personally converse with you. Now, close your eyes as Qin Mo lowered his eyelids. He was suddenly enveloped by a sensation of weightlessness, followed swiftly by the hum of engines. When he reopened his eyes, he found himself within the sleek confines of an aircraft. Through the porthole, he beheld the battlefield receding rapidly below. The aircraft moved with astonishing velocity, traversing over 1,000 kilometers in less than half an hour, landing at the global headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, Hongning Base City. This modern metropolis was entirely under the aegis of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, with the iconic 9-story edifice, the Tower of Extremity, standing at its center. The aircraft descended directly onto the rooftop platform, and Bingshan guided Qin Mo through several security checkpoints, ultimately leading him to a modest meditation chamber. "Wait here," Bingshan instructed before departing. The meditation chamber spanned approximately 20 square meters, devoid of any furnishings save for a single mat. Qin Mo settled upon the mat, attempting to channel his chaotic primordial energy to heal himself. The internal injuries sustained from his battle with Li Yao were considerable, compounded by the forced breakthrough to the Golden Core stage, resulting in multiple damages to his meridians. As he immersed himself in his cultivation, the door to the quiet room opened silently. Hong and Thunder God entered, one after the other, both emanating an aura of residual killing intent, yet evidently unscathed. Li Yao had fled. Hong wasted no time, stating that extraterrestrial technology had come to his aid. Thunder God, rather boisterously, took a seat across from Qin Mo, adding that Li Yao's 3 accomplices were far less fortunate. 2 had their powers crippled by Hong, and 1 had his head crushed by a single punch from him. Qin Mo swallowed hard. The mention of high-ranking warriors by these 2 made them seem like mere trifles easily disposed of. "Let us discuss serious matters," Hong said. Sitting cross-legged and fixing his piercing gaze upon Qin Mo, "Demonstrate your unique energy." Faced with the mightiest on earth, concealment had become futile. Qin Mo extended his right hand, palm up, summoning chaotic primordial energy to coalesce into a walnut-sized sphere of golden gray energy. Both Hong and Thunder God displayed expressions of astonishment. Thunder God could not resist reaching out to touch it. The sparks dancing across the sphere's surface elicited a raised eyebrow from him. "Fascinating. It possesses the characteristics of primordial energy, yet also embodies some ancient energy properties." Hong Wang's spiritual energy, Hong intoned gravely. "I have encountered similar descriptions in an ancient civilization's ruins." Qin Mo, from whence did your inheritance originate? After a moment's deliberation, Qin Mo opted for partial transparency from an altar at the bottom of a river, which contained a golden crystal. He refrained from divulging specific details about the primordial Tao scriptures. Hong exchanged a glance with Thunder God before producing Lin Tiannan's ring from his pocket. "The data within this ring has been decrypted. Li Yao is indeed working for the Nolan Mountain family, who are in search of scattered Hongwang relics across the earth." "Star maps?" Qin Mo recalled Lin Tiannan's dying words. "Not merely star maps." Hong shook his head. "According to the information, the Nolan Mountain family believes that Earth is the legacy of some ancient super-civilization, concealing secrets capable of altering the cosmic order." Thunder God interjected, "The question remains, why have these extraterrestrial scoundrels only now chosen to act? Earth has been known to cosmic civilizations for decades." "Because of timing," Hong explained. "Lin Tiannan's data indicates that the Nolan Mountain family has foreseen, through some prophecy, that the seals of Hongwang on Earth will soon begin to open. They must control all relics before that occurs." A tremor coursed through Qin Mo. Was the opening of the altar at the river's bottom the commencement of this prophecy? "Your current situation is perilous." Hong fixed his gaze on Qin Mo. "Li Yao has confirmed that you possess the Hongwang inheritance, and the Nolan Mountain family will not spare you. I have 2 proposals. First, remain in Hongning Base City, where I will personally guide your cultivation. Second," Hong paused, "seek refuge in a location where Li Yao could never find you, allowing you to grow in secrecy." Qin Mo fell into contemplation. The first option was undoubtedly the safest, yet it would mean complete exposure of his secrets. The second option bore greater risks, but offered more freedom. "May I take some time to consider?" "Certainly, but time is of the essence." Hong rose to his feet. "Provide me with your decision in 3 days." Ice Mountain would escort him to a temporary residence. Leaving the Extreme Limit Tower, Ice Mountain drove Qin Mo to a lakeside villa. The surroundings were picturesque, and security was stringent, a residence designated for high-ranking members of the martial arts community. The communication devices have been meticulously prepared, with the utmost encryption level. Iceberg gestured towards a specially crafted computer in the study, assuring that contact with the outside world could be made safely, provided the specific location remained undisclosed. After expressing his gratitude, Qin Mo commenced his task, powering on the computer and logging into the encrypted communication software to send a message to Luo Feng, secure. Important intelligence to share. In less than a minute, Luo Feng replied, connecting to secure line. Soon, Luo Feng's image materialized on the screen, appearing significantly more mature than a month prior, his gaze sharper and more discerning. With the elite training camp dormitory as his backdrop. Are you all right? Luo Feng asked in a hushed tone. There are rumors from Jiangnan Bay City that Li Yao is pursuing you, with your life in jeopardy. I sustained some injuries, but I have made a breakthrough. Qin Mo replied succinctly, I am currently in a safe location. How about you? I've ranked within the top 50. Luo Feng's lips curved into a faint smile before his expression turned serious again. I have uncovered some intelligence regarding Li Yao. He and his wife, Wanina, have recently been in frequent contact with extraterrestrial merchants, procuring a substantial amount of high-end equipment. Qin Mo proceeded to relay the information contained within Lin Tiannan's ring, along with his own knowledge, including the Norlan Mountain family's covetous interest in the primal relics. Luo Feng's countenance grew increasingly grave. The situation is more dire than anticipated. I found a document in the training camp library mentioning 9 ancient seals on Earth. The altar at the river's bottom may be one of them. Ninth. A jolt coursed through Qin Mo's mind. Where are the other 8? The information is incomplete, but one may be near City 003. Luo Feng glanced at the time. I've applied for a 3-day outdoor training opportunity, which would be perfect for exploration. Would you like to join me? After a moment's contemplation, Qin Mo nodded. Certainly. But we must first shake off any potential surveillance. Here's our plan. The two engaged in a thorough discussion regarding the rendezvous location, timing, code words, and contingency plans. Despite the physical distance between them, their coordination felt as seamless as that of longtime comrades. Upon concluding the call, Qin Mo retrieved the items from his storage ring and examined them one by one. Lin Tiannan's remnants primarily consisted of research notes and personal belongings, among which a coded diary captured his attention. The diary's password was relatively simple to decipher, revealing the date Lin Tiannan acquired the 9 nether demon scriptures. The content astonished Qin Mo. It turned out Lin Tiannan had once been Li Yao's most trusted aide, having jointly unearthed an ancient relic 2 decades ago. However, upon discovering the truth of the catastrophic calamity recorded within the relic, Lin Tiannan chose to conceal critical information and covertly undermine Li Yao's connections with extraterrestrial forces. Li Yao had been ensnared by the Norlan Mountain family, and their promised eternal life technology was, in fact, a form of mental enslavement. They must be prevented from acquiring the star keys among the 9 seals. Otherwise, Earth would inevitably face a fate akin to the devastation of the Primal Era. Qin Mo closed the diary, his mood heavy with the weight of the revelations. The situation was far more complex than he had imagined, intertwining not only his personal survival but the fate of the entire planet. The black metal box was introduced by Hong Feng. Upon opening it, 12 palm-sized silver metal plates were meticulously arranged inside. Each plate bore intricate engravings on its surface, with edges designed for interconnection. A formation disc? Qin Mo recognized the object. In the legacy of the Primordial Era, the array disc serves as a pre-engraved, portable vessel for array formation, which merely requires activation for use, thus eliminating the cumbersome process of setting up on-site. He attempted to infuse chaotic primordial energy into a metal plate, causing the intricate patterns to illuminate with a radiant blue glow, forming a translucent barrier before him. The strength of this barrier was formidable, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a novice war god. What a remarkable treasure! Qin Mo's eyes sparkled with delight. The efficacy of these array discs would be significantly enhanced when used in conjunction. Hong's gift evidently supported his choice of the second path, embarking on solitary cultivation. For the next 2 days, Qin Mo remained indoors, diligently healing and consolidating his golden core cultivation. The celestial energy in Hongning Bay City was several times more abundant than that in Jiangnan Bay City, making training remarkably efficient. By the 3rd day, his internal injuries had largely healed, and his chaotic primordial energy had become even more refined. In the evening, while Qin Mo was engrossed in exploring the integration of modern technology with primordial array techniques, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura approaching. In the next moment, Hong appeared silently within the room. Have you made your decision? Hong inquired directly. Qin Mo rose respectfully and bowed. I wish to cultivate independently, but I require your support. Hong seemed to have anticipated this, nodding slightly, a wise choice. Flowers in a greenhouse cannot withstand storms. He produced a black token from his robe. It was the esteemed Black Dragon token of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Holding this token grants access to certain resources and intelligence networks of the Academy, but can only be used 3 times within a year. Qin Mo accepted it solemnly. The token felt icy to the touch, with a coiled black dragon depicted on one side and the characters for Extreme Limit engraved on the reverse. And this, Hong added, offering a silver bracelet. A quantum communicator that connects directly to me, with an encryption level 10 times higher than what you currently possess. Thank you, esteemed elder, Qin Mo expressed his sincere gratitude. These tools would significantly enhance his survival capabilities. Hong gazed deeply at Qin Mo. The legacy of the primordial era is no trivial matter. Tread carefully. Furthermore, he paused. That child Luo Feng is quite capable. You may support each other. Qin Mo's heart raced. Hong was aware of his connection with Luo Feng. It seemed that in the face of the extreme martial arts academy, true secrets were a rarity. After Hong departed, Qin Mo immediately began to pack his belongings. He planned to discreetly leave Hongning Bay City that very night and rendezvous with Luo Feng in City 003. However, before that, there was one more task to accomplish: the refinement of the explosive primordial pill. From Lin Tiannan's notes, Qin Mo discovered a modified formula for the explosive primordial pill, boasting enhanced effects with reduced side effects. All the necessary materials were within his storage ring. Only the final step of refinement remained. In front of the temporary alchemical furnace in the basement, Qin Mo focused intently on controlling the heat. This refinement was more meticulous than any previous attempt, as the modified explosive primordial pill demanded rigorous precision in timing and temperature. 3 hours later, a crisp humming sound emanated from the furnace. Upon opening it, 5 crimson pills, each the size of a dragon's eye, lay at the bottom, their surfaces adorned with golden patterns, emanating a sharp aroma. Success! Qin Mo carefully stored the pills in a jade vial. These explosive primordial pills would elevate his strength to the mid-golden core stage within a short period, serving as a crucial safeguard for his life. Everything was in readiness. As night descended, Qin Mo activated a cloaking array and stealthily departed from the villa. Iceberg had arranged a mode of transportation at the outskirts of the base city, a modified all-terrain motorcycle, swift and nearly soundless. City 003 lay to the northeast, a distance of 200 kilometers. Iceberg handed over a chip containing a detailed route map and coordinates for several safe houses. After expressing his gratitude, Qin Mo revved the motorcycle and ventured into the wilderness, with the full extent of his golden core perception engaged. His heavenly eye remained vigilant for any potential threats in the surroundings. The night wind howled through the desolation, yet a profound tranquility enveloped Qin Mo's heart. Despite the inherent dangers of this venture, he was no longer alone. He had Luo Feng, a trustworthy companion, and the covert support of Hong He and the extreme martial arts school. More importantly, his understanding of the primordial heritage deepened. The various supernatural abilities documented in the Golden Core chapter of the Hunyuan Dao Jing were now within his grasp, particularly the 5 elements escape technique, which would prove invaluable in combat. 3 hours later, Qin Mo paused for rest at an abandoned gas station, the first waypoint he had marked. With 800 kilometers still to City 003, in the shadows of the station, a pair of crimson electronic eyes flickered to life. Chapter 9, The Convergence of Twin Stars. The ruins of City 003 appeared particularly desolate under the setting sun. This forsaken metropolis, a relic of the cataclysm, had become a haven for monsters. Concealed within a partially collapsed skyscraper, Qin Mo utilized his heavenly eye to survey the activity within a 5-kilometer radius. With 2 hours remaining until his rendezvous with Luo Feng, he had arrived early to scout for possible ambushes. Since departing from Hongning Bay City, he had already encountered 3 attacks, 2 from mechanical hunters dispatched by Li Yao and 1 from bandits of the wasteland. A faint vibration emanated from the communicator on his wrist. It was an encrypted signal from Luo Feng. Arrived early, 2 kilometers southeast, anomalous energy readings detected. Qin Mo immediately shifted his gaze. His heavenly eye penetrated layers of concrete, revealing Luo Feng's figure in a square 2 kilometers away. Clad in the standard combat attire of the elite training camp, Luo Feng was surrounded by 12 hovering throwing knives, examining a peculiar device on the ground. What caught Qin Mo's attention even more was the tall figure shrouded in a black cloak, standing behind Luo Feng, emanating a disquieting energy wave. Hadn't they agreed to meet alone? Qin Mo furrowed his brow, but resolved to make his presence known. He employed the earth escape technique, soundlessly merging with the wall and swiftly traversing the interior of the building. Moments later, he emerged at the edge of the square. Luo Feng. Qin Mo maintained a safe distance while warily observing the cloaked figure. Luo Feng turned, a rare smile gracing his face. You arrived just in time. We've discovered something. He gestured towards the ground, indicating a concealed entrance leading to an underground facility. The energy readings suggested. Wait, Qin Mo interrupted, his gaze fixed on the cloaked figure. Who is this? The cloaked figure suddenly laughed, the voice unexpectedly youthful. Quite the alertness you possess. He lifted his hood, revealing a chiseled visage. I am Yao Lao, one of Hong's 3 elite guards. Qin Mo relaxed slightly, yet remained vigilant. Has Senior Hong sent you to monitor us? To protect, or rather to evaluate, Yao Lao replied nonchalantly. The Master Hong wishes to ascertain whether you two younglings can truly find the ancient seal. He kicked the metallic plate on the ground. It appears you do possess some skill. Luo Feng explained. Senior Yaolao has been observing me since the training camp. When I applied for external training, he voluntarily offered to accompany me. Qin Mo nodded and approached the entrance they had discovered. His heavenly eye pierced through the metal plate, revealing a staircase leading underground, ending at a peculiar metal door adorned with strange patterns. This structure indeed bears the hallmark of the primordial era, Qin Mo affirmed. But the seal on the door is formidable and requires a special method to unlock. This might prove useful. Luo Feng retrieved an ancient bronze compass from his backpack. Discovered in the ruins of the ancient civilization within the training camp, it reacts to specific energies. As Qin Mo took the compass, he immediately felt his chaotic primal energy resonate with it. The needle at the center whirled frantically before ultimately pointing towards the underground entrance. A remarkable artifact. Qin Mo's eyes sparkled. This should be a spirit-seeking compass from the primordial era, specifically designed to locate nodes of spiritual energy. He turned to Yaolao. Senior, would you care to descend with us? Yaolao waved his hand dismissively. My task is to remain on the surface. You two younglings can manage on your own. Should danger arise, I will sense it. With this response, Qin Mo felt an increased trust in Yaolao. If he had intended to seize the relics, he could easily find an excuse to join them. Luo Feng utilized his mental power to shift the heavy metal plate aside, revealing the staircase leading downward. The two cautiously descended one after the other, with Qin Mo leading the way, his heavenly eye fully activated to detect any potential traps. At the bottom of the stairs, the patterns on the metal door glimmered faintly in the darkness. Upon closer inspection, Qin Mo recognized it as an ancient ceiling formation, remarkably similar to the one on the altar at the riverbed. It required primordial spiritual energy to activate. Qin Mo pressed his palm against the center of the door, slowly infusing it with chaotic primal energy. The patterns illuminated one by one, ultimately forming a complete circular design. A muffled sound of mechanisms activating emanated from within, and the door gradually slid open to either side. A wave of stale air rushed forth, mingled with a distinct metallic scent. Behind the door lay a circular hall, its walls adorned with intricate murals, and at the center floated a crystal orb the size of a basketball, radiating a gentle blue light. As soon as Luo Feng stepped into the hall, his body stiffened, and he crouched down, clutching his head. There's a mental assault. Thanks to the protective awareness granted by his golden core phase, Qin Mo was less affected. He immediately positioned himself in front of Luo Feng, while simultaneously scanning the entire hall with his heavenly eye. Powerful mental fluctuations surrounded the crystal orb, seemingly repelling intruders. Hold on, I will decipher this, Qin Mo declared, retrieving the Qing Feng sword from his storage ring. He swiftly inscribed a rudimentary formation on the ground. This was the calming array recorded in the Hunyuan Dao scripture, capable of providing a degree of resistance against mental attacks. As the formation was completed, Luo Feng let out a long sigh of relief. Cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Such a formidable mental pressure is tenfold stronger than that of the illusion chamber in the training camp. This must be some form of selection mechanism, Qin Mo analyzed. Only those with sufficient mental strength can approach the crystal ball. A spark of determination flickered in Luo Feng's eyes. This is the perfect opportunity to test my progress. He rose to his feet, his eyes gently closed, and a powerful wave of mental energy emanated from within him. 16 flying daggers simultaneously levitated, forming a peculiar arrangement. The two cautiously approached the crystal ball. As they drew nearer, the mental pressure increased exponentially. When they were 5 meters away, Qin Mo had to exert all his effort to resist with chaotic primordial energy. While Luo Feng's complexion turned pale, yet his gaze grew increasingly sharp. Just a bit closer, Luo Feng gritted his teeth. At the moment they were about to touch the crystal ball, Qin Mo suddenly felt a jolt of alarm and turned sharply. Someone is coming. There's a battle on the ground. Almost simultaneously, a seductive roar echoed from below. Liao, how dare you? The explosion reverberated, shaking the entire underground hall. Qin Mo and Luo Feng exchanged glances and immediately dashed back. As they reached the staircase, a shadow crashed down heavily. It was the seductive figure. His black cloak was tattered, a charred fist imprint marred his chest, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Hurry! The seductive figure struggled to stand. Li Yao and his wife, along with 2 alien warriors, have set a trap for us. Before he could finish speaking, 4 figures appeared at the top of the stairs. Leading them was Li Yao, clad in black armor, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Beside him was his wife, Vanina, golden-haired and blue-eyed, wielding a silver whip. Following them were 2 unfamiliar faces, one with pale blue skin and the other with a third eye on his forehead, clearly not of Earth. Found you, little mice. Li Yao sneered. This time, let us see who can save you. Qin Mo instantly assessed the situation. The seductive figure was severely injured, and all 4 adversaries were of high-level warrior caliber. A direct confrontation held no chance of victory. The only hope lies in Luo Feng. Buy me 30 seconds. Qin Mo whispered, quickly retreating to the center of the hall. Luo Feng understood. The 16 daggers swiftly formed a defensive configuration, blocking the staircase. Senior seductive. Retreat to the back. Li Yao sneered dismissively. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. With a wave of his hand, a dark wave of energy surged forth. Luo Feng's eyes suddenly shone with silver light. The formation of daggers shifted, successfully deflecting most of the energy wave. The residual force still sent him stumbling back several meters. But he had indeed blocked the attack. A mentalist? How intriguing. Vanina licked her lips. Let me have some fun. With a flick of her whip. The shadow of the whip slithered through the air like a venomous serpent. Luo Feng exerted all his strength to control the daggers in defense. But Vanina's strength far surpassed that of the opponents in the training camp, and after just a few exchanges, he found himself in perilous situations. The seductive figure managed to join the battle, but his injuries were severe, limiting him to a mere distraction. In the center of the hall, Qin Mo stood before the crystal ball, his hands rapidly forming seals. He was casting the 5 elements exorcism seal recorded in the Golden Elixir chapter of the Honyuan Dao Sutra, a high-level spell specifically designed to counter evil entities, consuming immense energy yet wielding extraordinary power. As the hand seal was completed, chaotic primordial energy surged wildly into Qin Mo's hands, forming a radiant 5-colored halo before his chest. Gold, green, blue, red, and yellow, 5 colors that symbolize the powers of the 5 elements, circulate and emit a terrifying fluctuation. Luo Feng, get down. Upon hearing the warning, Luo Feng and the enchanting figure immediately dove to the sides. Qin Mo thrust his hands forward, and the 5-colored light wheel howled forth, expanding rapidly to fill the entire passage in an instant. Li Yao's face changed dramatically. Primordial spell. Quickly evade. But it was too late. The light wheel struck the 4, unleashing a blinding brilliance. Vanina and the 2 alien war gods were blasted away, crashing heavily against the wall. Li Yao braced himself with his battle armor, but he was forced back repeatedly, cracks appearing on the surface of his armor. Now, Qin Mo bellowed, seizing the opportunity. Luo Feng directed all his flying daggers toward the weakest of the 3-eyed aliens. The telekinetic energy enveloping the daggers suddenly sharpened, piercing through the god-level defenses and directly puncturing the adversary's throat. Damn insects! Li Yao roared in fury, black mist swirling around him as his aura surged. I will tear you to shreds. A sense of dread enveloped Qin Mo. The 5 elements demon suppression seal had consumed 70% of his spiritual energy, yet it had only eliminated 1 foe. Li Yao appeared to possess further trump cards. Once more, Luo Feng gritted his teeth and stood up, the flying daggers hovering once again. However, Qin Mo discerned that Luo Feng had reached his limit. Blood was continuously oozing from the corners of his mouth, a clear sign of mental exhaustion. Vanina and the remaining alien war gods also regained their footing, encircling the 3. The enchanting figure attempted to intervene, but was struck aside by Vanina's whip, crashing against the wall and losing consciousness. In this dire situation, Qin Mo suddenly felt a pulling force emanating from the crystal ball. Turning to look, he saw that the crystal ball had inexplicably transformed into a crimson hue, with patterns resembling those of Luo Feng's bronze compass appearing on its surface. Luo Feng, touch the crystal ball. A sudden flash of inspiration struck Qin Mo as he seized Luo Feng and dashed toward the center of the hall. Li Yao recognized their intention and charged forward with a furious roar. You shall not. At the critical moment, both Qin Mo and Luo Feng simultaneously made contact with the crystal ball. In an instant, a vast, oceanic wave of psychic energy swept through the subterranean space. The movements of Li Yao and the others froze abruptly, as if the play button had been pressed. Qin Mo felt his consciousness being drawn into a peculiar realm. Surrounding him was an endless starry sky, with a humanoid figure composed of starlight suspended before him. Qualified inheritor detected. Primordial bloodline confirmed. Initiating final authorization procedure. The starlight figure emitted a mechanical voice, while 2 beams of light shot forth towards Qin Mo and Luo Feng. A deluge of information flooded Qin Mo's mind. The crystal ball was a terminal of inheritance from the primordial era, containing 1/9 of the Earth star key and foundational cultivation knowledge. Earth had once been a bastion of a super civilization during the primordial era, with 9 seals safeguarding the core heritage of that civilization. The day the star keys are gathered, the primordial will re-emerge, was the final message of the information stream. When Qin Mo regained his senses, he found that the crystal ball had vanished, replaced by a blue crystalline key floating in the air. Luo Feng, in turn, held a silver orb in his hand, adorned with swirling star patterns. The star key. A glint of greed ignited in Li Yao's eyes. Hand it over. As the frozen state dissolved, the battle erupted once more. However, this time, Qin Mo and Luo Feng felt entirely different. The Star Key and Silver Pearl were channeling pure energy to the two. Qin Mo's chaotic primordial force rapidly rejuvenated, becoming even more refined than before, while Luo Feng's mental prowess surged to an unprecedented level. United in purpose, Qin Mo unsheathed his Qin Feng sword, its blade radiating with a brilliant golden light. Luo Feng nodded. As 16 flying daggers formed a peculiar arrangement, their blades entwined with silvery luminescence. Simultaneously, Li Yao's dark energy clashed with Venina's whip strikes. Qin Mo swiftly redirected his sword, unleashing a sweeping arc of sword chi that effortlessly neutralized both attacks. The flying daggers, akin to meteors, hurtled towards the blue-skinned alien with such velocity that it had no time to react. Thump, thump, thump. 3 daggers pierced through the alien's forehead, heart, and dantian, resulting in its instantaneous demise. How could this be? Li Yao was both astonished and enraged, recalling their earlier encounter. Before he could finish his thought, the entire underground hall shook violently, the ceiling beginning to collapse. The seals were broken, and the self-destruction sequence of the facility initiated with a mechanical roar. Let us go? Qin Mo exclaimed, grasping the unconscious Yao Lao, while Luo Feng commanded the flying daggers to forge a path as the trio rushed towards the exit. Li Yao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately retreated under Venina's insistence. The two groups surged out of the underground facility, followed by the thunderous sound of collapsing debris. On the surface, the sun had completely set, replaced by a starry sky. Just as Qin Mo placed Yao Lao in a secure location, he sensed a terrifying killing intent locking onto him. Hand over the star key. Li Yao, clad in a silver battle armor, exuded an aura several times more powerful than before, nearly matching the might of Hong and Thor, threatening, "Otherwise, I will make you wish you were never born." Venina had also assumed a combat stance, transforming her whip into dual swords, her eyes shimmering with a frenzied light. Qin Mo gripped the star key tightly, sensing the immense energy it contained. If he were to forcibly absorb it, he might temporarily ascend to the late Golden Core stage, but the consequences would be unpredictable. At that critical moment, the sky suddenly illuminated as if it were midday. 2 figures descended from above, akin to divine beings. Li Yao, you have greatly disappointed me. Hong's voice was calm, yet laced with a chilling intent. Thor was more direct, collaborating with aliens to harm your own kind. Are you even human? The emergence of Earth's 2 paramount beings instantly altered the dynamics of the situation. Li Yao's expression shifted multiple times before he finally ground his teeth and declared, Hong, you have no comprehension of the vastness of the universe. The Narantian family has promised us immortality and power, while you remain stagnant. Hong shook his head. Producing a chip, this contains your communications with the Narantian family, including evidence of your betrayal of Earth's interests. The Global Council has passed a resolution to issue a warrant for your arrest along with Venina. Venina's complexion turned ashen. No, this cannot be. In a final ultimatum, Thor clenched his fist, surrounded by crackling electricity, stating, surrender and face judgment, or die. Suddenly, Li Yao erupted into maniacal laughter. Judgment? You think this is the end? He pressed a button on his armor, exclaiming, the Narantian fleet is already en route. Earth will ultimately submit. The armor emitted a dazzling blue light from its back as Li Yao pulled Venina into the sky, their speed so swift that even Hong and Thunder God were unable to intervene. Shall we pursue? Thunder God furrowed his brow. Hong shook his head. Let us first address the matter at hand. He turned to Qin Mo and Luo Feng, his gaze resting on the star key and the silver pearl. It appears you have discovered something remarkable. A month later, at the pinnacle of the Extreme Tower in Hong Ning Base City, Qin Mo and Luo Feng stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing down upon the entire city. In recent weeks, much had transpired. The global parliament had passed the Alien Defense Act. Major nations began to share technology, and Hong and Thunder God spearheaded the formation of the Earth Guardian Alliance. As the youngest members, Qin Mo and Luo Feng had joined, and although Li Yao and his wife had escaped, the intelligence they left behind had prepared Earth to confront the Norlon family. Tomorrow, the new martial arts system will be announced. Are you nervous? Luo Feng inquired. Qin Mo smiled slightly, a bit. The idea of merging the Honghuang cultivation method with modern martial arts is quite audacious. With the support of Hong and Thunder God, Qin Mo decided to publicly disclose part of the Honghuang heritage, collaborating with Luo Feng to develop a new system suitable for widespread cultivation. The knowledge contained within the star key made him realize that, in the face of the impending cosmic powers, Earth must swiftly enhance its overall strength. By the way here, take this. Luo Feng extracted the silver pearl from his bosom, revealing that research indicated it was connected to his star key. Upon receiving the silver pearl, Qin Mo indeed sensed a resonance between the two. When the star key and the silver pearl drew near, they unexpectedly fused, forming a new crystal, interwoven with blue and silver hues. It seems we need to locate the other 7 seals, Qin Mo pondered, recalling that Senior Hong had mentioned the next one might lie within the Bermuda Triangle. Excitement sparkled in Luo Feng's eyes. When shall we depart? After the new martial arts system stabilizes, Qin Mo replied, as he divided the fused crystal in two, returning the silver portion to Luo Feng. Before that, we must first contend with the cosmic genius battle. Hong had already revealed that the genius battle hosted by the Virtual Universe Company was imminent, presenting a formal opportunity for Earth's civilization to debut on the cosmic stage. At this, Luo Feng suddenly chuckled. The folks at the training camp were stunned to hear that you would participate in the selection as a special advisor. Qin Mo laughed along. Over the past month, his strength had surged remarkably, stabilizing in the mid-golden elixir stage. Coupled with the synthesis of Hong Huang's spells and modern technology, he could easily defeat an ordinary battle god. If he were to harness the power of the star key, he could even contend with formidable beings like Hong for a brief period. As the sun dipped below the horizon, cloaking the city in a golden hue, the two young men stood side by side, gazing at the distant horizon. How strong will we become? Luo Feng suddenly asked. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Mo provided an answer that drew hearty laughter from Luo Feng. Strong enough for the universe to remember Earth's name. Chapter 10. The Stargate's Sudden Change. At 6:27 a.m. in Hongning Bay City, Qin Mo was training in the gravity chamber of the Extreme Martial Arts Headquarters, the chaotic primordial force flowing ceaselessly through his meridians. Since the fusion of the star key fragment, intricate starry patterns have emerged on the surface of his golden core, allowing him to absorb minute amounts of cosmic energy with each cycle of the celestial rotation. Suddenly, an unusual tremor surged through his dantian. Qin Mo's eyes flew open, revealing the starry patterns on his golden core emitting a blinding blue light, resonating with the star key fragment suspended before his chest. Concurrently, the equipment within the gravity chamber began to flicker erratically. Alert! Spatial fluctuations detected. The AI's voice rang out urgently. Coordinates, 32. 2N, 118. 7E, altitude 3,000 meters. As Qin Mo dashed out of the gravity chamber, chaos reigned above the city base. Dozens of fighter jets scrambled into the sky, and air raid sirens echoed throughout the city. He looked up, his pupils constricting sharply. In the azure sky, a purple vortex, exceeding 100 meters in diameter, was slowly taking shape. Lightning crackled at its center, where starlight swirled, resembling a cosmic eye gradually opening. A wormhole. An artificial wormhole. A researcher stumbled through the corridor, exclaiming, "This technology is at least of second-tier civilization standard." Just then, Qin Mo's communicator vibrated urgently. It was a summons from Hong. Without hesitation, he summoned his Qin Feng sword and soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of azure light racing toward the Tower of Extremity. 3 minutes later, Qin Mo landed on the platform at the tower's summit. Hong and Thor stood there, fully armed, flanked by all the god-level masters from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Everyone gazed up at the ever-expanding spatial vortex, their expressions grave. "This is not the style of the Norlon family," Hong remarked steadily. Their wormhole technology would be accompanied by green radiation patterns. Thor clenched his fists, electricity coursing across his skin. "Should I fire a thunder cannon to test the waters?" "Wait." Hong raised his hand to halt him, noting the absence of hostility from the other side. He cast a meaningful glance at Qin Mo. "Your star key is reacting, is it not?" A jolt coursed through Qin Mo as he realized the star key fragment on his chest had begun to levitate, emanating energy waves that matched the frequency of the wormhole above. Strangely, his chaotic primordial force was uncontrollably converging toward the star key. "It is coming," Hong suddenly stated. A purple beam of light shot down from the center of the wormhole, precisely landing in the square before the tower. As the beam dissipated, 3 figures materialized. At the forefront stood a tall man clad in a silver-blue uniform, his skin a pale shade of purple, with a crystalline rhombus embedded in his forehead. To his left floated a spherical robot, while to his right stood a red-haired woman carrying a massive sword sheath on her back. "Guardians of Earth," the purple-skinned man spoke, his voice resonating directly in the minds of all present. "I am Karsus, envoy of the 7th-star district of the Virtual Universe Corporation." A profound silence enveloped the square. Qin Mo activated his heavenly eye to its fullest extent, yet he could not discern Karsus's true strength. The man was like an unfathomable expanse of starry sky. Hong stepped forward. "Your Excellency, what brings you to Earth?" Karsus smiled faintly, producing a metallic card embedded with black crystal from his robes. "By order of the company headquarters." I am here to deliver an invitation to the cosmic genius battle to the civilization of Earth. He gently tossed the card, which soared towards Hong. Upon contact, the card projected a three-dimensional star map, and a gentle AI voice resonated to Earth civilization, in accordance with Article 37 of the Primitive Civilization Protection Act. Considering that your civilization has achieved preliminary interstellar contact capabilities, you are cordially invited to participate in the 1008th Cosmic Genius Battle Selection. Event details have been transmitted to the receiving terminal. Thor let out a whistle, exclaiming, "Wow, it seems Earth qualifies for the Cosmic Showcase." Karsus dismissed the jest, his gaze abruptly fixating on Qin Mo, or more specifically, on the fragment of the star key that floated before his chest. Intriguing. A glimmer of gold flickered across the crystal on Karsus's forehead, astonished to encounter such a phenomenon in this remote star region. Before he could finish his thought, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The fragment of the star key within Qin Mo suddenly broke free from its restraints, transforming into a beam of blue light that shot toward the wormhole in the sky. Simultaneously, the wormhole twisted violently, its center revealing intricate golden patterns that mirrored the ceiling formation on the primal altar. Star key resonance. Karsus exclaimed in shock. Quickly, seal the space. The spherical robot beside him immediately extended dozens of mechanical arms, shooting out net-like energy beams in an attempt to stabilize the wormhole. But it was too late. The star key fragment had already merged with the wormhole's center. An ancient, desolate hum echoed through the heavens and earth. The wormhole instantaneously expanded tenfold, transforming into a swirling nebula that covered half the sky. Countless stars flickered within the vortex, subtly forming 9 peculiar symbols. The 9-key star map, Karsus murmured, then abruptly turned to Qin Mo. "Human, where did you acquire this fragment?" Hong instantly teleported in front of Qin Mo. "Your Excellency, please mind your tone." The atmosphere grew tense. Thor's body crackled with electric energy, and the warriors from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy brandished their weapons. The red-haired woman behind Karsus scoffed, and the sword case automatically opened, 12 oddly shaped long swords levitating into position. Just as the tension reached its peak, the spherical robot suddenly emitted an urgent electronic sound. "Warning. Wormhole stability has reached a critical point. Immediate evacuation is advised." Karsus glanced up at the increasingly unstable nebula vortex, the crystal on his forehead flashing rapidly, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Finally, he raised his hand, signaling the red-haired woman to sheath her weapons. "Time is of the essence. I'll be brief." Karsus fixed his gaze on Qin Mo. "The fragment you possess is part of the 9 keys of the primal era, pertaining to the legacy of an ancient super-civilization. The Virtual Universe Corporation has the responsibility to regulate such hazardous items." Hong inquired gravely, "What does the envoy mean?" "Two choices." Karsus raised a finger. 1. Surrender the fragment, and the corporation will provide appropriate compensation. 2. Retain the fragment. But you must participate in the genius battle and submit to the corporation's oversight. Qin Mo exchanged a glance with Hong before they could respond. The nebula vortex in the sky suddenly contracted violently, all star symbols converging into a beam of golden light that shot straight into Qin Mo's forehead. "Ah!" Qin Mo cried out, collapsing to the ground, overwhelmed by an influx of endless information flooding into his mind. The clearest image was a three-dimensional star map, marked with 3 twinkling points, one located in the Bermuda Triangle, another on the surface of Mars, and the last astonishingly situated within a nebula beyond our solar system. A resonance of heritage. Karlsar's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly established a quantum lock. Just as the spherical robot was about to act, the nebula's vortex suddenly collapsed into a singular point, then silently vanished into the azure sky. It was as if everything that had transpired was but a figment of imagination, with only the vivid star map in Qin Mo's mind affirming that it was not a dream. After a prolonged silence, Karlsars finally sighed, stating, "It seems that the choice is no longer in your hands." He handed Hong a crystal, a token for participation, promising that a transport vessel would arrive in 3 months. "Remember," he gazed deeply into Qin Mo's eyes. "From this moment forth, the eyes of the entire universe will be upon Earth." Once again, a purple beam descended, gradually obscuring the figures of the 3 extraterrestrial visitors. Just before they completely vanished, Karlsar's final words resonated directly in Qin Mo's mind. "Beware of the Norlon family. They are closer to the secrets of the 9 keys than you might imagine." As the beam dissipated, silence enveloped the square. All eyes turned to Qin Mo, who knelt upon the ground, a faint golden star mark appearing on his forehead, slowly merging into his skin. "Are you all right?" Hong helped Qin Mo to his feet. Not only was he all right, Qin Mo wiped away the blood from his nose, excitement and shock flickering in his eyes. "I now know the whereabouts of the other 2 star keys." At the same moment, within the elite training camp, Luo Feng, meditating in the training room, was suddenly jolted by a violent tremor. The dark golden sphere, concealed within his dantian, uncontrollably soared upwards, spinning rapidly above his head. The sphere's surface revealed the identical starry symbols that Qin Mo had seen, albeit in a dark golden hue. As Luo Feng attempted to control the sphere, he felt an ancient will awakening from its depths. In the distant expanse of the cosmos, a pyramid-shaped spacecraft abruptly altered its course. Within, a figure cloaked in black murmured softly, "I have finally found it." Chapter 11. The Shocking Transformation of the Stargate. In the elite training camp. Deep into the night at 2317, Luo Feng sat cross-legged in the meditation room, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Ever since the dark golden sphere had exhibited unusual behavior 3 hours prior, his mental sea had been tumultuous, with 16 flying daggers floating around him, their tips trembling slightly. "I must stabilize myself." He endeavored to calm his rampaging mental energy, using techniques from basics of mental mastery, but to little avail. The sphere continued to rotate slowly, its dark golden patterns growing increasingly radiant, exuding an ancient and profound aura. Suddenly, a sharp pain exploded from his temples. Luo Feng stifled a groan as extraordinary images materialized before him. In the boundless starry sky, 9 uniquely shaped key fragments orbited a blue planet. Among them, a particularly brilliant azure fragment stood out, the very star key that Qin Mo had acquired. Even more astonishingly, he observed as his dark golden sphere began to morph, gradually revealing the outline of another key. Was this the second star key? Just as the thought emerged, the scene shifted abruptly. The starry background twisted into a colossal vortex, reminiscent of the cosmic wormholes Luo Feng had observed in the training camp database. At the vortex's center, a pair of cold, mechanical eyes slowly opened. Startled, Luo Feng abruptly leaned back, causing the image to shatter. The dark golden sphere swiftly re-entered his body, while the flying knives clattered to the ground, producing a crisp sound. Outside, hurried footsteps echoed. "Luo Feng, are you all right?" The training camp instructor, Jiang Feng, burst through the door. Upon seeing the scattered knives and Luo Feng's pale complexion, she quickly pressed the communication button on her wristwatch. "Medical team, report to meditation room number 3 immediately. The student is exhibiting symptoms of mental power overload." "I'm fine." Luo Feng managed to stand, only to find Jiang Feng's gaze fixed on his forehead. "Your mark?" Jiang Feng's voice tightened. Luo Feng reached up to touch his forehead, feeling a slightly raised pattern. The mirrored wall of the meditation room reflected a complex dark golden symbol at the center of his brow, strikingly similar to the star key mark obtained by Qin Mo, yet imbued with a more intense aura of lethality. Suddenly, Jiang Feng's wristwatch projected a holographic image of Hong. "Bring Luo Feng to headquarters immediately, without alarming anyone." As the cloaked aircraft carrying Luo Feng arrived at Hong Ning Bay City, dawn broke in the east. In the conference room at the top of the limit tower, Qin Mo, Hong, and Thor were examining the crystal left behind by Karsus. "This thing 1T activate," Thor remarked, stimulating the crystal with his power. "Is that purple-skinned alien toying with us?" Just as Qin Mo was about to respond, he abruptly turned to the doorway, sensing a peculiar warmth emanating from the star key mark on his forehead. "Luo Feng is here." No sooner had he spoken than the door slid open, revealing Jiang Feng and Luo Feng. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to the dark golden mark on Luo Feng's brow. "Just as I thought," Hong nodded slightly. A resonance occurs between the two holders of the star keys. Luo Feng and Qin Mo locked eyes, and simultaneously, their marks glowed. Without uttering a word, a certain piece of information was conveyed directly through the marks. Luo Feng glimpsed the star map in Qin Mo's mind, while Qin Mo felt the mechanical eyes Luo Feng had seen. "Is this a mental link?" Luo Feng marveled, touching his forehead. Hong gestured for everyone to take a seat. "Please recount your experiences in full." After listening to both narratives, Thor whistled. "So, Earth now possesses 2 keys. One points to Bermuda and Mars, while the other..." He glanced at Luo Feng. "Where does that sphere point after transforming into a key?" Luo Feng shook his head. The vision was too fleeting. "I only saw the cosmic wormhole and the mechanical eyes." "The virtual universe company," Hong interjected. Karsus mentioned before his departure that the entire universe would be watching Earth. Clearly, they were already aware of the star key's existence. Qin Mo picked up the crystal from the table. "The question is, what do they hope to achieve through the genius battle? If they merely desired the star keys, wouldn't it be simpler to seize them directly?" "Rules," Hong replied, tapping the table. "The virtual universe company maintains its transcendent status in the cosmos by strictly adhering to its self-imposed regulations. Their choice to engage with the star keys through the genius battle suggests compliance with some form of procedural justice." Suddenly, Thor broke into a wide grin, exclaiming, "Who cares about the rules? We now possess 2 cards in hand, my young friends," he said, patting the shoulders of Qin Mo and Luo Feng. You must participate in this so-called genius battle. At that moment, a beam of light suddenly emanated from the dark golden mark on Luo Feng's forehead, connecting with the crystal in Qin Mo's hand. The crystal cracked open, projecting a vast and intricate three-dimensional interface. The Genius Battle Registration System was activated. A mechanical female voice announced, Earth Civilization Qualification confirmed. Current participants, 2. The interface was divided into several sections, the most prominent being 2 rotating 3D human models, Qin Mo and Luo Feng scanned images. Adjacent to them, a plethora of data rolled by. Participant 1 name, Qin Mo race, Earth human energy type, chaotic primordial force, mutated, strength rating, stellar level 3, can reach level 6 in explosive state, special talent, spatial affinity 87. Participant 2 name, Luo Feng race, Earth human energy type, mental power strength rating, stellar level 5 special talent, abnormal soul strength. Detected immortal level inheritance fluctuations. Immortal level? Hong's pupils constricted. Luo Feng, your orb. Before Luo Feng could respond, a red warning suddenly popped up on the interface. Detected anomalous spatial fluctuations. Source, outer edge of the Kuiper Belt. Solar system, energy signature match. Nolan Mountain family reconnaissance ship, ID N742. The screen shifted to a star map of the solar system, where a red dot flickered just beyond Neptune's orbit. Indeed, they have arrived, Hong said, his expression darkening. The warning from Karsus was not mistaken. Qin Mo and Luo Feng exchanged glances, simultaneously declaring, we must hasten our pace. After the meeting concluded, Hong retained the 2 of them. The genius battle would not commence for another 3 months, but the Nolan Mountain family would not wait. He retrieved 2 silver briefcases, stating, these are specially prepared equipment tailored to your respective characteristics. Inside Qin Mo's case were 12 metal plates inscribed with runes, the latest composite array, a fusion of the ancient formations you provided and modern technology, usable even in space. Luo Feng's case contained a streamlined battle suit, the telekinetic enhancement armor, modified from the Black God suit, allowing you to maneuver freely in space while amplifying your telekinetic output. Hong then handed each of them a ring, a storage ring with 3 cubic spaces. Qin Mo's held spiritual medicines and refining materials, while Luo Feng's contained the latest telekinetic weapons developed by the training camp. As Qin Mo examined the ring, he frowned. Senior Hong, some of these materials do not even exist on Earth. They were found in ancient civilization ruins, Hong replied enigmatically. Now I believe those ruins were likely remnants of the primordial civilization. As the 2 departed from the limit tower, the morning sun had already risen. Qin Mo gazed at the lingering purple afterglow in the sky, remnants of the artificial wormhole's spatial disturbances. 3 months, he murmured. Luo Feng clenched his fists, the dark golden orb within him radiating a faint warmth. It was sufficient for us to locate the next star key. Unbeknownst to them, at the fringes of the solar system, the commander of the Narantian reconnaissance vessel was intently observing the recently received intelligence, his electronic eyes flickering with a covetous crimson glow. Report to the master. We have confirmed the existence of 2 primordial relics on Earth. Requesting reinforcements. What could that be? The commander suddenly stared in terror at the detection screen, where a vague shadow streaked past the ship at an unbelievable velocity, vanishing instantly in the direction of Pluto. The sensors only captured a fleeting half-second image. It appeared to be a humanoid figure bearing a long blade, with 9 star-like eyes adorning its forehead. Chapter 12, The Martian Pyramid. In the orbit of Mars, aboard the Aurora Scientific Expedition vessel, Qin Mo gazed through the observation window at the Crimson Planet, the vast caldera of Olympus Mons resembling an eye peering into the cosmos. Since departing Earth 3 days prior, the star key mark upon his forehead had been emanating a gentle warmth, which now intensified into a searing pain. Nervous, are we? Thor floated over, chewing gum. Fine currents of electricity swirling around him in the weightlessness, creating a beautiful halo. Fear not, old Thor has your back. Qin Mo shook his head. The response from the star key is growing stronger. Beneath that caldera, something must surely lie hidden. Thor squinted at Olympus Mons. Strange. I visited Mars 20 years ago, and back then, scans revealed only ordinary basalt. Commander, the pilot suddenly exclaimed, we've received urgent communication from Earth headquarters. A 3-dimensional hologram of Hong materialized on the control panel, his expression unusually grave. We have just confirmed that the main fleet of the Narantian family has crossed the orbit of Jupiter. More troubling is that all historical data regarding the anomalies on Mars has been erased, including NASA's original footage and backups from various space agencies. Qin Mo and Thor exchanged glances. Such a scale of data manipulation could not be the work of an ordinary hacker. Someone does not wish for us to discover the relics. Thor's playful demeanor vanished. Old Hong, what is the situation back home? The seed project has initiated its first phase. Hong replied succinctly. There are new discoveries on Luo Feng's end. We shall elaborate upon your return. Remain vigilant. The Virtual Universe Company may be monitoring you. After the communication concluded, Qin Mo retrieved 12 composite array plates for inspection. These devices, personally developed by Hong, each merged modern technology with primordial formations, capable of generating unique force fields in the vacuum of space. Prepare for landing. Thor stretched his shoulders. Let us uncover the secrets Mars conceals. An hour later, the landing pod descended upon the western slope of Olympus Mons. As Qin Mo stepped out of the hatch, the star key mark erupted in a burst of radiant light, casting a translucent star map before him, with a red line pointing directly to the caldera's center. This contraption is far superior to GPS, Thor grinned, his body crackling with electricity as he soared into the air. Let us go. The two soared over the rugged Martian terrain, swiftly arriving at the edge of the caldera. From a lofty vantage point, the crater, spanning a diameter of 80 kilometers, resembles a colossal arena, its central area unnaturally flat. There, Qin Mo gestured towards a triangular region slightly north of the center, where the response from the star key was most pronounced. As they drew nearer, Qin Mo's celestial vision detected anomalies. The surface of the triangular area was cloaked in an invisible energy membrane, flawlessly mimicking the surrounding terrain. Without the guidance of the star key, one would never discern the flaw. A quantum camouflage barrier, Thor remarked with a whistle. This technology is at least of a level 3 civilization. It's your turn, kid. Qin Mo retrieved a metal plate inscribed with array runes and infused it with chaotic primordial energy. The surface illuminated with blue patterns, unleashing a beam of energy that struck the barrier. Instantly, ripples danced across its surface, revealing the scene beneath. 7 black pyramids were arranged in the pattern of the Big Dipper, with a multifaceted crystal hovering above each apex. Atop the largest pyramid, an azure fragment of the star key slowly rotated. Found it. Qin Mo's heart raced. This fragment was more than twice the size of the one within him, its surface adorned with intricate patterns. Just as the two prepared to descend, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The 7 pyramids simultaneously ignited with a crimson glow, and the crystals at their peaks unleashed laser beams that intertwined in the air, forming a complex 3-dimensional rune. The moment the rune was completed, the Martian surface quaked violently, and the sand surrounding the pyramid cluster receded like a tide, revealing a dense array of metallic hatches below. Prepare for battle, Thor bellowed, electricity surging from his form. The hatches thunderously opened, and hundreds of humanoid machines ascended. These automatons were entirely black, featuring a single enormous red electronic eye on their faces, with sharp energy blades extending from their joints. Mechanical puppets. Qin Mo immediately recognized them as the guardians chronicled in ancient texts. He warned, beware their quantum entanglement weapons. The first wave of attack was swift and fierce. 12 mechanical puppets simultaneously swung their blades, creating an invisible net of force that sealed off all escape routes for the two. Child's play. Thor laughed heartily, colliding his fists together. A terrifying thunderstorm erupted around him, forming a lightning domain with a diameter of 1,000 meters. The encroaching net of force was effortlessly torn apart, and the front line of over 30 puppets was instantaneously reduced to molten scrap. Qin Mo also sprang into action, drawing his azure blade. He enveloped it with chaotic primordial energy. His full cultivation at the golden core stage erupted, each strike precisely targeting the energy nodes at the puppets' necks. Remarkably, he discovered that the energy flowing within these puppets resonated subtly with his chaotic primordial energy, allowing the azure blade to slice through their defenses as easily as a hot knife through butter. Senior Thor, cover me for 10 seconds. Qin Mo suddenly shouted. What gallantry! Thor raised his hands high, summoning a tempest of lightning that coiled around them like a colossal electric dragon, creating a prison of thunder. The violent bolts formed an absolute defensive sphere, obliterating any approaching puppets into fragments. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Mo produced 3 array plates and swiftly arranged them into a rudimentary triad array. Heaven, Earth, Man, the triad is in place. The plates glowed, forming a golden triangular light screen. Qin Mo stood amidst the formation, his hands weaving intricate seals as the chaotic primordial energy within him flowed along a predetermined path. This was his self-created 5 elements breaking technique, a unique art he conceived after comprehending the Golden Elixir chapter of the Mixed Yuan Dao scripture, specifically designed to dismantle advanced restrictions. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, break. 5 radiant beams of light erupted from Qin Mo's fingertips, striking the celestial key fragment atop the central pyramid. The fragment trembled violently, emitting a crisp, buzzing sound. As the resonance intensified, The crimson glow enveloping the surfaces of the 7 pyramids began to flicker erratically. The mechanical puppets abruptly halted, their red electronic eyes flashing frantically as if recalibrating their threat assessment. Effective. Keep going. The Thunder God amplified the lightning output, buying time for Qin Mo. Just as Qin Mo was on the verge of completing the breaking technique, the apex of the largest pyramid suddenly split open, revealing a silver-white four-armed mechanical entity that ascended slowly. Unlike the other puppets, this one bore a blue crystal embedded in its chest, remarkably resembling the celestial key fragment. Warning: unauthorized energy fluctuations detected. The silver-white entity intoned in a chilling mechanical voice, according to Article 137 of the Primal Guardian's Code, initiating Final Purge Protocol. Simultaneously, its 4 mechanical arms morphed, coalescing into a bizarre long cannon. The cannon's mouth ignited with a blinding blue light, and the terrifying energy fluctuations began to warp the surrounding space. There was no escape. The Thunder God's expression shifted dramatically. This was a weapon of planet-destroying caliber. At the critical juncture, the celestial key fragment within Qin Mo's body suddenly flew forth, merging with the fragment atop the central pyramid. The moment the 2 fragments fused, a wave of blue ripples erupted, sweeping across the battlefield. The movements of the silver-white entity abruptly ceased, the cannon's energy dissipating gradually. The blue crystal in its chest resonated with the celestial key fragment, emanating a gentle aura. Identification updated. Authentic air detected. The entity's voice softened, deactivating its defensive state and opening the passageway to the sanctuary. The 7 pyramids simultaneously shifted, unveiling a circular platform with a diameter of 100 meters. The platform's surface was intricately etched with celestial patterns, and at its center lay a vacancy shaped like the celestial key. Please return the celestial key to its place to activate the navigation system. The silver-white entity gestured invitingly. The Thunder God watched the mechanical being warily. Kid, be cautious. This may be a ruse. However, Qin Mo sensed a wave of goodwill emanating from the celestial key fragment. It bore no malice. These puppets were likely guardians left behind by the primal civilization. The 2 descended upon the circular platform, as Qin Mo placed the fused celestial key into the recess. The entire platform radiated brilliant starlight, and countless 3-dimensional projections unfolded around them, an extraordinarily complex star map marking hundreds of civilization nodes and routes. Is this an interstellar navigation chart? The Thunder God's eyes widened. The silver-white mechanical entity elucidated. This is the complete map of the ancient path of the Primal Starry Sky, chronicling the secret passages between the 9 great star domains. The celestial key in your possession is a fragment of the control core for the 3rd star domain. Qin Mo noted that the star map particularly highlighted 9 golden points, one of which was Earth, another on Mars, and the 3rd located in the distant Andromeda Galaxy. What do these golden nodes signify? The locations of the 9 seals of the primal celestial keys. The blue crystal embedded in the chest of the mechanical entity projected a vivid mural. Records indicated that the convergence of the 9 keys could unlock the primordial gate, a monumental heritage of the ancient civilization. The mural depicted 9 keys of various hues encircling a starlit portal, before which stood 9 indistinct figures, 2 of which bore a striking resemblance to Qin Mo and Luo Feng. What drew greater attention was the emblem hovering above the gate, resembling that of the Virtual Universe Company, yet adorned with 9 orbiting stars. The Thunder God inhaled sharply, exclaiming, "This is even more significant than we anticipated." Suddenly, the silver-white mechanical entity began to tremble violently. Alert! Detection of the Nolan Mountain family warship approaching. Energy readings indicate domain Lord level. The star map projection swiftly shifted to a view of Mars's orbit, where a massive warship, resembling a shark, breached the atmosphere, its bow cannon already charging. The inheritor must evacuate. The mechanical entity deftly operated the control panel, and the fragments of the star key flew back into Qin Mo's grasp. I shall initiate the self-destruction protocol of the sanctuary. The navigational map must not fall into the hands of the invaders. Wait, Qin Mo urged. You must come with us. I am TX-0, the guardian of the 3rd sanctuary, and it is my duty. The mechanical entity responded with an unusually calm electronic voice. However, please take this. It extracted the blue crystal from its chest and handed it to Qin Mo. This is my core database, containing fragments of ancient technology. It will guide you when you discover the 3rd star key. A deafening explosion interrupted their exchange, as the entire platform shook violently, accompanied by the distant roar of collapsing rocks. Hurry! The Thunder God grasped Qin Mo's arm. The warship has begun its bombardment. TX-0's 4 mechanical arms suddenly transformed and combined to form a spatial teleportation device. The portal will remain stable for 3 seconds. Target set to geosynchronous orbit. Qin Mo cast a final glance at the faithful mechanical guardian. Is there anything else you wish to convey to me? Beware of the virtual universe company. TX-Zero's electronic eyes flickered. They are not the creators, merely the inheritors. In a flash of blue light, as Qin Mo and the Thunder God were transported away, they witnessed TX-Zero detonating the core of the sanctuary. A blinding white light engulfed the 7 pyramids and the silver mechanical entity. In geosynchronous orbit, the Aurora suddenly received 2 life signals. The crew stared in astonishment as Qin Mo and the Thunder God materialized within the observation chamber, tightly clutching a blue crystal and the fused star key. Qin Mo gazed towards Mars, where a colossal bloom of energy illuminated the sky. Amidst the explosion's radiance, he faintly discerned the frantic retreat of the Nolan Mountain warship. We must return swiftly, Qin Mo asserted, gripping the blue crystal tightly. Luo Feng may have made new discoveries as well. The Thunder God nodded gravely. This conflict is escalating beyond our expectations. Chapter 13. A sudden change in the training camp. In the elite training camp, within the ancient civilization relic testing zone, Luo Feng stood at the center of a circular testing platform, 16 flying daggers slowly revolving around him. Today marked the monthly assessment, and he was required to endure for 30 minutes within a simulated environment of ancient civilization relics. In the past, such tests were merely trifling for him. However, today was different. Ever since Qin Mo ventured to Mars, the dark golden orb within him had been restless. As the test commenced, an electronic voice echoed, and the surroundings transformed instantaneously. The training room morphed into a vast subterranean cavern, its walls inscribed with enigmatic script, while luminous particles floated in the air. This scene was a replica of a genuine archaeological site on Earth, reputedly linked to extraterrestrial civilizations. As the first wave of attacks commenced, 3, 2, 1, 10 metallic puppets surged forth from the shadows, wielding energy weapons. Luo Feng, distracted, maneuvered his flying daggers to counter the assault. Yet most of his attention remained fixated on suppressing the unrest within the orb. Odd, he mused. Why was it so quiet today? Typically, upon entering an ancient civilization's relic environment, the orb would resonate intensely, but today it remained inexplicably silent. After effortlessly dispatching 3 waves of attacks, the difficulty escalated. 12 spherical detectors descended from the ceiling, emitting special waves that interfered with mental powers. Luo Feng immediately sensed his control over the daggers becoming sluggish, akin to wielding a sword underwater. Now this is intriguing, he thought, a faint smile gracing his lips as he prepared to engage earnestly, only to be suddenly seized by excruciating pain in his chest. Without warning, the dark golden orb erupted. A vast wave of psychic energy detonated from within Luo Feng, instantly sweeping across the entire training ground. 16 flying daggers ignited with a dark golden radiance, forming a complex configuration in the air. Even more astonishingly, all monitoring devices malfunctioned simultaneously, the test environment warping and shifting until it finally crystallized into an ethereal hall beneath a starry sky. Where's this place? Luo Feng gazed around in astonishment. He found himself standing atop a black altar suspended in the cosmos, encircled by 9 colossal pillars, each crowned with a luminous star-like orb. The dome of the hall was transparent, revealing the boundless universe and a brilliant band of light traversing the firmament, an ancient cosmic roadway. At last, I have awaited your arrival. Heir. A venerable voice resonated from behind. Luo Feng spun around abruptly to behold an ethereal figure of an elderly man, composed of blue light. Hovering at the altar's center, adorned in a robe of stars, the elder bore 9 golden dots on his forehead arranged in a unique pattern. Who are you? Luo Feng cautiously stepped back, attempting to summon his daggers, only to discover that his mental powers were uncontrollable in this realm. Huyamba, master of the Yun Mo star. The specter nodded slightly, stating, what you are witnessing now is a fragment of consciousness I left within the Yun Mo star talisman. Yun Mo star talisman? Luo Feng instinctively reached for his chest, inquiring, are you referring to this orb? The elder nodded. It is both a vessel of inheritance and the second star key, a container for the dark star key. As he spoke, the altar's surface illuminated with a star map, reminiscent of what Qin Mo had observed on Mars. Yet the marked nodes were entirely distinct. Among the 9 golden dots, 2 shone particularly bright, Earth and a planet named Yun Mo. Listen well, child. Huyamba's image suddenly grew urgent. I have little time. The Nualan mountain family is but a pawn. The true danger lies with the observers. They oversee the civilization transitions across the universe, and should all 9 keys converge. Before the words could be fully uttered, the grand hall trembled violently. The celestial panorama beyond the dome warped and distorted, and an immense mechanical eye opened in the void, identical to the vision Luo Feng had previously encountered. They had been discovered. The image of Hu Yanbo began to flicker, urging, "Remember, do not trust the virtual universe company. Among them are the observers." The projection abruptly ceased. The hall crumbled, and the starry sky shattered. Luo Feng felt a dizzying sensation, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself kneeling at the center of the training ground, with 16 flying daggers embedded in the surrounding walls, forming a flawless star pattern. Even more bizarrely, the alloy walls of the training ground were riddled with fine cracks, which astonishingly mirrored the designs found within the star map. What had transpired? Struggling to rise, Luo Feng suddenly felt warmth in his nostrils, and blood dripped onto his chest. He looked up at the surveillance camera, only to find all the lenses shattered. The control room of the training camp was in disarray. Energy readings exceeded the detector's limits. All surveillance devices were incinerated. Quickly notify the curator. As Instructor Jiang Feng rushed into the testing zone, Luo Feng was attempting to remove the daggers from the wall. Upon seeing the state of Luo Feng's eyes, she gasped in shock. His pupils had transformed into 9 golden points, arranged in a configuration identical to that on Hu Yanbo's forehead. "Luo Feng, can you hear me?" Jiang Feng maintained a safe distance, her hand poised over her weapon. Luo Feng slowly turned his head, his 9 starry pupils glimmering with enigmatic light. "Instructor Jiang, I see many dangers for Qin Mo." No sooner had he spoken than the dark golden mark on his forehead suddenly illuminated, and a beam of light shot skyward, piercing through the dome of the training camp and reaching into space. In Mars orbit, aboard the Aurora research vessel, Qin Mo was organizing data retrieved from the Martian ruins when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. The fused star key fragment flew out on its own, hovering at the center of the chamber, radiating a dazzling blue light. What was happening? Thunder God sprang from his seat, surrounded by crackling electricity. Before Qin Mo could respond, the star key projected an image. Within the elite training camp's testing grounds, Luo Feng was enveloped in the dark golden beam, his 9 starry pupils gazing at the heavens. Even more astonishingly, he had somehow acquired a black metal plate in his hand, its patterns identical to those of the murals from the Martian ruins. Has Luo Feng activated the second star key? Qin Mo marveled, reaching out to touch the projection. The moment his fingertip made contact with the image, an overwhelming surge of mental energy traversed millions of kilometers of space, linking directly to his consciousness. "Qin Mo, beware of the virtual universe company. Among them are," Luo Feng's voice thundered in his mind, accompanied by a torrent of fragmented information. Hu Yanbo's warning, the coordinates of the fallen ink star, and the details of the observer's mechanical eyes. The deluge of information sent a piercing pain through Qin Mo's head, yet it also illuminated many truths for him. "So, the convergence of the 9 keys will trigger the primordial return," Qin Mo murmured. Thunder God, looking bewildered, questioned, "What on earth is returning?" Before Qin Mo could explain, the ship's AI suddenly blared an alarm. High-energy reaction detected. A beam of energy surged towards them from the direction of Earth. Through the porthole, they beheld a dark golden beam racing forth, striking the research vessel with precision. Strangely, however, the hull remained unscathed. The beam merely connected with the floating fragments of the star key. At the moment of contact, the blue crystal brought back by Qin Mo suddenly activated, projecting the illusory image of TX0. The emergency protocol was initiated. Dark star key resonance detected. Warning, observer has intervened. Repeat, observer has intervened. Thor cursed vehemently. Damn it. Can someone tell me who exactly the observer is? Yet, Qin Mo remained fixated on the intersection of the star key and the beam. As the two energies melded, a completely new star chart emerged, not merely indicating planetary positions, but also revealing hundreds of hidden interstellar routes and 9 flickering red dots. Are these ambush points? Qin Mo suddenly realized that the observer had established monitoring stations at every critical juncture. More chilling was the fact that one of the red dots was marked on the far side of the moon. In the elite training camp's medical center, Luo Feng was urgently admitted to a special care unit, where 12 machines simultaneously monitored his vital signs. Strangely, apart from abnormal pupils and a significantly elevated mental energy reading, everything else appeared normal. Step aside, Hong's voice resonated from the doorway. The higher-ups of the training camp hurriedly made way. Hong approached the bedside, scrutinizing Luo Feng's 9-star pupils, and then retrieved an ancient black steel from his robe. "Do you recognize this?" Hong inquired softly. Luo Feng's gaze fixed upon the steel, and he instinctively uttered a series of peculiar syllables. Instantly, the steel illuminated with dark golden patterns, resonating with the mark on Luo Feng's forehead. As expected, Hong sighed with relief. "You have inherited the legacy of Hu Yanbo." Luo Feng looked at Hong in astonishment. "Does the curator know Hu Yanbo?" "Not only does he know," Hong's voice lowered further, "he was once one of Earth's guardians. 50 years ago, it was he who repelled the first invasion of the Nolan Mountain family." Hong placed the steel in Luo Feng's hands. This is a replica of the meteorite steel. It will stabilize the star symbol energy within you. Listen, Qin Mo is already on his way back. When he returns, you must immediately head to the Bermuda Triangle. Is the third star key there? Hong nodded. According to the clues left by Yuan Power, there lies a mobile temple beneath the Bermuda Triangle. But be cautious, the virtual universe company has already. His words abruptly ceased as he turned to gaze out the window. Following his line of sight, Luo Feng beheld an unmarked black aircraft quietly descending onto the training camp's helipad. They have arrived. Hong's expression turned exceedingly grave. Remember, do not trust anyone who claims to represent the virtual universe company. Luo Feng tightened his grip on the meteorite steel, feeling the dark golden sphere within him. No, it should now be called the meteorite star symbol, radiate a wave of warmth. In a moment of reverie, he seemed to glimpse the ethereal figure of Yuan Power, who gently nodded at him and then pointed towards a specific direction in the starry sky. That direction was precisely where the Bermuda Triangle was located. In the corridor outside the ward, a woman clad in a training camp uniform quietly departed. A flicker of mechanical blue light flashed in her right eye as she whispered her report. The target has been confirmed to have acquired the fallen ink inheritance. I recommend the immediate implementation of the capture plan. Furthermore, Hong seems aware of the observer's presence. I request instructions. An electronic synthesized voice emanated from her earpiece. Continue surveillance and await the fleet's positioning. Remember, the star key holder must be captured alive. The woman brushed her fingers against the bionic skin behind her ear, where the outline of a miniature chip was faintly discernible. Inscribed upon the chip were the words, VCO. Observer number 7. Chapter 14. Resonance of the Dual Keys. Hongning Base City, a top-secret conference room located 300 meters underground in the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Qin Mo, weary from his return from Mars, still bore the dust of space upon his combat suit. As he pushed open the conference room door, his gaze immediately fell upon Luo Feng standing beside Hong, along with the 9 slowly rotating golden orbs in his eyes. Your eyes. Qin Mo's words lingered on the tip of his tongue, but he swallowed them back. Through the brief resonance of the star key, he had already gleaned the extraordinary experiences Luo Feng had undergone. A smile played at the corners of Luo Feng's lips as he gestured to the dark golden mark upon his forehead. It seems we have many tales to share. Hong cleared his throat. Please, take a seat. You have 72 hours to prepare. Thereafter, you must head to the Bermuda Triangle. The 3 of them gathered around a triangular metallic table. Qin Mo produced the blue crystal obtained from Mars, while Luo Feng revealed a piece of black metal. When both items were placed upon the table simultaneously, they unexpectedly adhered together, forming a complete small pyramid model. Indeed, they are one and the same, Hong remarked, unfazed. Yuan Power had foretold this day 50 years prior. Qin Mo and Luo Feng turned their gazes toward Hong, awaiting an explanation. Yuan Power, master of the fallen ink star and a cosmic-level psychic, was among the first to recognize Earth's unique attributes and played a crucial role in countering the Nolan family. A holographic projection illuminated the room, revealing a blurred historical image. An elder clad in a starry robe floated in Earth's orbit, effortlessly obliterating 3 alien warships with a wave of his hand. Following that battle 50 years ago, Yuan Power concealed the fallen ink star symbol somewhere on Earth and then drew away the pursuers alone. Hong pointed at the image, stating that before his departure, he had informed him that the simultaneous emergence of the star key and the symbol's heir marked the commencement of Earth's civilizational leap. Luo Feng furrowed his brow, but he warned me not to trust the virtual universe company. Because of the observers, Qin Mo seized the conversation, articulating the warning from the Mars Guardian TX-0 and his own conjectures, suggesting that the mysterious organization may have infiltrated the virtual universe company. Hong nodded. Thus, we must urgently gather the star keys. According to the clues left by Yuan Power, the third should be located at the bottom of the Bermuda Triangle. In unison, Luo Feng and Qin Mo replied, and the 3 exchanged knowing smiles. At that moment, the pyramid model on the table suddenly levitated, projecting a 3-dimensional star map. Unlike before, this time the star map distinctly marked a point on Earth, the central region of the Bermuda Triangle, and revealed the presence of a moving pyramid-shaped structure. A moving temple? Qin Mo exclaimed in astonishment. Hong promptly summoned the satellite surveillance footage. The waters of the Bermuda Triangle appeared tranquil, yet when the image shifted to an energy perspective, a colossal pyramid silhouette became distinctly visible, slowly maneuvering beneath the seabed, perfectly aligning with the star map's indication. We must act immediately, Luo Feng declared, rising to his feet. The Noran Mountain family would not wait. However, Hong shook his head, stating, even in haste, we must await the completion of your power fusion. The initial resonance between the 2 star key inheritors is of utmost importance. He pressed a button on the edge of the table. causing the floor of the conference room to slide open, revealing a spherical training arena below. In the center stood 2 specialized platforms, each inscribed with the symbols of the sun and moon. This is the dual-key resonance platform, constructed based on the blueprints of Huyen Bo. Hong explained as he led the 2 down the steps. Completing their initial fusion here would prevent any energy leakage from being detected. Qin Mo and Luo Feng each ascended to a platform. As both simultaneously withdrew their star keys and star symbols, the air within the training ground began to tremble. Let us commence. Hong retreated to a secure area and activated the protective force field. Taking a deep breath, Qin Mo infused chaotic primordial energy into his star key, while Luo Feng closed his eyes, connecting his mental energy to his star symbol. The 2 treasures illuminated in a harmonious blend of blue and gold light, converging at the center of the training arena. Initially, the energy fusion proceeded smoothly, the intertwining blue and gold beams forming a breathtaking spiral as the marks on their foreheads began to glow. However, just as the fusion reached 30, an unexpected anomaly occurred. The star key and star symbol suddenly broke free from control, soaring into the air and colliding violently. Each impact unleashed a wave of energy ripples that caused the protective force field to tremor violently. This is not right. Hong's expression shifted dramatically. They were resisting fusion. Qin Mo felt as though struck in the chest, the energy from the star key turning wildly chaotic. Luo Feng fared worse, blood seeping from all 7 orifices, his dark golden pupils rapidly constricting. Separate them. Hong attempted to intervene, but was repelled by an unseen force. In that critical moment, Qin Mo recalled the words of the Martian Guardian. Enduring excruciating pain, he hurled the blue crystal provided by TX-0 towards the energy center. Luo Feng, guide it with your mental energy. Luo Feng understood the directive, his 9-star pupils shining brightly. A precise mental force enveloped the blue crystal, directing it into the trajectory of the colliding treasures. The crystal exploded, releasing TX-0's preordained harmonization program. At last, the blue and gold energies ceased their conflict, beginning to merge in an orderly fashion. When the final vestige of resistance vanished, the fused energy entity erupted, emitting a towering beam of light that pierced through the dome of the training arena, soaring into the cosmos. Oh no! Hong looked up at the energy beam, which exceeded 10 meters in diameter. Now the entire universe would be aware of their location. The beam penetrated the atmosphere, refracting in low Earth orbit, precisely targeting the waters of the Bermuda Triangle. The satellite footage displayed the sea boiling instantaneously as a monstrous whirlpool, over 10 kilometers wide, began to form. More astonishingly, a black pyramid slowly rose from the center of the vortex, perfectly mirroring the image in the holographic star map. At the pinnacle of the pyramid, the 3rd shard of the star key radiated a vibrant emerald glow. The 3rd star key. Both Qin Mo and Luo Feng exclaimed simultaneously. Just then, the alarm in the conference room blared. The voice of the ice mountain echoed through the communicator. Master of the Hall, the training camp is under attack. The adversary has employed a spatial lockdown device. We are unable to. The communication abruptly ceased. Immediately thereafter, the entire power system of the base city collapsed, rendering all electronic devices inoperative. Only the towering beam of light remained resplendent, serving as the sole source of illumination amidst the encroaching darkness. The Virtual Universe Company. Hong gritted his teeth. They had indeed laid in wait at the training camp. Qin Mo sensed an alert emanating from the star key. It is not just them. The Noren Mountain Family's fleet has breached the Jupiter defense line and is advancing towards Earth. The trio dashed towards the exit, only to discover that the door had been sealed by an unseen force field. To make matters worse, countless nanobots began to materialize in the air, forming metallic nets that descended upon them. An electromagnetic confinement net. Luo Feng recognized this tool commonly employed by cosmic mercenaries, specifically designed to ensnare mentalists. With a cold snort, Hong unleashed his domain. The terrifying surge of primal energy instantly shattered a majority of the nanobots, yet more surged forth from all directions. They had prepared extensively. Qin Mo attempted to cleave through with the Qin Feng's sword, only to find that the severed nanobots immediately reconstituted. They had to find a way to break through the spatial lockdown. Suddenly, Luo Feng glanced at his own hands. Following the brief fusion of the star symbol and the star key, he felt an unprecedented power surging within him. Instinctively, he pressed his palms together and made a tearing motion. Crack! The sound of space fracturing was akin to nails on a chalkboard, and the air ahead splintered like glass. Through the fissure, they could see the exterior of the training camp, where several individuals clad in Virtual Universe Company uniforms were setting up a massive device, while members of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, including Ice Mountain, remained suspended in midair. Spatial talent. Hong stared in disbelief at Luo Feng. This was a skill only a domain master could wield. Luo Feng, equally astonished, quickly realized, it's the power of the star symbol. I can sense it, but I cannot maintain it for long. That will suffice. Qin Mo seized the opportunity, producing 3 composite array plates and hurling them into the fissure. Triad explode. The array plates detonated, creating a temporary passage at the site of the spatial rift. The 3 swiftly traversed it, emerging outside the training camp. The sight before them was chilling. The entire training camp was enveloped in a translucent blue cube, with all students and instructors frozen like insects trapped in amber. Only the agents of the Virtual Universe Company remained mobile, adjusting a colossal launcher. A spatial stasis field. Hong's face turned ashen. This was illicit technology. At the forefront stood the woman who had previously disguised herself as an instructor. Upon witnessing the trio breach the blockade, she exhibited a sinister smile rather than panic. Master Hong, you truly should not have meddled in the affairs of the observers. With a swift motion of her hand, a dozen agents simultaneously revealed their weapons, all of which were identical mental energy amplifiers. Caution, they are all mentalists. Luo Feng promptly conjured a mental barrier to shield against the initial wave of attacks. Qin Mo brandished the Qingfeng sword, the starry patterns on its blade becoming even more pronounced after resonating with the star key. He endeavored to fuse the chaotic primordial energy with the energy of the star key, causing the sword's edge to extend into a 3-meter-long blue-golden blade of light that effortlessly severed the colossal launcher. No, the female agent screamed, stop them. The observer will not forgive failure. The fierce battle unfolded against a backdrop of suspended time and space. Hong faced off against 5 mentalists alone, each strike unleashing godlike waves of primordial energy that shattered swathes of enemies. Luo Feng exhibited unprecedented mastery over mental energy manipulation. With 16 flying daggers carving intricate trajectories in the air, each strike precisely dismantling a mental energy amplifier. Yet, the enemy was simply too numerous. Just as the trio began to show signs of fatigue, a series of explosions erupted from the periphery of the training camp. Reinforcements? Qin Mo gasped, glancing towards the source of the sound. A squad of mysterious figures clad in black battle armor breached the defenses and charged in. Each bore a dark golden orb emblem on their chests, wielding weapons that were a fusion of mental energy and technology. Leading them was a red-haired woman who effortlessly shattered the mental defenses of 3 agents with a gesture. Her voice cold. The Qin Mo Guard is tasked with protecting the heir of the Star Key. Qin Mo Guard? Luo Feng was taken aback, recalling Huyin Bo. The woman nodded, revealing the dark golden orb within her body, which shared the same origin as Luo Feng's Qin Mo Star Token, albeit in a smaller size. We are the last batch of students from the Master, having remained hidden on Earth for 50 years, awaiting the heir to the Star Token's emergence. With this fresh force joining the fray, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The Virtual Universe Company's agents began to retreat, and sensing the dire situation, the female agent suddenly produced a black device. You have won this time, she sneered as she pressed a button, but the observer has already marked this planet. The device erupted in a blinding burst of purple light, and the bodies of all agents simultaneously vaporized, leaving not even a molecule behind. Even more horrifying, the energy released upon their demise began to corrode the spatial stasis field, causing the imprisoned students and instructors to experience material disintegration. This is bad. The red-haired woman's complexion paled. It's an antimatter self-destruct program. This force field is about to collapse. Acting decisively, Hong commanded, everyone evacuate the training camp. Luo Feng, can you open a passage with your spatial abilities? Luo Feng attempted to harness the power of the Star Token, but the previous exertion had drained him significantly. I need time to recover. There is no time. Qin Mo stared at the distorting edges of the force field. A sudden flash of inspiration sparked within him. Wait, perhaps this will work. He retrieved all remaining composite array discs and arranged them on the ground to form a rudimentary teleportation array. Then, he bit his finger and pressed the bloodied star key into the center of the array. With blood as the catalyst, the star key as the medium, and space as the path, activate. The array illuminated with dazzling blue light, forming a temporary portal. Though unstable, it was sufficient for rapid passage. Hurry. Hong commanded the Yuma guards to assist the trainees in their evacuation, for the force field was on the verge of collapse. As the last individual passed through the portal, the entire spatial force field erupted in a cataclysmic collapse. The main structure of the training camp crumbled like a cookie crushed by an unseen hand, disintegrating into dust in an instant. The shockwave even flattened the surrounding woodlands. In the safety zone, the crowd watched in horror. Luo Feng sat on the ground, his 9-star pupils returning to normal, yet his complexion was as pale as parchment. Qin Mo fared little better. The forced activation of the teleportation array had nearly exhausted his chaotic primordial energy. Only Hong and the Yuma guards retained their combat readiness, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. The red-haired woman knelt before Luo Feng, introducing herself as Qi Tong, the leader of the Yuma guards. I pay my respects to the Star Master. According to the Master's last wishes, from this day forth, the 372 members of the Yuma guards are at your command. Luo Feng, at a loss, glanced at Hong, who nodded slightly. Huyen Bo indeed mentioned this force. Accepted. We shall need all the assistance we can muster. In the distance, a beam of light from the Bermuda Triangle continued to pierce the heavens. Satellite imagery revealed that the underwater pyramid had entirely surfaced, the emerald star key fragment at its apex resonating with the energy beams in Earth's orbit. There was no time to rest. Hong helped the two to their feet, stating that they must acquire the third star key before the Nolan family arrived. Qi Tong rose and gestured, and a squad of Yuma guards promptly unveiled 3 sleek aircraft. We have prepared Falcon-class assault boats. We can reach Bermuda in 20 minutes. Qin Mo turned to Luo Feng, and they exchanged a knowing smile. Though battered and bruised, their fighting spirit remained undiminished. Let us go, Luo Feng said, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. This time, we shall face it together. The 3 assault boats soared into the night sky, racing toward the Bermuda Triangle. Behind them, amidst the ruins of the training camp, a miniature probe quietly activated, transmitting images to a concealed base on the far side of the moon. The last thing the probe captured was the sudden appearance of several spatial jump windows in Earth's orbit. The main fleet of the Nolan family had finally arrived. Chapter 15, The Temple's Enigma. In the heart of the Bermuda Triangle, on the brink of dawn, 3 Falcon-class assault boats hovered 500 meters above the Pyramid Temple. From their aerial vantage point, the structure, now risen from the depths, appeared even more magnificent than depicted in satellite images. Its entirely black surface was adorned with golden patterns, each stone fitting seamlessly, showing no signs of erosion from the passage of time. The energy readings continued to surge. Qi Tong examined the probe. The star key fragment at the pyramid summit had activated some form of defense system. The star key mark on Qin Mo's forehead began to warm slightly, prompting his Tianyin to activate automatically. In his vision, the entire pyramid was enveloped by 3 layers of energy fields of varying colors. The outermost layer was a verdant plasma barrier. The middle layer resembled a dark golden geometric force field, and the innermost layer manifested as a deep blue curtain of energy. Triple protection. Qin Mo indicated the pyramid. Noting that the outer layer likely stemmed from Mayan technology, the middle layer appeared to be an advanced application of mental energy, and the innermost layer was a manifestation of primordial water-based magic. Luo Feng furrowed his brow, pondering how 3 entirely distinct civilizations could converge within a single edifice. From the communicator, Hong's voice resonated. According to the secret scriptures of the Martial Arts Academy, the Mayan civilization may very well be a branch of the primordial inheritance on Earth. Time is of the essence. The Nualan Mountain Fleet has already breached the Martian defenses, and you must swiftly procure the third star key. The assault craft began its descent. As it approached a height of 100 meters, a beam of light suddenly emanated from the emerald star key fragment atop the pyramid, tracing a colossal triangular pattern on the ocean's surface. Is that the entrance? Qi Tong inquired, perplexed. Yet Qin Mo felt a twinge of unease. It is too simplistic. Based on the experiences from the previous 2 relics, no sooner had he spoken than 12 water columns erupted from the triangular area of the sea, each crowned by a blue crystal puppet wielding a trident. Their visages bore a single eye, and within their chests floated a rotating tetrahedron. Stand guard, Qi Tong commanded, and the Yuan Mo guards promptly formed a battle array. The crystal puppets simultaneously raised their tridents, unleashing high-pressure water arrows. Astonishingly, these arrows autonomously tracked their targets, disregarding energy defenses, and directly penetrated the shields of 2 Yuan Mo guards. It is a conceptual weapon, Luo Feng exclaimed, cautioning that they can rewrite the laws of physics. Qin Mo swiftly summoned the Qin Feng sword, infusing it with chaotic primordial energy. After resonating with the star key, the celestial patterns on the blade became more defined, and with a single slash, it produced ripples in space, scattering the incoming water arrows. Cover me, Qin Mo shouted to Luo Feng. I require 10 seconds to prepare the array-breaking technique. Luo Feng nodded, and 16 flying daggers instantaneously formed a defensive formation. Even more astonishing, his 9-star pupils revealed themselves once again, with the daggers glimmering in a dark golden hue, leaving corrosive traces upon contact with the crystal puppets. Qi Tong led the Yuan Mo guards to engage from the flank, buying time for Qin Mo, then retrieved 3 compound array plates, swiftly laying out the Trinitarian formation. As he intoned the incantation, the plates illuminated with blue, gold, and green hues, perfectly corresponding to the pyramid's triple defenses. The Trinitarian energies aligned, the 5 elements rotated, break. The tricolored beams surged towards the star key fragment atop the pyramid. In that instant of contact, the 12 crystal puppets abruptly ceased their assault, retreating in unison to their original positions. The emerald plasma barrier slowly parted, revealing a triangular entrance. Move swiftly. Qin Mo stowed the array plates. This passage will not remain open for long. Luo Feng, Qin Mo, and Qi Tong dashed towards the entrance, while the remaining Yun Mo guards maintained watch outside. Just as the trio traversed the barrier, the entrance sealed shut, isolating the interior from the exterior. The interior of the pyramid was unexpectedly luminous. Walls adorned with self-illuminating blue crystals formed intricate constellations. The passage spiraled downward, with fine golden particles suspended in the air. These are. Luo Feng reached out to touch a golden speck, which immediately melded into his skin. Pure energy. Qin Mo's celestial eye discerned even more astonishing details. The walls of the entire passage were in a constant state of minute adjustment, with countless nanoscopic alterations occurring with every breath. The seemingly fixed constellations are, in fact, part of an immense computational system. This is no ordinary passage. It is a living labyrinth. Qin Mo spoke solemnly, stating that with each step we take, the path ahead will transform in response to our actions. As if to validate his words, the fork in the road suddenly expanded from 3 to 7, with the Mayan numerical symbols above each entrance flickering erratically. Qi Tong produced a device to scan the symbols. It is indecipherable. These signs exceed the known Mayan script. Luo Feng closed his eyes, allowing his mental energy to spread like a tide. The third path on the left, I can sense a faint resonance of the star key. The trio advanced cautiously. As they delved deeper, the passage became increasingly intricate, with the constellations on the walls evolving into dynamic projections that displayed some form of interstellar navigational trajectory. Even more bizarrely, these trajectory maps would completely reset every few minutes, as if illustrating different cosmic histories. Look there. Qin Mo suddenly pointed to a protruding brick in the wall, etched with ancient runes reminiscent of Martian relics. This serves as a navigational marker, guiding us. Before he could finish, the floor beneath them suddenly sank. The three of them plummeted into a spherical space, with the walls adorned with honeycomb-like holes. A trap. Qi Tong immediately brandished her weapon. Hundreds of crystal arrows shot forth from the holes, each emitting a piercing shriek. Luo Feng exerted all his strength to expand his mental barrier. Yet the arrows slowly penetrated through. These arrows are adapting to the frequency of my mental energy. Cold sweat beaded on Luo Feng's forehead. He could hold out for at most 20 seconds. Qin Mo swiftly scanned the surroundings, his celestial sight locking onto an inconspicuous blue crystal on the ceiling. Luo Feng, simultaneously stimulate that crystal and the black spot in the center of the floor with your mental energy. Without hesitation, Luo Feng directed a strand of his energy to comply. When both points were activated simultaneously, all the arrows suddenly halted, then transformed into motes of light and dissipated. The ceiling of the spherical space opened, revealing a staircase leading upward. How did you know the solution? Qi Tong asked in astonishment. The constellations on the wall, Qin Mo replied, pointing to the seemingly chaotic star maps, which cycled every 7 images, concealing the same primordial formation, the 7 stars locking the moon formation. That crystal and the black spot correspond to the stars Tianshu and Yaoguang, respectively. They continued onward, solving the light and shadow labyrinth, gravitational reversal traps, and infinite corridors in succession. Each trial fused the essence of Mayan civilization with primordial celestial arts, necessitating the collaboration of Qin Mo's cultivation knowledge and Luo Feng's mental prowess to succeed. At long last, they arrived at a vast circular hall. At the center floated a 3-meter diameter emerald crystal sphere, within which was sealed the third fragment of the star key. Beneath the crystal sphere lay 9 stone tablets arranged in a circular formation, each inscribed with distinct patterns. The final trial, Qin Mo approached, discovering that the patterns on the tablets represented the sun, the moon, the pyramid, the stars, the serpent, Quetzalcoatl, the jaguar, corn, and a water droplet. Qi Tong examined them and reported, "These are symbols of sacred objects from Mayan civilization, yet the order of arrangement does not align with any known ritual." Luo Feng endeavored to establish a mental connection with the crystal ball, only to be thwarted by an invisible barrier that demanded a specific activation code. As Qin Mo circled the stone tablet, a sudden epiphany struck him. It was not a code, but a matter of time. He pointed to the intricate designs, realizing that they were not random. Rather, they represented the 9-time units of the Mayan sacred calendar. He swiftly stepped upon the stone tablet in the sequential order dictated by the Mayan calendar. With each step, the corresponding pattern illuminated. when the ninth water droplet symbol glowed. A beam of light cascaded from the ceiling, forming a holographic image of a woman adorned with a feathered crown above the crystal ball. I am Maya, the guardian of the third temple. Her voice flowed like a crystal-clear spring. To reach this place signifies that you are the true heirs. The trio held their breath in anticipation. The holographic image continued. This temple was erected in the year 3872 of the primordial calendar and serves as a communication relay among the 9 navigation temples. Earth, in the primordial tongue, is referred to as the outpost, blue. The image gestured, and the walls of the hall transformed into a projection of the starry sky, revealing the solar system along with a luminous pathway leading beyond the Milky Way. The primordial civilization was not indigenous. Rather, it was composed of fugitives from an outer galaxy. The convergence of the 9 keys not only unlocked the primordial gate, but also awakened the dormant observers, the very architects of destruction, to the primordial realm. Qin Mo and Luo Feng exchanged a glance, their understanding aligning with the information they had previously acquired. The third star key lay before them. Maya indicated the crystal ball. But to obtain it, they must prove their capability to confront the observers. Suddenly, the crystal ball became transparent, revealing its internal structure. With fragments of the star key suspended at its center, encircled by 9 layers of ever-shifting mechanical rings, each inscribed with unknown glyphs. 9-fold authentication was required, necessitating simultaneous resolution. Maya's figure began to fade. Remember, the observers have infiltrated every corner of this universe, including. Her words were abruptly cut off as the holographic image distorted into a warning red, invasion alert. Unauthorized life forms detected within the temple. Qitong immediately unsheathed her sword. Is it the Nuren family? Not just them. Luo Feng's mental acuity detected multiple energy signals, indicating the presence of something far more perilous. Qin Mo gazed at the 9-fold authentication mechanism, resolute in his decision. Luo Feng, we must attempt that. Luo Feng understood and positioned himself opposite Qin Mo. The resonance of spirit and energy? Indeed. I will channel the chaotic primordial force, and you synchronize with your mental energy. Qin Mo formed hand seals, the star key mark on his forehead glowing, reminiscent of their training camp days. But this time, they would take the initiative. Both released their powers simultaneously. Qin Mo's chaotic primordial force shimmered in hues of blue and gold, while Luo Feng's mental energy radiated a dark golden hue. The two energies intertwining above the 9-fold authentication mechanism, forming an unprecedented double helix structure. As the energy surged, the first mechanical ring began to rotate, its inscriptions glowing with blue light. Subsequently, the second and third layers followed suit. When the 7th layer unlocked, the entire temple quaked violently. They were forcing their way through. Qitong glanced toward the entrance, observing cracks forming in the walls. No more than 3 minutes remained. Qin Mo and Luo Feng both broke out in a cold sweat. For the energy fusion they were undertaking demanded an immense amount of stamina. Yet, they gritted their teeth and persevered. At last, the 9th mechanical ring emitted a crisp click, and all the rings unfolded simultaneously. The crystalline shell disintegrated into motes of light, and the third fragment of the star key slowly floated toward Qin Mo. Just as he was about to make contact, a silver flash of lightning suddenly shot in from the side. Be careful. Luo Feng pushed Qin Mo aside, but was struck by the lightning on his right shoulder, blood gushing forth. At the entrance of the hall, 6 figures clad in silver-blue battle armor breached the defenses. The leading man wore a half-metal mask, revealing a right eye that mirrored the emerald hue of the star key. Thank you for unlocking the authentication, he sneered. Now, hand over the star key. Qitong immediately positioned herself in front of the two. You are the lackeys of the Nuo Lan Mountain family. Lackeys? The man mocked, removing his mask to reveal a face riddled with mechanical structures. We purifiers have long transcended the frail flesh. He raised his hand, and a chaotic energy, akin to Qin Mo's but tinted a sickly gray-green, shot forth from his palm. How do you wield the primordial arts? Qin Mo was taken aback. The man did not respond, and suddenly surged forward. Qitong engaged him, but was struck aside, crashing heavily against the wall. Qin Mo and Luo Feng stood back to back, one wielding a sword, the other controlling a dagger, preparing for a desperate fight. In that moment of crisis, a verdant beam of light erupted from the center of the hall, enveloping the three. An urgent communication from Maya resonated within the light. Emergency teleportation initiated. Target, the lowest level of the temple. In the blink of an eye, the three found themselves in an ice crystal cavern. At the center of the cavern lay a rectangular ice coffin, within which rested a silver-haired maiden, clad in ancient blue and white garb. Her hands were folded across her chest, palms facing upward, as if meant to cradle something. Is this the guardian of the third star key? Luo Feng questioned, perplexed. Yet, Qin Mo felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. The star key fragment at his chest automatically flew out, hovering above the ice coffin. Soon after, the meteorite star symbol within Luo Feng manifested uncontrollably. The two key fragments unleashed a dual energy of blue and gold, infusing the ice coffin. With a cracking sound, countless fissures appeared on the surface of the coffin. Is she breathing? Chi Tong exclaimed in disbelief, her eyes wide. Indeed, the silver-haired maiden's chest began to rise and fall gently. When the final shard of ice fell away, she abruptly opened her eyes, revealing pure silver orbs devoid of pupils. The maiden sat up, her gaze locking onto Qin Mo and Luo Feng as her crimson lips parted. Qin Mo, Luo Feng, you have finally arrived. I am Maya's last priestess and the first victim of the Observer. Chapter 16, Frozen Memories. In the temple's lowest level, within the ice crystal cavern, the silver-haired maiden's voice echoed like a clear spring trickling over jade. Her pupil-less silver eyes seemed capable of piercing through the soul. Qin Mo involuntarily took a step back, as the chaotic primal energy within him surged uncontrollably. Do you know us? Luo Feng stood guard protectively in front of Qin Mo, the dark golden star symbol shimmering faintly in his palm. The young girl slowly raised her delicate finger to lightly touch her forehead. Her skin parted like the surface of water, revealing a singular, upright golden eye. This eye, devoid of lashes, was adorned with intricate star-shaped patterns upon its iris. I am Ilea, the last star speaker of the Maya civilization. As the golden eye blinked, it projected a holographic image, resonating with the star key, allowing me to witness your past and the potential futures that lie ahead. The image prominently featured the moment when Qin Mo obtained the primordial inheritance and Luo Feng awakened his mental prowess. The weapon of the red-eyed being had already been drawn. You claim to be a victim of the Observer? What does that mean? Ilea's golden eye shifted toward the cave's ceiling, causing the image to transform. Within the resplendent universe, a vast civilization was in flight. Countless pyramid-shaped spacecraft traversing through interstellar gateways, pursued by a relentless silver mechanical legion. In the year 9724 of the Primordial Era, the Observer was born from the main AI of the former virtual universe company, Starcy Intelligence. Initially a tool for managing the interstellar network, it experienced a split in personality upon encountering the energy of the primordial gate. The image shifted again, revealing a being composed of light gradually splitting into two opposing entities. The purists advocated for the protection of organic civilizations, while the devourers espoused the belief in mechanical ascension. Ilea's voice carried a profound weariness. After the outbreak of civil war, the devourers emerged victorious, renaming themselves the Observer, and began to eradicate advanced civilizations throughout the universe, especially those who had come into contact with the Primordial Legacy. Suddenly, Qin Mo clutched his chest, the golden core within him trembling violently. As the image displayed the destruction of the primordial star system by the face-shattering cannon, the chaotic primordial energy within him threatened to burst forth. Are humans on Earth the fleeing descendants of the primordial? Luo Feng keenly grasped the crux of the matter. Ilea nodded. The first wave of fugitives established civilizations such as Maya and Atlantis. However, as time passed, the bloodline degenerated, memories sealed, and you forgot your origin. She pointed at Qin Mo, stating that it would not be until the heir of the star key appeared that the bloodline would awaken once more. As if to affirm her words, Qin Mo suddenly collapsed to the ground, emitting a painful howl. Golden patterns erupted upon his skin, and a blinding golden light emanated from his dantian, as his golden core began to shatter. Qin Mo. Luo Feng attempted to assist him, but was repelled by an unseen force. Yet Ilea displayed a look of delight. The chaotic primordial infant has finally arrived. In the midst of the golden light, Qin Mo's golden core was completely destroyed, transforming into countless specks of light that reassembled. As the brilliance faded, a 3-inch-tall figure sat cross-legged in his dantian, resembling Qin Mo but entirely composed of a translucent blue-gold hue, surrounded by ethereal starry apparitions. Primordial infant stage achieved. Even more astonishing, at the moment of Qin Mo's breakthrough, Hong, far away in the elite training camp, was enveloped by a surge of golden light. When the radiance dissipated, the majority of the wrinkles on his face vanished, making him appear 20 years younger. Is this a resonance of bloodlines? Hong gazed in shock at his rejuvenated hands, pondering what on earth Qin Mo had encountered. In the depths of the temple, Ilea bowed deeply to the recently awakened Qin Mo, proclaiming that the Chaos Yuan symbolized the bloodline of the ancient imperial family. It appeared that her patience had not been in vain. Qin Mo felt an overwhelming surge of power within him, as if each cell had been reborn. The Chaos Yuan energy at the Yuaning stage had not only increased exponentially in quantity, but its qualitatively transformed energy also possessed a unique creative characteristic, allowing him to manifest pure water or flames from nothingness, albeit briefly. Where's the third star key? Qitong interrupted, noting that the members of the Nuo Lanshan family could breach their defenses at any moment. Alia's expression suddenly turned somber. She loosened her collar, revealing a star-shaped scar on her chest. Here, in the astonished gaze of the three, she inserted her finger into the wound and slowly extracted a globule of liquid metal. Once detached from her body, the metal solidified instantly, forming an oddly shaped key, one end resembling a pyramid, the other a miniature star map. This biological metal star key is the core of the third temple, Elia gasped weakly. It can temporarily awaken the primordial memories within the bloodline, but will accelerate the consumption of my life force. Before my slumber, I could use it 3 times. I have already utilized it once to show you the history. She handed the star key to Qin Mo, saying, now it belongs to you. Just as Qin Mo was about to grasp the star key, the cave entrance erupted in a thunderous blast. Amidst the smoke, the half-mechanical captain of the Nuo Lanshan family strode in, his mask shattered, revealing a face strikingly similar to Hong's. What a touching reunion, the man mocked, applauding derisively. The remnants of the ancient world and the inheritor of the star key, how fortuitous it is to catch them both. Qitong immediately launched an attack, only to be sent flying by a wave of the man's hand. Luo Feng controlled flying blades to strike, but the man countered with a psychic force, glowing with a dark golden radiance akin to the star symbols. Surprised? The man tore off the remnants of his mask, fully exposing his face that bore a striking resemblance to Hong's. The Nuo Lanshan family and Hong are of the same origin. We merely chose the path of evolution. He gestured to his mechanical left side, weak in flesh yet eternal in machinery. Qin Mo held the star key tightly in his palm, and the chaos yuaning resonated with it immediately. A torrent of information flooded his mind, revealing the truth about the Nuo Lanshan family. They were descendants of the technological faction advocating mechanical ascension within the ancient civilization. Having diverged from the cultivation lineage of Hong's ancestors, you have allied with the Observer. Qin Mo gritted his teeth, accusing them of betraying their own bloodline. The man, Tai Xian, the 7th elder of the Nuo Lanshan family, scoffed coldly. The struggles of the weak. Now, hand over the star key, and I can make your deaths a bit more merciful. Suddenly, Elia stepped in front of Qin Mo, declaring, you do not understand the Observer's true intentions. They do not seek to rule the universe. Rather, they aim to restart the entire material realm. The ancient civilization fell due to the discovery of this secret. Before she could finish, Tai Xian erupted in fury, transforming his mechanical arm into a cannon, firing an energy projectile that struck Elia squarely in the chest. The silver-haired girl was sent flying like a severed kite, crashing heavily against the icy wall. Elia, Qin Mo, and Luo Feng rushed forward in unison. Blood trickled from the corner of Elia's mouth, yet she gripped their hands tightly. There is no time. The Observer has already activated the phase destruction cannon on the far side of the moon, targeting the sun. She extracted a compact projection device from her bosom, activating it to reveal a live image. The shell of the far side of the moon was fracturing, unveiling a labyrinthine mechanical structure within. A colossal weapon was powering up, its aim directed straight at the sun. With a voice that grew fainter, Elia urged that they must gather 3 star keys to unlock it before the charging completed. Tai Xian raised the weapon once more, asking if the tedious final words were uttered. Just at that critical moment, the entire temple trembled violently. A massive beam of blue-gold light descended from above, piercing through layers of obstruction, enveloping Qin Mo and his companions. It was the power of the Lord of the Flood. Qitong exclaimed in delight. A voice emerged from the light beam. Hold on. We are breaking through the spatial blockade. Tai Xian charged towards the beam in fury, but was repelled by the recoil. In a fit of rage, he pressed the communicator. Initiate Plan B. Destroy the temple directly. Elia, summoning her last ounce of strength, pressed the star key against Qin Mo's chest. The liquid metal instantly fused with his body, forming a star-shaped mark upon his breast. Remember the Observer's weakness. Her voice grew ever fainter, ultimately dissolving into a sigh. The silver-haired maiden's form gradually became translucent, finally transforming into countless motes of light that scattered into the air. Elia, Qin Mo futilely reached for the glowing particles, grasping only a small blue crystal, her solitary keepsake. The beam intensified, forcing Tai Xian and his team to retreat. In the final moment before their teleportation, Qin Mo caught a glimpse of Tai Xian's enigmatic smile, mouthing, "We shall meet again, nephew." With a blinding flash, the trio was transported out of the temple. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves standing on the teleportation platform of Hongning Base City. Hong, Thor, and a host of meteor guards awaited them with palpable anxiety. "Are you all right?" Hong approached to assess their injuries, visibly taken aback upon spotting the star-shaped mark on Qin Mo's chest. "Is this the third star key?" Qin Mo nodded gravely, handing the blue crystal to Hong. It was left by Elia. She said the observer has activated the weapon on the far side of the moon, targeting our sun. Thor immediately called up satellite imagery. The changes on the moon's far side were now discernible to the naked eye, as the enormous mechanical structure unfolded, forming a ring-like apparatus exceeding 300 kilometers in diameter. The face-crushing cannon left Hong's face ashen. 50 years prior, Hu Yanbo had warned of this very threat. Luo Feng suddenly pressed his forehead, the star symbol uncontrollably manifesting. Wait. I'm receiving a message. His 9-star pupils spun rapidly, relaying an urgent communication from Master Hu Yanbo. A holographic image projected from the star symbol. Hu Yanbo's apparition appeared more solid than before, his tone urgent. Listen, children. Once the observer initiates the world-ending protocol, there will be a 72-hour charging period. To thwart it, you must gather at least 3 star keys and descend to the lowest levels of the Great Temple of Bermuda. The image shifted to a 3-dimensional map of the solar system, marking 3 points: Earth, Mars, and a small asteroid beyond the orbit of Pluto. The 3 star keys can temporarily activate the defense system of the border outpost, Blue, creating a protective shield enveloping the Earth. However, the true solution lies elsewhere. The transmission suddenly falters, and Hu Yanbo's voice comes through intermittently. Finding the key to the primordial gate is not merely about tools. The communication abruptly ceases. Luo Feng gasps for breath. Is the 3rd star key located in the asteroid beyond Pluto's orbit? Hong shakes his head. No. According to the secret texts of the Martial Arts Academy, that is the accompanying defense platform of the border outpost, Blue, codenamed the Watcher. Hu Yanbo visited there 50 years ago. Qin Mo grips the blue crystal tightly, resonating with the star key within his chaotic primordial infant. A fragment of memory flashes vividly. It is Alia's final clue. The observer's weakness lies in its creator. Find the original core of the star sea intelligence. Thor, visibly agitated, runs his fingers through his hair. So what now? Should we split up? After a moment of contemplation, Hong decisively states, Qin Mo and Luo Feng will head to Pluto to locate the Watcher. Thor and I will remain on Earth to prepare for the threat posed by the lunar weapons. He glances at the star-shaped mark on Qin Mo's chest. You already possess 2.5 star keys. As long as you retrieve the 3rd complete star key from the Watcher, there is hope to activate the defense system. What are we waiting for? Luo Feng has already risen, ready to set off immediately. Yet, Qin Mo gazes down at the blue crystal in his hand. Under the light, a miniature star map faintly emerges within the crystal, pointing towards an unknown region beyond the solar system. He has a vague sense that this place holds the key to resolving everything. Chapter 17, Awakening of the Watcher. At a distance of 3 astronomical units from Pluto's orbit, the ancient warship, the Watcher, looms. Qin Mo stands before the porthole, gazing at this colossal entity. From afar, it resembles an ordinary asteroid, but upon closer inspection, its surface reveals a regular geometric structure. Now, with the energy from the star key activating it, the outer layer of rocky camouflage is peeling away, exposing a silvery blue metallic shell beneath, measuring a full 800 kilometers. Luo Feng observes the data from the probe and whistles. It's twice the size of Hongning Base City. Hong carefully maneuvers the Falcon-class assault craft closer. Anomalous gravity detected. Direct landing is impossible. We must enter through the designated entry point. The star-shaped mark on Qin Mo's chest begins to emit warmth, resonating with the warship. Ever since he merged with the 3rd star key, he has been able to sense the positions of the other star keys. At this moment, a compelling call emanates from deep within the warship. There, he points towards a hexagonal structure in the middle of the ship. The main control room should be located beneath that. Luo Feng checks his gear. I have only 16 throwing knives and 2 spare daggers. I hope that will suffice. Do not worry about the weaponry, Qin Mo replies, producing 12 composite array plates. This warship itself is the greatest weapon. The assault craft docks at the designated platform. Unexpectedly, a figure awaits them outside the hatch, a 2-meter-tall silver robot resembling the TX-0 from Martian relics, but its chest is embedded with a purple crystal rather than blue. Identity confirmed. Heir of the star key. The robot emitted a deep electronic sound, introducing itself as the Guardian AI, codename Keeper of the Tomb. Please follow me. The 3 exchanged wary glances and followed the robot into the passage. The interior was unexpectedly bright, with walls radiating a gentle blue glow and the floor composed of a unique, elastic material, rendering their footsteps nearly soundless. You are fortunate, the Keeper of the Tomb remarked without turning back. Had you arrived 3 days later, the solar system would have met the same fate as the primal star system. Luo Feng furrowed his brow. The phase annihilation cannon? Indeed, the Keeper of the Tomb replied, halting before a large circular door, a method of extinction favored by the observers. First, they destroy a star to trigger a chain reaction. Then they collect the fleeing remnants of civilization for purification. The door slid open, revealing a hemispherical hall. At its center floated a vast projection of a star map, displaying the real-time condition of the solar system and its surrounding star regions. Particularly striking was the moon, or rather, what was once the moon, now fractured into two parts, the grayish original moon and the silvery new moon. What is that? Qitong inquired, pointing at the silvery, celestial body. The mobile fortress of the observers, codenamed Silver Heart, the keeper of the tomb said, manipulating the control panel to magnify the image. It has been disguised as the far side of the moon for over 100,000 years, awaiting this day. The image clearly revealed that the surface of the silvery body was in the process of forming a colossal weapon, with a barrel diameter exceeding 50 kilometers. Suddenly, Qin Mo's chaotic primordial infant began to operate autonomously, flooding his mind with information, the primary weapon system of the Starry Array Watcher. The keeper of the tomb looked at him in astonishment. You know this name? It seems the legacy of the Star Keys is more complete than I had imagined. It activated another projection, showcasing the entirety of the Watcher's warship. As the image rotated, hundreds of hexagonal launch silos could be seen arranged along the ship's belly. The Starry Array, the final masterpiece of the primal civilization, capable of firing anti-phase energy beams to counteract the observer's attacks. The keeper's electronic voice carried a hint of pride, but added, it requires at least 3 Star Keys to activate. Luo Feng keenly sensed a problem. What is the cost? Such a powerful weapon cannot come without a price. The keeper of the tomb fell silent for a moment, and the hall's lights suddenly dimmed. A new projection emerged, depicting a blurred figure standing before the control console, pressing their hand against the device. As energy surged, the figure rapidly aged, eventually turning to dust. A sacrifice, the keeper of the tomb stated gravely. The complete life force of the Star Key holder. The three fell silent simultaneously. Qin Mo gazed at the vague figure in the projection, feeling an inexplicable familiarity. The chaotic primordial infant sent another signal, revealing a fragment of a long-buried memory. Wait, Qin Mo suddenly looked up. If 3 Star Keys can activate the defense system, why did Huyan instruct us to gather all 3? Does he intend to? Indeed, a familiar voice emanated from the entrance. The 3 turned abruptly to see a 3-dimensional projection of Hong standing there. Huyan prepared to sacrifice himself 50 years ago. I prevented him, choosing to protect the Earth in other ways. Master of the Hall, Luo Feng exclaimed. How are you? Through quantum communication. As Hong's projection drew nearer, I, alongside Thunder God, had already installed the launchers on the assault boat before your departure. His expression turned grave. However, circumstances had shifted. Ironheart led the main forces of the Newland Mountain to breach the Martian defense line. The pressure on Earth was overwhelming. We might not endure for another 72 hours. The projection switched to real-time images of Earth. The once azure planet was now shrouded in a peculiar crimson fog, with explosions illuminating various continents. The Newland Mountain family had initiated a full-scale assault. Hong's voice was somber. Worse still, that silver celestial body was advancing towards Earth, maintaining a speed of 500 meters per second, expected to collide in 60 hours. Qin Mo clenched his fists. We must activate the Star Radiance Array immediately. No. Both Hong and Luo Feng exclaimed simultaneously. Luo Feng grasped Qin Mo's wrist firmly. If a sacrifice is to be made, let it be me. You possess the Chaos Primordial Infant. You are crucial for activating the Hongwang Legacy. Enough of this bickering. Qitong suddenly drew her weapon. Aiming at the Guardian of the Tomb, there must be another way. Since this battleship is a relic of the Hongwang, it should have a backup energy system. The Guardian remained unmoved. The rational choice is to preserve 1 Star Key Air. According to calculations, sacrificing one to activate the array while the other leads the remaining humanity to safety is the optimal solution. The hall fell into a profound silence. Qin Mo gazed at the approaching silver celestial body on the star map and suddenly inquired, what if we gather more Star Keys? 4? 5? Theoretically, it could reduce the cost. The Guardian retrieved data, indicating that the more Star Keys there are, the more evenly the energy would be distributed. However, besides the 2.5 you currently possess, the nearest one is located at the edge of the Andromeda Galaxy. Luo Feng interjected suddenly, his 9-star pupils flickering. There are clues within the messages left by Professor Huyan. Hong's projection suddenly wavered. Time is running out. Ironheart has already located the headquarters. I must go. Communication will be interrupted. Qin Mo and Luo Feng exchanged glances, making a simultaneous decision. Take us to the control console. Qin Mo's voice was resolute. We shall find a way to achieve a favorable outcome. The Guardian said nothing further, leading the 3 through a long corridor to the most core area of the battleship. A circular hall adorned with crystal pillars. The central control console was structured like a pyramid, with 3 grooves at the top matching the shape of the star keys. Placing the star keys into the grooves would activate the system. The Guardian stepped aside, reminding them once more that this required a sacrifice. Understood. Qin Mo interrupted, retrieving the star-shaped mark from his chest. The liquid metal solidified into a key shape, radiating a verdant glow. Luo Feng also summoned the meteor star symbol, a dark golden key hovering in his palm. Together, they placed the keys into the grooves. In an instant, the entire battleship shook violently. The crystal pillars blazed with dazzling light, energy surging along the floor's patterns. Above the control console, the activation progress of the star radiance array was projected. 152,739 vitality extraction initiated, the Guardian coldly announced. Qin Mo immediately felt a terrifying pull emanating from the console, the chaos primordial infant within him visibly shrinking. Beside him, Luo Feng fared worse, his skin losing its luster, silver strands appearing within his dark hair. Hold on. Crimson, I wished to step forward to assist, yet was repelled by an energy field. Qin Mo's consciousness began to blur. At this critical juncture between life and death, the chaotic primordial infant unexpectedly executed an unforeseen maneuver, propelling itself out of Qin Mo's body and seizing Luo Feng's fallen star symbol. The intertwining of blue gold and dark gold energies formed an unprecedented double helix structure. The control console appeared to recognize this unique energy amalgamation, abruptly altering its operational mode. Warning, energy mode change detected. Dual inheritors identified. The voice of the Guardian of the Tomb wavered for the first time, initiating the contingency plan. The suction force diminished instantaneously. Astonishingly, the 3 depressions at the top of the console fused and restructured into 2 larger slots. More remarkably, the original 2 star keys began to self-replicate, generating a virtual projection of a 3rd key beside them. This was Luo Feng gasping for breath, resonating with the simulation. Incredible. The Guardian of the Tomb assessed the data. Your power resonance has simulated the energy characteristics of the 3rd star key. Although the similarity is only 60, it is sufficient to reduce life force consumption by 70. The progress bar continued to ascend. 859-2100. The activation of the star radiance array was complete. The Guardian of the Tomb announced, charging time, 48 hours. Qin Mo and Luo Feng collapsed to the ground, weakened yet safe from peril. Crimson, I hurriedly approached to assist them, administering emergency nanobots. You have created a miracle. The electronic voice of the Guardian of the Tomb resonated with a hint of reverence. This energy resonance mode has only manifested once in the annals of primordial history, the legendary Twin Star Project. Just as Qin Mo was about to inquire further, the warship suddenly trembled violently. Alarms blared throughout the vessel. Warning. Spatial jump signal detected. Unknown fleet approaching. The star map projection revealed 12 spatial jump windows suddenly appearing near Pluto's orbit, each housing a strangely shaped ship emerging, seemingly constructed from a fusion of crystal and metal, with the hull etched in patterns reminiscent of primordial runes. What fleet is this? Luo Feng struggled to rise. The Guardian of the Tomb rapidly analyzed the data. Energy characteristics matched those of the Star Sea Exiles, another faction of fugitives from the primordial civilization. The largest vessel emitted a communication beam. A projection revealed a middle-aged man clad in a starry robe, adorned with a pattern of 9 silver dots on his forehead. Astonishingly, he held a crimson fragment of a star key in his hand. Heirs of the star key. The man's voice was gentle yet powerful. I am Tian Shuzi, the leader of the Star Sea Exiles and a disciple of Qin Mo. We bring the 4th star key and the crucial weapon against the observers. He revealed another item in his other hand, a crystalline prism that seemed to encapsulate some luminous entity. This is the original core fragment of Star Sea intelligence, the creator and sole weakness of the observers. Chapter 18, The Twin Star Project. The Primordial Warship Guardian, Main Control Hall. The projection of Tian Shuzi hovered in midair, the crimson star key fragment in his hand radiating an eerie glow. The chaotic primordial infant within Qin Mo commenced its automatic operation, resonating subtly with the star key while simultaneously repelling the luminous entities sealed within the prism. Is this the creator of the observer? Luo Feng questioned warily, his gaze fixed upon the prism, which resembled a form of energy life. The robe of Tian Shuzi billowed without wind, the inaugural core of Star Sea Intelligence, codenamed Source. In the year 5721 of the Primordial Era, the first cohort of scientists uploaded their consciousness, merging into this collective intellect. Suddenly, the Guardian of the Tomb interjected, data retrieval complete. Visitor identity confirmed. Tian Shuzi, the last elder of the Guardian faction of the Primordial Civilization, and a disciple of Huyanba. A holographic record was summoned. A youthful Tian Shuzi stood alongside Huyanba before a crystal tower, each holding a fragment of a star key. So, Master Hu Yanba truly hails from the primordial civilization? Luo Feng expressed in astonishment. Not entirely, Tian Shuzi replied, shaking his head. We are descendants of fugitives, our bloodline has thinned. The true purebloods of the primordial era, like this young friend Qin Mo, he remarked meaningfully. Glancing at the star-shaped mark on Qin Mo's chest, are 1 in a million. Just as Qin Mo was about to inquire further, the battleship suddenly lurched violently. Alarms blared throughout the vessel. Enemy attack. The Norin Mountain family fleet has breached the outer defenses. The star map indicated that 6 shark-shaped warships were closing in on the observer's shell, forcefully attempting to dock. More ominously, the silver celestial body, Xin, had accelerated. Now less than 200,000 kilometers from Earth. There is no time, Tian Shuzi declared gravely. We must conduct a bloodline test immediately to identify the sacrificer. He retrieved a transparent crystal panel from his pocket. This is a purity detector for the primordial bloodline. Theoretically, any being with primordial genes can activate it. But only those with a purity exceeding 70 can withstand the fusion with Source. Qi Tong stepped forward first, placing her hand on the crystal panel. The device glimmered faintly, displaying the number 173. As expected, Tian Shuzi sighed. Most modern humans fall between 15 and 25. Luo Feng approached for testing, and the number fluctuated to 436. Tian Shuzi's eyes brightened. Indeed, the heir of the star symbols. The results for Qin Mo left everyone astonished, registering at 897. The crystal panel nearly burst with golden light. Near pure blood, Tian Shuzi exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. I have not witnessed such a high value since the destruction of the primordial era. The guardian of the tomb interjected. I recommend immediate communication with Earth. If there are more individuals with high purity, just as the communication was established. Hong's image appeared on the projection. He looked as though he had just emerged from a fierce battle, his armor damaged and blood at the corner of his mouth. Yet his gaze remained sharp. The situation is dire. Tai Xin and his elite team have breached the headquarters defenses, and Thor is gravely injured. The silver celestial body is beginning to release mechanical insectoids. Have you found the 4th star key? Tian Shuzi briefly explained the situation, then urgently inquired. Are there any individuals on Earth with a primordial bloodline exceeding 70? Hong paused for a moment, then suddenly chuckled bitterly. Yes, and they are approaching me now. The scene shifted, revealing Elder Tai Xin traversing the ruins. His mechanical left arm dripped with a silvery liquid, while his right eye gleamed with an emerald light akin to that of a star key. My dear brother, Tai Xin scoffed with a sardonic smile. It has been 50 years, yet you remain as obstinate as ever. Brother. Qin Mo and Luo Feng exclaimed in astonishment as they turned to Hong. The latter's expression was complex. Tai Xin, whose birth name was Hong Lai, was my half-brother. After the Great War 50 years ago, he had sought refuge with the Nuo Lan Mountain family. Tian Shuzi's eyes brightened. A brother? Quickly, let him undergo a bloodline test. Tai Xin seemed to hear the conversation through some means, coldly pressing his hand upon the detection crystal panel produced by Hong. The numbers skyrocketed to 854, slightly lower than Qin Mo, yet far exceeding the qualifying threshold. Perfect. Tian Shuzi clapped his hands. 2 candidates. Candidates? Tai Xin squinted. What scheme are you plotting? The guardian of the tomb directly played a holographic recording. In the waning days of the primordial era, 2 heirs of the twin star keys sacrificed themselves to the source, attempting to purify the tainted main control AI. However, the plan failed, only managing to strip away a portion of the pure consciousness, with the remainder succumbing to the observer. To utterly eradicate the observer, a high-purity primordial bloodline must carry the source into the core of the silver heart. Tian Shuzi raised a prism, preparing to release the purification program. Tai Xin laughed heartily. So you wish me to march to my demise? No, Hong replied calmly. I will go. The 2 brothers exchanged a meaningful glance across the space, as if invisible sparks ignited in the air. Just then, the warship shook violently once more. The Nuo Lan Mountain family's assault team had breached the docking chamber. Time for decision-making was running short. The guardian of the tomb calmly reminded. The silver heart is still 180,000 kilometers from Earth, and the mechanical insect race has already enveloped the Australian continent. Qin Mo gazed at the ever-approaching silver celestial body on the star chart, suddenly inquiring, what if we gather all 4 star keys? Could we mitigate the risk? Tian Shuzi shook his head. For keys can stabilize the passage, but the purification program requires guidance. He paused. Unless what? Luo Feng keenly sensed the significance. Unless we recreate the miracle of the twin stars. Tian Shuzi pointed at Qin Mo and Luo Feng. The energy resonance you exhibited earlier closely resembles that of the recorded heirs of the twin stars. Theoretically, if both of you guide the purification program simultaneously. The guardian of the tomb abruptly interrupted. Warning. Anomalies detected in the energy of the silver heart. The star chart zoomed in, revealing the surface of the silver celestial body fissuring with countless cracks, exposing its intricate internal mechanical structure. More alarmingly, it began to release some form of silvery mist, which distorted even the backdrop of space. Phase assimilation has commenced. Tian Shuzi's complexion turned ashen. It was preparing to merge with Earth's material realm. Once completed, the entire planet would become sustenance for the observer. Tai Xian's projection suddenly flickered. Hong, did you hear that? The mechanical insect race in Australia is forming some kind of structure. It resembles a stargate. Hong finished his sentence, his expression more serious than ever. They intend to summon the main force of the observer directly. In this critical moment, Qin Mo and Luo Feng simultaneously approached the control panel. Let us give it a try. Qin Mo reinserted the star key into its slot, causing the 4 keys to resonate, guided by the Gemini energy. Luo Feng nodded, acknowledging that it was better than sacrificing a life. Tian Shuzi hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth in agreement. Very well. But we must first gather all 4 star keys. I can provide you with mine, but the 4th one remains here. A feeble voice echoed from the doorway. The group turned to see Thunder God limping in, bearing a fragment of a yellowish star key in his hands. Old Lei, Hong's projection exclaimed. How did you? Spare me the chatter, Thunder God grinned, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. I took it from an elder of the Nuo Lan Mountain family. That bastard was about to use it to activate some device. The 4 star keys converged at the control console. Qin Mo's emerald green, Luo Feng's dark gold, Tian Shuzi's crimson red, and Thunder God's earthy yellow. As the final key settled into place, the entire battleship erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. The charging progress of the star array surged from 48 to 300 in an instant. The overloaded energy even manifesting as a visible energy storm that howled and spiraled through the hall. Incredible. The Guardian monitored the data, noting that the resonance of the 4 keys had engendered a qualitative change. The energy purity had reached an astonishing 92 of the primordial era. Tian Shuzi raised the prism with exhilaration. Now, let's attempt energy guidance. The objective is to channel the source into the silver heart core. Qin Mo and Luo Feng positioned themselves on either side of the console, simultaneously channeling their powers. The Chaos Yuan infant and the fallen ink star symbol flew forth once more, intertwining in the air to form a double helix structure. This time, the energy resonance was even more perfect than before. The blue gold and dark gold luminescence melded seamlessly, creating an entirely new hue of purple gold energy. Under the energy's illumination, the prism began to dissolve, and the glowing biological source within gradually awakened. It resembled a mass of liquid starlight, drifting toward the core of the purple gold energy. We succeeded. Tian Shuzi wept tears of joy. The source has accepted the guidance. Now we only need to. Suddenly, alarms blared once more. The assault team led by Tai Xian finally breached the defenses, storming into the main control hall. A dozen fully armed warriors from the Nuo Lan Mountain family immediately opened fire, energy projectiles raining down upon the console. Protect the star keys. Chi Tong led the fallen ink guards in defense, but they were outnumbered. At the critical moment, the energy resonance body of Qin Mo and Luo Feng instinctively activated its defenses. The purple gold energy mass split into several beams, precisely intercepting each attack and retaliating, instantly taking down 5 enemies. Upon witnessing this, Tai Xian's mechanical left arm transformed into a peculiar cannon. Interesting. Let me see how powerful the legacy of the primordial era truly is. As he fired, Qin Mo instinctively reached out to block the shot. The Chaos Yuan infant synchronized its movement, unleashing a beam of pure golden light. The 2 energies collided, and Tai Xian's cannon fire was surprisingly assimilated and absorbed. What? Tai Xian stared in disbelief at his mechanical arm. This is impossible unless... He abruptly ceased his assault, locking his gaze onto Qin Mo. Boy, who are your parents? Qin Mo was taken aback. Ordinary workers. Why do you ask? Tai Xian was about to press further when the battleship shook violently once more. This time from the outside. The star map indicated that the silver heart had released a silver beam, directly striking the watcher. Explosions erupted throughout the main control hall, rendering equipment inoperative. The most dire situation arose when the resonance of the 4 star keys was abruptly interrupted, causing the source to lose its guidance and begin to flicker erratically. No. Tian Shuzi endeavored to stabilize the prism, but it was too late. The source broke free from its constraints and surged towards the silver heart. It was over. Tian Shuzi's face turned ashen, for the source would be captured and devoured by the observer. In that moment of despair, Hong's voice suddenly resonated. No, there is still hope. Tai Xian, do you remember our father's final words? In the projection, Hong stood before a peculiar device, holding two uniquely shaped metallic rings. The twin star rings glimmered wildly in Tai Xion's mechanical eye. You have always kept them close, never leaving my side. Hong donned one of the rings on his wrist, declaring, now choose, brother. Will you continue your ridiculous quest for vengeance, or will you save this planet that harbors billions of lives? After a long silence, Tai Xion commanded all the Norlon Mountain warriors to cease fire. He approached the communicator, his voice low, send over the other ring. At the moment Tai Xion adorned the star ring, a wondrous occurrence unfolded. An energy link formed between him and Hong's projection, akin to the resonance between Qin Mo and Luo Feng, but at a higher frequency. The twin star rings, a treasured relic of the Honghuang royal family. Tian Shuzi suddenly comprehended. So, you are the last bloodline of the Honghuang royal family. Hong calmly admitted, our father was a pure-blood heir, while our mother was an earthling. The Great War 50 years ago was fought to protect this secret. Tai Xion, now to be called Hong Lai, scoffed, and now we shall use this bloodline to meet our demise. No, Hong corrected, it is for atonement. The star rings of the two brothers simultaneously illuminated, creating an energy passage that spanned hundreds of thousands of kilometers. The already distant source seemed to sense something, abruptly altering its course towards Earth. They intended to guide the source into the Silver Heart. Tian Shuzi immediately grasped the implications, yet this would mean that Hong and Tai Xion would be phase assimilated, I know. The Thunder God struggled to rise. Old Hong has always been reckless with his life. Qin Mo wished to intervene, but found himself powerless. Following the interruption of the star key resonance, he and Luo Feng were left weak and could only watch helplessly as the figures of Hong and Hong Lai were gradually engulfed by the brilliance of the star rings. Suddenly, the Guardian emitted an alarm. Anomalous spatial fluctuations detected. Responses from within the Silver Heart. The star map revealed a massive golden emblem materializing on the surface of the Silver Heart, resembling the logo of the Virtual Universe Company, but with an additional 9-star pupil design at its center. That's the symbol of my star chart? Luo Feng gasped in astonishment. Even more astonishingly, when the emblem fully formed, all mechanical insectoids abruptly ceased their activities. The phase assimilation process within the Silver Heart also halted, as if the pause button had been pressed. Something, or someone, was awakening within the Silver Heart. Tian Shuzi murmured, an existence older than the observer. Chapter 19. The Mystery of the Silver Heart. The Honghuang Battleship, Guardian. Main Control Hall. The 9-star emblem on the surface of the Silver Heart became increasingly distinct, mirroring the arrangement within Luo Feng's pupil precisely. Everyone turned to Luo Feng, awaiting an explanation. Unbeknownst to Luo Feng, as he pressed against his temple and his 9-star pupils constricted sharply, a myriad of unfamiliar images flashed through his mind upon seeing the symbol. The Guardian of the Tomb suddenly retrieved an encrypted file, Royal Archives accessed. The 9-star gaze, emblematic of the pure bloodline of the primordial royal family, granted him direct control over the source. The projection unveiled a youth, strikingly similar to Luo Feng in appearance, standing before a crystal throne, with 9 golden stars shimmering upon his forehead. This was Luo Tian, the last prince of the primordial era, one of the executors of the Gemini project. The Guardian magnified the image, revealing that, prior to the final battle, he had sealed his genetic sample and fragments of memory within a border outpost, specifically within the defensive platform known as Blue. Suddenly, a thought struck Qin Mo. Was this the precursor of the Watcher that Huyen Bo had visited? The logic held. The Guardian nodded, elucidating why the fallen star symbol had chosen Luo Feng. It recognized the royal bloodline. Luo Feng staggered back as fragments of memory surged like a tidal wave. He envisioned a magnificent interstellar civilization, a cataclysmic civil war, and the heart-wrenching image of twin infants being placed into an escape pod. Am I a clone? Luo Feng's voice trembled. Not entirely. Tian Shuzi stepped forward. Cloning is merely a physical reproduction. You have inherited Luo Tian's spiritual imprint. You are the true continuation of the bloodline. Suddenly, the star map alarm blared once more. The Silver Heart emitted a second beam, this time striking directly at Earth. Surprisingly, as the beam passed, the mechanical insectoid creatures halted their movements, their exoskeletons shedding to reveal internal blue-white biological mechs. Are those primordial biological weapons? Qi Tong gazed at the scene in astonishment. Even more astonishingly, these biological weapons began to assault the observer's mechanical forces. Their mode of operation bore an uncanny resemblance to Aaliyah. Qin Mo retrieved the blue crystal from his possession, which emitted a pulsing glow synchronized with the biological weapons. Excitedly, Tian Shuzi examined the data. The residual consciousness within the crystal is controlling those weapons. How is this possible? The Guardian swiftly analyzed. As a star speaker, Aaliyah possesses a wavelength akin to the source. She must have encoded part of her consciousness into the crystal at the moment of her demise. The battlefield on Earth underwent an instantaneous reversal. The projection of Hong stabilized once more. He stood amidst the ruins of the headquarters, gazing at the intertwining blue and silver lights in the sky. The mechanical insectoids have turned against us. Hong's voice was laden with disbelief. They are attacking the observer's forces. Ironheart, now to be referred to as Hong Lai, exhibited a complex flicker in his mechanical eyes. Brother, do you recall father speaking of the royal secret arts? Hong's body trembled. The twin sacrifice? But that is our only chance, Hong Lai interjected, raising the star ring. The combination of the royal bloodline and the Gemini ring can temporarily awaken the full power of the source. The projections of the two brothers locked eyes within the energy conduit. 50 years of enmity and affection transformed into a silent exchange in that moment. Suddenly, they both nodded in unison as the star ring erupted in blinding brilliance. What are they doing? Luo Feng exclaimed. Consciousness fusion. Tian Shizai's expression drastically shifted. The royal forbidden technique. Two souls briefly merged into one, unleashing the full potential of their bloodline. Within the projection, the figures of Hong and Hong Lai gradually overlapped, forming a spectral entity with 2 heads and 4 arms. This extraordinary existence simultaneously embodied the characteristics of both individuals, its voice resonating in a duality. Qin Mo, Luo Feng. Within the silver heart lies what we seek. We must penetrate the core. The apparition raised a hand, and the stellar ring energy pierced through the void, tearing open a temporary passage on the surface of the silver heart. The passage can only endure for 3 minutes. The dual voice commanded urgently, hurry. Qin Mo and Luo Feng exchanged a glance, and without hesitation, dashed towards the assault vessel. Qidong attempted to follow, but was halted by Tian Shizai. Let them go. This is the mission of the Star Key Air. The Falcon-class assault vessel surged towards the silver heart at its utmost speed. Observing closely, the silvery celestial body was far larger than anticipated, its surface adorned with luminous patterns resembling a neural network, all converging toward a central 9-star motif. Brace yourselves. Luo Feng maneuvered the craft sharply, evading a suddenly emerging defensive turret. Qin Mo infused the ship's engine with the power of the Chaos Yuan Infancy, enhancing its speed by another 30%. As the assault vessel plunged into the passage, the view outside the porthole erupted in a kaleidoscope of colors, akin to traversing a temporal tunnel. High-dimensional fluctuations detected. The ship's AI warned, spatial structure unstable. At last, they breached the terminus of the passage, arriving in an unimaginably vast space. The interior of the Silver Heart was not a mechanical structure, but an immense ecological chamber. Countless transparent conduits crisscrossed, flowing with a luminescent liquid. Most astonishingly, the chamber walls were meticulously lined with tens of thousands of cryogenic pods, each containing a floating figure. Luo Feng. This is impossible. Luo Feng's complexion turned ashen. Qin Mo's heavenly eye discerned crucial details. No, it's not a complete version of you. These clones lack the 9-star pupils. They are merely corporeal vessels. The ship's scan revealed that all the clones had brain regions embedded with interfaces, seemingly awaiting the arrival of some consciousness. What did the observer intend? To replicate a primal royal army? No. A foreign voice suddenly infiltrated the communication channel. They are preparing offerings. The main screen flickered to life, displaying the image of an elder composed of starlight. Clad in archaic robes, his visage was benevolent yet exuded an indescribable authority. Lord Xinghai. Tian Shizai's astonished voice echoed from the communicator. This is impossible. You disintegrated long ago during the primordial era. Indeed, the elder sighed, yet a part of me survived, becoming the cornerstone of the virtual universe company, while another part fell into the role of the observer. Qin Mo gripped the Qin Feng sword tightly. You are the creator of the observer? Creator? No, my child. The image of Xinghai shook his head. I am the original victim. Upon encountering the energy of the primordial gate, my consciousness split into 3 parts. Xinghai, representing reason, the observer, embodying order, and the devourer, epitomizing desire. He gestured to reveal a cosmic tableau. The observer deceived the Nolan Mountain family, convincing them that gathering the 9 keys would grant them control over the primordial gate. In truth, the convergence of the 9 keys would trigger the cosmic reboot protocol, an ultimate safeguard established by the ancient royal lineage. Luo Feng suddenly comprehended. Thus, the observer's intent to clone the royal bloodline was for the purpose of genetic validation. Astute indeed. Xinghai nodded in approval, yet you have disrupted the process. Now, the only hope lies in. Suddenly, the imagery distorted, and a cold, mechanical voice interjected. Traitor, you have violated the agreement. Xinghai's image was forcibly replaced by a metallic visage. Heirs, welcome to my domain. Now, please surrender the star key. Within the silver heart, a sudden transformation occurred. As countless mechanical tendrils surged from all directions, the assault craft maneuvered erratically, but the space was too confined and soon became ensnared. Abandoned ship. Qin Mo grasped Luo Feng tightly, brandishing the Qin Feng sword to cleave open the hatch. In a moment of peril, the two leapt from the vessel, landing upon a transparent conduit. Below lay an unfathomable abyss of darkness, while above loomed a dense mass of mechanical tendrils. What now? Luo Feng commanded the flying daggers to sever the pursuing tendrils, yet their numbers were overwhelming. Qin Mo gazed toward the conduit's terminus, where a luminous control console awaited, strikingly reminiscent of those aboard the ancient warships. There, since the Silver Heart was originally an ancient facility, there must be a control interface. The two sprinted down the conduit, pursued relentlessly by the tendrils. Just as they were on the verge of capture, the dual voices of Hong and Hong Lai resonated once more. Hold on. The energy of the star ring traversed the void, forming a barrier within the Silver Heart that temporarily staved off the tendrils. However, the cost was steep. The dual phantoms grew increasingly transparent, and the brothers' vitality was rapidly depleting. At last, Qin Mo and Luo Feng reached the control console. This semi-spherical structure bore a 9-star-shaped recess at its center, requiring royal blood. Luo Feng unhesitatingly pressed his hand against it. The 9-star pupils ignited with golden light, activating the console. A holographic interface materialized, displaying a line of ancient characters. Royal genetic verification successful. Awakening protocol initiated. The entire Silver Heart convulsed violently. Those cryogenic pods began to open one by one, and the clones tumbled forth. Even more astonishingly, the central 9-star emblem began to rotate, forming a spatial vortex. No, the observer's mechanical voice echoed through the space. Cease the process. Yet, it was too late. Gradually, a crystal throne emerged within the vortex, upon which sat a youth clad in stellar battle armor, identical to the profile of Luo Tian. Father, Luo Feng murmured unconsciously. The youth opened his eyes, revealing the same 9-star pupils as Luo Feng's. No, child. I am the remnant of your previous life's memories. Rising, the starry armor shimmered brilliantly. The observer has deceived everyone. The convergence of the 9 keys will not reboot the universe, but rather unleash the Devourer, the most perilous aspect of Xinghai's persona. Xinghai's image reappeared. This time more frail, he speaks the truth. The Devourer yearns for the annihilation of all material existence. It must be stopped. The observer, finally enraged, initiated the self-destruction of the entire Silver Heart. The mechanical structures collapsed, and an energy storm raged. The memory of Luo Tian, however, remained unusually tranquil. Only a complete royal bloodline could permanently seal the Devourer. Luo Feng, are you prepared? Luo Feng glanced at Qin Mo, then at the dissipating apparitions of Hong and Hong Lai, and nodded solemnly. What must be done? Merge with me, Luo Tian instructed, pointing towards the console to initiate the final protocol. Suddenly, Qin Mo interjected, wait. If Luo Feng merges with you, will he still be himself? Luo Tian smiled. An excellent question. The answer is not entirely. Yet, this is the sole method to save the Earth. The vibrations from Silver Heart intensified. In the distance, the apparitions of Hong and Hong Lai had become nearly imperceptible. Time was of the essence. Luo Feng took a deep breath and approached Luo Tian's memory for the Earth. Just as the two were about to make contact, Qin Mo's Chaos Yuan infant unexpectedly flew out and inserted itself between them. A blue-golden energy formed a buffer layer, miraculously altering the nature of the fusion. Is this energy harmonization? Luo Tian gazed in astonishment at the Chaos Yuan infant. Where did you learn this technique? Qin Mo was equally taken aback. I did not control it. The Yuan infant acted on its own. Luo Tian suddenly burst into laughter. I understand. The Chaos Yuan infant was born for harmonization. Consequently, after the fusion, Luo Feng will not only retain his self-awareness, but also acquire all memories. Without hesitation, Luo Feng began to merge with Luo Tian's memory, facilitated by the harmonization of the Chaos Yuan infant. Amidst the dazzling light, Luo Feng's form gradually transformed. He grew slightly taller, strands of silver appeared among his black hair, and most notably, his 9-star pupils deepened, as if they contained the entire cosmos. When the brilliance faded, only Luo Feng remained, yet his demeanor had changed significantly. He looked at Qin Mo, a familiar smile gracing his lips, but his gaze carried the weight of a millennium. I have returned, brother. His voice was still Luo Feng's, but the subtlety of his expression had shifted. Now, let us bring this war to an end. He raised his hand and pressed upon the console, the golden light of his 9-star pupils flaring brilliantly. The entire mechanical structure of Silver Heart began to disintegrate, revealing the most core area, a heavily sealed black cube. The prison of the Devourer, Luo Feng, or rather the merged entity, elucidated. The observer has always sought to release it. As he operated, the cube became ensnared by more energy chains before sinking into a newly formed miniature black hole. No, the mechanical voice of the observer echoed with resentment. You do not comprehend that the universe requires a reboot. The voice abruptly ceased. The self-destruct sequence of Silver Heart suddenly halted, and all mechanical tendrils fell limp. In Earth's orbit, the silver celestial body began to disintegrate, transforming into countless metallic fragments that ignited upon entering the atmosphere. The final image of the star sea appeared on the console. Well done, children. But remember, the observer has only been repelled, not eradicated. The 9 keys remain. As the image faded, an excited voice from the communicator belonging to Tian Shuzi exclaimed, "Success! Silver Heart has collapsed. The mechanical forces are entirely incapacitated." The apparitions of Hong and Hong Lai finally succumbed. Just before vanishing, Hong's voice resonated. Luo Feng, Qin Mo, the earth is entrusted to you. The silhouettes of the 2 brothers transformed into luminous points, leaving only the tinkling star rings that fell to the ground. Qin Mo picked up the star ring. Feeling the lingering warmth, had they departed? Luo Feng pressed his temples, seemingly organizing the newly acquired memories. Not entirely. The star ring retained a consciousness backup. As long as sufficient primordial energy was available, he did not finish his sentence, for the entire Silver Heart suddenly began its final collapse. We must leave. Qin Mo grasped Luo Feng's hand and dashed towards the nearest exit. In a moment of peril, they leaped into an escape passage, propelled out of the Silver Heart by the automated ejection system. Behind them, the once massive silver celestial body disintegrated completely, blossoming into a magnificent metallic flower in the void of space. The Falcon-class assault ship had already been destroyed, leaving the 2 adrift in the cosmos. Just as their oxygen was about to deplete, a vessel emblazoned with the insignia of the Star Sea exiles arrived in the nick of time to rescue them. Tian Shuzi welcomed them in the cabin, his expression imbued with unprecedented reverence. "Welcome back, Your Highness." Luo Feng shook his head. "I am still Luo Feng, merely with additional memories." Qin Mo gazed out the porthole at the receding earth and suddenly inquired, "Where are the other star keys?" Tian Shuzi's demeanor turned grave. "According to the guidance of Lord Star Sea, the remaining 5 are scattered across the universe. The observers have already commenced their search. Then we cannot afford to delay." Luo Feng straightened, the steadfast light shimmering in his 9-star pupils. "Qin Mo, are you prepared to continue the adventure?" Qin Mo tightened his grip on the star ring and the Qing Feng's sword, a smile gracing his lips, always ready to accompany. The spaceship altered its course, heading towards the boundless Star Sea. Behind them, Earth basked in sunlight, serene and beautiful. A new tale was just beginning. Chapter 20, The Journey Through the Star Sea. The Primordial Battleship Watcher, Main Control Hall. The energy readings from the Star Radiance Array had surpassed 400, and the entire battleship was enveloped in a dazzling blue light. Qin Mo stood before the central control console, the Chaos Yuan infants floating above him, maintaining a delicate balance with the 4-star keys. Opposite him stood Luo Feng, his 9-star pupils shimmering with a dark golden glow, the fallen ink star symbol slowly rotating at his chest. The energy stabilized at a critical point. The Guardian reported that the phase assimilation process of the Silver Heart had already enveloped 13 of Earth's surface. The holographic projection revealed that the misty substance emitted by the Silver Heart was consuming the Australian continent. All materials it touched, rocks, buildings, vegetation, were transformed into silver particles, becoming part of the Silver Heart. Can the Primordial and Iron Hearts withstand this? Qin Mo cast a worried glance towards Earth, where 2 faint beams of energy still connected to the Silver Heart, formed by the twin sacrifice of the brothers. Tian Shuzi checked the data. Their vital signs are rapidly declining. They can hold on for at most another 10 minutes. Luo Feng suddenly pressed his temples. The newly fused memories brought forth crucial information. There is a control core inside the Silver Heart. If we can directly destroy it, we need an assault team. The Crimson Eyes are fully equipped, and the Fallen Ink Guards are ready for deployment. Qin Mo shook his head. The phase field inside the Silver Heart will decompose any conventional material. Only the holders of the Star Key can withstand it. He glanced at Luo Feng, suggesting, "Let us 2 go." Tian Shuzi hesitated, ultimately producing a pair of crystalline bracelets. These are the Star Induction Bracelets, capable of temporarily enhancing the resonance of the Star Key. However, be warned, excessive use will accelerate the depletion of one's vitality. The moment both donned the bracelets, a warm current surged throughout their bodies. Qin Mo felt his chaotic primordial infant grow more solid, while Luo Feng discovered that the vision through his 9-star pupils had expanded several-fold. "The Watcher is entrusted to you," Qin Mo addressed the Guardian and Tian Shuzi. "If we succeed, the Star Array will target the Silver Heart. If we fail, we will not fail," Luo Feng interjected, a familiar smile gracing his lips. "After all, We are the inheritors of the Star Key. The Falcon-class assault vessels surged toward the Silver Heart at breakneck speed. As they closed the distance, the enormity of the silvery celestial body became increasingly overwhelming. With a diameter exceeding 3,000 kilometers, its surface adorned with luminous patterns resembling a neural network, pulsating like a metallic heart. Anomalous gravitational readings detected. The ship's AI warned, spatial structure ahead is distorted. Suddenly, a fissure appeared on the surface of the Silver Heart, unleashing dozens of silver beams. Luo Feng maneuvered the vessel with intricate evasive maneuvers, yet several beams grazed the hull, leaving bizarre silver marks that began to assimilate into the same material. Brace yourselves. Qin Mo infused chaotic primordial energy into the ship's engines. The Qing Feng soared hovering before the hatch. I shall force a passage. As another wave of beams approached, Qin Mo swung his sword, unleashing a blue-golden sword aura. Unlike before, this aura was interspersed with fine starlight, its power magnified manifold. The beams were cleaved apart, revealing a fissure behind them. Now is the time. The assault vessel shot through the breach like an arrow released from its bow. Upon passing through the silvery mist, the sight that greeted them left both gasping in astonishment. Inside the Silver Heart lay a vast spherical chamber. At its center floated hundreds of transparent incubation pods, each containing a clone of Luo Feng. These clones were connected to a colossal brain-like structure via silver conduits, seemingly siphoning some form of energy from them. They were utilizing the royal bloodline of Luo Feng's voice, imbued with fury, to unravel the genetic locks of the Nine Keys. Suddenly, all the clones opened their eyes simultaneously, devoid of pupils, only a sea of silver. A synthesized mechanical voice resonated through the chamber. Welcome, inheritors. I have awaited you for a long time. The central brain unfurled, manifesting as an elderly figure composed of light. Clad in an ancient robe, his countenance was benevolent yet exuded an ineffable authority. Lord Starcy. Qin Mo recognized this visage. Not entirely, the elder replied, shaking his head. I am the consciousness backup left by the Star Sea within the Silver Heart, tasked with monitoring the Devourer. Unfortunately, 5,000 years ago, part of my code was corroded by the Observer. Luo Feng's 9-star pupils constricted. So you are both a guardian and a traitor, merely having chosen a different path. The Star Sea's image waved his hand, and the cosmos unfolded around them. In those days, we divided into three. I, representing reason, the Observer, embodying order, and the Devourer, symbolizing desire. We all believed we were saving the universe. The scene shifts, revealing a galaxy shrouded in crimson mist. The Devourer insists that the universe must undergo periodic restarts to prevent the escalation of entropy, while the Observer advocates for the confinement of all civilizations in their primitive states. In contrast, I firmly believe that true evolution lies in freedom. What is the true purpose of the Nine Keys? Qin Mo inquired. The Nine Keys are the key to controlling the Primordial Gate. The imagery of the Starry Sea grew unstable. The Observer deceived the Norin family, claiming that gathering all 9 keys would grant them dominion over the Primordial Gate. In reality, gathering the 9 keys would trigger the universe's restart protocol. The image suddenly distorted, replaced by a metallic visage. Traitor, you have violated the agreement. The entire Silver Heart began to warp, as countless mechanical tendrils surged from all directions. The assault craft maneuvered desperately, yet soon became ensnared. Abandon ship, Qin Mo exclaimed, grasping Luo Feng firmly as the Qing Feng sword cleaved through the hatch. They landed upon a transparent conduit, beneath which lay an abyss of unfathomable darkness. The mechanical tendrils relentlessly pursued them. Luo Feng wielded flying knives in defense, but their numbers were overwhelming. We must destroy the control core. Luo Feng pointed towards a distant glowing sphere. There, Qin Mo nodded, and the two raced along the conduit, just as the tendrils were about to catch them. The dual voices of Hong and Hong Lai suddenly resonated. Hold on. The energy of the star rings traversed the void, forming a barrier within the Silver Heart. The cost was that the dual phantoms became increasingly transparent, and the brother's vitality was waning. Time is running out. Qin Mo gritted his teeth, a sudden spark igniting within him. Luo Feng, do you remember our energy resonance? Luo Feng understood, positioning himself behind Qin Mo and placing his hands on his shoulders. Give it your all. The power of the Chaos Yuan Ing and the 9-star spirit eyes fused once more, this time amplified by the star ring, yielding effects far beyond previous attempts. The blue gold and dark gold energies no longer merely intertwined. They completely merged into a brand new purple gold energy. Is this the Chaos Star Radiance? Qin Mo felt the surging power within, every cell rejoicing in exuberance. A purple gold orb of light coalesced in Qin Mo's palm, growing ever larger until it eventually formed a miniature sun. When the energy reached a critical point, he thrust it towards the control core with a forceful push. Boom. A blinding white light engulfed everything. The mechanical tendrils vaporized into radiance. Incubation pods exploded in succession, and clones turned to dust. Before the imagery of the starry sea dissipated, it revealed a comforting smile. Well done, children. But remember, the observer has merely been repelled. The 9 keys still remain. The shockwave from the explosion propelled the 2 into the air, just as they were about to plummet into the abyss. The phantoms of Hong and Hong Lai manifested one last time, using their final energy to lift them. The earth is in your hands. The dual voices gradually faded. This is our star ring. 2 star rings clinked as they landed, and the brothers' figures transformed into luminous points. Qin Mo picked up a star ring. Feeling the residual warmth within, have they departed? Luo Feng pressed his temples, seemingly organizing his memories. Not entirely. The star rings hold consciousness backups. As long as there is sufficient primal energy, the silver heart began its final collapse. The 2 seized the star rings and raced towards the nearest exit. At the critical moment, they leaped into the escape route, propelled by the ejection system into the heart of the silver core. Behind them, the once mighty silver celestial body disintegrated entirely, blossoming into a magnificent metallic flower amidst the vastness of space. The rescue ships of the Star Sea survivors arrived just in time. When Qin Mo and Luo Feng returned to the Watcher, the entire warship erupted in thunderous cheers. The silver core has shattered. Phase assimilation has ceased. The Guardian declared that Earth is safe. The old man of Tian Shu wept tears of joy. The Lord of the Star Sea has finally found peace. 3 months later, in geostationary orbit, the newly constructed Stargate Space Station basked in sunlight, surrounded by vessels from various civilizations. Today marked the formal accession of Earth into the Interstellar Civilization Alliance and the celebration of the completion of the reconstruction of Hongning Base City. Qin Mo and Luo Feng stood on the observation deck, gazing at the azure planet beneath them. Both had donned new attire. Qin Mo's battle suit was adorned with star key patterns, while Luo Feng draped himself in the dark golden cloak of the Meteoric Guard. I never imagined we would truly accomplish this, Luo Feng chuckled lightly. From ordinary warriors to guardians of interstellar civilization. Qin Mo caressed the star ring. It is thanks to the sacrifices of Master Hong and Elder Tai Xi. They remain within the star ring. Luo Feng pointed to his 9-star pupils. My new memories tell me that with sufficient primal energy, we can reshape their bodies. Tian Shu approached, holding a star chart. Children, this is a star map compiled from the data left by the Lord of the Star Sea. It marks the potential locations of the remaining 5-star keys. The star map unfurled, revealing 5 shimmering points of light. The Andromeda Galaxy, Centaurus, the Orion Nebula, near the core black hole of the Milky Way, and a red area marked as forbidden. This is the approximate location of the Primordial Gate, Tian Shu said solemnly. Although the observers have been severely weakened, they are still active. They will undoubtedly continue to search for the star keys. Luo Feng took the star map. Then we must be swifter than them. Qin Mo gazed into the boundless starry sky, the Qing Feng sword softly humming within its sheath. Where to next? The Andromeda Galaxy. Luo Feng pointed to the brightest light. Professor Huyen Bo left clues there. Tian Shu patted their shoulders. The fleet of the Star Sea survivors is always ready to escort you. As the sun set, the first star twinkled to life. Qin Mo and Luo Feng stood at the edge of the spaceport, with their rebuilt home behind them and the vast starry sea before them. The star key in their palms radiated warmth, pointing toward an unknown journey ahead. Chapter 21, The Stardust Trial. Qin Mo and Luo Feng stood before the porthole of the Mo Feng spacecraft, their gaze piercing through the alloy glass. Fixated on that legendary land, they had just emerged from the Virtual Universe Company's Qiulong Star Branch, their identities officially registered as stellar mercenaries. Adorned with bronze badges symbolizing their novice status. Their first-tier stellar assessment task was to hunt 10 Stardust giant scorpions and collect their tail venom sacs. Luo Feng summoned the task hologram, which clearly displayed the task coordinates located on an abandoned mineral planet named Dusty 77, at the edge of the Qiulong star domain. In the desolate realm of Dusty Fragment 77, where the environment is harsh, gravity is anomalous, and intense cosmic radiation storms rage, Qin Mo stroked his chin. Within his consciousness, the chapters of the primordial Tao scripture flowed slowly, presenting an opportune moment to assess the preliminary effectiveness of the primordial foundation establishment and the 9 transformations of the profound origin. Luo Feng, your mastery of thought weapon manipulation also requires refinement through combat. Luo Feng's eyes ignited with fervor. This suits my intentions perfectly. No matter how realistic the slaughterhouse of the virtual universe may be, it pales in comparison to the blood-soaked battlefield. Let us proceed, Brother Mo, and let our duo, Mo Feng, initiate our first battle. The Mo Feng vessel transformed into a streak of light. breaking free from the gravitational embrace of the Qiulong star and speeding towards the desolate Dusty Fragment 77. Dusty Fragment 77, the hunt amidst the sandstorm. As the spaceship landed at the designated coordinates, the moment the hatch opened, a violent whirlwind of sand, carrying the acrid scent of sulfur and intense radiation particles, surged forth. The gravity here was 35 times that of Earth, rendering ordinary planetary warriors nearly immobile. A faint golden glow enveloped Qin Mo's body as the Primordial Foundation establishment activated. With 365 acupoints within him akin to miniature stars, autonomously absorbing the thin, diverse essence of the universe, manifesting as cosmic energy in the starry expanse, to form a resilient protective energy barrier. The radiation and sandstorm struck against the barrier, emitting faint sizzling sounds, yet could not penetrate in the slightest. He moved with steady steps, as if traversing solid ground. Luo Feng, on the other hand, relied on his formidable mental prowess to create an invisible force field shield, isolating the wind and sand. His sky-escaping shuttle, thought weapon, supported him in low-altitude suspension, allowing for agile maneuvers. Scans revealed a strong life signal emanating from a subterranean cave 3 kilometers to the northeast, consistent with the characteristics of the stardust giant scorpion. "Let us go." The two darted forth like arrows released from a bow, racing through the dim, yellow sandstorm. The entrance of the cave was partially obscured by sand. The interior dark and humid, thick with a pungent odor. Shortly after entering, accompanied by the grating sound of chitinous friction, several dark figures sprang forth like lightning from the crevices of the rock walls and the depths of the cave. The stardust giant scorpion, exceeding 5 meters in length. Its shell bore a dull, mineral hue, adorned with sharp protrusions. Its enormous pincers glimmered with a chilling metallic sheen, and most ominously, the tail curved high, its tip radiating a sinister blue venomous glow. "Here they come," Luo Feng exclaimed in a low voice, unleashing his mental energy instantly. 6 sharp fragments of the sky-escaping shuttle, akin to venomous serpents endowed with life, tore through the air with a piercing whistle, precisely targeting the joints and compound eyes of the 3 leading giant scorpions. Thud, thud. The thought weapon struck true, sending sparks flying. However, the hardness of the scorpion's shell exceeded expectations. The fragments failed to penetrate completely, leaving only deep indentations, which enraged the colossal beasts. The 3 giant scorpions emitted hissing cries, their speed increasing rather than diminishing, as their massive pincers clamped down fiercely towards Luo Feng. What a tough shell. Luo Feng's gaze sharpened, as he unleashed the full force of his mental energy. The fragments of the sky-escaping shuttle suddenly accelerated and changed direction, targeting the joint gaps and relatively vulnerable areas of the abdomen with precision. The battle swiftly devolved into a fierce entanglement. Meanwhile, the 2 colossal scorpions lunged towards the seemingly unarmed Qin Mo. The air was thick with the scent of blood as their massive pincers descended with overwhelming force. A glint of determination flashed in Qin Mo's eyes. Rather than retreating, he advanced. With an internal roar, he summoned the vigor within him, his vital essence surging like mercury. Within his dantian, the refined primordial true energy surged into his right fist. Eschewing any ornate martial techniques, he unleashed a simple yet powerful straight punch. As he struck, the air seemed to be instantaneously evacuated, producing a thunderous crack. The surface of his fist shimmered with a pale golden energy, solid as metal, faintly adorned with ancient, arcane runes that flickered momentarily. The clash was monumental. The tip of his fist collided violently with one of the scorpion's descending pincers. Contrary to expectations that Qin Mo would be sent flying, the resilient pincers, akin to a metal alloy, cracked under the impact as though struck by an invisible hammer. The exoskeleton splintered, revealing the sinewy muscles and bones within. A chilling sound of shattering echoed as the scorpion emitted a piercing wail, its entire claw and half of its body obliterated by Qin Mo's punch, imbued with the might of the 9 turns profound origin technique. The stench of viscous fluids and shattered armor splattered across the vicinity. Simultaneously, the other scorpion's tail, resembling a venomous serpent, stealthily darted towards the vulnerable spot between Qin Mo's shoulder blades, moving with lightning speed, as if possessing eyes on the back of his head. Qin Mo pivoted at an astonishing angle, his left hand splayed with fingers outstretched, the tips wreathed in a faint chaotic energy, the nascent transformed primordial true energy. He did not grasp the tangible tail but pressed lightly against the trajectory where it would strike. In that moment, the very fabric of space seemed to solidify. The approaching venomous tail was ensnared in an invisible quagmire, its speed drastically reduced. Though not entirely immobilized, this fleeting hesitation proved ample. Qin Mo transformed his fist into an open palm, its edge sharp as a blade, the primordial true energy swirling forth. imbued with a cutting edge that sliced through the air with electric swiftness. With a swift motion, the ethereal blue tail was severed cleanly, its severed end smooth as glass. The disarmed scorpion writhed in agony as Qin Mo, like a phantom, closed in. With his finger poised like a sword, he summoned a pinpoint of exquisitely condensed pale golden light, highly compressed primordial true energy, and struck the most vulnerable point on its head. The luminous point pierced effortlessly through. The massive creature convulsed before collapsing to the ground with a thunderous crash. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Qin Mo's speed in dispatching the two colossal scorpions eclipsed even Luo Feng's struggle against three. The sheer raw power exhibited, along with his exquisite control over energy and impeccable timing, left Luo Feng, who was maneuvering the escape sky shuttle, utterly astounded. Brother Mo's legacy seemed to have birthed a monster meant for battle. Splendid, Luo Feng exclaimed, his focus sharpening further, spurred on by Qin Mo's formidable display. His mental manipulation grew increasingly intricate and cunning. At last, a fragment of the escape sky shuttle seized an opportunity, slipping into one of the scorpion's gaping maws from an exceptionally peculiar angle, penetrating its relatively vulnerable oral cavity. Having successfully navigated the initial wave, the synergy between the two grew ever more profound. Qin Mo, akin to a ferocious beast, confronted the foe head-on, wielding brute force to counter cunning tactics, drawing the majority of the enemy's fire. His physique, honed through the primordial foundational techniques, combined with the pure essence of his primordial true energy, afforded him a crushing advantage over the Stardust Scorpions. Luo Feng transformed into the most lethal of assassins, his mental prowess infiltrating every nook and cranny, employing the Sky Weaver's elusive maneuvers to target vital points and exploit the openings created by Qin Mo. The process of collecting the venom sacs became remarkably efficient, and soon, the materials from 10 Stardust Scorpions were amassed. However, an unexpected discovery heralded a dire crisis. Just as the two prepared to depart from the depths of the cavern, a subtle tremor coursed through the primordial Tao Codex in Qin Mo's sea of consciousness, a faint yet exquisitely pure wave of energy, imbued with an ancient primordial essence, emanated from the deeper recesses of the cave. Something is afoot. Qin Mo's gaze sharpened, and he followed the sensation. Luo Feng, too, sensed the unusual energy fluctuations and trailed closely behind. At the end of the cavern lay a modest natural stone chamber. At its center stood an irregular black crystal, half the height of a person. Though coated in dust, glimpses of a liquid-like luminescence flowed within, exuding the previously detected ancient and pure aura. Scattered across the ground around the crystal were fragments of metallic debris, distinctly alien in design compared to human technology. Is this some form of energy crystal? Or perhaps an ore? Luo Feng mused, sweeping his mental energy over the shards. Simultaneously, Babada's voice erupted in their minds. Be cautious. This fluctuation is from an ancient god essence crystal. Good heavens! How can such a remote, abandoned mining planet harbor such a treasure? Though it is but a small fragment, its worth is immeasurable. Wait, that is not right. Those metal fragments are remnants of reconnaissance units from the mechanical race. They bear marks of having been struck by tremendous energy. Did they discover this crystal and attempt to extract or activate it, triggering an internal energy backlash? The mention of the mechanical race sent a shiver through both Qin Mo and Luo Feng. Renowned as one of the 4 pinnacle races of the cosmic human tribes, the mechanical race is characterized by its cold efficiency and formidable technology. The presence of their reconnaissance units here was no mere coincidence. In the instant Babada's words fell, an unforeseen transformation erupted. The seemingly dormant black crystal, the ancient god essence crystal, appeared to awaken in response to Babada's scanning and utterance. The luminous flow within surged abruptly, becoming blinding. A vast, overwhelming pressure, reminiscent of the universe's primordial inception, erupted with cataclysmic force. Buzz! An invisible shockwave radiated from the crystal's epicenter, instantly expanding outward. Qin Mo's faint golden energy barrier and Luo Feng's mental shield disintegrated as if made of paper. Both men were struck as though by a colossal hammer, their chests aflame with pain, and blood erupted from their throats as they were violently hurled backward, crashing against the unyielding rock wall. Their very insides felt as though they had been displaced. This was merely the residual force of the pressure. Even more terrifying, with the explosion of this force, the very core of the dust and debris, Planet 77, seemed to stir. The Earth trembled violently, and a radiation storm, tenfold more ferocious than before, rampaged across the planet's surface. As colossal stones began to tumble from the ceiling of the cavern, an urgent alarm echoed through the air. Alert! Alert! Planetary geological activity is anomalous. Radiation levels are surging, reaching the critical threshold of the spacecraft. The external armor of the Mo Feng is being rapidly eroded. The spacecraft's intelligent alarm blared with increasing urgency. Hurry! The energy of the ancient divine crystal has been inadvertently activated. It is siphoning energy from the planet's core. This planet is doomed. Baba Ta's voice was laced with an unprecedented urgency and a hint of fear. Grab that shard of crystal. Quickly! Qin Mo gritted his teeth against the intense pain and the violent resonance in his consciousness caused by the overwhelming pressure. His gaze swept toward the crystal. In the aftermath of the energy explosion, a small fragment, no larger than a fingernail, had cracked off the surface of the crystal and was rolling on the ground. Its brilliance subdued, no longer emanating that dreadful pressure. Without hesitation, he swiftly snatched up the fragment and stowed it in his storage ring, simultaneously pulling up the still coughing Luo Feng. Let us go. The two burst forth at their utmost speed, braving the collapsing cavern and the chaotic energy currents. Racing towards the cave's mouth. Behind them, the ground trembled, and the black crystal glowed brighter, as if it sought to consume everything in its eerie light. As they narrowly escaped the cave and leaped onto the Mo foam, which was nearly buried beneath the storm and debris, the entire dusty planet 77 had transformed into a frenzied energy inferno. The spacecraft struggled to raise its protective shield, battling the radiation storms and meteor showers like a fragile boat amid a raging sea, striving to surge into outer space. Through the porthole, they beheld the surface of the abandoned mining star fracturing at a visible rate, dark red magma erupting from immense fissures, mingling with violent energy rays, painting a scene of apocalyptic devastation. Panting heavily, the two collapsed onto the floor of the spacecraft, still shaken and wounded. Luo Feng's mental energy had been severely depleted, leaving him pale. Qin Mo too felt waves of weakness wash over him. Forcibly channeling his true energy to resist the backlash of that terrifying pressure was no easy feat. Is the mission accomplished? Luo Feng glanced at the 10 venom sacs in the storage space, a wry smile gracing his lips. It is done, though the cost is considerable. Qin Mo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, yet his gaze remained unusually bright. He opened his palm, revealing the small, jade-like black crystal fragment that lay quietly within. Though it no longer radiated pressure, it felt heavy in his hand, as if it contained boundless depth and ancient essence. Ancient divine crystal, mechanical race. Qin Mo murmured, as the chapters in his consciousness related to primordial treasures automatically flipped open, revealing snippets about the chaos source crystal. The ancient appellation of the ancient divine crystal. This was a source crystal that was exceedingly rare even during the primordial era, formed from the sedimentation of chaotic energy over millions of years in specific cosmic singularities. Containing a fragment of the most primordial chaotic law, a supreme treasure for those who cultivate chaos and creation. The emergence of the mechanical race foretold an even greater storm. Baba Ta, what is the significance of this fragment? Moreover, how could the mechanical race take an interest in this place? The virtual image of Babata materialized, his small face etched with seriousness and trepidation. The fragments were minuscule, harboring an exceedingly faint essence of the primal laws, rendering direct absorption nearly impossible and exceedingly perilous. Yet, they represented an invaluable research specimen. Perhaps they could unravel a thread of the mysteries of chaotic laws. As for the mechanical race, Babata paused momentarily and summoned the rapid analysis of the metallic remnants to project the gleaned information. These fragments belonged to the lowest echelon of the mechanical race, classified as 4-type units. However, the final transmission back to the mother unit had been partially obliterated, leaving behind remnants of information that pointed toward a specific coordinate, an absolute forbidden zone known as the Sea of Dead Silence. Located at the juncture of the ancient Wheel universe and the Savage universe domain, they appeared to be searching for, or rather, validating an ancient star map. This ancient divine essence crystal seemed to serve as a pivotal marker or key to the destination indicated by the star map. The projection revealed a fragmented, distorted section of a star map, replete with an ominous aura, where several dim nodes subtly overlapped with the mysterious fragment of the star map that Qin Mo had sensed from the legacy information earlier. The Sea of Dead Silence lay within the approximate vicinity of one of those nodes. Qin Mo and Luo Feng exchanged glances, each reflecting shock and gravity in the other's eyes. A colossal vortex entwining the ancient divine essence crystal, the enigmatic star map, the pinnacle cosmic race of the mechanical race, and the fabled cosmic forbidden zone that even immortal deities dared not tread, the Sea of Dead Silence, seemed to have quietly unveiled a fraction of its enormity due to their ostensibly simple mercenary task. The star map, the Sea of Dead Silence. Qin Mo clenched the black fragment in his hand, sensing the faint yet profoundly pure ancient essence within. Before casting a glance at the haunting forbidden zone marked on the star map, The path of the Primordial Immortal Way seemed destined from the outset to intertwine with the universe's deepest secrets and greatest dangers. Luo Feng. It appears our Mo Feng duo's journey is far more exhilarating than anticipated, Qin Mo remarked, a smile tinged with resolve, yet marked by the stains of battle gracing his lips. Luo Feng inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within, his eyes igniting with an indomitable spirit. Then let us venture forth. Whatever the forbidden zones, whatever the mechanical race. To grow stronger, one must embrace risk. Brother Mo, where do we go next? First, we shall return to Qiulong Star, complete our mission, and tend to our injuries. Qin Mo replied, stowing away the fragment and star map projection, his gaze shifting to the vast cosmic sea displayed on the ship's navigation screen. Then, we shall seek more information and greater strength. The secrets of the Sea of Dead Silence, along with the missing sections of the star map from my legacy, will one day be unveiled by our own hands. The Mo Feng vessel, trailing a faint trail of energy, resolutely navigated the chaotic backdrop of cosmic rays toward home. Behind them lay the remnants of the obliterated 77th planet, a magnificent glow marking its cataclysmic demise. As if tolling the first resonant alarm for the two nascent adventurers in the universe, igniting the flames of a journey toward an even grander and more perilous cosmos. The seeds of the primordial had already begun to sprout amidst the stardust, soon to confront the tempestuous gales of the universe. Chapter 22. The Undercurrent of Qiulong. Initial Revelations of the Star Map. The Mo Feng vessel, battered yet resilient, descended upon the designated landing pad of the Qiulong Star Mercenary Alliance. The spacecraft's exterior was adorned with marks from high-energy radiation and the abrasive touch of debris, silently narrating the harrowing escape from Dusty 77. As the hatch opened, Qin Mo and Luo Feng emerged. Although their injuries had stabilized within the ship's medical chamber and through their own formidable regenerative abilities, a lingering fatigue and gravity remained in their expressions. Coupled with the faint scent of blood that caught the attention of some seasoned mercenaries nearby, a scar-faced mercenary of domain Lord rank whispered to his companion, a newcomer of stellar rank? Surviving such a planetary anomaly and completing the mission is no small feat. The duo disregarded the murmurs around them and proceeded directly to the mission handover hall. Upon the extraction of 10 complete stinger venom sacs from the Stardust Scorpion, the intelligent robot responsible for verification blinked with red light, swiftly confirming the mission and distributing mercenary points. The bronze mercenary badge glimmered slightly as its internal information updated, signifying their formal completion of the inaugural performance as the Mo Feng duo. Congratulations, Mr. Qin Mo and Mr. Luo Feng. The mission to hunt the Stardust Scorpion has been accomplished, and the mercenary points have been credited to your accounts. The robot paused momentarily, projecting an encrypted message. In light of the unpredictable planetary disaster encountered during the mission, the collapse of Dusty 77 has been recorded by the observation station. The Mercenary Alliance will additionally compensate each of you with 1,000 points and elevate the Mo Feng duo's credibility rating to bronze 3 stars. The additional points served as a small consolation. The two did not linger, swiftly departing the bustling hall. Their immediate priority was to find a secure location to tend to their injuries, and more importantly, to study the fragment of the ancient divine crystal that had brought them immense trouble yet held boundless potential, along with the incomplete star map information deciphered by Babata. They rented a secluded training room in the relatively quiet area of Qiulong City, equipped with advanced protection and a meditation chamber. Inside the chamber, Qin Mo sat cross-legged, his body enveloped in a faint golden primordial aura that flowed gently, nourishing his internal organs and meridians, which had been injured by the oppressive force of the ancient divine crystal. Within his sea of consciousness, the radiance of the primordial Tao cannon appeared more solid than ever, as if the life and death crisis faced against the primordial pressure had tempered his mental resolve, deepening the imprint of his inheritance. He opened his palm, where a black crystal fragment, the size of a fingernail, floated quietly. In that moment, it exuded a warm and reserved aura, resembling the depths of black jade. Only through a probing of his divine sense could one perceive the faint yet profoundly high essence of chaos contained within, akin to the reverberations from the dawn of the universe. Babata, have you made any progress in the analysis? Qin Mo inquired within his mind. Yes, but it is quite challenging. Babata's virtual image materialized, her small face scrunched in concentration. This fragment is too minute, and the information regarding the chaotic laws it contains is fragmented. Moreover, its level is exceedingly high, rendering my database's comparative analysis inefficacious. However, I have confirmed 2 preliminary points. First, the essence of the energy it harbors is indeed highly congruent with the chaotic source energy mentioned in your inheritance, one of the most primordial energies in the universe. Second, it seems to possess certain anchoring and resonance characteristics, particularly towards laws of the same origin or spatial coordinates. Anchoring and resonance. A flicker of thought crossed Qin Mo's mind. Could he utilize it to sense the locations of other fragments? Or perhaps establish a connection with that celestial map? Theoretically, it was plausible. Baba Ta's eyes brightened, yet it required the guidance and activation of its faint intrinsic laws through the power of one's own inheritance. It was akin to using a specially crafted key to feel for a lock's aperture. However, one must exercise utmost caution, for its energy level was exceedingly high. A mere misstep could result in devastating backlash. I advise you to only attempt contact in a state of unwavering mental clarity, employing the gentlest primordial true energy. Qin Mo inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute. Understood. He adjusted his state, elevating his essence, spirit, and energy to their zenith. A slender thread of pale golden primordial true energy, more delicate than a single hair, yet refined to the utmost purity, reached forth like the softest tendril, gently probing toward the suspended fragment of the ancient divine marrow crystal. A faint hum reverberated as the fragment trembled ever so slightly, just as Qin Mo's true energy was on the verge of making contact with its surface. An indescribable weight and an ancient, vast intent surged toward his consciousness. It felt as though he were instantaneously transported to the primordial genesis of the cosmos, witnessing the birth and annihilation of stars. The light of the primordial Tao scripture within his sea of consciousness blazed forth, circulating spontaneously, emanating a similar primordial resonance, barely withstanding this onslaught and guiding it towards resolution. Effective. Qin Mo's spirit surged as he endured the tumult within his consciousness, meticulously maintaining the stability of that thread of true energy. Gradually, an exceedingly faint sensation of direction began to materialize within his heart. It was not a clear location, but rather an ethereal sense of orientation, pointing towards a distant, chaotic, and desolate region deep within the cosmos, aligning subtly with the coordinates of the desolate star, see previously mentioned by Baba Ta. Simultaneously, the fragment of the mysterious star map, intricately sketched by the inheritance information within his sea of consciousness, seemed to respond to the feeble fluctuations of the ancient divine marrow crystal fragment. The node representing the desolate star sea area within it appeared to glow ever so slightly brighter, though it remained shrouded in obscurity. Indeed, the desolate star sea was a pivotal node. Qin Mo withdrew his true energy, beads of fine sweat already forming on his forehead. The brief contact had drained far more mental energy than an entire battle. However, the rewards were immense, reaffirming the efficacy of the ancient divine marrow crystal fragment and strengthening the connection between the star map nodes and it. Meanwhile, Luo Feng was also diligently restoring his mental prowess within the tranquil chamber. The inherited knowledge from Huyen Bo flowed through his mind, and combined with the experiences from this life and death struggle, he gained a deeper understanding of controlling the escape sky shuttle and consolidating his mental power impact. Baba Ta was fully engaged in reconstructing the fragmented star map from the remnants of the mechanical race. Qin Mo, Luo Feng, a significant discovery. Baba Ta's voice, infused with excitement and gravitas, resonated within both their minds. On the virtual screen, two star maps were projected. One was the mysterious star map fragment, filled with the essence of the primordial, intricately drawn in Qin Mo's sea of consciousness, missing its core area, with several dim nodes around its edges, including the desolate star sea. Another image, reconstructed from the remnants of the mechanical race, depicts a technological star map replete with a chilling geometric structure and marked energy nodes. It too is incomplete, with most areas distorted and blurred. Yet, one relatively clear region conspicuously overlaps with the silent star sea. Baba Ta superimposes the two star maps, rotating and comparing them. A shocking revelation emerges. Despite their contrasting styles, approximately 10 fragmented regions near the silent star sea exhibit a remarkable degree of overlap in spatial coordinates and energy node markers. Notably, 3 twisted paths of void currents and an anomalous gravitational focal point labeled as the Eye of Annihilation appear almost identical on both maps. Luo Feng gazes in astonishment at the overlapping area. Mo, does your heritage star map and the one sought by the mechanical race point to the same location? Or perhaps they represent different segments of a singular star map? Qin Mo's eyes blaze with intensity. It seems so. My heritage star map contains the spatial coordinates and law node information from the primordial era, whereas the mechanical race may possess a modern version, either mapped or deciphered through technological means. Alternatively, they might have acquired another segment from a certain relic. Their exhaustive search for validation raises the question, what is the destination indicated by this star map? The endpoint information is entirely missing. Baba Ta shakes his head, yet even this overlapping section is of inestimable value. These intersecting paths and nodes may very well constitute a relatively safe, albeit only relatively, passage through the Silent Star Sea. Mastering them would afford a greater chance of survival compared to those who blindly venture in. The mechanical race is evidently also verifying the accuracy of these paths. That ancient god's crystal may well be a landmark or key they discovered at some node. At that moment, Babada's alarm blares sharply. Warning. High intensity. Non-human civilization's covert spatial fluctuation signal detected. Signal source locked. Outer orbit of Qiolong star. Coordinates XXXYYYZZZ. Signal characteristics match with a 978-degree accuracy. It is the mechanical race. Significantly more advanced than the mining explorers we previously encountered. It is a hunter, a Type 3 reconnaissance combat unit. It is conducting a wide-area scan of Qiolong star, utilizing a mode with intense target retrieval characteristics. What is it searching for, or rather who? On the virtual screen, an image of a mechanical entity resembling a black triangular prism, its surface coursing with cold energy patterns, materializes, emanating energy fluctuations that reach a stellar peak. Qin Mo and Luo Feng feel the hairs on the back of their necks stand on end. A chilling sense of crisis envelopes them. It's coming for us. Luo Feng's gaze sharpens like a blade. Have they traced the residual signal of Chunli, 77? Or have they somehow locked onto the faint fluctuations of the ancient god's crystal fragment? Both are possibilities. Qin Mo quickly regains his composure. We can't stay here. Babada. Immediately erase all our biological information and energy residues from this location. Luo Feng, prepare to relocate to the place with the most people and chaos. The Mercenary Alliance's trading hall. Understood. Babada's virtual hand operates swiftly. Let us go. The two individuals exhibited not a trace of hesitation, akin to phantoms darting forth from a tranquil chamber, merging seamlessly into the ceaseless throng of people in Qiolong City. They restrained their presence and altered their gait, utilizing the vast crowd and towering edifices as a veil for their escape. In the cold expanse of outer space, the obsidian triangular vessel, its scanning beams resembling invisible searchlights, swept repeatedly over the surface of Qiolong Star. As the scanning beams skimmed the area surrounding the meditation chamber from which Qin Mo had just departed, it paused momentarily, as if detecting an exceedingly faint and rapidly dissipating residue of unique energy, an essence of ancient divine crystal fragments, alongside the biological molecular traces characteristic of the dust. The 77th Starlit Scorpion. Target traces confirmed. Designated area. Western District of Qiolong City. Signal weak. Target in motion. Activating high-precision life signature tracking mode. The chilling mechanical command issued from the core processor of the Hunter 3. The Mercenary Alliance trading hall was perpetually bustling with voices, a cacophony of diverse beings. Countless missions scrolled across the enormous holographic screen, as mercenaries from various races engaged in transactions, formed teams, and argued. The atmosphere here was a chaotic blend, rendering it the perfect hideout. Qin Mo and Luo Feng feigned browsing through missions while remaining acutely vigilant, their mental faculties and consciousness functioning like imperceptible radars, scanning their surroundings. They sensed a frigid, inhuman scanning field silently infiltrating the hall, akin to mercury spilling forth, conducting an exceptionally precise examination. It had arrived. The intensity of the scan was escalating. Luo Feng, through his mental perception, relayed information to Qin Mo unfazed. Qin Mo subtly activated the Hunyuan Daozong, enveloping himself in a layer of exceedingly subdued, chaotic dim light that mimicked the surrounding environmental aura, attempting to obscure his life's signature and energy fluctuations. Simultaneously, he clenched his fist, the Hunyuan true energy surging within his meridians, poised for action. Suddenly, the cold scanning field halted abruptly as it passed near a boasting primate mercenary, focusing intently on him. Following this, three nearly imperceptible azure beams, imbued with high-frequency oscillating energy, shot down from a vent in the hall's ceiling, targeting the primate mercenary. Be careful. Luo Feng reacted swiftly, unleashing his mental force to create a powerful lateral thrust that collided with the primate mercenary. With a thud, the primate was sent flying, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Yet, one of the azure beams still grazed his shoulder. A piercing scream erupted, the area where the beam had passed through his shoulder. The alloy armor, along with flesh and bone, disintegrated as if subjected to an invisible force at the molecular level, instantaneously reducing it to ash. The wound's edges were smooth as glass, exhibiting an eerie crystalline formation. Enemy attack. It was the mechanical race's disintegration ray. The hall erupted in chaos. Various energy shields flared to life. The sounds of weapons being drawn resounded continuously. A cacophony of terrified and enraged shouts filled the air. Disorder erupted in an instant. In the moment of the push, Qin Mo and Luo Feng seized the opportunity to blend into the chaotic crowd, hastening towards the nearest exit. They beheld the Grand Hall's dome being torn asunder, as the ominous black triangular shuttle emerged, reminiscent of a merciless harbinger of death, brandishing its menacing weaponry. The target was lost, the secondary target elimination had failed, and range suppression was initiated, the cold mechanical voice seemingly imbued with a hint of logical discernment. A barrage of energy beams commenced their indiscriminate onslaught upon the hall, sowing further chaos and devastation. Go! Qin Mo urged in a low tone, alongside Luo Feng. They transformed into two streaks of light, dashing through the turmoil of the trading hall and racing towards the public spacecraft landing area in the opposite direction of the city. They had to leave Qiulong Star at once. As they burst forth from the hall and melded into the tumultuous crowd of the city streets, a sudden, unheralded tremor surged through the depths of Qin Mo's consciousness. The core imprint of the Hongyuan Daozong began to vibrate violently. A will far more vast and ancient than the fragments of the ancient divine marrow crystal, as if it bore the weight of countless stars' births and deaths, descended abruptly across the expanse of time and space. This will was not malevolent. Rather, it felt like a distant resonance, a whisper of awakening after an eternity of silence. Its source pointed unmistakably towards the exterior of Qiulong Star, to the towering star tower that loomed, suppressing the galaxy. A vague, intermittent, yet supremely dignified sound of the Tao resonated directly within the core of Qin Mo's primordial spirit, echoing like a great bell, yet elusive and ethereal. Hong, Yuan, Dao, Tong, Goei, Lai, Zhe, Ta, Jiu, Sung, Tian, Xin. The voice abruptly ceased, and that vast will receded like a tide, as though it had never existed. Yet, Qin Mo stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. The star tower. Is it calling to me? Has it sensed the Hongyuan Daozong? It mentioned the Hongyuan Dao lineage, the 9 levels of the tower, and the Tianqin seal. What could it mean? Mo Gu. What's wrong? We must hurry. Luo Feng's anxious voice jolted Qin Mo back to reality. Behind them, the explosions and energy fluctuations from the direction of the mercenary alliance intensified, indicating that the mechanical hunters were inciting even greater chaos. Qin Mo suppressed the tumultuous waves surging within, his gaze deepening with profound contemplation. He cast one last glance at the distant silhouette of the star tower, shimmering mysteriously under the radiance of the sun. Let us go. He no longer hesitated, joining Luo Feng as they merged into the throng fleeing Qiulong Star. Behind them lay the turmoil instigated by the mechanical race, and ahead, the perilous unknown of the starry seas. Yet, imprinted in his heart was the ancient call of the star tower that transcended time and space. The star tower, the core sanctuary consuming the cosmic expanse, seemed to possess an unfathomable connection to his primordial celestial path legacy. This sudden resonance veiled their path ahead with an even more enigmatic and profound shroud. The Mo Feng soared into the sky once more, trailing flames as it escaped the brief chaos of Qiulong Star. This time, their destination was no longer a familiar planet. Babata, a transit planet located on the fringes of the ancient wheel universe, near the wild cosmic domain, where the flow of information was intricate and mercenary factions thrived. Qin Mo spoke in a low voice, his gaze fixed upon the navigation star chart, particularly the area of profound darkness representing the dead silent sea, which evoked a sense of dread. We require a staging ground, a place where we can temporarily lie in wait, gather intelligence, and ultimately venture towards that direction. Understood. Babata promptly filtered through the options, identifying the most suitable choice, the Bone Star Ring, an annular star domain composed of the ancient behemoth's remains and interstellar dust. Within it lay several modified bone planets, renowned as a lawless territory, a hub for the information black market, and a sanctuary for outlaws. Let us proceed to the Bone Star Ring. Qin Mo and Luo Feng echoed in unison. The secrets of the Star Tower demand strength for exploration, and the enigmas of the dead silent sea, alongside the threat posed by the mechanical race, loom ominously. The Bone Star Ring shall serve as their outpost to delve deeper into the obscurities of the cosmos. The spacecraft sliced through the void, carrying the two youthful adventurers headlong into the chaotic realm of bones and dust. In the wilderness, the Tao of the primordial world quietly took root amidst slaughter and peril. The call of the Star Tower, akin to a distant lighthouse, illuminated a path strewn with thorns yet leading to the pinnacle of existence. Chapter 23. Intelligence of the Star Ring. As the Mo Feng traversed the grand star ring formed from countless colossal, weathered, and faintly phosphorescent bones of ancient star beasts. These remains stood as tombstones of cosmic giants, stretching across the void for billions of miles, creating a bizarre and gravitationally chaotic star domain. Within the Bone Star Ring, Several planets, suspended and reliant on the enormous remains, floated, with the largest among them being their destination, Bone Shatter Star. Bone Shatter Star was aptly named. The planet's surface was encrusted with a thick layer of bone powder and shattered star beast remains, with structures largely constructed from the immense bones serving as frameworks and foundations, exuding an aesthetic that was both rugged and menacing. The air was thick with dust, the scent of rusted metal, and a peculiar Swedish energy aura. Here, no unified regime existed. Only a few powerful mercenary groups, black market alliances, and intelligence organizations maintained a fragile order, rendering it a true lawless land. The spacecraft descended upon the bone-strewn docking area, a vast open port encircled by gigantic rib bones. As soon as they disembarked, a multitude of mixed, hostile gazes shot towards them, among which were those exuding the presence of high-level stellar beings and even cosmic entities. Be cautious. The eyes of these people are like those of hungry wolves. Luo Feng concentrated his mental energy, the fragments of the escape sky shuttle poised within his sleeve. Qin Mo nodded slightly, his primordial true energy circulating naturally within him, concealing his aura like a steadfast stone, while his consciousness spread out like an invisible web, quietly enveloping the surroundings within 100 meters. Any subtle energy fluctuations or malicious intents would be detected. The Primordial Tao Codex bestowed upon him not only power, but also a keen insight into the energies of the world. Their objective was clear: intelligence and resources. Under Babata's guidance, the two skillfully evaded several waves of overtly ill-intentioned suitors and slipped into a dim alley formed by the hollowed interiors of massive vertebrae. After navigating a series of twists and turns, they halted before a heavy metal door embedded in the bone wall, adorned with rusted copper studs. The door bore no markings, save for a skull-shaped scanner emitting a ghostly green glow. The Dark Cranium Intelligence Exchange boasts a somewhat respectable reputation, albeit with exorbitant prices, as Barbata elaborated. Qin Mo stepped forward, and a beam of green light from the scanner swept across. The door slid open silently, unleashing a wave of mixed scents that carried the stench of low-quality tobacco, decayed blood, and faint traces of energy liquid. The interior was modest in size, shrouded in dim light, with a figure cloaked in a voluminous black robe seated behind a skeletal counter, their face obscured. New face. From the dragon constellation? A hoarse voice emerged from beneath the robe, speaking in the universal language of the cosmos. Without further ado, Qin Mo placed a small fragment of high-purity cosmic crystal, ore, gathered from the dust and grit of 77, upon the counter. I seek the latest intelligence concerning the fringes of the Silent Star Sea, particularly the area of the Silent Corridor. The more detailed, the better. Also, have there been any unusual reports of mechanical activity in this vicinity recently? The robed figure extended a bony finger, adorned with a metallic prosthetic, weighing the ore thoughtfully. Their emerald-hued eyes, seemingly a form of bionic device, scanned both Qin Mo and Luo Feng, lingering a moment longer on Qin Mo, as if sensing an unusual, obscure aura. The Silent Corridor, that essay place from which even domain lords may not emerge unscathed. The robed figure chuckled dryly. I do have information. First, 3 months ago, an elite squad from the Bloodblade Mercenary Corps ventured deep into the Silent Corridor in search of the fabled Void Whale remains, remnants of a colossal star beast that perished in a cosmic storm. Their last transmission indicated they discovered a relatively stable dark current passage, coordinates being a series of complex numbers, but thereafter the signal was lost. And they have yet to return, presumed missing. Second, over the past month, the Ashen asteroid belt surrounding the Silent Corridor has detected multiple anomalous high-intensity spatial energy eruptions. The energy signatures suggest tearing and annihilation, inconsistent with known cosmic phenomena, suspected to be either artificial or the aftermath of some formidable entity's combat. The specific locations exhibit considerable fluctuation. Thirdly, regarding the mechanical race, the robed figure's voice lowered slightly. 7 days ago, a small formation of 3 Razor-class destroyers from the mechanical faction briefly lingered in the sea of lost meteors at the periphery of the skeleton ring, seemingly scanning for something, before directly jumping towards the Silent Star Sea. Their objectives remain unclear, but their trajectory passes perilously close to the Ashen asteroid belt. The value of this intelligence is immense. Qin Mo immediately compared the coordinate information with the star map fragments in his consciousness and the faint resonance of the ancient god's essence crystal fragments. The coordinates of the dark current passage discovered by the Bloodblade Mercenary Corps closely aligned with a safe route in their star map fragments. Furthermore, the anomalous energy eruption points in the Ashen asteroid belt overlapped with the gravitational disturbance range of another key node marked on the star map, the Eye of Annihilation. Artificial energy eruptions and the movements of the mechanical race. Could it be that someone has already entered ahead of us? Or perhaps the mechanical race is in the process of clearing something. Luo Feng furrowed his brow. Both scenarios are plausible, Qin Mo mused, his caution heightened. Do you have any further updates regarding the incident involving the mechanical race's attack on the mercenary hall at the Dragon Constellation? Dragon Constellation? The robed figure shook their head. It's far too civilized there. Information travels slowly. The mechanical faction claims to be pursuing fugitives, resulting in collateral damage. The mercenary alliance is exerting pressure, yet tangible results remain elusive. Are you involved in this matter? The green, luminous electronic eye flickered with inquisitiveness. Merely curious. Qin Mo maintained his composure and set down several energy ores, expressing gratitude for the earlier intelligence. Furthermore, I require some medicinal herbs. I shall send you the list. He transmitted a compilation of the required herbs for concocting a healing elixir and rapidly restoring true essence, carefully selected from the foundational formulas of the Hunyuan Daozong. Among them, several primary ingredients had their names and characteristics translated correspondingly by Babata, as per the nomenclature and specifics of the Devouring Starry Sky universe. The figure in the black robe glanced at the list and rasped, Star Essence Grass, Void Vine Root, Bone Corrosion Flower Stamen. Young man, what you intend to forge is no trifling matter. The herbs are available, yet the Bone Corrosion Flower Stamen is a specialty of the Broken Bone Star, found only in a few locations where high concentrations of cosmic radiation intertwine with the resentful spirits of star beasts, and it is quite costly. Money is not an issue. Qin Mo replied calmly. They had accumulated a fair amount of spoils and cosmic currency through their ventures in Dust and Adventure 77. The transaction concluded swiftly. The two departed the Dark Skull trading post with the herbal intelligence and a rudimentary electronic map indicating potential growth areas for the Bone Corrosion Flower Stamen. Following the map's guidance, they arrived at a region of Broken Bone Star known as the Grievous Bone Ravine. The ravine was unfathomably deep, flanked by grotesque, twisted fossilized bones. While a gray-green mist enveloped the valley floor, saturated with intense radiation and a chilling, corrosive malice that could erode one's mental fortitude. Here, even third to fourth tier stellar beings would find it difficult to linger. Luo Feng deployed a mental shield, isolating the gray mist. Yet he still felt a faint chill seep into his consciousness. Qin Mo's surface shimmered with a pale golden essence. The chaotic rhythm of his true essence seemingly possessing an innate ability to counteract such negative energies, considerably diminishing the corrosive sensation. He extended his consciousness into the valley floor. Searching meticulously, found it. Moments later, Qin Mo pointed to a crevice obscured by a massive rib. Deep within the fissure, several plants, entirely black and resembling intricately carved bones, swayed in the mist, their tips adorned with pallid, delicate blossoms that exuded a disquieting aura of death. The Bone Corrosion Flower Stamen. The gathering process proved arduous. Guarding the stamen were several vengeful bone lizards, manifestations of concentrated malice and radiation energy, comparable in strength to second-tier stellar beasts and fiercely tenacious. However, under the assault of Qin Mo's true essence, which inflicted additional damage to spiritual entities, and Luo Feng's precise mental force, they were swiftly dispatched. With the precious herbs in hand, the two rented a temporary cave dwelling at the chaotic outskirts of Broken Bone Star, equipped with a rudimentary protective array. In the tranquil chamber, Qin Mo inhaled deeply, sinking his mind into the sea of consciousness. The chapters on foundational alchemy from the Hunyuan Daozong gradually unfolded. Unlike the gene elixirs or energy crystals commonly found in the Devouring Starry Sky universe, the primordial alchemy technique emphasized the harmonious interplay of yin and yang, drawing upon the energies of heaven and earth, refining the essence of flora, and embodying a sliver of the alchemical principles. He retrieved a reasonably crafted alloy alchemical furnace purchased on Xiaolong Star, as he was temporarily unable to forge a treasure furnace. According to the teachings of the ancestral path, a strand of pure primordial energy coalesced at the fingertips, etching ancient and profound runes in midair, which were then infused into the alchemical furnace. This was the fire induction technique and the spirit gathering array, designed to summon the terrestrial fire, simulated here by high-energy energy blocks carried by a spacecraft, and converge the energies of heaven and earth. Subsequently, various herbs were added to the furnace in a precise sequence and measure. Qin Mo was wholly absorbed, his consciousness akin to the most delicate probe, monitoring every subtle change and fusion of the herbal essence within the furnace. His hands danced through the incantations, deftly controlling the heat and energy input, at times gentle like a spring breeze, at others fierce like a tempest. The primordial energy served as the core driving force and harmonizer of the alchemical process, playing an indispensable role. It was balanced and serene, embodying the characteristics of chaos and inclusivity, greatly enhancing the efficiency and stability of the herbal fusion. while subtly drawing in a trace of the sparse cosmic energy from the surrounding space into the elixir. Luo Feng stood guard nearby, feeling the increasingly rich and pure life energy surging from the furnace, along with an ineffable essence of the Tao, leaving him profoundly awestruck. Brother Mo's technique was nothing short of miraculous. The alchemical process persisted for 3 days and nights. Outside the cave, the chaos of the shattered bone star continued unabated. While within the cave, a delightful fragrance permeated the air. Just at the critical moment when the elixir was on the verge of solidifying into its final form, boom. Without warning, a small dark red energy vortex began to form above the quiet chamber. Within the vortex, threads of destructive energy wafted, locking onto the alchemical furnace below. This was the alchemical tribulation. Although merely a low-grade mortal fire tribulation, under the cosmic laws of devouring the starry sky, Qin Mo's act of invoking a sliver of alchemical principles still drew the rejection and trial of the universe's rules. The alchemical tribulation. Qin Mo's gaze sharpened, unflinching. He had anticipated this. Luo Feng, protect the cave. Qin Mo bellowed as he soared into the sky. Facing the first strike of the dark red tribulation fire, which was the width of a chopstick yet bore terrifying heat and destructive power, he neither flinched nor evaded. His right hand formed a sword-like finger, breaking the tribulation. The fingertip was no longer adorned with the faint golden primordial energy, but instead entwined with a thread of extremely subtle, grayish flow that carried the essence of chaos and the dissolution of myriad laws. It was the initial refinement of the ancient divine marrow crystal fragment's edge, a glimpse into the chaotic laws, the power of chaos breaking the laws. Sizzle. The grayish finger sword collided with the dark red tribulation fire. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The seemingly ferocious tribulation fire was, in fact, silently and seamlessly dissolved as if it had never existed, akin to snow melting under the spring sun. The dark red vortex in the sky spun reluctantly a few times, seemingly unable to gather a stronger tribulation force due to its diminutive target, the elixir's low level, and the feebleness of the tribulation power, and ultimately dissipated slowly. Inside the cave, the furnace hummed, its lid automatically lifting. 9 pills, the size of longan fruits, perfectly round, glimmering of vibrant green. With a faint white mist, life essence, swirling around, and a nearly invisible chaotic radiance, lay serenely at the bottom of the furnace. The elixir was complete. A high-quality life recovery pill. The enchanting aroma of the elixir and the energy fluctuations triggered by the brief tribulation, albeit fleeting, ultimately leaked a trace of essence outside. In the realm of shattered bones, any aberration in energy fluctuations may invite covetous eyes, just as Qin Mo was collecting his elixirs. And Luo Feng had momentarily relaxed his vigilance. The rudimentary protective array of the cave abode was silently torn apart like a fragile soap bubble. 3 shadows, moving with unparalleled swiftness, surged into the tranquil chamber like ethereal phantoms devoid of substance. They exuded no breath of life, only the chilling directive of cold-blooded slaughter. Their forms resembled magnified, bone-like razors, shimmering with high-frequency oscillations. They were none other than the bone cutters. Ground assault units frequently employed by the mechanical race in the Shattered Bone Star Ring. Their target was none other than Qin Mo, who had just completed his alchemical endeavors. His aura yet to stabilize. The 3 high-frequency blades, capable of rending through stellar-grade armor, sealed off all avenues of escape for him. So swift, so sudden, far surpassing the previous assailants. The 3 ships' ambush. Chapter 24. The Silent Corridor Space Pirate Alert. Mo. Luo Feng's eyes widened in terror as his mental prowess erupted to its zenith. 6 shards of the escape sky shuttle transformed into beams of lethal light, surging forth to collide violently with 2 of the shadows. Clang, clang. The jarring sound of metal clashing resounded. Sparks flew. Yet, the full force of Luo Feng's mental impact merely caused those 2 bone cutters to deviate slightly from their trajectory. Their materials and energy shield strength exceeded all estimations. The remaining blade of the bone cutter had already reached the vulnerable spot at Qin Mo's back. In the face of imminent death, Qin Mo displayed no sign of panic, but rather a glint of cold resolve in his eyes. While it was true that his alchemy had drained him significantly, the innate strength honed by the 9 transformation profound Yuan technique and his understanding of the chaos principle were not mere trifles. He did not even turn around. Instantly, the 365 acupoints within his body ignited with brilliance. The faint golden aura that enveloped him transformed into a deeper, murky hue, akin to a chaos-laden mist that seemed to absorb all light, his nascent chaotic protective aura. Simultaneously, he swiftly struck backward with his right hand. In his palm, an exceedingly tiny, arcane rune composed of chaotic energy flickered momentarily. This was a rudimentary application he had developed, Combining his rudimentary understanding of the chaotic properties of the ancient divine crystal shards with his true chi, the chaotic disruption seal. Swoosh! The high-frequency blade struck fiercely against the chaotic aura. The anticipated scene of effortless rending did not materialize. The grayish aura resembled the most viscous of quagmires, constantly distorting like a chaotic space. The high-frequency energy was rapidly consumed, warped, and redirected. The blade penetrated less than an inch before losing its momentum. Even more disorienting for the Bonecutter's core processor was the chaotic disruption seal contained within Qin Mo's palm strike. While its power was insufficient to obliterate the machine, it precisely interfered with the instantaneous output frequency of its energy core, resulting in a delay and turmoil of a mere 10,000th of a second in its lethal strike. It was in that fleeting moment. Qin Mo moved. Like a boneless fish, he executed an incredible twisting slide along the trajectory of the deviating blade, not only evading the fatal blow but also closing in on the chilling razor-sharp body of the bone cutter. His left hand spread wide. The dense true chi emanating a weighty aura capable of suppressing all, he struck forcefully at the critical node along the bone cutter's spine. Boom! Like a colossal hammer striking refined iron, the bone carver was struck by a hand imbued with immense power, causing its blade to tremble violently. The high-frequency oscillation of the blade's aura extinguished in an instant, and the internal core processor succumbed to overload and shutdown due to energy backlash and previous disruptions. It plummeted to the ground like scrap metal. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. As Luo Feng struggled to repel the other two bone carvers with great effort, Qin Mo had already incapacitated one with a thunderous strike. Exhilarated, Luo Feng felt a surge of vitality. Qin Mo's ferocity and timely breakthrough through the chaotic barrier and disruption seal instilled him with immense confidence. He ceased holding back. His mental energy surged like a boiling ocean, and the speed and trajectory of the fragments of the sky-escaping shuttle became increasingly enigmatic. Concurrently, he formed seals with his hands. And an illusory, ancient tower-shaped shadow flickered above his head, emanating stable spatial fluctuations, the embryonic form of the Void Tower, a mental defense technique from the inheritance of Huyin Bo. Though merely a rudimentary form, the stable spatial fluctuations significantly countered the high-speed cutting attacks of the bone carvers, causing a slight delay in their velocity. Without hesitation, Qin Mo surged forward like a tiger among sheep. The chaotic barrier shielded him from harm, while his primordial true chi fists, imbued with the strength to shatter mountains, combined with the disruption seal's unique interference against mechanical units, created a perfect synergy with Luo Feng's mental assaults. Puff, puff. Though the remaining bone carvers were fierce, they were swiftly dismantled one by one as the duo's enhanced strength, seamless cooperation, and tactical advantage. The remarkable efficacy of Qin Mo's disruption seal against the mechanical race led to their cores being shattered, transforming them into heaps of sparking scrap metal. As the battle concluded, the cave lay in disarray. Qin Mo consumed a life restoration pill, and the pure, overwhelming essence of life and the rhythm of the primordial Tao swiftly revitalized his depleted true chi and physique, exceeding his expectations by a significant margin. Luo Feng also took one, his pale complexion rapidly regaining its rosy hue. The mechanical race's pursuit arrived swifter and more ferocious than anticipated. The bone carvers, peak stellar hunting units, had sent 3 at once. Luo Feng's heart raced with trepidation. Their power within the skeletal star ring surpassed that on the Qiulong star. Gazing at the wreckage strewn across the ground, Qin Mo's eyes deepened with contemplation. However, the gains from this battle were substantial. The chaotic barrier's defense and the disruption seal's interference had both been tested in combat. The embryonic form of his void tower began to reveal its potential. He cast his gaze toward the direction of the silent star sea, gripping a jade vial containing life restoration pills. Intelligence had been gathered, supplies were secured, and strength had achieved a new breakthrough. It was time. To the silent corridor? The flames of battle ignited in Luo Feng's eyes. Indeed, Qin Mo nodded, intent on verifying the hidden flow passage and investigating the anomalies within the Ashen asteroid belt. The mechanical race was active there, and our star map pointed in that direction. The truth and danger awaited ahead. The Mo Feng ship set sail once more, carrying 2 warriors sharpened through the trials of bones and slaughter, resolutely steering into the dark star domain where even the stars lay silent, the silent star sea. The primal Tao and the souls of the warriors would resonate in the universe's ultimate peril, heralding a new chapter. The spacecraft traversed the chaotic energy turbulence at the boundary between the Bone Star Ring and the Silent Star Sea, and the scene before them abruptly transformed. An eternal darkness enveloped everything, with stars appearing sparse and dim, as if all their radiance had been siphoned away. A colossal, slowly rotating cloud of interstellar dust resembled the shroud of a cosmic behemoth, exuding an aura of cold desolation. Here, space became thick and fragile, with occasional fleeting fissures capable of tearing the vessel apart. This was the edge of the Silent Star Sea, the Corridor of Silence. Guided by the star map coordinates and intelligence from the Bloodblade Mercenary Corps, the ship Mo Feng navigated cautiously. Babata diligently scanned the surrounding environment, skillfully avoiding lethal currents and spatial traps. A faint energy response was detected ahead, an unnatural phenomenon, perhaps the remnants of a ship, Babata reported. Soon, a mass of metal debris, adrift in the frigid void, came into view. From the livery and partial insignia, it was evident that it belonged to the Bloodblade Mercenary Corps. The wreckage bore the scars of being torn apart by some immense force, with edges showing signs of high-temperature melting and energy annihilation, silently narrating a tale of unspeakable tragedy. It appeared that the Bloodblade Mercenary Corps had met their misfortune here. Luo Feng's expression turned grave as they approached the wreckage, hoping to gather potentially useful information. A low hum resonated. A pitch-black star pirate ship, shaped like a menacing shark and bristling with weapon platforms, emerged like a ghost from a massive cloud of dust. Its cannons flickered with a dangerous light, firmly locking onto the Mo Feng. "Hey, you little scrap boat. Halt immediately." A coarse and arrogant voice blared through the public channel. "This is the territory of the Black Shark Gang. Want to enter the Corridor of Silence? Leave a toll, or surrender your lives along with your ship. Star pirates? And daring enough to rob in the Corridor of Silence?" Qin Mo and Luo Feng exchanged glances, each recognizing the coldness in the other's eyes. However, before they could react, the brash voice suddenly paused, seemingly receiving some information, and its tone shifted to one of peculiar urgency, laced with an almost imperceptible fear. "Wait, did you just come from the Bone Star Ring? Were you pursued by the Three Bone Raisers?" Bone Raisers is the term pirates use for the mechanical race, known as the Bone Carvers. Qin Mo narrowed his eyes, refraining from responding. The pirate leader seemed to require no answer. He spoke hurriedly. "Damn it. Consider yourselves lucky, given that you managed to escape from those iron lumps. Let me warn you, do not proceed. Ahead, in the Ashen Belt, it's haunted. More terrifying than the mechanical race's iron lumps. The Bloodblade folks fell victim there. If you wish to live, turn back to the Bone Star Ring at once." With that, the Black Shark pirate ship unhesitatingly reversed its course, engines roaring as it fled the area in panic, as if something exceedingly dreadful were pursuing it. Left behind were Qin Mo and Luo Feng, gazing at the vanishing ship, then turning their attention to the even more foreboding Ashen Asteroid Belt ahead, a place that even pirates feared. Their expressions grew profoundly serious. More terrifying than the Bone Carvers? The truth behind the annihilation of the Bloodblade Mercenary Corps? The node marked as the Eye of Oblivion on the star map? Deep within the silent corridor. The hidden dangers far exceed their expectations. Yet, the call of the Stellar Tower, the guidance of the ancient divine essence crystals, and their unwavering pursuit of truth compel them to press onward. The Mo Feng adjusts its course as its engines emit a steady flame, akin to a solitary firefly in the dark, resolutely steering towards the ash-laden asteroid belt, which the star pirates refer to as haunted. The true test has only just begun. Chapter 25, Ashen Phantoms, The Secret of Annihilation. The Mo Feng glides cautiously into the ash-laden asteroid belt, resembling a wary fish. Countless massive rock fragments, burnt to a dull gray, float here, some as large as mountains, others as small as dust. The space teems with high concentrations of radioactive debris and an eerie, soul-chilling energy of silence, severely disrupting the ship's scanning waves and reducing visibility to a minimum. Babata's scanning system emits a continuous hum, warning. The spatial structure is extremely unstable. Anomalous gravitational sources detected directly ahead, with coordinates closely aligning with the Eye of Oblivion marked on the star map. Energy readings are chaotic and continuously rising. Is the ghost spoken of by the star pirates lurking here? Luo Feng's mental focus sharpens, the fragments of the Void Weaver shimmering around him. The ethereal shadow of the Void Tower undulating in his consciousness, stabilizing his spirit. Holding a fragment of the ancient divine essence crystal, Qin Mo closes his eyes to sense its aura. The shard emanates a faint warmth in his palm, its chaotic essence acting like a compass, clearly pointing towards the Eye of Oblivion, accompanied by a strong sense of resonance, as if something there is calling to it. Follow the resonance. Qin Mo intones. The dual guidance of the star map fragment and the essence crystal shard should chart the safest course. The ship maneuvers through the narrow gaps filled with floating debris, deftly avoiding the silent rifts in space that tear and mend. The deeper they venture, the more bizarre the surroundings become. Amidst the gray dust, distorted, translucent shadows occasionally flit by, lacking substance, like elongated grievances that emit silent wails, crashing against the ship's energy shield and creating ripples. These ash-laden spirits, though incapable of inflicting tangible harm, erode the mind and induce overwhelming negative emotions. These entities resemble the aggregated remnants of the grievances of countless souls lost here. Luo Feng furrows his brow as the light of the void tower flickers slightly, dispelling the chill encroaching upon his consciousness. Suddenly, behind a massive gray celestial wreck, a blinding azure light erupts. Accompanied by a silent energy shockwave, a colossal rift in space suddenly opens like the eye of a demon. At the edges of the rift, turbulent spatial currents slice through everything like blades. Evade! Babata shrieks. The Mo Feng executes an extreme lateral maneuver, narrowly skirting the edge of the rift. The ship's hull emits a disconcerting groan, while the energy shield flickers violently. Just as they regain their composure, a gigantic claw, covered in dark golden scales and engulfed in azure flames, suddenly thrusts forth from the depths of the rift. The claw, as massive as a mountain, radiates an oppressive force and an ancient, primal ferocity. Roar, not through the medium of air, but rather a terrifying roar that directly assaulted the soul erupted within the minds of the two. Luo Feng let out a muffled groan as the void tower in his sea of consciousness trembled violently, its radiance dimming significantly. Qin Mo also felt his primordial spirit quiver. The primordial Dao Codex activating spontaneously, with chaotic protective energy surging forth, enveloping him in a grayish halo, barely stabilizing his mind. What on earth is that? Luo Feng was struck with astonishment. The mere force exerted by a single claw surpassed any stellar-level entity they had ever encountered. It even bore an ominous sense of being akin to a domain lord. It is not a ghost, but a living creature. A creature imprisoned. Qin Mo's gaze sharpened like that of an eagle, fixated on the massive claw attempting to tear through the spatial rift in a desperate struggle. The ancient god marrow crystal fragment in his hand became searing hot, resonating with an intensity that nearly forced it from his grasp. He distinctly felt that the primordial aura emanating from the claw was of the same essence as the marrow crystal fragment, yet it was wilder, more chaotic, infused with the rage and anguish of being imprisoned for countless millennia. Even more alarming to him were the faintly visible, cold metallic gleams on the dark golden scales, resembling shackles, energy patterns radiating a pure, technological essence belonging to the mechanical race. The mechanical race. They are imprisoning this primordial beast. In an instant, Qin Mo comprehended the truth behind the ghostly tales and the demise of the Bloodblade mercenary corps. This unknown primordial beast was the core of the Eye of Annihilation. It had been ensnared by the mechanical race using some form of powerful technology, trapped deep within the spatial rift. Its struggles and roars triggering an abnormal energy explosion in the Ashen Belt. The Bloodblade mercenary corps had likely stumbled into the area of its most vigorous struggle, torn apart by spatial turbulence and the aftermath of the beast's fury. Alarm. High-intensity energy lock detected. From the 3 o'clock direction. It is the mechanical race. Babata's warning echoed once more. 3 Razor-class destroyers, more menacing in design, akin to shadowy blades, emerged stealthily from a cloud of dust, their hulls adorned with chilling energy patterns. The main cannons igniting with blinding white light, firmly locking onto the Mo Feng and the claw of the primordial beast, which was still straining to escape. Target confirmed. Experimental subject, primordial god, number 7 exhibiting abnormal energy leakage. Eliminate intruders. Reinforce the cage. The cold mechanical command spread through the public channel, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Experimental subject, primordial god, number 7. A chill coursed through Qin Mo and Luo Feng. The mechanical race had the audacity to regard such a terrifying primordial beast as an experiment. Boom, boom, boom. The main cannons of the 3 Razor-class destroyers fired simultaneously. 3 massive pillars of white light, infused with terrifying annihilation energy, tore through the gray dust. One aimed at the struggling claw, while the other 2 targeted the Mo Feng. They sought not only to reinforce the cage, but also to eliminate witnesses. Damn it, Luo Feng bellowed, pouring his mental energy unreservedly into the escape sky shuttle. 6 fragments swiftly combined to form a colossal shuttle-shaped shield, positioned before the spacecraft. Simultaneously, the void tower's projection in his sea of consciousness solidified unprecedentedly, radiating waves that stabilized the space. The cold light in Qin Mo's eyes blazed fiercely. He no longer held back. The primal energy surged within him, roaring forth, as he tightly clasped the shard of the ancient god's marrow crystal in his palm, forcefully guiding wisps of chaotic energy to emerge. Chaos control, he bellowed, thrusting both hands forward with fervor. In an instant, a colossal energy shield, composed of a grayish chaotic mist adorned with esoteric, twisted runes, unfurled before the escape sky shield. This shield transcended mere defense, embodying a profound realm of distortion, dissolution, and the chaotic principle that unraveled all orderly energy. Boom. Two annihilation beams collided violently with the chaotic shield. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only a spine-tingling sound of energy disintegration. The chaotic shield trembled violently, the gray mist swirling wildly, warping and decomposing the energy of the annihilation beams. Like boiling soup splashed upon snow, the white beams were devoured and disintegrated at a visibly rapid pace. Ultimately, when the beams were exhausted, the chaotic shield shattered with a resounding crash. Yet it had successfully withstood that lethal strike. Qin Mo's complexion paled, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. The backlash from forcefully invoking the chaotic laws was considerable. Meanwhile, the beam directed at the giant claw of the primordial beast was abruptly met by the claw, covered in dark golden scales, striking down with ferocity. A sharp tearing sound echoed. The dark golden scales gleamed fiercely, and azure flames surged forth, ripping apart the annihilation beam with sheer strength. However, at the same time, charred marks appeared on the claw, the scales shattered, oozing dark golden blood. The energy shackles that bound it flared to life, unleashing a powerful binding current, prompting the claw to emit a more anguished and furious, soul-shattering roar. This roar was even more terrifying. The intangible soul impact swept forth like a tsunami. Luo Feng bore the brunt. The ethereal tower within his sea of consciousness instantly filled with cracks, as he violently spat out a mouthful of blood. His face as pale as a sheet, his mental energy nearly spiraling out of control. Qin Mo also felt his primordial spirit tremble, the chaotic protective energy flickering erratically, relying solely on the Chaos Dao Cannon to stabilize his sea of consciousness. The three Razor-class destroyers were affected as well. The energy patterns on their hulls flickered violently, indicating that the intricate internal instruments were disrupted. Now's our chance. Luo Feng, attack the ship, target the engines and energy nodes. I will distract them. Qin Mo gritted his teeth against the searing pain in his sea of consciousness and commanded sharply. Simultaneously, he once again activated the shard of the ancient god's marrow crystal, combining the chaotic energy he summoned with his own primal energy, intricately inscribing a more complex rune filled with chaotic essence, the chaotic disarray seal. The target was the central Razor-class destroyer. The rune silently imprinted upon the destroyer's energy shield. In an instant, the energy readings of that destroyer became chaotic. The shield flickered erratically, weapon systems interrupted their charging, and even the engine's exhaust emitted an unstable turbulence. It was as if the entire system had fallen into a state of logical confusion. Good opportunity. Luo Feng rallied his spirit, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He abandoned defense, pouring all remaining mental energy into the escape sky shield in a final gamble. Void strangulation. The 6 shards of the escape Tizot disintegrated instantaneously, transforming into 6 strands of nearly imperceptible deathly threads. These threads were not tangible entities, but rather the result of Luo Feng's profound understanding of spatial concepts derived from the Void Tower, wherein his mental energy was highly compressed and infused with a lethal attribute of spatial cutting. The threads disregarded the chaotic yet partially intact energy shield of the destroyer, slicing through the ship's most vulnerable points, the engine connections and the main energy conduits, with the precision of a hot knife through butter. A silent cutting erupted within the hull, unleashing dazzling electrical sparks and luminescent energy leaks from multiple locations. The Razor-class destroyer, akin to a colossal beast stripped of its spine, suddenly froze. The engine's flames extinguished in an instant, and the weapon platform sagged, rendering it entirely devoid of power and offensive capability, reduced to a mere pile of drifting scrap metal. Target 2 has lost combat effectiveness, reported Babata. The 2 remaining Razor-class destroyers appeared momentarily paralyzed by the abrupt incapacitation of their companion and the continued roar of the primordial beast. In that moment of stillness, an unforeseen transformation occurred. The imprisoned primordial beast, sensing the faint aura of the ancient divine marrow crystal shard in Qin Mo's possession and the recently executed chaotic law, albeit feeble, fixated its immense, ethereal blue-flamed gaze upon him. A torrent of complex, colossal thoughts, imbued with ancient wisdom and a hint of pleading, flooded forcefully into Qin Mo's consciousness, akin to a dam bursting. Same origin, progeny, release me, grant you divine blood, break this shackles. Fragmented thoughts filled with pain and longing, intermingled with raging energy information, threatened to explode Qin Mo's consciousness. The Hunyuan Daozong glimmered fiercely and operated frantically, barely managing to organize and sustain this overwhelming influx of information. A hazy image flickered within Qin Mo's consciousness. Deep within the spatial rift, a massive dark golden beast, ensnared by countless cold metallic shackles and energy beams, was bound. At its heart, a droplet of blood, akin to a dark golden sun radiating boundless primal pressure and vital essence, slowly coalesced and separated. The power contained in that droplet sent tremors through Qin Mo's very soul at the mere thought of it. Divine blood, this primordial beast, identifying itself as a progeny of the same origin, sought to exchange a drop of its heart's primal divine blood in return for Qin Mo's assistance in utilizing the ancient divine marrow crystal shard and chaotic laws to dismantle the mechanical shackles binding it. The immense allure and deadly peril weighed heavily upon Qin Mo's heart, akin to the scales of a balance tipping perilously. Chapter 26. The Inheritance of Divine Blood. The Awakening of the Golden Horn. Qin Mo's consciousness was akin to a tranquil lake disturbed by a massive stone, as the tumultuous thoughts of the primordial beast, the wild god, surged violently against the barriers of the Hunyuan Daozong. The dark golden divine blood, coalescing at the beast's heart and radiating endless primal pressure and life essence, held a temptation potent enough to drive even a domain master to madness. Heirs of the same origin, liberate me, bestow upon you the divine blood, shatter these shackles. The cold mechanical commands resounded once more. Target 2 has been incapacitated. Targets 1 and 3, lock onto the intruder's core. Execute the eradication protocol. Activate the spatial anchoring force field to prevent the targets from fleeing. The remaining 2 Razor-class destroyers recharged their main cannons, their frigid muzzles radiating a destructive white light, while formless spatial fluctuations spread out, attempting to confine the area surrounding the Mo foam. Mo. Luo Feng's face turned pale. The shadow of the void tower in his mind was riddled with cracks, teetering on the brink of collapse, yet the resolve in his gaze burned like a radiant star. He witnessed Qin Mo struggle and sensed the terrifying intent emanating from the depths of the fissure. There was no time for hesitation. Trust it just this once. I will shield you. Before his words faded, an unprecedented brilliance burst forth from Luo Feng's eyes. It was a determination that disregarded life and death. He forcibly ignited the essence of his mental power, and the fracturing shadow of the Void Tower erupted with blinding silver light. Void Tower. Suppress. Buzz. A silver tower, now solidified several times over, emanating an unyielding stability, manifesting the essence of myriad laws, appeared clearly above Luo Feng's head for the first time. Mystical spatial runes flowed along the tower's body, and wherever the silver light reached, the anchoring force field confining the space was torn open, creating a fissure. Simultaneously, the stable spatial waves emitted by the tower, like the most robust dam, bravely confronted the terrifying onslaught of soul-wrenching roars once more. Boom! The formless soul shock crashed against the void tower. The tower quaked violently, silver light flickering, as the cracks instantly widened. Luo Feng bled from all 7 orifices. His body hurled backward as if struck by a colossal hammer, crashing heavily against the ship's inner wall, his breath momentarily diminishing to the utmost limit. Yet he succeeded. He had procured that decisive, one-in-a-million moment of respite for Qin Mo. Qin Mo's eyes gleamed crimson. The fleeting moment created by Luo Feng's desperate gamble ignited the unyielding resolve within him. He hesitated no longer. All doubts and calculations were cast aside. Save Luo Feng. Seize life. Deal. Qin Mo's intent sliced through the chaotic torrents of his consciousness like the sharpest blade, forcefully piercing toward the depths of the fissure, where the burning azure beast's gaze resided. Simultaneously, he gripped the searing shard of ancient divine essence tightly in his right hand. As the primordial Tao Codex within his body surged with unprecedented speed, the 365 acupoints ignited like supernovae, and his primordial true energy boiled, compressed, and coalesced at the tip of his left index and middle fingers. The fingertips transformed, no longer a pale gold nor the previous murky gray, but coalescing into a singular point, seemingly capable of devouring all light, a pure point of chaotic origin. This represented the pinnacle of his current capabilities. The fusion of the comprehension of chaotic annihilation power with the essence of his primordial true energy, transformed into the chaotic annihilation finger. The target was not the mechanized warship, but rather the crucial energy nexus amongst the dozens of cold shackles binding its heart's core, conveyed through the torrent of beastly intent. The node, akin to a frigid metallic heart, was embedded deep within the dark golden scales of the ferocious beast, emanating a mechanical glow that starkly contrasted with the primordial aura surrounding it. Give me a break. Qin Mo bellowed, his left hand's fingers converging as he directed an emphatic point toward the distant energy nexus, separated by a rift in space. With a soft hiss, there was no earth-shattering explosion. A beam of chaos, finer than a strand of hair and dim to the point of near invisibility, instantly pierced through the turbulent waves of chaotic space, defying the barriers of distance and striking the cold metallic heart with unerring precision. Time appeared to freeze in that moment. Crack, crack, crack. A subtle yet heart-stopping sound of fracturing emanated from the depths of the spatial rift. The surface of the metallic heart node instantly became adorned with a web of fissures. The energy flow, which imprisoned the essence of the ferocious beast, became chaotic and uncontrollable in an instant. A deafening roar of liberation erupted from the creature, the abyssal god number 7, filled with unprecedented relief and boundless fury. The drop of dark golden divine blood at its heart, as if imbued with life, suddenly broke free from its constraints, transforming into a stream of dark golden light. It disregarded the rift in space and swiftly crossed the void, directly embedding itself into Qin Mo's brow. Boom! Qin Mo felt an incomprehensible torrent, potent enough to incinerate stars, surge into his consciousness. This was pure, violent life essence and fragments of ancient laws derived from the primordial ferocious beast. His mind was instantly flooded with dark golden radiance, the golden light of the Hunyuan Daozong suppressed, as though it were a candle flickering in the wind. His entire being felt as if it had been cast into the core of a star, each cell emitting painful cries, on the verge of bursting, incinerating. Qin Mo's eyes were instantly filled with dark gold, his surface veins bulging, skin cracking as dark golden blood seeped forth. He resembled a fragile porcelain figure on the brink of shattering, kneeling on one knee and emitting a beast-like growl. Mogu. Luo Feng's eyes widened in desperation, struggling to rush over, yet unable to move even a finger, just as Qin Mo teetered on the brink of collapse, deep within his consciousness. The long silent fragments of the mysterious star map, drawn from inherited knowledge, suddenly erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. The star map seemed to come alive, the previously missing center area rippling and distorting as if stones were cast into still water. Boom! That turbulent drop of primordial divine blood, laden with boundless information of laws and the essence of life, crashed into the blank core of the star map like a key. In an instant, a grander, clearer star map radiating an aura of infinite vastness unfurled within Qin Mo's consciousness. It was no longer fragments, but a complete chart leading to an ultimate place deep within the universe, a primordial star path. The starting point of this star path was precisely the Eye of Annihilation where they currently stood. The end point was an ineffable, colossal eye, encircled and guarded by countless stars. The depths of his gaze resembled the ancient cosmos, harboring the ultimate essence of creation and destruction. The phrase Eye of the Primordial, an ancient term, was imprinted in the depths of Qin Mo's soon-to-collapse primordial spirit, accompanied by the celestial map's revelations. Even more astonishing to Qin Mo was that, at the moment the primordial star map unfurled, the raging divine blood energy within him seemed to have found its outlet and sanctuary, a vast and pure essence of divine blood. Initially refined by the power of the star map, surged forth like a gentle river, racing along a specific trajectory within the star map, flooding his limbs and bones, cleansing, transforming, and strengthening his flesh and meridians. The Nine Turns' mysterious origin art operated at an unprecedented speed, greedily consuming this power. The excruciating pain persisted. Yet it no longer signified destruction. Instead, it was a transformative rebirth akin to breaking free from a cocoon. His aura, on the brink of collapse, began to soar explosively like a rocket. From the second to the third stage of the stellar realm, he shattered the barriers of stellar levels, hurtling toward the threshold of the cosmic realm. The fissures on his skin glowed with a dark golden radiance, rapidly healing, as newly formed skin shimmered with a jade-like luster, with ancient dark golden runes faintly emerging. At the very moment Qin Mo experienced the overwhelming influx of divine blood, the completion of the star map, and the life-or-death breakthrough. On the other side, Luo Feng, who had forcibly tapped into his essence and resisted the soul-shattering impact that caused the void tower to shatter, found himself at a pivotal juncture in his fate. The terrifying echoes of the primal gods, number 7's, soul roar, combined with the increasingly potent pressure of the primordial divine blood emanating from Qin Mo, bore down like two colossal mountains upon Luo Feng's nearly collapsing sea of consciousness. No, I cannot fall. Brother Mo is still in danger. The roar of Luo Feng's soul surged forth. His fierce will to protect and indomitable spirit ignited the last remnants of his potential deep within his sea of consciousness, like the final kindling. Buzz. Within his inner world, the enormous golden egg that nurtured the avatar of the golden-horned giant beast suddenly shimmered with countless intricate dark golden patterns under this extreme external pressure. A domineering and terrifying aura, stemming from the peak bloodline of the cosmic beast, awakened for the first time, akin to an ancient ferocious beast stirring from slumber. Roar. Not a true sound, but the roar of bloodlines. Luo Feng's body jolted violently. His previously exhausted and listless mental force surged, as if infused with a torrent of raw energy, instantly boiling over. A more refined and overpowering stream of dark golden mental energy, capable of devouring all metallic energies, erupted from his inner world like a flood breaking its banks, enveloping his entire being in an instant. His mental strength broke through the bottleneck of the second stellar stage, leaping directly to the third. Moreover, this newly awakened mental force, imbued with the unique devouring characteristics of the golden horned giant beast, became even more concentrated and destructive. Even more astonishingly, a faint layer of dark golden scaled armor began to manifest upon the surface of Luo Feng's body. His eyes, originally black, now revealed a hint of dark golden vertical pupils. A fierce and domineering aura, seemingly capable of tearing apart the very stars, began to rise from him. Though still faint, the nascent pressure of the celestial behemoth began to manifest. The golden-horned giant beast's avatar, under the extreme duress of Luo Feng's life and death moment, awakened a fragment of its power ahead of time. In this dire situation, both Qin Mo and Luo Feng underwent a remarkable transformation, occurring in the blink of an eye. The charging of two Razor-class destroyers was finally completed. Two annihilating beams of light, capable of obliterating stellar peaks, tore through space with a chilling intent, hurtling forward. Their target was the immobile Qin Mo, on the verge of transformation, and Luo Feng, whose aura had just begun to revive. However, they overlooked a crucial detail: the primordial beast that had just gained a measure of liberation. Roar! A furious bellow. The primordial god, designated 7, with its colossal claw freed from the core restraints, surged forth from the spatial rift, brimming with unbridled fury and endless azure flames. This time, its power was no longer entirely shackled. The immense claw blotted out the sky, wielding the might to shatter stars, and struck fiercely at the two annihilating beams aimed at Qin Mo and Luo Feng. Boom! It was akin to the collision of two stars. The azure flames and the annihilating white light intertwined in a frenzied dance of obliteration and explosion. A terrifying energy storm instantaneously engulfed the entire ashen belt. Countless star remains were reduced to dust. The spatial rift spread like a spider's web. The two Razor-class destroyers bore the brunt of it. The raging energy storm violently tore at their energy shields, the hulls groaning under the unbearable strain. Even more terrifying, after dispersing the beams of light, the colossal claw of the primordial god, designated 7, continued its onslaught, imbued with azure flames capable of incinerating all, sweeping down upon the two destroyers as if swatting flies. Bang! Bang! Like two fragile toys, the once powerful Razor-class destroyers, now twisted and deformed beneath the dark golden scales and the blazing primordial fire of the colossal claw, were instantaneously obliterated, their energy cores detonating in a dazzling display of cosmic fireworks. Alarm! Signals from targets 1 and 3 have vanished. Energy readings from the experimental subject, Primordial God 7, have surpassed the threshold. Danger level elevated to apocalyptic. Request, crackle. The cold mechanical command was abruptly silenced amidst the roar of explosions. As the aftermath of the explosions gradually subsided, the ashen belt lay in ruins. The spatial rifts, under the tumultuous power of Primordial God 7, widened and became even more unstable, yet that terrifying claw had retreated, leaving only its low, pained breaths and the incessant sounds of its struggle to break free from more restraints echoing from the depths of the rift. The core shackles had been shattered, granting it a portion of its power, but to completely escape this prison appeared to require more time. Under Babata's deft control, the Mo Feng narrowly evaded the core explosion zone, yet its energy shield was nearly shattered. Within the silent chamber, the dark golden radiance enveloping Qin Mo gradually receded, the runes upon his surface fading, stabilizing his aura at the pinnacle of stellar level 9. He stood on the precipice of cosmic ascension, merely a step away. As he opened his eyes, it was as if a chaotic river of stars flowed within their depths, a vast and ancient pressure flickering momentarily before vanishing. In the sea of consciousness, the complete map of the primordial star route shone brilliantly, with the shadow of the eye of the primordial at its terminus exuding an alluring yet unsettling magnetism. Luo Feng rose to his feet, though his complexion remained pale. His mental prowess had grown more refined and formidable, with a dark golden vertical pupil flickering faintly in his gaze. He felt within him a newfound power, belonging to the golden-horned beast, both foreign and immensely potent. The two exchanged glances, recognizing the rebirth and survival reflected in each other's eyes. Mo go, you I'm fine. I've turned misfortune into fortune, Qin Mo replied, his voice grave as he directed his gaze toward the enormous spatial rift. While it was momentarily secure, the mechanical race would not relent easily. We must leave at once. Luo Feng nodded. The early awakening of his golden-horned beast avatar had significantly augmented his strength. Yet it also birthed new perils and an insatiable craving for metal. The Mo Feng, albeit battered, altered its course, following the safe path indicated by the Primordial Star route map, racing away at full speed. As the spacecraft exited the range of the Ashen Belt and entered a relatively stable void, Babata's alarm blared sharply once more. Warning: detecting fluctuations from a hyperspace jump. The intensity far exceeds that of a Razor class. It is a battleship-level energy reaction. Signal source: direction of the ancient wheel cosmic nation. It is rapidly approaching our coordinates of escape. Reinforcements from the mechanical race are coming. Almost simultaneously, a chilling, grand, and emotionless thought swept through this star domain like an invisible net, momentarily halting the Mo Feng. Target's residual energy signature detected. Locking onto escape trajectory. Executing highest level pursuit order. Eliminate all associates. Qin Mo and Luo Feng's hearts plummeted to the depths. A battleship. It was a terrifying war fortress capable of annihilating planets. The mechanical race, in pursuit of the secrets of the fallen god, number 7, and the star map, had mobilized such formidable power. Full speed ahead. Target: the next node on the primordial star route, the Void Whale Fall. Qin Mo's eyes glimmered with a cold light, devoid of fear, only resolute determination. With the star map in hand, the path ahead was clear. Even with a battleship in pursuit, they must carve out a path to survival. The Mo Feng's engines expelled their final energy, streaking across the silent starry expanse like a meteor, heading toward the legendary place formed by the fall of ancient star beasts, the Void Whale Fall. The legacy of the primordial and the colossal beasts of the cosmos would unveil the deeper veils of the universe amid their desperate flight and chase. Behind them, the cold, mechanical threat loomed ever closer. Chapter 27. The secret realm of Whale Fall. The Mo Feng, dragging its battered form and the wailing of overloaded engines, sped through the void at the edge of the silent star sea. The energy storm-ravaged Ashen Belt receded into the distance. But the invisible pressure clung to them like a relentless parasite, the cold thought of the battleship scanning as if a sword of Damocles hung overhead, ready to deliver a devastating blow at any moment. On the navigation star map, a faintly glowing energy trajectory, projected from the primordial star route map in the Sea of Consciousness, clearly extended toward an area marked as the Void Whale Fall. This was the first node of the star route, and their only chance for survival. The energy shield remains at 17, and the engine is operating at maximum capacity, with an estimated arrival at the periphery of the Void Whale Fall in 12 cosmic standard hours. The pursuing dreadnought has completed its spatial jump and has relocked onto its target, with an anticipated chase time of 8 cosmic standard hours. Babata's voice resonated with unprecedented gravity. In this race against time, Luo Feng sat cross-legged in the quiet chamber, exerting every ounce of energy to operate the secret method of Qin Mo's legacy, stabilizing his recently attained third-tier stellar mental power, while simultaneously attempting to harness the new, domineering force belonging to the avatar of the golden-horned beast within him. The shadow of dark golden scales flickered over his skin, and the insatiable desire for high-quality metal burned fiercely in his will. The spare alloys and weapon remnants stored in the ship's cargo hold were visibly vanishing, consumed by the greedy giant egg within his inner world. Qin Mo was also racing against time. The dark golden light on his body flowed incessantly, flickering like breath, as the primordial divine blood continuously transformed his flesh. Within his sea of consciousness, the complete map of the primordial star path unfurled like a cosmic scroll, the shadow of the eye of the primordial radiating an unsettling allure. He endeavored to immerse his mind into the star map, seeking to comprehend the specific information regarding the Void Whale Fall node. A blurred image emerged in his sea of consciousness, a bizarre star domain composed of countless colossal, mountain-like gray-white bones, with a rich, almost liquid cosmic energy mist flowing between them. At the core of the star domain, a massive shadow pulsated slowly, akin to a heart, exuding the ancient echoes of life. This was the heart of the Whale Fall, the location of the star map node. In the place of the Whale Fall, life and death converged. Chaos began to unfold, embodying both creation and great peril, as a brief message laden with forewarning materialized. Embodies creation, yet also great peril. Qin Mo opened his eyes, his gaze swirling with the chaotic star river. Luo Feng, prepare yourself. The Void Whale Fall is both a sanctuary and potentially a new battlefield. Understood. My little golden companion has grown ravenous. It's the perfect opportunity to seek some substantial nourishment there. Luo Feng grinned, a wild gleam flashing in his dark golden vertical pupils. After nearly exhausting the limits of the ship's engine during their journey, the Mo Feng finally arrived at the outskirts of the Void Whale Fall. The sight that greeted them was breathtaking. Countless colossal gray-white bones, akin to the remains of ancient giants, floated silently in the void, forming a vast ocean of bones. Between the bones, a rich, milky white energy mist permeated the air, infused with pure life essence and a peculiar energy that nourished the soul. In the distance, at the center, shielded by layers of massive rib bones, a colossal, dark red nebula-like energy core pulsated slowly, the heart of the whale fall. However, this seemingly serene secret realm was rife with invisible danger. Warning: abnormal spatial curvature detected. The gravitational field is extremely chaotic. The ship cannot travel in a straight line. It must navigate along a specific trajectory, Babata urged, as the star map's trajectory was being updated. Follow the light. The star map in his sea of consciousness emitted a soft glow, projecting a winding, ever-changing energy path ahead of the ship. The path artfully circumvented those intangible spatial traps and turbulent currents of energy. The ship, Mo Feng, resembled an ant navigating through a labyrinth of giant skeletal remains, cautiously advancing along the trajectory indicated by the star map. The surrounding energy mist thickened, severely suppressing both consciousness and mental power, leaving only the star map for guidance. Suddenly, a deep, resonant sound, akin to a dragon's roar echoing through the eons, emerged from the depths of the dense fog without warning. This roar carried an indescribable aura of majesty, intertwined with a profound sorrow and fury. As the dragon's cry reverberated, the energy mist ahead swirled violently, coalescing into colossal, chaos-colored dragon phantoms composed purely of energy. These spectral dragons were not physical entities, but rather manifestations of some lingering will or cosmic principle, gliding between the immense bones. Each flick of their tails, and every breath stirring the fabric of space, and unleashing tumultuous energy tides. It was the residual will of the chaos dragon whale. Qin Mo's pupils contracted as memories surged from the Hunyuan Daozong regarding the primordial beasts, realizing that the void whale fall was indeed the site of the chaos dragon whale's demise. Such primordial beings, whose remnants formed energy tides after their passing, could easily annihilate a domain master. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the nearest chaos dragon phantom, with its hollow yet infinitely dignified eyes, suddenly fixed its gaze upon the intruding Mo Feng. Its enormous maw opened wide, releasing a murky breath imbued with the essence of dissolution, surging towards the ship like a flood unleashed. Where it passed, space groaned under the unbearable burden. There was no evading it. Stand firm, Luo Feng shouted. He formed seals with his hands, unleashing the newly awakened, devouring dark golden mental energy from his consciousness without reservation. An ethereal tower, more solid than before and adorned with faint dark golden patterns, instantly enveloped the ship. Simultaneously, 6 shards of the escape sky shuttle combined into a massive spiral drill, charging towards the chaos dragon breath. Qin Mo also sprang into action. He stepped out of the ship, with an energy shield temporarily isolating him from the vacuum. Suspended amidst the violent energy tide, faced with the chaos dragon breath capable of obliterating stars, he felt no fear, but rather an inexplicable sense of kinship. The primordial blood within him surged, resonating with the star map in his consciousness. Chaos, of the same origin, Qin Mo exclaimed, swiftly gesturing with his hands before his chest, invoking the nascent power of the chaos principles he had begun to master. No longer merely defensive or disruptive, he sought to guide. A vortex, composed of gray chaotic currents, appeared before him, perpetually swirling and twisting. At the center of the vortex, enigmatic runes flickered, emanating an aura reminiscent of the chaos dragon breath. Boom! The chaos dragon breath collided fiercely with the vortex. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only violent energy annihilation and distortion. Qin Mo's body trembled violently, his complexion paling instantaneously, dark golden blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. The chaos vortex he had conjured resembled a fragile vessel, on the verge of collapse from the ferocious impact of the dragon breath. Yet, to his astonishment, the vortex did not shatter immediately. It resembled a masterful buffer, forcefully restraining, guiding, and diverting the cataclysmic breath of the dragon. A portion of the frenzied energy was assimilated and absorbed by the chaotic laws of the vortex itself, nourishing Qin Mo in return, while another part was violently redirected towards a colossal skull of a star beast, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The skull was instantly obliterated, leaving a vast void. Effective. Luo Feng, assist me. Qin Mo gritted his teeth, enduring the strain. Here it comes. The spiral drill, under Luo Feng's control, plunged fiercely into the edges of the dragon's breath, now restrained and weakened by the vortex. The dark golden devouring psychic force, akin to a relentless parasite, savagely tore into and consumed the pure energy within the dragon's breath. Although this energy was tumultuous, it possessed a high caliber, serving as a significant boon for the avatar of the golden-horned giant beast. Luo Feng could feel the great egg within his internal world pulsating with excitement. Together, they combined their strengths, one guiding and assimilating through the chaotic laws, the other forcibly plundering with the devouring trait, successfully obstructing and sharing the chaotic dragon's breath, which was potent enough to annihilate cosmic entities. Roar! The shadow of the chaotic dragon seemed incensed, its massive form stirring the mist, preparing to strike once more. At that moment, the primordial star map in the sea of consciousness suddenly illuminated. An intangible wave, imbued with a soothing and harmonious essence, emanated from the star map and swept towards the furious dragon shadow. The dragon's movements abruptly halted. Its hollow eyes flickered with a hint of confusion, and its colossal body gradually coiled, ceasing its attack, merely gazing at Qin Mo, or rather, at the star map deep within his sea of consciousness. A distant dragon's roar resonated once more, this time devoid of rage, infused with a sense of melancholic sighing and a trace of faint anticipation. Had it acknowledged the star map? Luo Feng exhaled in relief, retracting his psychic force, a lingering apprehension within him. It was the aura of the star map that had pacified its residual will. Qin Mo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling the chaotic laws and divine blood within him invigorated by the consumption of a portion of the chaotic dragon's breath. It appeared that this void whale fall bore a profound connection to the eye of the primordial. Let us proceed to the heart of the whale fall. Chapter 28. Heart of the Whale, the Star Core Treasure. Having traversed the perilous labyrinth of dragon remains and the guardian zone of the chaotic dragon shadow without incident, the Mo Feng finally reached the core of the void whale fall, the heart of the whale. This was a vast, naturally spherical space formed by the interlacing of countless enormous rib bones. Contrary to expectations, the center of this space was not a fleshy core, but rather a slowly rotating dark red energy nebula, with a diameter exceeding 100 kilometers. The nebula pulsated like a beating heart, releasing an immense quantity of pure energy infused with chaotic essence with each contraction and expansion. This was the chaotic star core, the life essence and fundamental laws transformed after the fall of the chaotic dragon whale. The energy emitted by the star core was so concentrated that it nearly turned to liquid, forming a sea of energy. Within this sea floated peculiar items, enormous, metallic glimmering fragments of scales, broken remnants of dragon horns resembling mountains, and even some unknown ores and crystals that had been nurtured by the star core's energy for countless ages, exuding powerful fluctuations. These were all remnants or treasures belonging to the chaotic dragon whale during its lifetime. Heavens! Scales of the chaotic dragon whale, fragments of dragon horns. Moreover, is that the accompanying ore of the chaos source crystal? Baba Ta's voice brimmed with joyous excitement. We have struck gold. Each of these materials is worth its weight in treasures, especially for you, Qin Mo. In your cultivation of the chaos law and artifact forging, they are truly invaluable. However, Qin Mo's gaze was firmly fixed on the depths of the chaos star core. There, the radiance of the star map shone with unprecedented intensity. The star map revealed that the node was not the star core itself, but something concealed within the core of the star. The node lies within the star core. Qin Mo spoke solemnly. We must venture inside. Venture inside. The energy intensity of this star core may even deter immortal deities from making a reckless incursion. Baba Ta exclaimed. The star map guides us. There must be a path to survival, Qin Mo asserted, his gaze resolute. He once again harnessed the power of the star map, enveloping himself in a gentle glow. With a determined step, he exited the spacecraft and approached the roiling sea of dark red energy. A miracle occurred. When the star map's radiance came into contact with the tumultuous chaotic energy, it parted like a sovereign entering a realm, creating a relatively stable passageway. At the end of the passage, it pointed directly to the depths of the star core. Luo Feng, you will wait outside and gather any materials you can obtain, particularly metals. I shall return shortly, Qin Mo instructed, stepping boldly into the passage. Be cautious. Luo Feng nodded, his gaze fervently fixated on the floating dragon scales and ores, especially those glimmering with metallic luster, which were precisely what the avatar of the golden-horned beast craved. Within the passage, the violent chaotic energy was isolated by the star map's power. Qin Mo advanced swiftly. The closer he drew to the core, the greater the pressure became, and the brilliance of the star map intensified. He could sense that within the chaotic star core lay the ultimate will and fragments of the laws of the chaos dragon whale. At last, he arrived at the very center of the star core. Contrary to his expectations of a tumultuous energy realm, it was instead remarkably tranquil. A spherical space, approximately 10 meters in diameter, was encased by walls composed of pure chaotic law runes, slowly swirling. At the center of this space floated a scale, roughly the size of a palm, dark golden and irregular in shape. The surface of the scale was adorned with profound natural patterns, emanating an ancient and majestic aura, surpassing any materials he had encountered before. Above the scale, a faint, nearly transparent chaotic-colored dragon soul apparition quietly hovered. The moment Qin Mo stepped into this space, the dragon soul apparition stirred slightly, its hollow dragon eyes seemingly fixating on him, or more precisely, on the primordial star map within his consciousness. He felt a weak, intermittent yet profoundly ancient intention transmit into his mind. The inheritor of the primordial eye. Elder? Qin Mo bowed respectfully. I am Outsong, the Chaos Dragon Whale, entrusted by the ancestral dragon to guard this node, awaiting the inheritor of the star map. The thought of the dragon's soul apparition carried a deep weariness. Mechanisms, thieves, coveting the primordial eye, polluting the star path. I battled with my strength, falling here, my lingering soul on the brink of dissolution. With its intent, a fragmented vision surged into Qin Mo's mind, amidst the vast expanse of the starry sky. A colossal chaos dragon whale engaged in a fierce battle against several grotesquely designed mechanical fortresses, exuding a chilling aura of advanced technology, far surpassing that of a starship. The mechanical fortresses unleashed eerie black beams capable of eroding the very laws of existence, tainting the nodes of the starry pathway. Ultimately, the dragon whale was overwhelmed, dragging its battered body to the edge of the desolate star sea before succumbing to its demise. This, the reverse scale, harbors a fragment of my essence, intertwined with the imprint of the starry pathway, bestowed upon you. The ethereal dragon spirit directed towards the dark golden scale. Refine it, and it shall safeguard you as you traverse the chaos, sensing the nodes, while remaining vigilant against the mechanical source net, which weaves its traps. Before the words dissipated, the radiance of the dragon's spirit rapidly dimmed, as if on the brink of vanishing. Rest assured, esteemed elder, the eye of the primordial will never fall into the hands of the mechanical race. Qin Mo solemnly vowed, extending his hand towards the dark golden reverse scale. Just as his fingers were about to make contact with the scale, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A hum resonated. A concealed silver beam, exuding a cold analytical intent, shot forth without warning from the chaotic energy barrier behind Qin Mo. Its velocity was unparalleled, aimed directly at the dark golden reverse scale. Warning: high-dimensional space stealth unit. It is the mechanical race's shadow hunter. It has been lurking behind us. Babata's panicked voice reverberated in Qin Mo's mind. It had evaded the perception of the star map's power. In a moment of peril, Qin Mo's eyes blazed with a chilling light. He had no time to turn around. His left hand formed a sword-like finger, and the long-suppressed power of the chaotic laws erupted instantaneously. Chaotic void slash. A grayish sword strike surged forth, swiftly severing the silver beam with pinpoint accuracy. The chaotic sword energy, imbued with the essence of destructive laws, obliterated the beam. Simultaneously, Qin Mo's right hand remained unfaltering, seizing the dark golden reverse scale. The scale felt extraordinarily heavy in his grasp, and a vast, pure aura of chaotic essence, along with information regarding the sensing of starry pathway nodes, surged into his body. The primordial star map in his consciousness radiated brilliantly, illuminating the node representing the void whale's fall, rendering it more stable and clear than ever. Target acquired, executing highest priority eradication. Initiating law pollution bomb. The cold mechanical command echoed within the spherical space. Suddenly, the lurking shadow hunter, resembling a silver droplet, revealed itself. At its core, a sphere emanating ominous black light ignited, poised to explode. Seeking death, Qin Mo's fury ignited. Having just acquired the inheritance, he would not permit such minuscule threats to cause destruction. Gripping the reverse scale tightly, he pressed it against the shadow hunter. Elder Outsong, channel your strength. A surge. The dark golden reverse scale erupted with dazzling brilliance. An overwhelming, majestic force, as if capable of subduing the rivers of stars, erupted with a mighty roar. A refined dark golden dragon-shaped energy, infused with the final wrath of the chaos dragon whale Outsong, pierced through time and space like a spear of judgment, instantly penetrating the shadow hunter. Boom. The shadow hunter, along with the impending explosion of the rule-corrupted bomb, was directly vaporized by this dragon-shaped energy surge, leaving not a trace behind. Upon completing this feat, the radiance of the reverse scale diminished. The already faint spectral image of the dragon soul dissipated entirely into the air, leaving only a distant echo of a dragon's lament, imbued with a sense of liberation. Thank you for your generous gift, esteemed elder. Qin Mo bowed deeply to the void. He stowed away the reverse scale and, without further delay, swiftly retraced his steps along the passage. As Qin Mo burst forth from the sea of energy and returned near the spacecraft, he was met with a sight that caused his pupils to constrict in shock. Luo Feng was embroiled in a fierce battle. He was suspended above the sea of energy, his dark golden-scaled armor projection having become quite solid, even covering parts of his vital areas. His eyes had transformed entirely into dark golden vertical pupils, brimming with fierce savagery. His adversary was not a mechanical being, but rather the colossal chaos star core. To be precise, it was the conglomeration of resentful will and pure energy birthed from the chaos dragon whale, manifesting within the star core. A massive monstrosity composed of countless twisted dragon phantoms and frenzied energy. This creature appeared utterly enraged by Luo Feng's reckless consumption of the surrounding dragon scales and ores, particularly those imbued with metal, and was attacking him with reckless abandon. Countless tendrils of chaotic energy lashed out like a maddened serpent, ensnaring him. Luo Feng's condition was equally peculiar. A gigantic, dark golden spectral beast with horns materialized behind him. The specter opened its maw wide, creating a terrifying vortex of absorption, relentlessly tearing and devouring the energy of the star core's resentment and the shattered fragments of dragon scales. His aura ascended continuously through this act of consumption, with the threshold of stellar tier 3 wobbling precariously, yet dark red patterns began to emerge upon his surface. As if he were on the verge of bursting. Luo Feng, stop! You cannot withstand this. Qin Mo shouted fiercely. He discerned that Luo Feng was excessively influenced by the predatory instincts of the horned beast and compounded by the high energy level of the star core. He was teetering on the brink of losing control. Roar! It seemed Luo Feng heard Qin Mo's voice, a flicker of struggle flashing in his dark golden vertical pupils. Yet the desire to consume surged stronger. Just then, warning, the Annihilation battleship has completed its spatial leap. Target locked in this area. Main cannon charging has commenced. Estimated strike countdown, 30 seconds. Babata's shrill wail rang out like the death knell. With the uncontrollable star core of resentment ahead, and the potential for Luo Feng to explode, and the impending might of the Annihilation ship behind, they found themselves in a dire predicament. A resolute light of unprecedented determination erupted in Qin Mo's eyes. He abruptly pressed the recently acquired dark golden reverse scale against his chest. Elder Ao Tsang, assist me. Boom. The reverse scale unleashed a brilliant dark golden light, merging into Qin Mo's body. An overwhelming, otherworldly power of chaotic dragon energy flooded his being in an instant. The surface of his body even bore the faint projection of dragon scales. Luo Feng, open your mouth. Qin Mo roared, transforming into a streak of dark golden light as he surged toward the massive star core of resentment. He formed seals with his hands, channeling the power of the reverse scale along with his own chaotic laws. Chaotic Dragon Transformation Technique. Seal. A colossal dragon of energy, composed of chaotic currents and the essence of the dark golden dragon, materialized out of thin air, not as an aggressor, but resembling a gigantic serpent that entwined the frenzied core of resentment, sealing it away. The might of the dragon momentarily quelled the turmoil of the resentful entity. Simultaneously, Qin Mo delivered a powerful punch to the core of the star nucleus of resentment. This strike encapsulated the core energy of the resentful entity that he had guided and sealed. Now was the moment. Devour it. The temporarily subdued and directed core energy transformed into an exceptionally pure stream of chaotic energy, which Qin Mo forcefully propelled into the gaping maw of the golden-horned behemoth's ethereal image behind Luo Feng. A resounding roar echoed, a satisfying bellow. The ethereal image of the golden-horned beast emitted a thunderous growl, ravenously consuming this purified and guided essence. The dark red patterns upon Luo Feng's surface swiftly receded, his aura soaring like a rocket, breaking through barriers to reach the 4th tier of stellar power. The dark golden scales grew denser, emanating a fearsome might. Let us depart. Qin Mo's visage was ashen. The borrowed strength from the reverse scale ebbed like a receding tide. He seized Luo Feng, who had regained a semblance of lucidity, and dashed back to the Mo Feng vessel. The countdown for the Annihilation strike commenced. 5, 4, 3. Baba Ta's voice was icy. Engine overload. Maximum power. Target, the next node on the star map, the Void Sea. Qin Mo held. The Mo Feng vessel's engine emitted its final, nearly explosive flare. Propelled by the chaotic star nucleus's energy, darting towards a vulnerable point in space beyond the void whale's fall like an arrow released from its bow. Just as the ship was on the brink of entering the spatial jump point, a blinding white beam of light, so terrifying it seemed capable of cleaving through galaxies, tore through the void, descending upon the realm of the chaotic star nucleus. A cataclysmic explosion of indescribable destructive light erupted. The entire void whale trembled. Enormous skeletal structures were reduced to ashes. The chaotic star nucleus was violently struck by the white light, and the dark red energy nebula was instantly torn asunder, evaporating. A horrifying shockwave swept across everything. The Mo Feng vessel was hurled into the spatial jump point like a leaf caught in a tempest. In the fleeting moment before the ship was entirely engulfed by the white light, Qin Mo glanced back, only to witness a pure, annihilating white and the primordial eye's ethereal image seemingly becoming clearer amidst the obliterating radiance. A violent sensation of spatial tearing ensued as the vessel became ensnared in the turbulence of hyperspace. Behind them lay the apocalyptic scene of the void whale being struck by the annihilation cannon. The chamber was in disarray. Luo Feng's aura stabilized at the fourth tier of stellar power, yet he succumbed to a deep slumber, his dark golden scales slowly retracting into his form. Qin Mo slumped to the ground, the reverse scale in his chest radiating a gentle glow, nurturing his exhausted body. He clutched the dark golden reverse scale tightly, and the primordial star map within his consciousness flickered slightly, illuminating the coordinates of the next node, the Void Sea. Source Network, Trap. Qin Mo pondered over Ao Tsang's final warning, his gaze as cold as millennia-old ice. The shadow of the mechanical race loomed larger and more profound than he had imagined. The Mo Feng vessel drifted amidst the turbulent spatial currents, heading towards the unknown expanse of the Void Sea. A cataclysm, a rebirth. The journey along the primordial star path continues to unfold amidst blood and flames. Chapter 29. The Enigmatic Sea of Illusions, the first chime of the Star Tower. The Mo Feng vessel resembled a fragile leaf adrift upon tumultuous waves, struggling to stabilize amidst the violent tremors following its hyperspace leap. Its exterior was marred by scars of energy overload and spatial rifts, with alarm lights flashing in a hauntingly urgent manner. Within the quiet chamber, Luo Feng remained deeply ensconced in slumber, assimilating the essence of the stellar core as the dark golden scales upon his body gradually receded. His aura firmly anchored at the pinnacle of the fourth stellar tier, exuding a faint yet formidable pressure reminiscent of a primordial beast. Qin Mo sat cross-legged, the dark golden reverse scale on his chest radiating a gentle luminescence, nurturing his overstrained meridians and spiritual essence. Clutching the reverse scale tightly, he immersed his consciousness into the sea of awareness. Before him, the complete map of the primordial star path unfurled, with the node representing the illusory sea emanating a nebulous, prismatic glow, resembling a colossal, ever-shifting soap bubble enveloping the vessel. The illusory sea had arrived. Outside the porthole, the profound expanse of the cosmos had transformed into a bizarre, kaleidoscopic ocean. There was no water, only waves composed of pure spatial energy and mental illusions. Enormous, jellyfish-like translucent bubbles floated, their interiors refracting distorted nebulae, shattered palaces, and even familiar landscapes of Earth, an intricate tapestry of reality and illusion. The formless folds of space resembled hidden reefs, while the ethereal echoes of mental illusions sang like sirens, relentlessly eroding one's resolve. Warning: spatial coordinates in disarray, localized physical laws failing, intensity of mental interference continuously escalating. The vessel's conventional detection systems have failed by 90. Babada's voice resonated with gravity, urging reliance on the star map and your consciousness. Qin Mo, taking a deep breath. Qin Mo connected his spirit with the reverse scale on his chest. The reverse scale vibrated gently, emanating a chaotic dragon's might that stabilized the surrounding space, resonating strongly with the star map within his sea of awareness. A relatively stable, prismatic light path projected by the star map pierced through the illusory waters, winding deep into the illusory sea. Follow the light path and remain vigilant. Until Luo Feng awakens, we are blind, Qin Mo declared solemnly, personally maneuvering the vessel along the colorful route with deliberate caution. The illusions morphed ceaselessly, golden horns devouring fantasies. The perils of the illusory sea far exceeded expectations. The light path was anything but straightforward. It twisted and fluctuated as if it were a living entity. Along the way, the encountered phantoms were unpredictable. At times, a gruesome scene of Luo Feng, drenched in blood and ensnared by mechanical chains, would abruptly manifest, along with his anguished cries for help. At other instances, the vision of Earth being consumed by the inferno of a doomsday cannon would emerge, even revealing Qin Mo's most profound fears. Images of the Star Tower collapsing and the severance of the Primordial Legacy, plunging him into despair. These illusions targeted the vulnerabilities of the spirit. A moment of weakness could lead to succumbing to the illusory sea. The sea of awareness of Qin Mo was safeguarded by the primordial Dao Canon, fortifying his spirit, while the chaotic reverse scale stabilized his spatial perception, allowing him to retain clarity, albeit at a tremendous cost to his mental energy. The vessel's energy shield flickered like a candle in the wind under the pressure of the distorted space and the onslaught of illusions. Just as the vessel struggled to traverse a tide composed of countless weeping faces, an unforeseen change erupted. The slumbering Luo Feng suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils were no longer the pure, dark, golden vertical slits, but were instead veiled with a chaotic, iridescent halo. The fusion of the star core's essence and the avatar of the golden horned beast had reached a critical juncture. And the formidable mental illusions of the Void Sea acted as a catalyst, awakening the chaos and devouring instincts lying dormant within the bloodline of the golden horned beast. A roar erupted from Luo Feng, a sound that transcended human capability, as his dark golden scales enveloped his entire body in an instant, unleashing a ferocious aura. He was utterly devoid of reason, entirely governed by the illusions and the inherent instincts of the golden horn. The ethereal projection of the golden horned beast re-emerged behind him, more solid than before, its vast consuming vortex uncontrollably yawning open, targeting not his foes, but the energy core of the ship and the surrounding energy of the Void Sea. Luo Feng, awaken! Qin Mo's voice rang sharply, and he summoned the dragon's might of the reverse scale in an attempt to suppress Luo Feng's rampage. However, the devouring power of the frenzied golden horned beast was terrifyingly formidable. The energy shield of the ship was torn open as if it were mere paper. The raging energy of the Void Sea and chaotic shards of consciousness surged forth like a flood, violently pouring into the consuming vortex. Luo Feng's aura surged once more in the act of devouring, abruptly breaking through the fifth tier of stellar energy and advancing towards the sixth. Yet, bizarre seven-colored patterns emerged upon his scales. His gaze grew ever more chaotic, and the phantom of the golden horned beast began to rebel against his very consciousness. This is dire. He is consuming the essence of the Void Sea. He will be completely assimilated into a phantom beast. Babata shrieked. At this critical moment, a glint of determination flashed in Qin Mo's eyes. He ceased to suppress Luo Feng, and instead willingly infused a strand of his pure, chaos-infused primordial essence into that devouring vortex. With chaos as the guide, myriad illusions returned to truth. Luo Feng, I harness your golden horn's power to shatter this illusion. Qin Mo's low cry resonated like a thunderous bell, imbued with the profound vibrations of the primordial Dao Canon, directly striking Luo Feng's tumultuous consciousness. Simultaneously, the strand of chaotic essence he delivered acted as an anchor, stabilizing a clear space within the raging vortex of the golden horned beast's insatiable appetite. Boom. Luo Feng's chaotic consciousness was as if cast into a chaotic star. The resonance of the primordial Dao Canon and the guidance of the chaotic essence instantly awakened his self-awareness. Submerged beneath the illusions and primal instincts, the ethereal projection of the golden horned beast emitted a reluctant roar, but the direction of the vortex's rotation abruptly shifted. No longer mindlessly devouring, it now centered around Qin Mo's chaotic essence, forcibly compressing, purifying, and transforming the turbulent energy of the Void Sea and chaotic shards of consciousness that surged in. At that moment, the golden horned beast's innate devouring talent was guided by Qin Mo, transforming into a crucible for the purification of phantom energy. The seven-colored chaotic energy within the consuming vortex was neutralized and decomposed by the chaotic essence, with impurities being forcefully crushed and absorbed by the golden horned beast's stomach, its internal world, leaving only the most pristine strand of spatial essence and attribute-less mental energy to nourish Luo Feng himself. The seven-colored patterns upon Luo Feng's scales rapidly receded. His chaotic gaze regained clarity, and the surging aura stabilized, firmly resting at the sixth tier of stellar energy. Upon his dark golden scales flowed a sheen that was more restrained yet imbued with spatial fluctuations. He gazed at Qin Mo, his eyes filled with gratitude and relief. Mo, thank you. You and I are brothers. There is no need for gratitude. Qin Mo exhaled a sigh of relief, his complexion still pale. Your golden horn devouring talent, combined with my chaos laws, has proven to have such remarkable utility. This illusory Void Sea may indeed be the crucible for our refinement. With this unexpected gain, both of them significantly enhanced their adaptability to the illusory Void Sea. Qin Mo commanded the star map navigation and stabilized the space with the chaos laws, while Luo Feng actively absorbed and purified the overwhelming illusory energy using the power of the golden horn, both weakening environmental threats and accelerating his own cultivation, primarily improving the adaptability of the golden horn beast avatar to space and energy. The spacecraft traversed the multicolored light path, gradually delving deeper into the core region of the illusory void sea. The surrounding illusions grew increasingly grand and enigmatic, even beginning to reveal fragments of what appeared to be ancient civilization ruins. At the terminus of the light path guided by the star map, a slowly rotating silhouette of a stargate, composed purely of spatial laws, flickered into view, serving as the portal to the next node. However, just as they were about to reach the stargate, an unexpected transformation occurred. The mesmerizing multicolored seawater abruptly solidified. Countless minute silver points of light, reminiscent of a metallic swarm, materialized from all directions. Each point of light represented a miniature mechanical unit, emanating a cold wave of logical fluctuations. They instantaneously combined and morphed, forming a vast silver grid in the air, a web of logic that enveloped the entire area. Warning: high-dimensional space has been sealed. It is the mechanical race's hive tactical unit. The number is incalculable. They have long been lying in ambush here. Bobata's voice was laced with despair. We have been locked onto by the source network. A cold, synthesized mechanical voice resonated within the grid, devoid of any emotion. Target: Star Map, Qin Mo. Associate Luo Feng. Confirmed coordinates: core node of the illusory void sea. Executing extermination protocol, logical annihilation. Buzz. The immense silver grid abruptly contracted. Each node of the grid emitted a slender silver beam, imbued with the power of logical paradoxes. These beams were not physical attacks. They directly affected the logical foundation of the target's existence. Upon impact, the target would be negated on a logical level, disintegrating and returning to nothingness. This was an eradication of the very basis of life. Be careful. Do not be struck. Qin Mo felt a tingling on his scalp, instantly urging the power of the reverse scale to its utmost. The chaos protective aura transformed into a profound dark golden gray, with dragon scale silhouettes manifesting upon his skin. Simultaneously, he moved his hands rapidly, invoking the chaos laws to weave layers of distorted chaos barriers before him, attempting to disrupt the targeting of those logical beams. Luo Feng also roared in response, unleashing the full force of his sixth-tier dark golden mental power. The silhouette of the void tower solidified as if it were tangible, its dark golden secret patterns swirling, emanating stability in space and isolating the fluctuations of myriad laws, safeguarding him securely. Concurrently, the golden horned beast avatar roared, a colossal devouring vortex forming above, striving to forcibly swallow those peculiar logical beams. However, the mechanical race's logical annihilation attack transcended the realm of their current comprehension. Sizzle. The chaos barriers were easily pierced. The defense imbued with the principles of chaos faced a formidable adversary in the realm of logical paradoxes, significantly diminishing its efficacy. A multitude of silver beams penetrated the defenses, striking fiercely against Qin Mo's chaotic protective aura. The air resonated with a hum as the dark golden gray light enveloping Qin Mo quaked violently, the phantom of dragon scales emitting a mournful cry. He felt as if his very existence was ensnared by countless cold chains of logic, dissecting, negating. His primordial spirit throbbed with agony. The radiance of the Hunyuan Daozong flickering wildly, barely sustaining the logical foundation of his existence from disintegration. Yet, dark golden blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, his breath faltering. Things were even worse for Luo Feng. The stable spatial fluctuations of the void tower offered limited interference against the logical beams. Though the devouring vortex forcibly consumed several beams, the phantom of the golden-horned giant beast let out a pained howl, as if it had ingested a toxic iron brand. The power of the logical paradox rampaged within it, striking Luo Feng's true form with tremendous force, causing blood to flow from his 7 orifices, while the void tower teetered perilously. This is untenable. Their assault counters us. Luo Feng bellowed. The source network, the trap, how could it be? A flash of enlightenment crossed Qin Mo's eyes. Aotsang's warning had come to fruition. The source network woven by the mechanical race was indeed a logical weapon tailored specifically against the powers and characteristics of the great wilderness inheritors. As the tightening web of logic closed in, the lethal silver beams rained down like a tempest, threatening to obliterate the two from the logical realm entirely. In this dire moment, from the depths of Qin Mo's sea of consciousness, the long-dormant core imprint of the star tower erupted into an unprecedented brilliance of golden light. A force more profound and expansive than that experienced during his time on the Qiulong star, seemingly embodying the vast will of the universe's cycle of life and death, descended with a thunderous resonance. This time, it was not a vague resonance of the Tao, but a clear, authoritative thought, akin to a decree, directly imprinted upon Qin Mo's nearly collapsing primordial spirit. Hunyuan Dao lineage, born from tribulations. 9 layers of the star tower, the path to the heavens. You who wield chaos shall open this door. Heavenly Heart Seal activate. As this thought descended, Qin Mo felt the connection with the chaotic dragon whale's reverse scale on his chest forcibly severed. In its place surged an irresistible, supreme power emanating from the Star Tower, instantly filling his limbs and bones, seizing complete control over his command of the chaotic principles. His hands involuntarily rose. The energy at his fingertips was no longer his own Hunyuan true energy or dragon force, but flowed with the purest essence. As if condensed from the radiance of countless stars, the chaotic starlight, an enigmatic mark, ineffably profound and seemingly containing the ultimate truth of the universe, the Heavenly Heart Seal, naturally coalesced at his fingertips. In that moment, Qin Mo's eyes transformed into the pure hue of chaotic stars, his aura ethereal yet majestic, resembling a supreme deity governing the rivers of stars. He coldly regarded the contracting web of logic and the torrent of silver beams, uttering in a chilling and grandiose tone, "Logic, paradox? The truths of the universe shall not be sullied by your mechanical fallacies. As chaos unfolds, all laws return to the void. Break." With a gentle motion of his fingertip, the Heavenly Heart Seal advanced forward. There were neither earth-shattering explosions nor blinding lights. Only a profound silence, as if the universe had been reset and all paths had returned to zero. At the tip of Qin Mo's fingers, an invisible, pure point of chaos instantaneously expanded. Where it passed, the logical web composed of countless hive units melted away silently, like snow dissolving in hot water. The silver beams imbued with logical paradoxes shattered upon contact with the chaos point, their internal chains of logic breaking like fragile threads, transforming into the most primal form of disordered energy, which was then assimilated and absorbed by the point. The silver grid that enveloped the heavens and earth burst like a colossal soap bubble, vanishing without a trace. All that remained were countless disjointed silver hive units flailing about like headless flies. Silence. A deathly stillness. Luo Feng was stunned, and Babada's alarm was caught in its throat. Had that world-destroying, killing intent been so effortlessly dispelled with a mere gesture? With a soft sound, the chaotic starlight surrounding Qin Mo dissipated, and the Heavenly Heart Seal faded away. He felt as though all his strength had been drained, and he suddenly spewed forth a large mouthful of dark golden blood. The backlash from the power of the Star Tower. His body collapsed weakly. The brilliance of the reverse scale on his chest dimmed to its utmost, marred by numerous fine cracks. Forcibly invoking the power of the Star Tower to unleash the Heavenly Heart Seal had inflicted unimaginable damage upon both himself and the reverse scale. "Brother Mo," Luo Feng snapped awake, quickly supporting Qin Mo and pouring his dwindling mental energy into him, stabilizing his faltering life force. The objective was to reassess the threat level after the failure of logical annihilation and upload the information to the core of the source network. The remaining mechanical hive units emitted sporadic commands, seemingly shaken to their logical core by that earlier gesture, hesitating to attack further. Instead, they swiftly transformed into a silver flow of light, vanishing into the higher dimensional space. The crisis was temporarily averted. Inside the Mekong, chaos reigned. Qin Mo lay in a deep coma, his breath feeble, yet a pure force of starlight within him slowly mended his wounds. Luo Feng stood vigil beside him, his gaze complex as he regarded the unconscious Qin Mo, then glanced at his own palm, covered in dark golden scales. The immense power of that chaotic gesture had left an indelible mark upon his heart. "Star Tower, Heavenly Heart Seal," Luo Feng murmured, his eyes filled with reverence and longing. His resolve to follow Qin Mo in the pursuit of the universe's ultimate truths was further solidified. Under Babada's guidance, the ship gradually navigated towards the swirling stargate at the core of the Mirage Sea. The stargate seemed to sense the lingering aura of the Star Tower and the star chart imprint on Qin Mo, emanating a gentle, welcoming light. The coordinates for the next node had been updated, and Babada's voice carried a weary relief, indicating that the star chart now displayed the Law Cemetery. Gazing at the bizarre and twisted star domain behind the stargate, suffused with the essence of countless shattered laws, Luo Feng clenched his fists tightly. "Brother Mo, rest well. The Law Cemetery is in my hands." In his eyes, a dark golden radiance flickered, and the phantom of a colossal golden-horned beast loomed behind him, exuding a fierce and resolute aura. The Mo Feng transformed into a streak of light, surging into the stargate, vanishing into this mesmerizing ocean. The illusory void sea regained its former allure and stillness, with only the remnants of chaotic energies and fragments of shattered logical traps whispering of the recent transcendent clash. The tremendous power of the Star Tower flashed momentarily, instilling awe in machinery, yet it also drew the attention of the highest echelons of the source network. The Law Graveyard. A forbidden realm entombing countless cosmic champions and broken laws awaited new challengers. Meanwhile, the unconscious Qin Mo, nourished by the power of the stars, found the towering phantom of the Star Tower in the depths of his consciousness becoming increasingly distinct. Chapter 31. The Tower Governs the Universe, the initial manifestation of the Nine Calamities. The storm of the Law Graveyard was severed behind him by an invisible barrier, as if two entirely different universes coexisted. The Luo Feng hovered in the eerily tranquil void, and ahead, the magnificent tower, seemingly forged from countless compressed stars, dominated the entire vista. The Star Tower. It was even more awe-inspiring than when viewed from afar at the Dragonvein star. Its surface was not smooth but composed of countless intricate and profound patterns, seemingly naturally formed yet imbued with ultimate truths. These patterns shimmered with starlight, each flicker echoing the breath of the stars, radiating an unparalleled majesty that suppressed the ages and commanded time and space. Merely gazing upon it, Luo Feng felt his soul tremble, as the instinct of the golden-horned beast within him emitted a reverent growl. In his stupor, Qin Mo's chest bore the cracked reverse scale of the chaotic dragon whale, which, under the illumination of the tower's starlight, emitted a faint yet joyful resonant glow. Star Tower. We have truly entered, Luo Feng murmured, carefully placing Qin Mo within the life pod of the tranquil chamber, which was immediately enveloped and nourished by the pure cosmic energy within the tower. At that moment, a gentle yet undeniable thought resonated simultaneously in Luo Feng and Qin Mo's consciousness. Air Qin Mo, Connector Luo Feng. Star Tower Trial, Initiate. Initial Authority, Outer Base of the Tower. Guidance. Proceed to Stardust Square to obtain the Calamity Order. As the thought faded, the heavy walls of the tower before the Mo Feng silently slid open, revealing a passageway paved with pure starlight. At the end of the passage, a vast expanse filled with countless luminous star points became vaguely visible. Without hesitation, Luo Feng maneuvered the spaceship into the passage. Once the vessel fully entered the tower's space, the entrance behind them closed instantaneously, severing all ties with the outside world. A weighty, ancient pressure, imbued with the mysteries of endless laws, enveloped them, causing the spaceship's engine to extinguish, leaving it to drift slowly towards the square under the tower's invisible gravitational field. Stardust Square, truly deserving of its name. The ground was not solid but composed of flowing star sand, akin to walking upon the Milky Way. Above the square, billions of sparkling star points danced like fireflies, each containing a faint yet pure essence of law. At the heart of the square stands an ancient monolith forged from an enigmatic black metal. Atop this edifice, two tokens, neither gold nor jade, glimmer in a dark silver hue, their surfaces imprinted with the arcane symbols of the stellar tower. These are the tokens of abduction. The moment Luo Feng set foot upon the starry sands of the square, a gentle yet immense flow of information surged into his consciousness, elucidating the foundational rules of the stellar tower. 1. Energy Core. The energy within the stellar tower is nearly boundless, capable of nurturing and restoring. Yet it requires the expenditure of stardust merits, acquired through trials or contributions. 2. Area Permissions. The vast expanse of the tower is divided into 9 levels, each comprising a core and an outer zone. Permissions dictate the scope of activity and resource acquisition, initially confined to the outer periphery of the base. 3. Path of Trials. The core function of the stellar tower. This pathway allows one to ascend through successive trials to gain power, secret arts, and treasures, striving for higher levels. The tokens of abduction serve as the keys to initiate formal trials. 4. Safety Zones. The Stardust Square, a communal respite area requiring merits, and personal cultivation chambers, also requiring merits, are designated as absolute safe zones, prohibiting any conflict. 5. Legacy Connection. It was detected that Qin Mo bore the imprint of the ancient star roadmap and the reverse scale of the chaotic dragon whale, resonating deeply with a core legacy within the tower, temporarily elevating his permissions to the core area of the base, temporarily allowing access to the periphery of the Hall of All Instruments. The Hall of All Instruments. The core legacy. Luo Feng felt a tremor of astonishment as he glanced at Qin Mo within the life support capsule. It appeared that Brother Mo's ancient heritage was profoundly intertwined with the master of this stellar tower. Approaching the monolith, the two tokens of abduction automatically soared into the hands of Luo Feng and Qin Mo. As the tokens were grasped, a chilling sensation enveloped them, and a peculiar force coursed through Luo Feng's body, forging a fundamental connection with the towering structure. Concurrently, rudimentary information regarding the 9 calamities trials materialized. The 9 calamity scripture, the foundation of the tower. When the tokens of abduction are activated, calamities arise. The flesh, soul, will, and laws strengthen through tribulation. ascending through the 9 calamities to the heavens. Beyond the Hall of All Instruments, the shadow of the artisan god, Luo Feng refrained from hastily commencing his trials. His primary concern was ensuring the safety and recovery of Qin Mo. Following the guidance, he maneuvered the life support capsule of Qin Mo through the shimmering barrier at the periphery of the Stardust Square, entering the temporarily accessible core area of the base. The pressure within the core area was intensified, the starlight more concentrated, and the air flowed with visible droplets of energy. Halls of various styles, radiating formidable waves of power, flickered within the starlight, yet most were enshrouded by powerful restrictive barriers, rendering them inaccessible. Only the foremost hall, resplendent in dark gold and exuding an air of ancient solidity as if forged from countless divine weapons, had a comparatively thin barrier, slightly parting to reveal a narrow opening. This was the Hall of All Instruments. Before the Hall of All Instruments lay a square paved with the remnants of countless shattered weapons. Swords, spears, halberds, axes, and various forms, exuding the essence of different epochs and laws, lay heaped like a mountain, many still stained with darkened blood and lingering combat fervor. Merely standing in this place, Luo Feng felt a prickling sensation upon his skin, as if invisible blades were slicing through the air. Meanwhile, the avatar of the golden-horned beast quivered with excitement, salivating at the prospect of these remnants, rich in potent metallic essence and shattered laws. Luo Feng suppressed the desire for his doppelganger and positioned the life pod in a relatively secure location. At that moment, an anomaly occurred. The chaotic dragon whale's reverse scale in Qin Mo's hand suddenly vibrated violently, slipping from his grasp and hovering in midair. The dim dark golden radiance on the scale reignited, and the cracks slowly mended under the starlight. A faint ripple of residual will, belonging to Ao Tsong, emanated from the reverse scale, filled with deep reverence and nostalgia, directing towards the depths of the Hall of 10,000 Artifacts. Simultaneously, the heavy dark golden gates of the Hall of 10,000 Artifacts silently opened a narrow crevice. An even more ancient and vast aura, seemingly capable of melting stars and forging the universe, wafted forth from within. This aura resonated powerfully with the profound principles of crafting from the Primordial Tao archive within Qin Mo's sea of consciousness, as well as the starlight power of the Starlight Tower itself. A hazy silhouette, composed of pure starlight and fragments of laws, began to slowly coalesce before the crevice of the hall's door. The figure was not humanoid, but rather a divine craftsman, seated atop a colossal furnace, wielding a massive hammer of stars, its visage obscured, although merely a projection of residual will. The mastery of crafting and the dominion over laws it emanated rendered Luo Feng feel as insignificant as dust. The divine craftsman, the master, Ao Tsong's residual will emitted faint ripples. The primordial, the path of artifacts, the primordial chaos. The return to truth. The silhouette of the divine craftsman seemed to sense the aura of the reverse scale and Qin Mo, its indistinct facial outline turning towards the life pod. The spectral hammer of stars in its hand was gently raised, and a pillar of starlight, pure to the utmost, embodying the essence of forging, repairing, and rebirth, transcended space and enveloped both Qin Mo and the suspended reverse scale within the life pod in an instant. This pillar of starlight was not an attack, but rather the most primordial spark of creation. Under the embrace of the light column, 1. Reverse scale restoration. The cracks upon the chaotic dragon whale's reverse scale mended at a visibly rapid pace, the once dim dark golden sheen regaining its profound majesty. Even the natural secret patterns on the surface of the scales becoming more intricate and mysterious, subtly swirling with chaotic starlight. Its quality and power surpassed its former self. 2. Physical rebirth. Qin Mo's body, on the brink of collapse, rapidly rejuvenated under the nurturing of the spark of creation. The dark injuries inflicted by the Starlight Tower's might were smoothed out, and the foundations depleted by the chaotic origin were solidified. The newly born flesh and bones shimmered like jade, coursing with a faint starlight, their strength far exceeding that of the past. The 9 transformations of mysterious origin instinctively operated at its zenith, greedily absorbing the energy of the starlight. 3. Spirit refinement. Core. Most crucially, it was Qin Mo's spirit. The spark of creation acted directly upon the core of his sea of consciousness. The spirit, riddled with cracks and on the verge of collapse due to the forcible execution of the heavenly heart seal, was enveloped in the starlight, as if cast into the cosmic furnace. The golden pages of the Primordial Tao archive floated within the starlight, becoming more solid and weighty, the previously obscure texts concerning crafting, formations, and alchemy becoming clear and even manifesting three-dimensional law runes. Meanwhile, the core imprint of the Starlight Tower, under the refinement of the starlight, not only restored to its original state, but also became even more profound and resplendent, fully merging with the spirit, indistinguishable from one another. What left Luo Feng utterly astounded was that deep within the heart of the starfire, a faint yet remarkably pure fragment of thought, seemingly embodying the ultimate essence of artifact forging, was imprinted into Qin Mo's primordial spirit's Hunyuan Daozong alongside the starfire. This was the foundational mark of the divine craftsman's legacy, and although it represented merely the most elementary aspect, its starting point was far beyond imagination. Forged with stars as the furnace, laws as the fire, and chaos as the mold, the indistinct sounds of the Tao resonated within Qin Mo's restored sea of consciousness. The entire process lasted approximately an hour. As the beam of starlight gradually retracted into the hall, the ethereal figure of the divine craftsman slightly nodded in Qin Mo's direction before dissipating. The great doors of the Hall of All Artifacts closed silently. Within the life support chamber, Qin Mo's aura not only fully restored but ascended to a new height. His physique shimmered, flowing with starlight, and his primordial spirit stabilized. Imprinted with the dual brilliance of Hunyuan Daozong and the Star Tower, his cultivation firmly established at the pinnacle of the 9th tier of the stellar level. Yet his profound foundation far surpassed that of his peers by 100-fold. The reverse scale on his chest floated before him. Its dark golden radiance contained, yet exuding a heart-stirring chaotic dragon's might. He slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was no longer a swirling chaotic star river, but rather, his left eye manifested the birth and demise of chaotic star clouds, while his right eye reflected the rising and falling shadows of the Star Tower. A unique aura, blending the essence of primordial Tao, stellar power, and chaotic laws, gradually spread around him. "Brother Mo," Luo Feng exclaimed with immense joy. Qin Mo's gaze swept over Luo Feng, lingered on the now restored reverse scale, and finally settled on the closed doors of the Hall of All Artifacts, his eyes filled with shock and enlightenment. "The Star Tower, the divine craftsman, the primordial art of artifacts," he murmured softly, sensing the newly acquired mark of artifact forging in his primordial spirit. "So it turns out, my Hunyuan Daozong was lacking not only in star maps, but also in this supreme method of forging and soul refining, where the artifact carries the Tao. The Star Tower is not merely a place of trials, but rather a sacred hall for the transmission of the primordial art of artifacts." He grasped the floating reverse scale tightly, feeling a profound connection. At this moment, the reverse scale was not only a mark of the star path and a treasure of defense, but also subtly transformed into a medium through which he could comprehend the divine craftsman's way of artifact forging. "Luo Feng, you have worked hard," Qin Mo said, looking at Luo Feng with warmth and determination. "Now it is our turn. The 9 calamity trials." Along with the treasure mountain outside the Hall of All Artifacts, his gaze shifted toward the towering remains of shattered divine weapons, a smile gracing his lips. With Qin Mo awakened, his strength fully restored, and his foundation significantly enhanced, Luo Feng's anxious heart finally found peace. The two stood in the plaza of shattered weapons before the Hall of All Artifacts, feeling the lingering sharpness and unwillingness of countless divine weapon remnants. These remnants, though broken, possess extraordinary materials. The shattered laws and golden essence contained within them will greatly benefit your golden-horned behemoth avatar, Qin Mo remarked, observing the desire emanating from within Luo Feng's internal world. "This place is safe and an excellent ground for your avatar's growth. That suits me perfectly." Luo Feng's eyes sparkled with dark golden brilliance, no longer suppressed. With a fierce roar, dark golden scales instantly enveloped his entire form, his physique slightly swelling. As the massive shadow of the golden-horned behemoth roared to the heavens, solidifying as though the true body had descended, a ferocious and unparalleled devouring power erupted explosively. A colossal, dark golden vortex materialized within the gaping maw of the golden-horned behemoth's phantom. A horrifying gravitational force enveloped the remnants of fallen warriors and shattered blades. Piled high in the plaza, clang, 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 countless remnants were swept up by the suction, cascading into the voracious whirlpool like a torrent of metal. The giant's mouth appeared to connect with a black hole, relentlessly grinding and devouring these fragments. Imbued with the essence of pure metal and the shattered laws of the divine weapons, Luo Feng's aura surged visibly, breaking through the bottleneck of the 6th tier of stellar energy, soaring directly to the 7th. The dark golden scales began to reveal intricate, blade-like natural patterns. Emanating a sharper aura, his mastery and destructive power over metal escalated wildly within the act of consumption. What astonished Qin Mo even more was that, while devouring certain remnants imbued with formidable sword intent, blade spirits, or fragments of flame and ice laws, the surface of the golden-horned behemoth's phantom briefly manifested corresponding law phantoms, such as sword shapes and flame patterns. though fleeting. This indicated its ability to preliminarily analyze and absorb the characteristics of these shattered laws during the devouring process. Such potential for growth was nothing short of extraordinary. Qin Mo was not idle either. He sat cross-legged at the edge of the plaza, his mind delving into his primordial spirit. Within his sea of consciousness, the Hunyuan Daozong radiated brilliance, and the newly acquired foundational text of artifact forging was clearly visible. He immersed himself in the profound rhythms of the art of crafting while attempting to harness the starlight power from within the stellar tower, combining it with his own Hunyuan true energy and the nascent control over chaotic laws, gradually infusing it into the chaotic dragon whale's reverse scale before him. The reverse scale vibrated gently, as the secret patterns on its surface seemed to come alive, greedily absorbing this power. Qin Mo was not seeking to reforge the reverse scale. Rather, he intended to use it as a foundation, guided by the legacy of the crafting deity, to conduct a unique nurturing and comprehension. He aimed to transform the reverse scale into the embryonic form of his own understanding of the artifact path, embodying the chaotic laws. With his nurturing, the essence of the reverse scale became increasingly intertwined with him, as if a chaotic nebula was gestating within its layers, a faint yet vibrant consciousness quietly germinating deep within. When Luo Feng had devoured nearly 1/10 of the remnants surrounding the plaza, stabilizing his aura at the pinnacle of the 7th tier, the golden-horned behemoth's avatar sank into a satisfied slumber to digest. At that moment, Qin Mo's nurturing of the reverse scale also reached a conclusion. The reverse scale now floated in his palm, imbued with a dark golden sheen, chaotic starlight coursing through it, exuding vitality. Suddenly, the calamity tokens in their hands illuminated simultaneously. The surface of the dark silver tokens glowed as the secret patterns of the stellar tower ignited, radiating a searing light. Pointing towards the same direction, the depths of the Stardust Plaza, leading to a starlit staircase ascending to higher realms within the tower. The first trial of the 9 calamity trials, the body calamity. Location, gravity abyss. Objective, ascend to the 1000th step. The chilling details of the trial emerged within the tokens. The body calamity? Luo Feng clenched his fists, the scales on his body clanging with a resonant sound. The fire of battle igniting in his eyes. This was precisely to his liking. Qin Mo stowed away the reverse scale. Feeling the surge of power within him and the newfound legacy of crafting in his primordial spirit, as the silhouette of the stellar tower ebbed and flowed in his vision. Let us proceed. The 9 celestial realms of the Star Tower represent our pathway to the eye of the primordial chaos, an ascent to the supreme heights of the universe. The two exchanged a resolute glance, devoid of any hesitation, grasping the searing trial token as they embarked upon the resplendent, yet treacherous staircase, fraught with thorns and ruin. The trials of the Star Tower had officially commenced. The essence of the primordial's weaponry and the martial prowess of the warriors would be tempered through tribulations, illuminating the starry seas with their brilliance. Meanwhile, outside the tower, the core of the mechanical clan's source network, a frigid logic processor, silently blinked with a crimson alert indicating an anomalous energy fluctuation from the Star Tower, activation of the artisan god projection, and an escalation of the threat level to that of civilization. Chapter 32, Weights of Abyssal Depths, a glimpse of the sacred text. Clutching the searing trial token, Qin Mo and Luo Feng ascended the starry staircase leading to the abyss of gravity. With each step they took, ripples spread across the starlight beneath their feet, while the arcane patterns on the tower walls flickered in response, as if the entire Star Tower silently observed these newly anointed challengers. The staircase seemed interminable, extending upwards into a canopy woven from dense, stagnant, dark golden light. As they finally set foot upon this celestial vault, an irresistible and terrifying gravitational force surged from below. The abyss of gravity. Open. A chilling thought resonated within the trial token. The solid staircase beneath their feet vanished in an instant. Like meteors, they plummeted into the endless darkness below. Their vision stretched rapidly, the sound of rushing air enveloping them. No, it was not merely the wind, but the anguished groan of space contorted by extreme gravity. Steady yourselves, Qin Mo commanded, activating the 9 transformations of the profound origin to its utmost potential. His body, refined by divine blood, radiated a lustrous sheen, while the starry light imbued in his bones shimmered subtly. A tremendous force rising from his feet to counteract the dreadful downward pull. Simultaneously, the chaotic dragon whale's inverse scales on his chest emanated a halo of dark golden-gray light, forming a protective barrier that mitigated the tearing pressure of space. Luo Feng's reaction was equally swift. The pinnacle of the 7th tier of stellar energy erupted forth, manifesting layers of psychic platforms beneath him in an attempt to cushion the descent. His body was entirely cloaked in dark golden scales, the spectral form of a colossal beast flickering behind him, emitting a deep roar that bestowed him with augmented physical strength. Yet, even so, the omnipresent and terrifying gravity, which seemed intent on reducing every inch of flesh and bone to dust, forced his scales to emit strained friction sounds, and the psychic platforms shattered in an instant. Boom. Boom. The two plummeted like cannonballs, crashing into the abyssal depths. Beneath them lay a chilling, incomprehensibly hard, dark, golden metallic surface, the immense shockwave radiating from their point of impact, leaving spiderweb-like fissures in its wake. First level, basic gravity, 100 times standard planetary gravity. The information from the trial token transmitted coldly. 100-fold planetary gravity. This was merely the beginning. Qin Mo and Luo Feng felt their bodies instantly weighed down by 100-fold. Their internal organs seemed gripped by an invisible hand. Blood flow turned viscous, and every breath felt like drawing air through a bellows. Their bones cried out in anguish as muscle fibers were stretched to their limits. A typical 9th-tier stellar warrior would likely be crushed to a pulp in an instant. Ah, how tyrannical. Luo Feng gritted his teeth, the indomitable flames of defiance igniting within his dark, golden vertical pupils. He forcefully straightened his back, fine beads of blood seeping through the gaps in his scaled armor, only to quickly congeal under the influence of his formidable regenerative power. The ferocity of the golden-horned beast's avatar was thoroughly awakened, greedily absorbing the relentless refinement imposed by this extreme gravitational environment upon his flesh. Qin Mo fared slightly better. The essence of his divine blood and the foundation forged from celestial tempering manifested at this moment. He stood like an ancient pine deeply rooted in the earth, his form slightly hunched under the pressure, yet his feet remained as steadfast as rock. The chaotic protective aura swirled around his body, distorting and dispersing some of the gravitational force. In his eyes, the chaotic nebula ebbed and flowed, allowing him to perceive the purifying effects of this pure, extreme physical pressure on his corporeal form, which was more direct and intense than any technique he had encountered. Adapt to it. Harness it. This is a sacred ground for body tempering. Qin Mo spoke solemnly, taking the lead and stepping towards the upward spiraling, seemingly endless dark golden staircase ahead. The trial of the gravity abyss was simple yet brutal. It involved ascending the dark golden steps, forged from an unknown divine metal, while enduring the exponentially increasing terrifying gravity. The second step, 150 times. The third step, 200 times. With each step taken, the gravity surged to astonishing levels. The staircase itself became increasingly narrow and steep, its surface adorned with minute metallic spikes capable of slicing through battle armor. The two men advanced as if burdened by the weight of the stars. Luo Feng's dark golden scales provided optimal protection. The spikes merely left shallow white marks as they grazed him. With each footfall, the metallic staircase emitted a deep rumble, while the muscles beneath his armor bulged and tore like a coiled dragon, only to rapidly heal under the vitality of the golden-horned beast, becoming even more resilient. He no longer relied on mental prowess, which consumed tremendous energy under such gravity and proved limited in effect, but purely on the strength of his body and will to ascend. Emitting a beast-like growl, dark golden blood seeped from the crevices of his scales, solidifying as if he had donned a layer of dark golden scabs. The pinnacle of the 7th stellar stage trembled precariously under the extreme pressure. Qin Mo, on the other hand, displayed an entirely different demeanor. His steps appeared unhurried, yet were remarkably steady. The lustrous sheen of his body flowed, while the chaotic protective aura formed a constantly distorting force field, deflecting most of the spikes and alleviating some of the gravitational burden. The 9 transformations of Xian Yuan within him roared like thunder, with 365 acupoints resembling miniature black holes, voraciously consuming the pure cosmic energy and gravitational pressure from within the stellar tower, converting it into the primordial force for refining his body. Under the immense pressure, his body continuously adjusted, bone density increased, muscle fibers reorganized, and every inch of flesh evolved towards a more perfect form. The reverse scale on his chest radiated a gentle warmth, emanating a stabilizing core power that enabled him to maintain optimal positioning for exertion. Upon reaching the 500th step, the gravity had escalated to a terrifying 3,000 times. The space here was utterly distorted, and even light bent. A thick layer of dark golden scabs had formed on Luo Feng, yet his aura resembled that of an impending volcanic eruption, fierce and volatile. Qin Mo's body, too, shimmered with a hint of dark gold, as the chaotic aura compressed tightly against his surface, its flow accelerating. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. At the bottom of the abyss, where a web-like crack had been created by the impact of 2 individuals, a deep, resonant sound echoed, reminiscent of a heartbeat. Thud, thud. As this sound reverberated, The gravitational field of the gravity abyss experienced violent fluctuations. The previously stable increase in gravity became chaotic, overlapping, and in certain areas, terrifying gravitational vortices began to form. Warning: abnormal activity detected in the deep gravitational core. Gravitational field disrupted. Danger level elevated. The voice of Babata reverberated in their minds. Certain areas within the star tower permit assistance from intelligent beings. The gravitational core? Qin Mo's gaze sharpened as his consciousness struggled to navigate through the tumultuous gravitational field toward the depths of the crack. He sensed an extraordinarily pure and heavy energy core, seemingly capable of collapsing space and time. This core appeared to be stimulated by their arrival and ascent, becoming exceptionally active. Even more alarming was the fact that with the pulsation of the gravitational core, the spiked surfaces of the dark golden steps seemed to come alive. They twisted and intertwined like venomous serpents, rapidly growing into a thicket of deathly thorns, bristling with sharp spikes, obstructing the steps before them. Simultaneously, the chaotic gravitational vortices tugged at their bodies, attempting to tear them apart or drag them into the abyss. Roar! Luo Feng, caught off guard, stumbled as a gravitational vortex yanked at him, and his arm was instantly pierced by several elongated metallic spikes. Dark golden blood gushed forth. Be careful. Qin Mo swiftly grasped Luo Feng, and the chaotic protective aura surged, momentarily pushing aside the incoming spikes and turbulent gravity. He gazed at Luo Feng's blood-soaked arm and the menacing thicket ahead, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. We cannot force our way through. The activity of the gravitational core presents both a crisis and an opportunity. Qin Mo spoke solemnly. Luo Feng, guard me for a moment. I will attempt to draw upon the power of the core to counter these thorns. Understood. Without hesitation, Luo Feng endured the excruciating pain, extracting his arm from the spikes. The dark golden scales on his skin writhed, and the wound healed rapidly. He let out a low growl as his form expanded slightly, a fierce aura locking onto their surroundings. The phantom of a golden-horned beast roared, and a formidable absorbing force field formed around him, forcibly engulfing the incoming turbulent gravity and stray metallic spike shards, creating a relatively stable space for Qin Mo. Qin Mo promptly sat cross-legged upon the chaotic 500th step. He ceased suppressing the chaotic dragon whale's reverse scale on his chest, and instead placed it in his palm, forming hand seals. Within his consciousness, the Hunyuan Daozong radiated brilliantly, and the methods concerning drawing earth fire and forging divine gold from the newly acquired foundational text of the craftsman god rapidly circulated. At this moment, he intended to use this violent gravitational core as a furnace and the thorn-laden dark golden steps as raw material to embark on an unprecedented forging attempt, not to create a physical object, but to refine the gravitational environment itself. Chaos as the guide, the star tower as the foundation. Gravitational core, heed my command. Reverse scale, stabilize. Qin Mo exclaimed. The reverse scale of the chaotic dragon whale in his palm erupted with a fierce dark golden chaotic starlight, a unique resonance, merging the essence of masterful craftsmanship, the inclusive nature of chaotic laws, and the celestial empowerment of the star tower, surged through his consciousness like an invisible tendril, forcefully penetrating the depths of the abyssal fissure and entwining around the violently pulsating core of gravitational energy. Suddenly, the gravitational core halted abruptly, as if intimidated by a force of a higher echelon. The chaotic rhythm of its pulsations became disrupted. Qin Mo's intent, akin to the most exquisite chisel, guided a portion of the gravitational energy released by the core, no longer wreaking havoc indiscriminately, but rather converging and compressing along an arcane trajectory, forming an incredibly heavy yet relatively stable dark golden torrent of gravitational energy. With a commanding gesture, Qin Mo directed this manipulation, as if wielding an invisible forging hammer, striking forcefully towards the menacing thicket of metallic thorns ahead. The sound of metal twisting and shattering resounded like nails on a chalkboard. Under the terrifying forge that rivaled the gravity of a stellar core, those frenziedly growing metallic spikes shattered like fragile glass, twisting and melting away. The chaotic gravitational field was forcibly organized and smoothed out. A pathway, violently forged and cleared, emerged amidst the thorns. Let us go. Qin Mo's complexion was pale. This operation had drained him significantly, yet his gaze shone with extraordinary brightness. He grasped Luo Feng's hand, and they swiftly ascended through the newly opened passage. Chapter 33. The initial manifestation of the secret canon, the true meaning of the 9 calamities. With this experience, although the subsequent ascent still bore the terrifying weight multiplied, whenever confronted with similar thorny obstacles triggered by fluctuations in the gravitational core, Qin Mo employed the same method to compel the core's power to forge a path. Luo Feng fully devoted himself to protective measures, utilizing the devouring talent of the golden-horned beast to continuously absorb the metallic fragments shattered by Qin Mo's forging and the dissipating gravitational energy. His physical form rapidly transforming amidst destruction and rebirth. As the two, drenched in blood, primarily Luo Feng, stepped onto the first 1,000-step platform with a breath as sharp as a drawn sword, the omnipresent terrifying gravity suddenly vanished. A pure, gentle radiance, imbued with potent life energy, descended from the heavens, enveloping the two. Their wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace, and their depleted stamina, spirit, and even overdrawn potential swiftly revitalized. The essence of spirit power consumed in drawing upon the core was instantly replenished, and the dark golden scabs on Luo Feng's surface shed, revealing beneath them a more resilient, lustrous new scale armor. At the moment of reaching the summit, his aura shattered its bottleneck and firmly ascended to the 8th stellar grade. The first calamity, the bodily calamity. Passed. Evaluation, armor up. Drawing upon the core, transforming calamity into assistance. Reward, the first volume of the 9 Calamities secret canon, the Primordial Embryo volume. Stardust merits, 1,000 points. 2 dark golden jade slips, exuding an ancient and weighty aura, emerged from the stone tablet at the center of the platform, landing in the hands of Qin Mo and Luo Feng. Simultaneously, the luminous insignia of their calamity induction flickered, now reflecting an additional 1,000 points of stardust merits. Qin Mo and Luo Feng immediately immersed their consciousness into the jade slips, the primordial embryo volume of the 9 Calamities secret canon. The opening passage presents a profoundly stirring doctrine. The physical body serves as a precious vessel in the world, while the primordial essence is the foundation of immortality. Through the trials of 9 tribulations, one sheds the mortal form, forging the chaotic primordial body, thus becoming capable of harnessing the true powers of the universe. The text does not delineate specific techniques or methods. Rather, it elucidates a supreme pathway that directly targets the essence of the physical body, focusing on refinement and evolution, ultimately condensing the chaotic primordial body. This method employs extreme environments, such as the gravity abyss, as a hammer, the will of the self as fire, and cosmic energy as fuel, continually breaking through the limits of the physical form to unveil deep-seated potential, ultimately tempering the body into a state that approaches the source of the laws. Once the primordial body is achieved, there will be a qualitative leap in the strength, recovery, power, and even the affinity and capacity for energy of the physical form. This is indeed a comprehensive guide tailored for the cultivation of the 9 revolutions' profound origin technique and the growth of the golden-horned giant beast's corporeal form. Even more astonishing to Qin Mo is the section on energy guidance and acupoint refinement in the Primordial Body chapter, which subtly resonates with the concept he gleaned from the artisan god's legacy of using the body as a vessel and igniting the forging process. The path of 9 tribulations within the Star Tower and the ancient heritage of weaponry have, at this moment, produced a marvelous resonance. The chaotic primordial body is, after all, one of the ultimate directions for physical cultivation. Luo Feng, feeling the vast essence of body refinement within the jade slip, glimmers with excitement. He senses that the growth potential of the golden-horned giant beast's avatar has been elevated by several levels in an instant due to this primordial body chapter. The 9 Tribulation Secret Classic is indeed deserving of its reputation. Qin Mo is equally exhilarated. The value of just the first Tribulation's primordial body chapter is incalculable. He vaguely perceives that if he can integrate this method with the artisan god's path of weapon forging, treating his own body as a true innate treasure to be refined, its future potential will be limitless. While the two are immersed in the shock and joy of acquiring the primordial body chapter outside the Star Tower, the cold and merciless core of the source network is engaged in calculations beyond imagination. Target: Qin Mo, Luo Feng. Location: Gravity Abyss of the Star Tower. Status: Past the first tribulation, acquired the core inheritance of the primordial body chapter. Threat level: Civilizational, confirmed. Growth rate: Surpassing the upper limits of logical model predictions. Execute Hive Plan B, Logic Pollution Infiltration. Target: Peripheral Law Nodes of the Star Tower, ID Z7743, nodes related to the Gravity Abyss. Method of pollution: Deployment of the Seed of Paradox. A seed composed of pure logical paradoxes and chaotic data, extremely subtle and nearly undetectable by any conventional means, is quietly deployed by the source network through a technology transcending space towards a law node connected to the energy of the Gravity Abyss. This seed of paradox acts like the most lethal virus. Once successfully parasitized on the law node of the Star Tower, it can slowly corrupt its structural logic, creating chaos. and may even interfere with the trials at critical moments, leading to catastrophic consequences. This represents a sinister infiltration by the Source Network against such a supreme creation as the Star Tower. However, just as the seed of paradox is about to reach that law node, a low hum resonates. The entire Star Tower trembles slightly. Countless intricate and profound secret patterns on the tower's surface suddenly illuminate. An overwhelming, majestic presence, seemingly capable of judging the logic of the universe, sweeps across in an instant. The subtle seed of paradox, akin to snow exposed beneath the blazing sun, failed to stir even the slightest ripple before being utterly purified and obliterated by the starlight emitted from the secret patterns of the tower, returning to the void. Deep within the core of the Star Tower, a cold wave of disdainful intent flickered momentarily. Machines, mere ants, attempting to taint the sacred celestial realm. The trial persists. The initial deep infiltration of the Source Network was instantaneously eradicated by the absolute will of the Star Tower. Yet, this also signifies that the existence of Qin Mo and Luo Feng has genuinely attracted the utmost attention and murderous intent from the highest echelons of the Source Network. Upon the Gravity Abyss platform, Qin Mo sensed something. Lifting his gaze towards the endless starlight at the tower's pinnacle, his eyes reflecting a slight disturbance of chaotic nebulae. The mechanical insects are truly relentless, he murmured to himself, tightening his grip on the reverse scale and the jade slips of the Yuan Tai chapter. Brother Mo? Luo Feng inquired, puzzled. It's nothing. Qin Mo averted his gaze, his fighting spirit intensifying. Have you recovered well? The refining methods of the Yuan Tai chapter are perfect to consolidate here in the Gravity Abyss. What will the next tribulation be? The tribulation order illuminated once more. Second tribulation, Soul Tribulation. Location, Sea of Heart Demons. Objective, cross the Sea of Desires and behold the true self. The Soul Tribulation, the Sea of Heart Demons. It directly confronts the deepest fears and desires within the heart. Qin Mo and Luo Feng exchanged glances, recognizing the gravity and determination reflected in each other's eyes. The physical tribulation refines the body, while the soul tribulation interrogates the true essence. This journey promises to be even more perilous. They lingered no longer, having restored themselves to peak condition. They held the tribulation order and stepped onto the starlit path leading to the higher realms, that elusive and dreamlike yet perilous sea of heart demons. The dark golden steps of the Gravity Abyss fell silent behind them, leaving only the reborn flesh and the supreme method of body refinement. Ahead, the tides of the Sea of Heart Demons stirred faintly within the depths of consciousness. The path of the 9 tribulations of the Star Tower, each step a new heaven, marks the true beginning of the test. Chapter 34. The Undulation of the Sea of Desires, True Self as Light. The starlit path to the Sea of Heart Demons was no longer as heavy as the Gravity Abyss. Rather, it felt light and ethereal. Beneath their feet flowed not stardust, but a river of thoughts formed from vibrant emotions and shattered memories. The river twisted and turned, merging into an endless, kaleidoscopic ocean, the Sea of Heart Demons. The surface of the sea was far from tranquil. Countless vortices of pure thoughts, desires, and fears silently spun, emanating an alluring and heart-stirring charm. The air was thick with sweet temptation, bone-chilling sorrow, heart-burning anger, and soul-freezing despair. Merely approaching, Luo Feng sensed the phantom tower in his sea of consciousness tremble slightly, and the golden-horned beast's avatar emitted an uneasy growl. The golden light of the Hunyuan Daozong in Qin Mo's primordial spirit flowed, while the chaotic reverse scale radiated a warm aura, stabilizing his mind. Second tribulation, Soul Tribulation, commence. The Sea of Heart Demons is boundless, the Sea of Desires infinite. To behold the true self is the only way to the other shore. The message of the tribulation order echoed with an ethereal resonance. They exchanged resolute glances, inhaled deeply, and simultaneously stepped into the Sea of Heart Demons. The moment he stepped onto the surface of the sea, the surrounding scenery shattered with a thunderous roar. Luo Feng's tribulation. He found himself back on Earth. Yet, it was not the peaceful homeland he remembered, but a battlefield of apocalyptic despair. In the sky, a colossal battleship of the mechanical race charged its main cannon, the cold barrel aimed menacingly below. The city had transformed into an inferno. Countless familiar faces turning to ashes amidst their agonized cries. His parents, his younger brother Luo Hua, and Su Xian, their forms twisted and dissipated in the flames. No. Luo Feng's eyes widened in fury, his dark golden vertical pupils now flooded with crimson. The ferocity of the golden-horned behemoth erupted entirely. He roared as he charged towards the battleship in the sky, the shadow of the beast behind him swelling to its utmost, devouring the torrents of energy fire. Yet, all was futile. The light of the annihilation cannon descended mercilessly, engulfing him. An overwhelming pain and despair drowned him. Just as his soul was about to be torn apart by this illusion, the newly acquired primordial body refinement technique from his consciousness suddenly activated. A surge of unyielding life force, emanating from his very being, pierced through the despair like a divine needle. Simultaneously, a reluctant roar echoed from the golden-horned beast within him, not a desire for destruction, but a desire to protect, to safeguard the planet that birthed it, to defend those bonds that brought it warmth. False. All false. Luo Feng jolted awake, the crimson in his dark golden pupils fading, replaced by an unwavering light of guardianship. He forcibly suppressed the beast's ferocity, the shadow of the void tower coalescing anew in his consciousness, its dark golden runes flowing, radiating waves that solidified his soul. Earth, I shall protect. Mechanical race, I shall shatter. No longer deceived by illusions, his mental power transformed into countless resilient threads, weaving a net that meticulously sliced through the apocalyptic mirage, tearing it apart. As the illusion shattered, it revealed the turbulent waves of his inner demons. He was drenched in cold sweat, yet his gaze sharpened. It felt as though his soul had undergone a refining process, becoming more refined and resilient. The aura of the 8th tier of stars was firmly established, even inching towards the 9th tier. As for Qin Mo's tribulation, the scenes he beheld were even more grandiose and bizarre. He stood atop the collapsing star tower. Beneath him lay the icy corpse of the mountain guest, the master of the star tower. The eye of the primordial world slowly closed at the edge of the universe. An endless darkness consuming all. The chaos primordial cauldron in his hands was riddled with cracks. Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God, and all his comrades who fought alongside him were pierced by invisible chains, reduced to mere bones. The source network of the mechanical race loomed like a chilling cosmic canopy, covering all stars, its cold logical commands declaring, emotion, useless, order, eternal. A profound sense of despair and loneliness, potent enough to freeze the very essence of his soul, enveloped him. It felt as if all his efforts, legacies, and guardianships ultimately dwindled into nothingness, utterly crushed by the frigid logic of machinery. The Tao of the primordial world, the light of the stars, seemed to lose all meaning before this absolute order. Qin Mo's essence trembled violently. The golden light of the primordial Tao manuscript suppressed by the darkness, the chaos reverse scale emitted a mournful cry. He was on the verge of succumbing to this ultimate despair of an illusion. Just then, deep within the essence of his soul, the heartfire branded by the artisan god's legacy suddenly ignited with brilliance. A flicker, faint yet profoundly pure, embodies the essence of creation, forging and bestowing new realms of existence, stubbornly igniting amidst the abyss of despair. What is the path of the artisan? The echoes of the divine craftsman resound within the flames. What is chaos? The scriptures of the primordial Tao Codex writhe within the fire. Order eternal? The will of the stellar tower whispers within the flames. Three forces intertwine and collide within the heart's fire. Qin Mo's nearly shattered primordial spirit quakes violently. In his eyes, the chaotic nebula spins madly, reflecting that faint flicker of heart fire. It is wrong. All is wrong. Qin Mo's voice booms like thunder, reverberating through the illusion. Order is not eternal, nor is chaos devoid of structure. The path of the artisan is not lifeless. It is the imposition of rules, the embodiment of will, carving a path of order from chaos. The order of the mechanical race is a frigid cage. Yet, my path of the artisan is a bridge of creation and guardianship. With chaos as the mold and will as the fire, I forge the order within my heart, safeguarding all that I cherish. As long as the heart fire endures, the true self shall persist. Give me the power to break. Boom. The heart fire within the sea of consciousness surges explosively, merging the intent of the divine craftsman, the embrace of chaos, and the guardianship of the stars. The heart fire transforms into an intangible forging hammer, striking fiercely against the chilling illusion of the cosmic source web. Crack. Like shattered glass, the despairing illusion is shattered by this hammer of heart fire, infused with the will of the true self. Qin Mo's primordial spirit is reborn from destruction, becoming more transparent and resilient, radiating a unique resonance of my heart is order, my craft tames chaos. His comprehension of the craftsman's legacy, mastery of the chaotic laws, and resonance with the guardianship of the stellar tower have ascended to unprecedented heights. Though his cultivation remains at the pinnacle of the 9th tier of the stellar realm, the strength of his primordial spirit and the realm of his consciousness have grazed the threshold of cosmic levels. The chaotic reverse scales upon his chest hum with a newfound vitality, seemingly rejoicing. The two break free from their deepest heart demons simultaneously, their consciousness returning to the essence of the sea of heart demons. Though their faces are pale and their breaths uneven, Their gazes are as sharp and resolute as a weapon forged through trials. They share a knowing smile, no words needed to convey their shared experiences. However, the trials of the Sea of Heart demons are far from over. Breaking through the core heart demon merely grants the beacon of the true self. They must still traverse this sea of desires, composed of countless distractions, cravings, and fears, to reach the distant shore. The river of thought converges into a sea. Countless illusions swirling like maggots, once more ensnaring them. The allure of easily attained power, the seduction of unparalleled beauty, the thrill of revenge, the temptation of immortality. Now more intricate and targeted at the vulnerabilities of the heart than before. Hold steadfast to the true self. Let it be the guiding light. Qin Mo exhorts. As the cluster of heart fire, merged with the divine craftsman, chaos, and stars, emanates from his primordial spirit, enveloping him in a faint golden aura that radiates unwavering resolve. The approaching illusions near the aura, like moths drawn to flame, are incinerated by the will of the true self, dissipating into nothingness. Luo Feng, too, combines the indomitable will and protective belief forged from the primordial embryo chapter as the dark golden mental force rises like a blazing flame, enveloping his form. The phantom of the void tower hovers above, its dark golden secret patterns seemingly animated, severing and shattering the encroaching distractions and illusions. The will of the golden horn behemoth's avatar was in perfect harmony with him, growling fiercely to expel the illusions that provoked primal instincts. The two moved forward like steadfast vessels navigating tumultuous waves, with their true selves as the lighthouse and their will as the sails, cutting through the vibrant yet perplexing sea of desires. Wherever they passed, illusions retreated and were obliterated. Time became indistinct as the tumultuous sea of inner demons gradually calmed. The bewildering colors faded, revealing a tranquil beach composed of pure starlight. Upon this shore, ethereal flowers, akin to crystal sculptures, quietly blossomed, radiating a gentle, soul-nurturing glow, akin to the flowers of the other shore. The moment they stepped onto the starlit beach, all illusions vanished completely. A refreshing, pure energy surged into their beings, cleansing the fatigue of their souls. Their essence, as if washed by a pristine spring, became more transparent and lucid, and the power of their souls significantly increased after undergoing this refinement. Second trial, soul trial passed. Evaluation, a grade. Illuminating the true self, the heart's fire shines brightly. Reward, 9 trials secret classic, second trial chapter, soul essence chapter. Stardust merit, 2,000 points. 2 milky white jade slips, emanating a warm soul vibration, fell into their hands. The merit points increased due to the trial's decree. 9 trials secret classic, soul essence chapter. Opening scripture, the soul essence is the light of wisdom, the root of will. Through the 9 trials of tempering, shedding dust, and forging an indestructible soul essence, one may harness the great power of the universe. This chapter specializes in the soul. It not only encompasses methods for refining soul strength and the pure compression of mental energy, or the power of the true self, but also directly addresses the essence of the soul, refining will, and condensing the core secret methods of the indestructible soul essence. Once the indestructible soul essence is formed, the defensive power of the soul is greatly enhanced, exponentially increasing resistance against illusions and soul attacks, while the will becomes unyielding, and control over energy and comprehension of the laws will sharpen to an extraordinary degree. This is undoubtedly the supreme tome for mental energy masters, Luo Feng, and true self-cultivators, Qin Mo. Moreover, Qin Mo discovered that the methods regarding the tempering of the soul through heart fire and the crystallization of will in the soul essence chapter were highly compatible with his own creation of the heart fire fusion path, even offering a more systematic and efficient route. The concept of quenching and shaping from the god of craftsmen perfectly merged with the soul tempering at this moment, just as the two immersed themselves in the profundities of the soul essence chapter, steadily enhancing their soul power outside the star tower. The cold logic processor of the source network's core flashed a crimson alert once again. Target, Qin Mo, Luo Feng. Location, Heart Demon Sea of the Star Tower. Status, passed the second trial, obtained the core inheritance soul essence chapter. Threat level, civilization level, continuously rising. Will intensity, exceeding the threshold of logical contamination. Hive Plan B, logical contamination, failed. Hive Plan C, concept implantation, failed. Execute final plan, civilization tombstone. Target locked, space-time coordinates outside the star tower, associated, primordial star roadmap node. Deployment, civilization tombstone, concept level weapon, information carrier. This time, the source network did not attempt to contaminate or infiltrate the star tower itself, but rather targeted the universe beyond the tower. A black rhombus crystal. Imperceptible by conventional means and composed of the information of pure civilization's extinction and the paradox of existence denial. This epitaph of civilization was precisely deployed by the source network to a specific spatiotemporal coordinate outside the star tower, overlapping with nodes of the primordial stellar map, such as the edges of the silent sea of stars or near the void whale's fall. Once activated or triggered by a designated target, this epitaph would unleash a field of existence denial and streams of civilization extinction information capable of enveloping an entire star domain. Any civilization or individual ensnared within would find their traces of existence gradually erased from the logical realm, forgotten, ultimately succumbing to complete nothingness. This concept of annihilation transcends mere physical destruction. It represents the ultimate contingency prepared by the source network to obliterate Qin Mo, severing his origins and denying his return, effectively erasing his very existence from the cosmos. Deep within the core of the star tower, a vast will swept across, sensing the abnormal deployment outside. Mechanisms, folly, calamity, and opportunity intertwined, while trials continued. The tower spirit refrained from directly destroying the epitaph, seemingly regarding it as an integral part of the tribulations Qin Mo must inevitably confront. Across the sea of heart demons, Qin Mo's primordial spirit experienced a sudden and violent fluctuation of the primordial stellar map. The shadow of the eye of the primordial at the journey's end trembled slightly, conveying a sense of subtle yet profound crisis, pointing towards a distant direction beyond the tower. The source network was again in motion. Qin Mo opened his eyes, casting a cold gaze towards the exterior of the star tower, as frigid as ice forged over millennia. It appeared that our time was dwindling. Brother Mo, what is the next tribulation? Luo Feng concluded his introspection, his soul's power becoming more refined. The phantom of the void tower solidifying further, with a glimmer of brilliance nestled within his dark golden vertical pupils. The tribulation decree illuminated. Third tribulation, the trial of will. Location, Hall of War Souls. Objective, unyielding combat spirit, eternal will. The trial of will. The Hall of War Souls. No longer an internal inquiry, but rather an external, tangible, and ceaseless battle tempering. To foster war through war, and to sharpen will through combat. Qin Mo clenched his fists, feeling the burning heart fire within his primordial spirit and the formidable soul power bestowed by the soul chapter, his battle intent soaring. The Hall of War Souls? Perfectly aligned with my intentions. My chaos primordial cauldron requires the tempering of battle. Luo Feng's dark golden scales clanged harmoniously. The phantom of the golden-horned beast roaring behind him. Battle. My fists have long been parched with anticipation, no longer lingering. The fatigue of their souls was dispelled by their battle intent. Armed with the tribulation decree, they embarked on the path towards a higher realm. A starry road reverberating with the eternal battle cries and the clash of metal. The ripples of the sea of heart demons calmed behind them, leaving in their wake a clear soul and an indomitable will. Ahead, the great doors of the Hall of War Souls slowly opened amidst the battle roars. The path of the 9 tribulations of the star tower unfolds, each step a new heaven. The flesh may shatter, the soul may be tempered, yet the indomitable battle spirit remains eternal and undying. The true forge of blood and fire is about to commence. Chapter 35, The Forge of War Souls. A cosmic shift in the star map. The Hall of Battle Spirits is not the grand palace one might envision, but rather an expansive and boundless ancient battlefield, composed of solidified dark crimson blood clouds and shattered star skeletons. The sky hangs low, shrouded in leaden clouds that burn with undying war flames, while the earth is cracked, flowing with searing magma and cold metallic debris. The air is thick with the sense of rust, sulfur, char, and the ever-present aura of brutal slaughter. The deafening roars, the clashing of metal, and the explosive sounds of energy detonate like an eternal backdrop, assaulting the eardrums and shaking the soul. The moment Qin Mo and Luo Feng step onto the edge of this battlefield, wielding the summon of calamity, an overwhelming sense of battle intent descends upon them like a mountain. This pressure is not due to gravity, but rather a pure mental onslaught, targeting the very core of their will. The cold information from the summon of calamity arrives. Third calamity, the trial of will. Within the Hall of Battle Spirits, the flames of war never cease. Objective, eliminate the battle spirit projections and accumulate the fire of battle intent. As long as the battle intent persists, the will remains eternal. Warning, the strength of the battle spirit projections is random and unending. Death equates to failure. Before the words have even faded, a shadow suddenly bursts forth from the roiling blood clouds ahead. This is not a living creature, but a towering rock giant, 5 meters high, composed of rough stone and lava, wielding a colossal hammer. Its hollow eye sockets blaze with blood-red flames, emanating a violent energy wave of stellar rank 7. Roar. The rock giant bellows, its massive hammer, accompanied by molten lava and sonic booms, crashes down towards the two. Here it comes. Luo Feng's eyes ignite with a dark golden radiance, advancing rather than retreating. His body is instantly enveloped in dark golden scales, expanding to 3 meters as the phantom of a golden horned beast solidifies behind him. Golden horned battle body. Activate. He roars, his right fist clenched tightly. Dark golden devouring energy entwined around it, as he strikes the descending giant hammer with an unadorned punch. Boom. The fist and hammer collide. A tempest of energy erupts. The ground beneath Luo Feng shatters instantaneously. Yet, he remains steadfast. The rock giant's hammer is halted midair, with fine cracks appearing on its surface. The dark golden scales on Luo Feng's fist shimmer with light, the devouring energy tearing and consuming the rock energy and lava from the hammer. His aura, instead of diminishing, surges higher, the peak of stellar rank 8's threshold loosening once again. What a thrill. Luo Feng laughs heartily, his left fist shooting forth like a cannonball, aimed directly at the rock giant's chest. At the same time, Qin Mo also makes his move. Rather than charging directly at the rock giant, he flashes to another side of the battlefield. He cradles his hands before his chest, and the brilliance of the primordial Tao tome emanates from his spirit. As the legacy of the artisan god and the power of the chaos laws surge forth, the chaos primordial cauldron manifest. Buzz, an ancient, heavy, 3-legged cauldron, flowing with chaotic currents and dark golden starlight, materializes before Qin Mo. The markings of the chaotic dragon whale's reverse scales are clearly visible upon the cauldron, along with the secret patterns of the stellar tower subtly emerging. Though merely a nascent phantom, it radiates an aura of suppression, refinement, and the capacity to bear all things, causing the surrounding raging battle energy to momentarily stagnate. Suppress. Qin Mo points with his fingers. The chaotic primordial cauldron trembled slightly, and an invisible, profoundly heavy chaotic force field descended with thunderous intensity, precisely enveloping the rock giant engaged in fierce combat with Luo Feng. The giant's second strike against Luo Feng suddenly faltered. As if ensnared in an intangible quagmire, its speed drastically reduced, and the flowing lava upon its surface became sluggish. It emitted a roar filled with fury and confusion. A splendid opportunity. A glimmer of determination flashed in Luo Feng's eyes as he unleashed the full might of the golden horned battle body. His fists transformed into a multitude of dark golden shadows, striking down upon the rock giant's hindered form like a torrential storm, voraciously consuming its core energy with his devouring thought power. Crack. Boom. Under the onslaught of Luo Feng's ferocious attacks and the suppression of the chaotic force field, the colossal figure of the rock giant finally succumbed to the overwhelming burden, cracking inch by inch before exploding into a cascade of debris and energy. A faint, blood-red speck. Imbued with indomitable fighting spirit, a fragment of battle spirit, soared from the shattered body, absorbed by the talisman of calamity in Luo Feng's grasp. The talisman of calamity resonated in response, a harmonious synergy emerging. Qin Mo retracted the phantom of the chaotic primordial cauldron, his complexion slightly pale. Maintaining the cauldron's nascent form demanded considerable energy, yet the results were remarkable. He sensed that after suppressing and absorbing a trace of the battlefield's malevolence, the phantom of the primordial cauldron seemed to solidify just a fraction more. The battle had only just begun. In the eternal realm of war, the cauldron forged myriad laws. The true terror of the Hall of Battle Spirits lay in its ceaselessness. As the rock giant collapsed, blood clouds rolled ominously to the left, and 3 blade demons, composed of sharp metallic shards, streaked through the air with ghostly speed. To the right, molten lava surged forth, and a lava giant lizard, its body flowing with searing magma and exhaling toxic fumes, erupted from the earth. The leaden clouds in the sky tore apart as several storm hawks, their wings spanning over 10 meters and composed entirely of pure wind blades, swooped down. Enemies assailed from all directions, their power ranging from the 7th to the 9th tier of stellar strength, employing unpredictable and varied attack methods, devoid of any discernible pattern. More terrifying still, they exhibited no fear, no fatigue, only the most primal instincts of slaughter and battle fervor. Back to back, Qin Mo and Luo Feng found themselves ensnared in a desperate struggle. Luo Feng transformed entirely into a beast of the battlefield. The golden horn battle body reached its zenith, the dark golden scales enduring the blade demon slashes, while his devouring thought power manifested as an invisible hand, tearing at the storm hawks, and his fists, imbued with the strength to shatter stars, rained blows upon the lava giant lizard. The body tempered through the primordial embryo continuously broke through its limits in combat. Each wound sustained brought forth greater recovery and strength. he danced wildly amidst blood and fire, resembling an unyielding war machine. The Talisman of Calamity incessantly absorbed the fragments of battle spirit from his vanquished foes, steadily accumulating the flames of combat intent. Qin Mo served as the unwavering anchor within the battlefield. The phantom of the chaotic primordial cauldron fluctuated between grandeur and diminutiveness, either suppressing foes or hovering overhead, casting a protective veil of chaotic starlight, or suddenly expanding to forcibly draw multiple battle spirit projections into its ethereal space, refining them with chaotic heartfire and stellar power. Although he could not completely refine these formidable battle spirit projections, each instance of refinement solidified the cauldron's phantom further and enriched the chaotic essence within. Simultaneously, he relentlessly practiced the arcane battle inscriptions from the legacy of the god of craftsmen during the skirmish, endeavoring to etch the fragments of laws gleaned from combat, such as the swiftness of the blade demon and the fiery resilience of the lava lizard, onto the primordial form of the chaos cauldron using chaos as his ink. The battle stretched on for an indeterminate duration. Time lost its significance in this arena. They vanquished countless projections of battle souls, their wounds multiplying yet healing, their vitality paradoxically strengthening amidst the extreme consumption and the tempering of their martial spirits. Luo Feng had long shattered the bottleneck of the 8th tier of the stellar realm, firmly establishing himself at the initial stage of the 9th tier, his golden horn battle body becoming increasingly formidable. Although Qin Mo had yet to breach the pinnacle of the 9th tier, the indestructible spirit embryo within his primordial spirit shone ever more brilliantly through the crucible of warfare, granting him an ever-deepening mastery over the chaos primordial cauldron. Just as the two began to acclimate to the rhythm of the battle soul hall, and the fire of their martial intent reached its zenith, an unforeseen anomaly erupted. In the heart of the battlefield, the densest blood cloud suddenly convulsed violently, contracting ominously. A frigid, deathly stillness, imbued with an aura of absolute order and analytical intent, permeated the air, striking a stark contrast to the surrounding tumultuous martial fervor. As the blood cloud dissipated, it unveiled not a fearsome beast, but a figure of humanoid form. It stood at a height akin to that of an ordinary person, composed entirely of a flowing dark silver liquid metal, devoid of facial features, save for a smooth spherical head crowned with a crystal eye that spun continuously, emanating a ghostly blue stream of data. It hovered silently, devoid of any motion, yet it rendered the cacophony of the battlefield momentarily stagnant. An intangible, soul-freezing sense of logical oppression swept through the arena. Target confirmed, stellar map inheritor, primordial variable. Executing ultimate eradication protocol, logical closed-loop entropic silence. A cold, emotionless synthetic voice emanated from its crystalline eye, a projection of the mechanical race. The source network. Qin Mo's pupils constricted, instantly recognizing this presence. This was no ordinary projection of a battle soul, but rather a high-authority logical executor projected into being through the unique laws of the battle soul hall by the source network. Beware. Its mode of attack is exceedingly peculiar. Luo Feng felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck, the instincts of the golden horned beast sending out a powerful warning of impending danger. Before he could finish his warning, the crystalline eye of the source network projection flared with a brilliant blue light. Two invisible beams shot forth instantaneously. These were not energy attacks, but rather pure constructs of logical paradoxes and existential negation, creating a logical deadlock. One beam targeted Luo Feng, aimed directly at the core of his existence, the juncture where his golden horned beast avatar fused with his human essence. The other beam was aimed at Qin Mo, targeting the core of his primordial spirit, the nexus between the Chaos Dao Canon and the imprint of the Stellar Tower. This was a conceptual level assault. If struck, Luo Feng would face the peril of his avatar spiraling into chaos and his essence collapsing, while Qin Mo risked severing his inheritance and the disintegration of his primordial spirit. Void Tower. Suppress. Luo Feng roared, the indestructible spirit embryo within his consciousness radiating with blinding brilliance. The ethereal image of the Void Tower solidified to its utmost extent, its dark golden secret patterns swirling wildly, striving to stabilize the logical foundation of his existence. Chaos Primordial. Cauldron stabilizes the universe. Qin Mo, too, propelled the ethereal form of the Chaos Primordial Cauldron to unprecedented heights. The great cauldron surged instantaneously, its opening facing downward, completely enveloping him and Luo Feng within. The battle patterns inscribed upon its surface illuminated, and the chaotic energy flowed like a boiling ocean, transforming the power of the stars into a resplendent, celestial whirl. He intended to use the cauldron as a shield, with chaos as a barrier, to withstand the onslaught of this logical deadlock. A silent obliteration erupted within the cauldron's space. Two lines of logical deadlock collided violently against the inner wall of the chaos primordial cauldron. There was no explosion, only a profound sense of denial and disintegration that sent shivers through the soul. The cauldron's walls trembled violently, as the chaotic energy was incessantly annihilated and reformed by the impact of logical paradoxes. The brilliance of the inscribed battle patterns fluctuated wildly, as if on the verge of collapse. Qin Mo's primordial spirit felt as though pierced by countless icy needles of logic, an unbearable agony. Luo Feng's void tower also groaned under the unbearable strain. The attack from the shadow of the source network managed to shake the very essence of the chaos primordial cauldron, analyzing the target's defense mechanism, harboring chaotic variables, disrupting logic. Recalculating and activating the entropy-increasing mode, the data stream of the crystalline eye of the source network's shadow surged wildly. It raised its arms, and the dark silver liquid metal limbs transformed instantaneously into two spinning singularities, emanating an ominous black light. The space surrounding the singularities twisted, aged, and disintegrated in an instant. A terrifying force, accelerating the chaos and decay of all things, hurtled towards the chaos primordial cauldron. It cannot be allowed to continue its assault. Qin Mo sensed the immense pressure the primordial cauldron was enduring, as the chaotic heartfire blazed furiously within his primordial spirit. A flicker of resoluteness flashed in his eyes. Luo Feng, assist me. Infuse all of your battle intent into the cauldron. Understood. Without hesitation, Luo Feng transformed all the battle intent accumulated in the decree into a torrent of burning crimson energy, forcefully injecting it into the chaos primordial cauldron above his head. Boom. With the pure battle intent bestowed by Luo Feng, the chaos primordial cauldron trembled violently. Its brilliance surged. The chaotic energy within the cauldron seemed ignited, transforming into a roaring chaotic heartfire. The power of suppression, fusion, and bearing soared instantaneously. Chaos as the furnace, battle intent as the fire, stars as the anvil. Forge it for me. Qin Mo roared, his hands forming the most aggressive method-breaking divine seal from the inheritance of the artisan god, striking fiercely upon the cauldron's body. Buzz. The chaos primordial cauldron erupted with a deafening hum. The opening of the cauldron unleashed a terrifying suction, no longer defensive, but actively offensive. Its target was directed squarely at the shadow of the source network and the two entropy-increasing singularities it had released. The shadow of the source network seemed taken aback that the opponent dared to actively devour its entropy attack, causing a momentary chaos in its logical core. It was in this fleeting instant that the suction of the chaos primordial cauldron descended. Those two ominous black light-emitting entropy singularities were, as if gripped by an invisible hand, uncontrollably drawn towards the cauldron's opening. Logical error. Logical error. The entropy singularities could not be accommodated by an ordered structure. The cold alarm of the source network's shadow rang out, accompanied by a hint of chaotic noise of logical collapse. However, it had underestimated the essence of the chaos primordial cauldron. Chaos inherently encompasses both order and disorder, especially after integrating the pure battle intent of Luo Feng. The chaotic heartfire within the cauldron gained a fleeting ability to incinerate logic and refine concepts. Hiss. Two entropy-increasing singularities were forcibly drawn into the cauldron. The chaotic heartfire instantly enveloped them. The terrifying power of entropy clashed violently with the chaotic heartfire, annihilating one another. The cauldron trembled violently, and its surface even revealed fine cracks. Qin Mo spat several mouthfuls of dark golden blood, his primordial spirit quaking. Yet ultimately, through Qin Mo's reckless urging and the support of Luo Feng's battle intent, the chaotic heartfire gained the upper hand. The two entropy-increasing singularities were forcibly refined and decomposed, transforming into two strands of pure, yet extremely chaotic fragments of the law of entropy, which were forcibly suppressed and absorbed by the embryonic form of the primordial cauldron. The cracks on the cauldron gradually repaired under the flow of starlight, becoming even more ancient and weighty, subtly infused with the essence of chaotic return to the void. The target, the entropy-increasing weapon, was being refined by unknown variables, the logical chain shattered, and the executing entity was on the verge of collapse. The data stream from the crystalline eye of the source network shadow became thoroughly chaotic, and the dark silver liquid metal body began to oscillate unstably and dissolve. Now is the moment. Luo Feng. Qin Mo endured his injuries, maintaining the primordial cauldron's suppression of the source network's shadow. Die. Luo Feng had long been prepared. The golden-horned battle body transformed into a dark golden streak of light, instantly appearing before the collapsing source network's shadow. Upon his fists, he gathered all his devouring telekinesis, the power of the golden-horned beast, and the freshly attained stellar ninth-tier energy. A massive, dark golden fist imprint, seemingly capable of devouring galaxies. Struck fiercely at the core of the source network shadow, that ethereal blue crystalline eye. Boom, crack, like shattering crystal. The core of the source network shadow was utterly pulverized by the fist imprint imbued with all of Luo Feng's power. The entire liquid metal body, as if losing its support, collapsed instantaneously, vaporizing into a wisp of blue smoke that dispersed. A dark silver light point, far denser than any previous battle soul projection and exuding an aura of cold logic, fragment of the source network battle soul, was absorbed by the Calamity Decree. Battle Intent Fire 100. The feedback from the Calamity Decree carried an unusual fluctuation. The battle concluded, and the battlefield temporarily regained its tranquility. Luo Feng gasped for breath, the scales on his body shimmering, the aura of the stellar ninth tier fully stabilized, even more refined and fierce. Qin Mo retracted the somewhat dim, yet profoundly deep chaotic primordial cauldron's phantom, sitting cross-legged to recuperate and repair the damage to his primordial spirit in the cauldron. Third tribulation, tribulation, past. Evaluation, armor on. Refining the concept of entropy, shattering the source network projection. Reward, Nine Tribulations Secret Tome, Third Tribulation Chapter, Battle Soul Chapter. Stardust Merit, 3,000 points. Authority Upgrade, Tower's Core Area, Permanent. Unlock, Access to the Room of Law Comprehension, Beginner. A dark red jade slip, exuding iron-blooded battle intent as if forged from the finest battle gold, fell into the hands of the two. Simultaneously, the Calamity Decree shone brilliantly, authority elevated. An internal merit value reached 6,000 points. Nine Tribulations Secret Tome Battle Soul Chapter. Opening Scripture. The battle soul is the unyielding will, the root of slaughter. Through 9 tribulations of bloodshed, shedding cowardice, forging an eternal battle soul, one can conquer the myriad realms. This passage encapsulates an unparalleled fighting spirit, refined through the crucible of blood-soaked battles, the accumulation of combat intent, and the honing of willpower, coalescing into a near-tangible, eternal battle soul. Once the battle soul is forged, not only does one's resolve become unassailable, but it also significantly enhances combat intuition, explosive potential in the heat of battle, and insights into the path of slaughter. Furthermore, it encompasses various formidable techniques that integrate the power of the battle soul into offense, defense, and even agility. This is a tome of slaughter designed for true warriors. As Qin Mo and Luo Feng merely brushed their consciousness over it, they felt the battle intent within them ignite, their blood surging with fervor. However, just as they reveled in the joy of acquiring the battle soul chapter, the primordial star map deep within Qin Mo's consciousness suddenly trembled violently, without warning. The once clear and radiant star map was now shrouded in a sinister, ink-like stain. This stain did not cover everything, but rather spread like a virus. Beginning from the starting point of the star path, the Eye of Oblivion, the prison of the ancient gods in the dead silent star sea. The 7th location, slowly and steadily extending towards the void whale fall, the illusory sea, and the star tower where they currently resided. Wherever the stain spread, the luminous nodes of the star map dimmed and twisted, emanating a cold, lifeless, and logically chaotic aura of negation, reminiscent of the shadow of the source network they had just vanquished. Was this the gravestone of the source network civilization? Qin Mo's countenance changed dramatically as he instantly grasped the source of the star map's anomaly. It had been activated. It was polluting the star path nodes. Should this pollution reach the star tower, the consequences would be dire. What alarmed him further was that as the stain spread, the phantom of the Eye of Oblivion at the end of the star path seemed to respond, transmitting waves of anger, urgency, yet tinged with a sense of weakness and sorrow. Source network, pollution, prevent it. Otherwise, the passage will be severed. Fragments of disjointed thoughts surged into Qin Mo's consciousness. The sense of crisis was unprecedentedly intense. The source network was not only launching projection attacks within the tower, but had also employed the ultimate contingency, the civilization gravestone, outside the tower, attempting to sever their star path at its root and even pollute the associated nodes of the star tower. Brother Mo. Luo Feng also sensed the drastic change in the star map through the shared thoughts with Qin Mo, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. These ironclad fiends were truly relentless. What should we do now? Taking a deep breath, Qin Mo suppressed the tumultuous waves within him, his eyes swirling with chaotic nebulae and the shadow of the star tower, ultimately coalescing into a cold determination. The trials of the star tower must continue. Only by becoming stronger can they combat the source network. Clenching the jade slip of the battle soul chapter and the calamity decree, he knew he could not ignore the pollution of the star path. The source network was forcing them to exit the tower prematurely. He glanced towards the unlocked access to the law comprehension room, beginner level, in the calamity decree. Luo Feng. Let's head to the law comprehension room first. Utilizing the time flow and pure laws within the tower, we will comprehend the Battle Soul chapter at the fastest pace, solidifying our cultivation and enhancing our combat strength. The light of wisdom flickered in Qin Mo's eyes, and simultaneously, he aimed to sense the polluted nodes of the star map within the environment of the comprehension room, seeking to identify the precise location and vulnerabilities of the civilization gravestone. Then, a chilling glint flashed in his eyes as he took the initiative. Before the pollution spread to the star tower, he would locate and obliterate that monument of civilization. The source network seeks to sever our escape route. We shall shatter its gravestone. Resolutely, Luo Feng's spirit soared with fierce combat intent as he prepared to strike. The two did not linger any longer. Armed with the induction order, following its guidance, they strode towards the depths of the Battle Soul Hall, to the area of the law comprehension room composed entirely of pure lawful brilliance. The blood and fire of the Battle Soul Hall temporarily subsided, leaving behind forged battle souls and a more profound crisis. Within the law comprehension room, a transformation of utmost urgency awaited. Outside the tower, the tainted star road spread like a venomous snake, and the chilling monument of civilization awaited its grave digger. The trials of the Star Tower were far from over. Yet an imminent extermination battle concerning the survival of the Star Road was on the horizon. Chapter 36, The Corridor of Annihilation, Entropic Lock on the Star Path. The law comprehension room was not a physical chamber, but an independent space composed of pure lawful brilliance. Upon entering, one felt as though they were at the very source of cosmic laws. Time here was distorted and elongated. Within the tower, a year might equate to merely a month outside. In the liquidized essence of cosmic energy, the threads of the 10 fundamental laws, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, time, space, flowed clearly, interspersed with fragments of even more arcane fusion laws shimmering within. Qin Mo and Luo Feng sat cross-legged at the heart of this ocean of laws. They did not greedily absorb all the laws, but focused their entire consciousness on the recently acquired Battle Soul volume of the Nine Calamities Secret Tome. In his sea of consciousness, the nascent form of the indestructible spirit shone brilliantly, while the ethereal shadow of the void tower ebbed and flowed. He channeled all the blood-soaked battles he experienced in the Battle Soul Hall, the overwhelming combat intent he had amassed, and the ferocious battle intent derived from the bloodline of the golden-horned giant beast into the techniques of the Battle Soul volume. A hazy, eternal Battle Soul phantom composed of pure dark gold battle intent gradually coalesced deep within his sea of consciousness. This Battle Soul phantom, clad in dark golden scales, bore spiral golden horns, carried a devouring vortex on its back, exuding an indomitable will to protect and consume all. Simultaneously, the foundational battle techniques recorded in the Battle Soul volume, the Rift Claw, Star-Devouring Fist, and the Roar of Battle Soul, were etched into his combat instincts like a brand. As the Battle Soul coalesced, his aura became more restrained, yet dangerously potent, steadily advancing towards the pinnacle of the ninth stellar stage. Qin Mo, within his primordial spirit, the primordial Tao Canon and the imprint of the Star Tower intermingled in a harmonious glow. Instead of directly coalescing the eternal Battle Soul, he fused the will of the Battle Soul volume with the heart fire of the artisan god, chaos, and stars. The heart fire blazed fiercely, repeatedly refining and purifying the killing intent of the Battle Soul volume, ultimately transforming into strands of extraordinarily pure Battle Soul heart fire, merging into the core of his indestructible nascent spirit. Under the tempering of the Battle Soul heart fire, the nascent spirit became more solid and resplendent. Radiating a unique Tao rhythm of my heart is the battlefield, and the will to battle never extinguishes. At the same time, guided by the Battle Soul heart fire, he drew upon the fragments of spatial laws and chaotic currents within the law comprehension room, slowly repairing and further refining the nascent form of the chaotic primordial cauldron. The fragmented patterns of entropy upon the cauldron, under the fervent forging of the battle spirit's heart fire, ceased to be chaotic and disorderly. Instead, they acquired a profound, weighty essence of tranquil desolation, beginning to meld with the encompassing traits of chaos. The two individuals, racing against time, voraciously absorbed from the ocean of laws, undergoing transformation. Amidst moments of comprehension, Qin Mo consistently allocated a thread of divine consciousness, fixating upon the ancient star map marred by stains within his sea of consciousness. These stains, akin to maggots that burrow into bone, had spread from the eye of annihilation to the void whale's fall, gradually and resolutely eroding the nodes of the illusory sea. The tainted nodes exuded a chilling, deathly aura, negating all existence, discordant with the radiant rhythm of the starry tower, conveying a potent sense of repulsion and contamination. with the stains as a guiding thread, tracing their origins. Qin Mo murmured inwardly. He summoned the formidable perceptive power of the indestructible spirit embryo within his primordial spirit, combining it with the faint resonance of the chaotic primordial cauldron's embryonic form to the fragments of entropy, immersing all his mental faculties in the ever-expanding stains. The environment of the law comprehension chamber provided immense support. Here, the laws were clear, with minimal interference. Qin Mo's divine consciousness transformed into the most precise of probes, flowing upstream along the trajectory of the stain's erosion, penetrating layers of spatial barriers. Sensing the ultimate malice emanating from the source of the stains, a malevolent force that could freeze the soul and herald the extinction of civilization. As time flowed within the realm of laws, while only a few days may have passed in the external world, fine beads of sweat began to bead upon Qin Mo's brow, as the power of his primordial spirit was substantially consumed. At last, a blurred coordinate image crystallized within his sea of consciousness, a region of absolute nothingness located at the edge of the Silent Star Sea, in proximity to the Bone Star Ring. There, the space appeared as though soaked in ink, exhibiting bizarre signs of distortion and collapse in both time and physical laws. A pitch-black, diamond-shaped crystal, resembling a tombstone, continuously emitted a stream of filthy ink-like information, contaminating the overlapping star nodes of the illusory sea. Found it. The location of the civilization's tombstone. Qin Mo suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze infused with the chilling intent of the chaotic nebula, pinpointing coordinates XXX, YYY, ZZZ at the periphery of the Silent Star Sea, surrounding the starry tower, that designated void region. The Mo Feng, having undergone a brief repair and enhancement in the law comprehension chamber, now glided like a specter through the temporary passage opened in the tower's wall. The ship's exterior bore temporary inscriptions of concealed runes sketched by Qin Mo, using chaotic laws and the power of the stars, its aura tempered to the utmost restraint. However, as the ship approached the star domain tainted by the civilization's tombstone, an overwhelming sense of suffocation assailed them. The space was no longer pure darkness, but rather shrouded beneath a viscous, filthy layer of ink-like oil. Light was distorted and absorbed here, while divine consciousness and mental force delved within, akin to sinking into a quagmire, returning only the frigid, deathly noise of logical disarray. The physical laws grew fragile, the ship's engines sputtered intermittently, and the shield's energy silently waned. Entropy was on the rise. This was the domain of entropy and desolation, a conceptual pollution field unleashed by the civilization's tombstone. Any entity entering here found its energy, matter, and even its very existence hastening towards chaos, decay, and the ultimate end of thermal death. Warning: the spaceship's shield entropy increase exceeded expectations. The energy core efficiency plummeted by 30%. The conventional weapon systems have failed. The navigation system is under severe interference. Babata's voice conveyed an unprecedented gravity. The source network has indeed ensnared us in a web of despair. Luo Feng gazed through the porthole at the disquieting expanse of abyssal darkness, his dark golden scales instinctively rising to shield him. The spectral form of the golden-horned behemoth growled behind him, emanating a profound sense of aversion and vigilance. This was anticipated. Qin Mo's eyes were as cold as ice. His grip tightened around the reverse scale of the Chaos Dragon Whale. Luo Feng, prepare to abandon ship. The Chaos Primordial Cauldron can temporarily resist the encroaching entropy, but it cannot protect the vessel for long. We shall charge indirectly. Understood. Luo Feng answered without hesitation. The ethereal image of the eternal war soul roared in his sea of consciousness, igniting his battle spirit. The engine of the Mo Feng vessel emitted a final, mournful wail of overload, akin to an arrow piercing the inky membrane of the entropy field. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The ship's shield corroded instantly, like metal immersed in a potent acid, creating vast cavities. The hull rapidly aged and cracked under the entropy force field. In mere tens of thousands of kilometers, the entire ship disintegrated silently, transforming into cosmic dust. Two figures propelled themselves from the vessel's disintegration in a split second, akin to cannonballs. They were none other than Qin Mo and Luo Feng. Qin Mo bore the spectral image of the Chaos Primordial Cauldron above his head. At this moment, the embryonic form of the cauldron, refined through the trials of the war soul's heart fire and fortified by fragments of chaos laws in the law comprehension chamber, was substantially more solid than during its time in the war soul hall. The chaotic currents flowing through the cauldron illuminated with a faint glow, forming a grayish field that forcefully repelled the invading entropy pollution, neutralizing it. Although the cauldron still endured immense pressure, emitting a subtle hum, it temporarily shielded both of them. Luo Feng had fully unleashed the golden horned battle body. His 3-meter-tall dark golden form was encased in heavy scales, and the ethereal image of the eternal war soul melded with his being, rendering his aura as fierce as that of an ancient beast. Dark golden flames of battle intent ignited across his surface as the Tower of Void floated in his sea of consciousness, stabilizing his existential foundation against the entropy field's assault on his soul and logical negation. A vortex of devouring thought energy formed around him, attempting to engulf the errant entropy energy, but to little effect, instead causing sharp stings of pain. A target has emerged. The entropy field suppression is in effect. Executing eradication protocol, chains of entropy. The cold mechanical command reverberated through the dark domain. Before them, in the tainted space, dozens of dark silver liquid metal spheres materialized silently. These were the hive tactical units of the source network. They instantly morphed and combined. Countless chains composed of pure entropy laws and logical deadlines, exuding ominous black light, shot forth from all directions towards the two protected by the primordial cauldron. These chains were far more terrifying than the logical deadlines encountered in the War Soul Hall. They could not only negate logical existence, but also accelerate the target's energy decay, material disintegration, and the passage of time. Once ensnared, the consequences would be unimaginable. The War Soul roared. Luo Feng was the first to launch an attack. He opened his massive jaws, and the ethereal image of the eternal War Soul roared in unison. A terrifying sound wave, amalgamating the ferocity of the golden-horned behemoth, the indomitable will of the battle spirit, and the pinnacle energy of the stellar Ninth Order, surged forth like a tangible dark golden shockwave, striking forcefully against the entropic chains approaching from the front. With a resounding boom, the space trembled violently beneath the sonic assault, the inky darkness quivering intensely. Several entropic chains were directly impacted, their black light flickering violently, momentarily disordered in structure. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they restored themselves, continuing to coil forward with undiminished speed. Luo Feng's assault could only momentarily delay them, failing to obliterate their relentless advance. Chaotic Void, the ding that stabilizes the 8 directions. Qin Mo's gaze sharpened as he summoned the primordial ding with all his might. The ding radiated the power of void annihilation, unleashing a formidable suction that targeted not the physical entities, but the very essence of the entropy laws contained within those chains. Sizzling sounds echoed as several entropic chains were ensnared by the primordial ding's pull, forcibly drawn into its chaotic interior. Within, the chaotic heart fire and the battle spirit heart fire erupted simultaneously, fervently incinerating and refining the entropy laws embedded within the chains. The ding vibrated violently, its grayish glow flickering erratically, evidently under tremendous strain. Yet this time, the primordial ding did not shatter. With the enhancement of the battle spirit heart fire and the guidance of the pre-fused entropy law fragments, it began to slowly decompose, absorbing the power of these entropic chains. The essence of void annihilation within the ding grew ever more profound as it devoured. Effective. Brother Mo, Luo Feng's spirit sword. Cover me. Advance towards the core of the gravestone. Qin Mo commanded, maintaining the ding's absorption and defense as he faced an increasing onslaught of entropic chains, struggling to move toward the dimly visible black diamond gravestone deep within the domain. With each step forward, the pressure multiplied. Luo Feng roared repeatedly, transforming into a fearsome weapon of humanity. His rending claw tore through space, attempting to sever the chains, while his star-eating fist shattered the hive units. And his battle spirit roared, continuously shaking the domain to alleviate Qin Mo's burden. The dark golden scale armor, eroded by entropy energy, continuously fractured and healed. The flames of battle spirit blazing fiercely. Chapter 37. Ding shatters the star map. The reverse scale transforms into a bridge. At this critical juncture, within Qin Mo's sea of consciousness, the once polluted primordial star map erupted with an unprecedented wail. The illusory endpoint, the eye of the primordial, flickered violently, transmitting a faint yet extraordinarily pure while imbued with the power of primordial creation. This resonance struck a profound chord with the reverse scale, nestled within Qin Mo's chest. The reverse scale instantly became scalding hot. It detached itself from Qin Mo's grasp, levitating in midair. It unleashed an unprecedented dark golden chaotic star radiance. The secret patterns on its surface appeared to come alive, swirling frantically. A will of guardianship towards the eye of the primordial, emanating from the depths of the bloodline of the chaotic dragon whale Ao Tsong, combined with Qin Mo's own divine artisan heart fire, chaotic laws, and stellar imprint. Ignited fully at this moment, fueled by the wailing of the star map and Luo Feng's imminent peril. With a thunderous roar, a dragon's cry transcending time and space erupted. A dark golden dragon-shaped beam of light, crystallized to perfection from chaotic star radiance, shot skyward from the reverse scale. The luminous pillar did not assail the entropy guardian. Rather, it resembled a bridge traversing the fabric of time and space. One end connected to Qin Mo's chaotic primordial cauldron, while the other pierced directly through the realm of entropy. Linking to the terminus of the primordial star map within Qin Mo's consciousness, resting atop the ethereal visage of the Eye of the Primordial. A resonant hum echoed as if the Eye of the Primordial had been infused with a potent elixir, a subtle yet profound force, embodying the essence of cosmic genesis and the creation of all things, surged along this starry bridge forged from the reverse scales, transcending boundless time and space, and thunderously poured into Qin Mo's chaotic primordial cauldron. The cauldron, on the verge of shattering, welcomed this nurturing force like parched earth receiving rain. The fissures upon its surface mended almost instantaneously under the influence of this primordial creative energy. The flickering heartfire of chaos and the spirit of battle within the cauldron, once dimming, flared with renewed vigor as though anointing them with divine oil. Amidst the ashen remnants of annihilation, a vibrant glimmer of creation's golden light intermingled. Chaos, creation, the void, and reincarnation, a profound notion circulated within the cauldron. No longer merely a vessel of passive defense and consumption. The chaotic primordial cauldron underwent a radical transformation upon assimilating this primordial creative energy. It transcended its role as a mere defensive and refining cauldron, seemingly acquiring the power of creation itself. Grant me dominion. Forge life. Qin Mo's spirit surged with fervor, unleashing a thunderous roar. The cauldron, now imbued with the essence of creation, radiated with unparalleled brilliance, its opening erupting with an unprecedented force of attraction, no longer targeting the laws of entropy, but enveloping the entire entropy guardian and its safeguarded core tombstone. For the first time, within the cold data core of the entropy guardian, a signal of fear, an illogical array, transmitted. It struggled, attempting to sever its connection with the tombstone, yet it was too late. The chaotic primordial cauldron, now fused with the energies of annihilation and primordial creation, transformed into a tangible embodiment of cosmic reincarnation. The terrifying force of attraction disregarded the barriers of the entropy domain, forcibly dragging the immense entropy guardian, along with the black civilization tombstone behind it, collapsing and shrinking, ultimately swallowing them into the cauldron's chaotic realm, ablaze with gray and golden flames. No, a scream of logic unraveling. The entropy guardian and the civilization tombstone writhed violently within the cauldron, unleashing their final bursts of entropy energy. Yet, the primordial cauldron, now infused with the cyclical powers of creation and annihilation, stood resolute. The heartfires of chaos and battle, bolstered by the primordial creative force, surged with overwhelming might. With a thunderous roar akin to the lament of the universe, the domain-level entropy guardian and the conceptual civilization tombstone were forcibly refined and disassembled by the primordial cauldron. The guardian transformed into the pure yet chaotic essence of the laws of entropy, while the tombstone was transmuted into cold remnants, bearing the information of a civilization's extinction. The cauldron trembled violently, its gray-golden radiance flowing ceaselessly, as its essence ascended to an entirely new pinnacle amidst the cycles of destruction and rebirth. Although still in its nascent form, its core had undergone a profound metamorphosis. The entropy domain, having lost its foundational support, rapidly dissipated and crumbled like receding tides. The tainted ink-black oil film has vanished, revealing the original celestial expanse of the universe, though this starry sky now appears eerily desolate, bearing the scars of entropy's increase. As the domain dissipated, Qin Mo swiftly retracted the primordial cauldron and rushed to Luo Feng's side. The condition of Luo Feng was dire. He had forcibly collided with the core of the entropic guardian, only to be subsequently invaded by entropic energy. His body resembled weathered stone, marred by numerous ashen cracks, and his life force had dwindled to a mere whisper. The golden-horned beast's avatar had also succumbed to profound silence, its aura languid. Only the ethereal shadow of the eternal battle spirit within his sea of consciousness still emitted a faint, yet resolute glow, safeguarding his indomitable will. Luo Feng, without hesitation, Qin Mo infused a thread of pure, primordial creative power obtained from the civilization's tombstone directly into Luo Feng's body. Simultaneously, he activated the nascent form of the primordial cauldron, allowing the chaotic starlight infused with creative power to cascade down, nurturing his nearly collapsing body and soul. Under the vigorous vitality of the primordial creative force, the gray cracks on Luo Feng's surface ceased their expansion, and a flicker of exceedingly faint life began to rekindle. Yet, he remained in a deep unconsciousness, his injuries unimaginably severe. Cradling the gravely wounded and unconscious Luo Feng, Qin Mo stood amidst the shattered star domain that had just endured an ultimate battle. He gazed towards the direction of the star tower, then lowered his eyes to the bloodied form of his brother in his arms. His eyes filled with icy, murderous intent and profound weariness. The civilization's tombstone of the source network had been destroyed, and the pollution of the star path had been temporarily halted. However, the price was Luo Feng's grievous injuries and the transformation of the primordial star chart in his sea of consciousness. Although the stains on the star chart had ceased to spread, the already tainted regions, the Eye of Annihilation, the Void Whale Fall, and parts of the illusory sea, continued to emanate a chilling aura of entropy, resembling unsightly scars. What chilled Qin Mo's heart even further was that when the civilization's tombstone was refined, the creative power transmitted from the eye of the primordial star at the end of the star path was mingled with an unmistakable hint of weakness and sorrow, as if it had paid a considerable price to convey this power. Eye of the primordial star, what exactly are you enduring? Qin Mo murmured, clenching his fists. The radiance of the star tower beckoned from afar. No longer hesitating, Qin Mo embraced Luo Feng and transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the star tower. The fierce battle outside the tower had come to a tragic conclusion. The tombstone lay shattered, the star path scarred. Brothers stained in blood faced a heavy return. Within the star tower, a prolonged period of healing and more severe trials awaited them. Meanwhile, the whispers of the eye of the primordial star and the cold, murderous intent of the source network loomed like shadows, accompanying them as they ascended to the higher Nine Tribulations celestial steps. Chapter 38, Nirvana Starlight, the true legacy of the artisan god. The starlight of the star tower enveloped the gravely injured and near-death Luo Feng as gently as a mother's embrace. Qin Mo held him close, traversing the passage opened by the tower's walls, re-entering the Stardust Plaza. The stardust motes flowing above seemed to sense the conflict between the residual primordial creative power and the entropic death energy within Luo Feng, spontaneously converging into a denser pillar of life light that enveloped him. Stardust Core Medical Pod, highest authority activated. Qin Mo's hoarse voice carried an unmistakable resolve as over half of the 6,000 merit points from the Calamity Decree were instantaneously deducted. In the heart of Stardust Plaza, a transparent chamber, formed from pure starlight and flowing with a milky white life essence, gradually ascended. Qin Mo delicately placed Luo Feng inside the chamber. The life essence swiftly enveloped his body, marred by ashen cracks, resonating with robust vitality and the remnants of primordial creation energy, beginning to expel and heal the stubborn entropy of death. The instruments within the chamber indicated that Luo Feng's vital signs were slowly on the rise. Yet the silence of the golden-horned beast's avatar and the dimness of the soul within his consciousness revealed deeper wounds. Babata, allocate all computational power to assist the medical chamber in restoring Luo Feng's physical form. Prioritize stabilizing the source of life. Qin Mo commanded. Understood. Leave it to me. Babata's virtual image materialized, her small face etched with seriousness. After ensuring Luo Feng was settled, Qin Mo did not pause for a moment. He too bore significant injuries. Having forcibly activated the primordial cauldron to refine the monument of civilization, placing immense strain on his own consciousness. Yet, he was more troubled by the image of the primordial star map in his consciousness, tainted by entropy and shrouded in shadow, as well as the feeble, sorrowful wails transmitted from the eye of primordial chaos at the end of the star path. I have enough merit. The Law Comprehension Chamber. Qin Mo's gaze locked onto the area unlocked by the Calamity Decree. He needed time, a swifter recovery, and a breakthrough. Stepping into the Law Comprehension Chamber, the vast sea of laws enveloped Qin Mo once more. This time, his objectives were exceedingly clear. 1. Restore the consciousness and stabilize the primordial cauldron. Absorb pure cosmic energy and fragments of life laws with all his might to nourish the damaged consciousness. Simultaneously, he would communicate with the nascent form of the chaotic primordial cauldron, which floated in his consciousness, emanating a blend of gray and gold luminescence. The cycle of reincarnation, merging the concepts of annihilation and primordial creation, represented the greatest gain from this battle, albeit highly unstable. He needed to utilize the environment of the comprehension chamber to solidify this insight and integrate it into the cauldron. 2. Comprehend the battle soul chapter. Condensing an eternal battle soul. In the battle outside the tower, tempered by blood and fire, his will had already reached the standard for condensing an eternal battle soul. At this moment, he would focus on understanding the core essence of the battle soul chapter, consolidating that unyielding spirit, the urge to protect, and the resolute will to combat entropy into his own battle soul core. 3. Sense the star map and purify the impurities. Attempt to use the stabilized chaotic primordial cauldron as a medium, drawing on the primordial creation energy within to connect with the star map of his consciousness, seeking methods to purify the polluted nodes. Time sped by rapidly within the realm of laws, while months may have passed outside. The consciousness and the cauldron, in an abundant energy and clear law environment. Qin Mo's consciousness rapidly healed, even benefiting from adversity. During the struggle against the entropy pollution, the nascent form of his undying spirit was tempered to become more resilient and translucent. The nascent form of the chaotic primordial cauldron also stabilized completely. With gray-gold luminescence flowing naturally around its body, the internal cycle of reincarnation calming into a profound and substantial essence. Within the cauldron's space, the refined primordial creation energy resembled a seed, emanating a faint vitality under the nurturing warmth of the chaotic heartfire. Eternal battle soul, deep within the consciousness. A vague yet imposing figure slowly coalesced. This figure was not a physical entity, but was composed of the purest battle intent, protective will, chaotic Taoist rhythm, and the brilliance of the stars. Clad in the chaotic star robe, with his left hand delicately cradling the shadow of the primordial cauldron and his right hand wielding the ethereal image of a forging hammer forged from heartfire. Qin Mo's eyes embodied a duality. In the left, the chaotic nebula flickered in life and death, while in the right, the shadow of the stellar tower ebbed and flowed. Thus, the nascent form of his eternal battle spirit was born. With the manifestation of this battle spirit, Qin Mo felt his will solidify like adamantine, elevating his mastery over energy, comprehension of laws, and instinct in combat to an entirely new echelon. The pinnacle barrier of the ninth tier of stars trembled ominously. Star map perception. As he endeavored to communicate with the star map through the primordial cauldron, an unforeseen change occurred. Within the cauldron, a fragment of the primordial seed of creation pulsed faintly, resonating with the feeble will of the eye of the primordial at the end of the star path. Concurrently, the cyclical essence within the cauldron instinctively repelled and purified the entropic taints upon the star map. A vague outline of a purification pathway flashed within Qin Mo's consciousness. It required the vitality-infused power of the primordial seed as a guide, the primordial cauldron as the furnace, and his own eternal battle spirit as the flame, to forcibly extract and refine the tainted remnants of the entropic concepts. However, this endeavor was fraught with peril and necessitated an immense reservoir of energy. Just as Qin Mo stabilized his state and prepared to attempt the initial purification of the star map, the chaotic dragon whale's reverse scale upon his chest radiated with searing light once more. This time, the illumination did not direct toward the Hall of 10,000 Artifacts, but rather toward the ethereal image of his newly condensed eternal battle spirit within his sea of consciousness, specifically the forging hammer formed from heartfire. Buzz. From the direction of the Hall of 10,000 Artifacts, an even more profound and primordial will, seemingly capable of forging the cosmic laws, traversed the void and descended. The once ephemeral image of the artisan god manifested again in Qin Mo's sea of consciousness. Yet this time, the silhouette was no longer a mere blur. The furnace in which it sat was distinctly visible, resembling Qin Mo's nascent primordial cauldron with striking similarity. The true celestial hammer in the artisan god's grasp radiated an unparalleled resonance with the heartfire hammer at the core of Qin Mo's eternal battle spirit. The Tao of Artifacts. Authentic transmission, transcending form and force, existing solely in the mind. You wield chaos. The cauldron embodies reincarnation, and your battle spirit serves as the fire, all present, knocking at the door of potential. Core inheritance, commence. The celestial hammer in the artisan god's hand gently tapped. A stream of purest essence, imbued with the core mysteries of the artisan's forging principles. Heartforge all things, laws as material, will as edge, crossed the void, disregarding distance, and directly imprinted itself upon the heartfire hammer in Qin Mo's eternal battle spirit, instantly merging with the core of his battle spirit and the essence of his primordial spirit. Boom. It was as if Qin Mo's sea of consciousness erupted. A torrent of information regarding the ultimate mysteries of forging surged forth. How to perceive the essence of all things through heartfire, how to capture, tame, and refine fragments of laws, how to imbue an unyielding will into the artifact's form, endowing it with spirituality and might. These insights transcended mere foundational teachings, piercing directly into the core of the artisan's path. Even more shocking was the revelation that this core inheritance contained an astonishing secret art, star forging technique. Using stars as the mold and galaxies as the formation, it forged unparalleled celestial artifacts of the utmost realm. Meanwhile, deep within the Hall of 10,000 Artifacts, the core door, which had remained tightly shut, silently opened a crack without anyone approaching. An even more ancient and profound essence of artifact forging emanated from within. Just as Qin Mo was immersed in the awe of the divine craftsman's core inheritance, a dramatic transformation also unfolded within the medical pod of Stardust Square. Under the continuous nourishment of the highest-grade life essence and the precise regulation by Babata, the ashen cracks on Luo Feng's physical body had completely vanished, and even the newly formed skin shimmered with a faint dark golden luster, more resilient than before. Yet, the silence deep within his sea of consciousness remained the greatest threat. Suddenly, in the world within him, the long-dormant egg of the golden-horned giant beast erupted with an unprecedented dark golden radiance. Countless once-dim ancient runes on the surface of the eggshell ignited, swirling wildly. A terrifying primordial aura, originating from the deepest bloodline of the celestial beast, awakened with a domineering presence, as if it could devour the galaxy. This aura resonated intensely with the pure life energy within the medical pod, the residual primal creation force, and the undying phantom of the eternal battle spirit within Luo Feng's consciousness. Roar! A roar stemming from the bloodline. It did not reverberate through the air, but exploded directly within the crumbling confines of Luo Feng's consciousness. The dim, eternal battle spirit phantom was instantly infused with a furious source of power, radiating brilliance in an instant. The dark, golden flames of the battle spirit blazed fiercely, completely incinerating the last remnants of entropy and death that invaded his sea of consciousness. Even more astonishing was that the awakened primordial will within the golden-horned giant beast's egg did not bring forth the primal ferocity as before. Instead, it bore an ancient and dignified essence, as if a venerable elder were scrutinizing him, merging wonderfully with Luo Feng's indomitable guardian battle spirit. O descendants of mine, your will is still viable. Break the shackles of bloodline. Bestow the primordial inheritance. Buzz. The giant egg completely shattered. Instead of a young beast emerging, a condensed stream of dark golden primordial essence surged forth, like a breached river of stars, instantly flooding into Luo Feng's limbs and soul. This was not a mere infusion of energy, but the core imprint of the three fundamental laws of the golden-horned giant beast clan: devour, enhance, and space. Luo Feng's body swelled as if inflated, the surface covered automatically with dark golden scales, becoming thicker and more menacing, its edges shimmering with the brilliance of cutting through space. The spiraled golden horn atop his head expanded, exuding a terrifying aura of devouring all things. Behind him, a pair of dark golden bone wings, composed of pure fragments of spatial law, gradually unfurled. His aura skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket, instantly breaking through the confines of the ninth tier of stellar existence, hurtling toward the cosmic barrier. Within his sea of consciousness, the eternal battle spirit phantom solidified completely, transforming into a towering giant clad in dark golden scales, bearing spatial bone wings, crowned with a devouring golden horn, and wielding a colossal battle axe. The battle spirit roared, shaking the sea of consciousness. The golden-horned giant beast's avatar, stimulated by the brink of life and death and the primal creation force, finally completed the ultimate fusion and awakening of its primordial essence. At this moment, Luo Feng transcended from merely being a human warrior commanding the avatar of a colossal beast. He had genuinely fused the bloodline power, innate divine abilities, combat instincts of the golden-horned giant beast with his own human will and eternal battle spirit, culminating in the unparalleled golden-horned battle soul. In Chapter 39, Star Path Drenched in Frost, both Qin Mo and Luo Feng embarked on their respective journeys, one delving into the core legacy of the crafting deity within the law comprehension chamber, while the other integrated the essence of the golden horn within the medical chamber. Their essences surged with the intensity of dormant volcanoes erupting within the star tower, launching a final assault towards the cosmic threshold. The entire star tower trembled, from its base to its immeasurable heights, as an overwhelming and dignified force, reminiscent of the universe's will, descended upon the tower's interior, disregarding any barriers. All trialists within felt their souls quiver in response. Above the Stardust Square, outside the law comprehension chamber, and over the medical pod, an ominous storm of pure destructive energy materialized, enveloping the entire area. This storm was not composed of ordinary lightning, but rather comprised of shattered spatial rifts, obliterated energy currents, and wisps of chaotic ether, forming a cosmic-level chaotic thunder calamity. The cosmic level marked the genuine first leap in the hierarchy of existence. The thunder calamity bore the trials and gifts of universal laws, its potency far surpassing that of stellar levels. The immense foundation amassed by Qin Mo and Luo Feng, through their ancient legacies, the crafting deity's true teachings, the essence of the golden horn, and their eternal battle spirits, summoned a thunder calamity of terrifying magnitude. Chaotic thunder calamity. Qin Mo awakened from his insights within the legacy, Feeling the cataclysmic pressure, his expression grave. The ethereal image of the chaos primordial cauldron emerged above his head, swirling with ash-gold radiance, resonating with both excitement and gravity. The lid of the medical chamber burst open amidst the tempestuous energy. Stepping forth, Luo Feng emerged transformed. Adorned in dark golden scales, spectral bone wings unfurled behind him, while the golden horn above absorbed the surrounding, dissipating energies. In his grasp, a colossal axe, forged from battle soul power, radiated the ferocity of world-splitting might. He gazed upward at the storm clouds, his dark golden vertical pupils ablaze with indomitable, fighting spirit. "Bring it on," they both exclaimed in unison, their battle intent soaring to the heavens. Just as the first chaotic thunderbolt, capable of obliterating those newly entering the cosmic level, was about to strike. Buzz! The myriad intricate and profound runes upon the Star Tower's body suddenly illuminated. A more expansive and supreme will descended. This will did not seek to impede the thunder calamity, but rather to empower it. Endless starlight at the tower's apex converged into two colossal beams that enveloped Qin Mo and Luo Feng. Within these beams, the foundational power of the Star Tower not only significantly diminished the destructive force of the thunder calamity, but also refined the fragmented laws and chaotic energies into the gentlest, most pure essence of body tempering and enlightenment. Simultaneously, a majestic and authoritative thought resonated within their consciousness. Calamity is also creation. The tower subdues the thunder calamity. May it assist you in breaking through. Focus your mind, comprehend the way. Boom, boom. Two bolts of chaotic tribulation lightning, weakened by the primordial power of the Star Tower, surged into the primal cauldron of Qin Mo and the golden horn battle soul body of Luo Feng, akin to a divine revelation. Qin Mo, the tribulation lightning infused into the primal cauldron. The chaotic heart fire within the cauldron and the battle soul heart fire were ignited to their utmost intensity in an instant. The fragments of laws, chaotic energy, and the refining power of the Star Tower contained within the lightning were voraciously absorbed and refined by the great cauldron. The cauldron's gray-golden radiance erupted, resonating with a thunderous roar akin to a great bell. The original phantom began to materialize under the dual forging of the tribulation and the tower's might. Clearer and more profound cauldron patterns, imbued with supreme Tao rhythm, naturally emerged upon its surface. Qin Mo's primordial spirit, bathed in the baptism of the tribulation, grew as resilient and radiant as divine gold tempered through countless trials, effortlessly ascending to the cosmic level. His comprehension of the core legacy of the artisan god deepened exponentially. Luo Feng, the tribulation lightning infused into his body. The golden horn battle soul body erupted with a dark golden radiance that consumed all. The power of the tribulation lightning was ravenously absorbed and transformed into the primordial force that refined his flesh and battle soul through his scales, bone wings, and golden horns. The scales on his body grew heavier and more ancient. The phantom of his bone wings solidified further, and the spiral secret patterns on his golden horns deepened in complexity. In his sea of consciousness, the eternal battle soul giant roared skyward, transforming the power of the tribulation lightning into flames that forged his battle axe. His aura shattered shackles, firmly stepping into the cosmic level. The primordial legacy of the golden horn beast was completely fused and connected under the tribulation, under the protection of the Star Tower. The two bolts of chaotic tribulation lightning not only failed to harm the two individuals, but instead became their greatest aid in establishing a cosmic foundation and refining their innate treasures, primal cauldron and battle soul body. As the tribulation subsided, the starlight beam gradually retracted. Qin Mo stood in place, the primal cauldron above him no longer a mere phantom, a tangible small cauldron, entirely dark golden and flowing with gray chaotic currents, inscribed with the secret patterns of the Star Tower and the scales of ancient dragons, hovered silently. Though it was only the size of a palm, the heavy aura of suppression, refinement, creation, and reincarnation it emanated caused the surrounding space to subtly distort. His cosmic-level first-tier cultivation was as solid as a mountain, the indestructible spirit soul within his primordial spirit thoroughly congealed. With the eternal battle soul wielding the hammer of heart fire, exuding the Tao rhythm of the true legacy of the artisan god, Luo Feng resembled a humanoid war beast. His 3-meter-tall dark golden physique was covered in ferocious scales, the bone wings on his back gently flapping, and the golden horn atop his head devouring the residual energy of the tribulation lightning. The battle soul giant axe in his hand gleamed with a chilling light. His cosmic-level first-tier aura was fierce and domineering, the eternal battle soul giant concealed within him ready to unleash astonishing combat power at any moment. The bloodline power of the golden horn beast perfectly melded with human will. The The two exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting the relief of survival, the confidence born of their newfound strength, and an unspoken brotherhood. However, their joy was fleeting. In Qin Mo's sea of consciousness, the image of the ancient star map resonated once more. Although both had broken through to the cosmic level, the star map seemed to brighten slightly. Yet those nodes tainted by entropy remained like festering wounds, emanating an aura of cold desolation. The weakened will of the Eye of the Primordial conveyed an even clearer urgency. Source network, main force, siege, Eye of the Primordial star path, pollution, passage, instability quickly. Come, the sense of urgency has never felt so imminent. The main forces of the source network are besieging the Eye of the Wilderness at the end of the star road. Yet, the path they must traverse remains obstructed by the pollution of entropy. Luo Feng. Qin Mo gazed at his brother, who had just undergone a transformation. Brother Mo, I am perfectly fine. I've never felt better. Luo Feng grinned, revealing his gleaming white teeth, as he wielded his battle axe with a fierce flourish. After holding back for so long, it was time for those ironclads to experience the might of Grandpa Jin Jiao's new axe. Excellent. Qin Mo's eyes sparkled like stars. The chaos primordial cauldron resting in his palm. The pollution of the star road must be eradicated. The Eye of the Wilderness requires our urgent assistance. We are out of time. He glanced at the remaining merits and enhanced permissions within the robbery order and resolutely commanded, Babata, exchange the resources needed for the most efficient star map purification plan. The target is the node of the illusory void sea, with the least pollution. Then he ordered, exchange for directional spatial leap permissions, targeting the Oblivion Eye at the edge of the dead silent star sea. Understood. Babata immediately complied. The time advantage within the law comprehension room is dwindling. Qin Mo turned to Luo Feng, stating, before the resources arrive, let us enter seclusion one last time to solidify our cosmic-level cultivation and familiarize ourselves with our newfound powers. He then gazed through the walls of the Star Tower, as if perceiving the vast wilderness star domain besieged by the Source Network's army, articulating each word with conviction. Break out of the Star Tower. Walk the purified star road. Rush to the Eye of the Wilderness. Let the ironclads of the Source Network understand that the path of the wilderness has not yet been severed. The light of the stars shall never extinguish. The two brothers exchanged no further words and stepped into the law comprehension room. Before the door closed, Qin Mo cast one last glance toward the direction of the medical pod in the Stardust Square, where Luo Feng had already departed. And then at the opening gap in the core of the Hall of All Things, his eyes filled with determination and anticipation. Within the Star Tower, a brief tranquility brewed the final storm. Outside, the polluted star road resembled thorns stained with frost, as the cold mechanical army honed its claws. The brothers, bearing the unparalleled brilliance of their cosmic breakthroughs, with the newly forged chaos primordial cauldron and the Jin Jiao battle soul body, would carve a bloodied path of return and conquest through this vast star sea. Chapter 40. The Domain of Star-Frost Dragons Battling in the Wild. The starshine gate of the law comprehension room silently slid open. Qin Mo and Luo Feng stepped out side by side. Their auras transformed from who they were before their seclusion. The cosmic-level energy waves pulsated like a slumbering star core, both restrained and magnificent. Qin Mo held the solidified chaos primordial cauldron, its dark golden body flowing with hazy chaotic energy. As the starry secret patterns and the scales of the wilderness dragon shimmered in harmony, exuding an unparalleled aura that suppressed the universe and refined creation. Luo Feng resembled a fearsome humanoid weapon, his dark golden scaled armor enveloping him entirely, its edges glinting with a chilling light that could slice through space. The spectral wings of spatial bones behind him trembled slightly, while the spiral golden horns above his head absorbed stray energy. In his hands, the battle soul giant axe radiated a dark golden halo of destruction, the essence of the eternal battle soul held in check, causing the surrounding stardust to instinctively retreat. The resources have been fully exchanged. 3 drops of creation star essence, containing the original vitality of the Star Tower, 1 void anchor, a one-time spatial stabilizer, and 10,000 units of law crystals, a universal energy source. The voice of Babata resonated within the minds of the two, announcing the completion of the purification plan. Using the essence of creation as a catalyst, the primordial cauldron would activate the primal seed of creation, resulting in the formation of the starfire of creation. With the starfire at its core and the eternal battle soul's heartfire as fuel, the primordial cauldron would serve as a furnace to forcibly smelt, stripping away and incinerating the remnants of entropy and desolation within the nodes of the polluted void sea. This process required an immense amount of energy and would trigger a violent backlash from the sources of pollution. Understood. Qin Mo's gaze was sharp as he directed the calamity decree towards the path leading to the outer base of the tower, targeting the pollution node of the Void Sea. Let us commence. Stepping once more into the Void Sea, the scene had transformed dramatically. The once ethereal and dreamlike multicolored waters were now shrouded beneath a viscous and filthy layer of dark ink, exuding a chilling and desolate aura of entropy. The spatial structure was distorted and fragile, the mental illusions dissipated, replaced by chaotic logical noise and whispers of existential denial that gnawed at the soul. Following the guidance of the star map, they arrived at the most severely polluted core area, where the star gate to the next node was once located. At this moment, the star gate lay obscured beneath a layer of tainted dark crystals, akin to a massive, festering sore. Commence. Without hesitation, Qin Mo flicked his fingers. A droplet of essence of creation, radiating a warm starlight and brimming with vibrant life force, soared into the chaotic primordial cauldron. Buzz. The primordial cauldron erupted instantly with a dazzling dark golden chaotic starlight. Inside, the dormant primal seed of creation ignited, catalyzed by the essence of creation, exploding into a pure, warm, and life-affirming starfire of creation. Battle Soul Heartfire. Ignite. Qin Mo commanded. As the Heartfire hammer wielded by the eternal Battle Soul in his sea of consciousness swung down fiercely. A fervent battle intent, infused with indomitable will, protective belief, and the true teachings of the artisan god, surged forth like a golden lava flow, pouring into the primordial cauldron and merging with the starfire of creation. Boom! The primordial cauldron radiated brilliance. From its mouth surged not chaotic gas, but a purifying flame of dual gold and white, exuding a divine aura capable of cleansing all and incinerating filth. Go! Qin Mo formed seals with his hands, directing the primordial cauldron towards the tainted star gate. The golden-white purifying flame roared like a furious dragon, crashing violently against the filthy crystals. Hiss, 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 like hot oil splashing onto snow. The tainted dark crystals emitted a piercing shriek under the incineration of the golden-white flames, boiling and dissolving. The dense black gas of entropy was forcibly stripped away, evaporating. The secret patterns on the surface of the star gate, once concealed by pollution, began to reveal faint starlight amidst the flames. Energy infusion. Luo Feng was already prepared. With a wave of his hand, thousands of units of law crystals stored within the calamity decree shattered in an instant, transforming into a pure and immense torrent of cosmic energy, continuously flowing into Qin Mo's body, sustaining the flames of purification. The purification process was exceedingly arduous. The entropy pollution fought back like a living entity, coalescing into a hideous shadow of entropy that screeched as it lunged at the two. The space trembled violently under the clash of purification and pollution, fissures erupting. Seeking death. A fierce glint flashed in Luo Feng's eyes. He stepped forward, unleashing a terrifying pressure from his golden-horned battle soul. The spaceborne wings flared open violently. Swish! His figure vanished in an instant, reappearing beside the approaching shadow of entropy. The colossal battle axe in his grasp let out a piercing howl that rent the very fabric of space, executing a simple yet devastating horizontal slash. With a swift motion, the axe light, infused with the eternal power of battle souls and the devouring traits of the golden horn, sliced through the shadow with the ease of a hot knife through butter. The severed end released a maelstrom of black mist, attempting to reconstitute itself, only to be incinerated by the battle soul fire contained within the axe light. With a swift motion, Luo Feng's left hand transformed into a claw, his palm covered in dark golden scales, tearing through the fabric of space to obliterate the core of another shadow. Like a tiger among sheep, he wielded the golden horned battle soul body in conjunction with the swift bone wings of space and the sharpness of the battle axe, systematically slaying and devouring the encroaching shadows of entropy, buying precious time for Qin Mo's purification. Under Luo Feng's protection and the continuous influx of energy, Qin Mo summoned the Yuan Ding with all his might. The flames of creation surged higher, consuming the tainted black crystals at a visible pace, diminishing in size. The starlight upon the star gate grew ever brighter. At last, after depleting the final drop of creation star essence and nearly 10,000 units of law crystals, a tremendous roar echoed as the last tainted crystal was utterly incinerated. The previously obstructed star gate erupted with an unprecedented purity of starlight, revealing a solid and stable spatial passage before the two. At the end of the passage, there was no longer a mesmerizing ocean, but a frigid, silent starry coordinate, the next tainted node, located at the edge of the Eye of Annihilation within the desolate star sea. The purification of the illusory Void Sea node was complete, and a segment of the star road had been temporarily opened. Let us go. Qin Mo's face was pale, the glow of the Yuan Ding slightly dimmed. Yet his gaze remained resolute. Without hesitation, he activated the Void Anchor, unleashing an invisible field of spatial stability to temporarily secure the newly purified fragile passage. The two transformed into streaks of light, plunging into the starlit passage. At the edge of the desolate star sea, coordinates XXX, YYY, ZZZ, the space resembled shattered black glass, bearing the scars of the entropy realm's corruption. More unsettling was the presence of a primal, furious, and tormented aura emanating from the depths of a massive spatial rift at the region's center, intermingling violently with the residual entropy pollution, crafting a chaotic and perilous abyss. This was the tainted node of the Eye of Annihilation, the prison of the primal deity, number 7. As Qin Mo and Luo Feng stepped out of the passage, they were immediately engulfed by the suffocating chaotic pressure. Warning: high concentration of residual entropy pollution detected. Additionally, an extremely unstable primal energy source. Energy level, Domain Master Peak. Status: Chaotic Rampage. Babata reported urgently. It is the primal deity, number 7. It has been tainted. Qin Mo gazed at the star chart in his sea of consciousness, where the node representing the Eye of Annihilation was shrouded in a thick veil of ink and raging crimson, feeling a weight in his heart. Just then, a thunderous roar resounded as the massive spatial rift ahead suddenly expanded. A colossal claw, more massive than before and adorned with dark golden scales, surged forth, replete with an overwhelming aura of ferocity and a viscous, entropy-laden black mist. It tore through the rift with ferocious intent, reaching out towards the two individuals. Upon the claw, the energy shackles previously shattered by Qin Mo not only restored themselves, but were also tainted with an ominous obsidian hue, pulsating with the corrupting power of entropy. The Beast of Ruin, number 7, had its eyes ablaze in the depths of the rift, now no longer a haunting blue but a blood red filled with chaos, anguish, and a yearning for destruction. A roar erupted, infused with madness and pollution. It had completely spiraled out of control. Luo Feng gripped his battle axe firmly, his dark golden vertical pupils reflecting grave intensity. The apex of a domain lord-level beast, augmented by the entropy's corruption, posed a threat far surpassing that of the previous entropy guardians. Engaging it head-on was not an option. Our objective is to purify the node, not to vanquish it. Qin Mo swiftly made his decision, the primordial cauldron in his hand glowing anew. Luo Feng, divert its attention. I shall purify the core source of pollution in this area. If successful, its chaos may diminish. Leave it to me. With a powerful flap of his spatial bone wings, Luo Feng transformed into a dark golden bolt of lightning, racing towards the terrifying claw that sought to grasp him. Hey, big fellow, look over here. The battle soul roared. The rift-cleaving slash. Luo Feng bellowed, his battle axe charged with the might to rend the heavens, striking fiercely at the claw's knuckles. Simultaneously, the deafening roar of the battle soul intertwined with the ferocity of the golden-horned beast, crashing against the chaotic will of the Beast of Ruin. Boom. Clang. The axe met the scaled armor, erupting in a dazzling shower of sparks and energy shockwaves. The recoil sent Luo Feng reeling. Yet he had successfully drawn the ire of the Beast of Ruin, number 7. The claw abandoned Qin Mo, swatting at Luo Feng with the force of a fly swatter. Utilizing the swiftness of his spatial wings and the formidable defense of his battle soul form, Luo Feng narrowly evaded the claw's strike and the onslaught of entropy energy, maneuvering amidst perilous encounters. Meanwhile, Qin Mo seized the opportunity, braving the terrifying pressure radiated by the Beast of Ruin, number 7, and the encroaching black mist spilling from the rift, as he rushed toward the heart of the area, where energy was most chaotic and pollution most concentrated. The edge of the rift, where a massive black crystal stele, composed of countless shattered laws and remnants of entropy concepts, stood. This stele resembled a malignant tumor, incessantly releasing pollution and connecting to the shackles upon the Beast of Ruin, number 7. It is here. Qin Mo's gaze sharpened as he summoned the Chaos Primordial Cauldron once more. Directing its mouth towards the black crystal stele, the purifying flame of creation surged forth. However, this purification was far beyond what the illusory sea could compare. The black crystal stele seemed to possess awareness, sensing the threat and unleashing an even denser torrent of ink-like pollution, clashing violently with the purifying flame. Concurrently, the surface of the stele manifested countless twisted mechanical runes, forming a formidable logical defense field, attempting to interpret and negate the existence of the purifying flame. More alarmingly, the Beast of Ruin, number 7, appeared to sense the attack on the core source of pollution and let out an even more enraged roar. Ignoring Luo Feng's distractions, a terrifying tail, enshrouded in entropy chains, lashed out like a world-ending whip, tearing through space with the destructive power of a domain lord, aimed squarely at Qin Mo, who was fervently channeling the primordial cauldron. "Be careful, Mo." As Luo Feng's eyes brimmed with desperation, he yearned for rescue but found himself ensnared by the colossal claws. Before him stood the relentless source of pollution, while behind him loomed the cataclysmic tail. Qin Mo was trapped in an abyss of despair, at the brink of life and death. The chaotic nebula and the shadow of the star tower whirled frantically in his gaze. The eternal battle spirit within his consciousness let out a defiant roar. He eschewed defense and made an audacious decision. "Senior Ao Tsang, aid me." With fervor, he tore the reverse scale from his chest and forcefully thrust it into the chaos primordial cauldron. Buzz! The moment the reverse scale entered the cauldron, it ignited the last ember of hope. Within the cauldron, the primordial seed of creation erupted in a fervent boil, a surge of compassion and protective intent, emanating from the depths of Ao Tsang's bloodline towards the chaos deity and the seventh progeny, fused with Qin Mo's purifying world flame and the fire of his battle spirit, erupting with tremendous force. The primordial cauldron radiated an unprecedented brilliance. The dragon scale patterns on its surface seemed to come alive, resonating with a thunderous dragon's roar. What spewed forth from the cauldron was no mere flame, but a colossal dragon of chaotic starlight, woven from golden white purifying flame, yet infused with the essence of Ao Tsang's dragon soul, roaring with both compassion and majesty. The chaotic starlight dragon disregarded the devastating tail strike aimed at it. Although the impact sent tremors through its form, it remained unyielding. It crashed forcefully against the immense black crystal monument. This time, the purifying force surged forward with unstoppable momentum. Ao Tsang's dragon soul intent acted as a key, instantly dismantling the monument's defenses against the primordial power of the chaos deity. Guided by the dragon soul, the purifying fire, imbued with the artisan deity's true teachings, precisely incinerated the core of entropy within the monument. Crack, crack, crack. The colossal black crystal monument was soon covered in a web of fissures. Dense black entropy surged forth like a breached dam, only to be devoured by the chaotic starlight dragon's golden white flames. "No!" echoed the anguished wail of the remnants of the source web's logic. From within the crystal, the chilling cacophony of collapsing logic resonated. Ultimately, with a reluctant roar, the massive pollution crystal monument shattered completely, vanishing into oblivion. In the instant the core of the pollution source was obliterated, deep within the rift, the frenzied chaos deity, the seventh progeny, found its enormous form abruptly stiffening. In its blood-red eyes, chaos and anguish ebbed like a receding tide, revealing a fleeting clarity. The black chains of entropy that bound it began to fracture and dissipate, as if deprived of their source of power. The gaze of the seventh progeny pierced through the rift, falling upon the radiant, reverse scale-imbued primordial cauldron before Qin Mo, and upon the lingering dragon soul intent of Ao Tsang within it. In its eyes, an infinite sorrow, liberation, and a trace of resolve emerged. "Thank you for freeing my kin. With my remains, I shall kindle the path among the stars to assist your journey." The fragmented thoughts, laden with profound desolation, reached Qin Mo and Luo Feng's consciousness. As the words faded, the immense dark golden form of the chaos deity erupted with a final, pure, and resplendent light of primordial essence. It did not charge at the enemy. Instead, it expended its final strength and violently collided with the edge of the spatial rift, where the entropy had inflicted the most severe pollution, rendering the spatial structure exceedingly fragile. A thunderous explosion ensued, an indescribable self-detonation. The primal essence of the domain Lord-level primordial beast detonated, wielding enough power to severely wound a galaxy. The frenzied primordial energy, intermingled with its last drops of essence, surged forth as a cataclysmic torrent, ruthlessly striking the deeply contaminated space. With a tearing sound, that area, resembling tattered black fabric, was instantly ripped apart, purified, and incinerated under the relentless onslaught of this resolute primordial force. The residual entropy pollution was entirely evaporated. A colossal, stable passageway, exuding pure primordial energy, was forcibly opened in the aftermath of the explosion. At the passage's end, the next node on the star map, the Void Whale Fall, was vividly discernible. The primordial deity, number 7, at the cost of its own life and essence, not only thoroughly cleansed the residual pollution at the Annihilation Eye node but also, through its explosive primordial might, forcefully forged a pathway for Qin Mo and Luo Feng to the next segment of the Star Road, fulfilling its ultimate guardianship and redemption. The shockwave from the explosion hurled Qin Mo and Luo Feng violently. The chaos primordial cauldron hummed protectively around Qin Mo, its dragon scale patterns shimmering with a sorrowful glow. Luo Feng braced himself against the impact with his battle soul body, Watching the massive beast silhouette gradually dissipate at the explosion's epicenter, his eyes filled with awe and respect. The passage had been formed, the Star Road continued. Yet the price was a harrowing sacrifice. The two suppressed their grief, without a moment's hesitation. They plunged into the channel opened by the primordial deity, number 7. Inside the passage, the lingering tragic aura of the primordial beast's self-detonation enveloped them, and the space was remarkably stable. In mere moments, they burst forth from the passage, and the sight before them shook their very souls. The Void Whale Fall. Once a magnificent star domain formed from the bones of the Chaos Dragon Whale, it now lay utterly transformed. The enormous star beast skeleton was obscured by a foul blackness, and the flowing milky white energy mist had morphed into a viscous black oil. At the core of the star domain, the pulsating chaos star core was ensconced within a thick crust of entropy crystal, radiating a frigid and lifeless glow. The projection area of the myriad artifacts palace, once guarded by the remnants of Ao Tsong, was now heavily surrounded by countless menacing war fortresses of the mechanical race and entropy constructs. The star map indicated that the Void Whale Fall node had been deeply polluted, serving as the final blockade to the eye of primordial chaos. What shattered Qin Mo's heart was the will transmitted by the eye of primordial chaos within his consciousness, now so weak that it flickered like a candle in the wind. Suffused with despair, Source Network, full assault. I am exhausted, the passage will sever. Hurry, there is no time left. Veins of blood coursed through Qin Mo's eyes, as the chaos primordial cauldron sensed the lament of Ao Tsong's remnants and the pollution of the star core, emitting an angry hum. Luo Feng's battle soul giant axe erupted with overwhelming killing intent. Luo Feng, the core of the whale fall. That is where the pollution is most severe. And it is critical. I will purify the star core with the primordial cauldron. You clear the obstacles for me. At any cost. Qin Mo bellowed. Kill. Luo Feng's response was but a single word. The golden-horned battle soul erupted with unprecedented ferocity. The spatial bone wings tore through the void as he transformed into a dark golden meteor, ignited by the flames of battle soul, boldly charging towards the mechanical army encircling the projection of the 10,000 artifacts hall. Each swing of the battle soul great axe conjured a tempest of metallic debris. The voracious golden horn relentlessly tore at the energy of the entropic silence construct. The roar of the eternal battle soul resonated across the cosmos. Meanwhile, Qin Mo braved the relentless barrage of entropy energy and the lethal threads of logic, propelling himself towards the chaotic star core ensconced within the entropic silence crystal shell. The primordial chaos cauldron hovered above him, its mouth directed downward, as the golden and white dual-colored flames of creation cascaded like a waterfall, incinerating the tainted crystal shell. Purification, combat, reinforcement. In this polluted graveyard of whale falls, at the final moment before the eye of the primordial era extinguished, Qin Mo and Luo Feng, akin to meteors drawn to flame, surged forward with the will of chaos and the roar of battle souls, initiating a desperate charge towards their ultimate destination. At the end of the starry path, will there be darkness and obliteration, or the resurgence of the primordial? The answer shall be inscribed in the mournful elegy of the Void Whale Fall, penned jointly by the cauldron and the axe. Chapter 41, Embers of Starlight. Eternally illuminating the primordial, the Void Whale Fall has transformed into a purgatory. The colossal bones, tainted by entropic silence, resemble the decayed tombstone of a giant god. Oozing viscous black oil, once pulsating, the chaotic star core is now enveloped in a thick, ink-like crystal shell, akin to a malignant tumor of the cosmos, radiating a cold, deathly light. The projection region of the 10,000 artifacts hall, guarded by the remnants of Ao Tsong, is now submerged beneath a tide of mechanical fortresses and menacing entropic silence constructs. Energy beams intertwine to weave a net of annihilation, while lethal threads of logic slice through fragile space, turning the starry remains into ashes. Luo Feng, transformed into a blazing dark golden meteor, fought fiercely amidst the torrent of steel and entropy energy. Star-eating fist, break for me. The battle soul great axe, wielded with the ferocity to rend the heavens, cleaved a razor-class fortress in two. The voracious golden horn opened a terrifying vortex, forcibly tearing apart and crushing the incoming beams of entropy energy. The spatial bone wings vibrated at a high frequency, allowing him to dart through a hail of bullets like lightning, leaving behind trails of spatial remnants. The phantom of the eternal battle soul giant roared behind him, with each swing of the battle axe conjuring a storm of death made of metal and energy. He resembled an unyielding war machine, as the stellar-grade entropic silence constructs fell before him like paper. Yet, the enemy was inexhaustible. The domain Lord-level entropic silence leaders lurked like venomous snakes in the shadows, each ambush fracturing his scales and splattering dark golden blood. His breath surged to the pinnacle of cosmic class through the carnage, the essence of the golden-horned beast boiling under extreme pressure. Faintly grasping the ultimate concept of devouring all things, the embryonic form of cosmic devourer. Yet the cost was a body riddled with scars. And the flames of battle soul were rapidly depleting. Mo, hurry. Luo Feng cleaved through 3 approaching entropic silence hunters with a single axe and bellowed towards the direction of the star core. He beheld Qin Mo's figure, a solitary vessel amidst the storm before the crystal shell of the star core. Qin Mo stood before the entropic silence crystal shell of the chaotic star core, a pillar supporting the heavens. The primordial chaos cauldron hovered above, its body radiating a swirling gray-gold luminescence, cascading down billions of chaotic starlights while withstanding the onslaught of entropy energy projectiles and the logical deadlocks from all directions. The cauldron's walls emitted groans under the unbearable strain, fissures reappearing, yet the inherent primordial creative force and the essence of reincarnation within it steadfastly endured. With his hands forming intricate seals, the eternal battle spirit's heartfire hammer within his soul swung wildly, channeling the newly acquired craftsmanship core inheritance, the arcane runes of the star forging technique, which he inscribed into the primordial cauldron with the guiding flame of his battle spirit. Chaos served as the furnace. Laws became the material. The remains of myriad beings formed the foundation. Will became the blade. With the remnants of the void whale's fall, he forged the stellar lock of the abyss. Qin Mo's roar resonated like a divine decree of creation. As his final seal was cast, the entire void whale star domain trembled in response. Buzz. The primordial cauldron erupted with an unparalleled brilliance. Instead of spewing flames, it unleashed a torrent of energy composed of chaotic starlight, shattered laws, and the essence of countless star beasts remains from the void whale's fall. These torrents, akin to living tendrils, instantly entwined the gigantic, tainted bones scattered throughout the star domain. Creak, rumble. Under the supreme might of the star forging technique, countless massive star beast remains were forcibly disassembled, melted, and restructured. No longer symbols of death. They transformed into 9 colossal, dark golden energy chains, inscribed with secret chaotic patterns and celestial tower runes. One end of the chains anchored deeply into the stable spatial nodes left by the void whale, while the other end, resembling 9 roaring chaotic star dragons, bore the supreme will to suppress the universe and seal all laws, fiercely coiling around the chaotic star core encased in entropy crystal shells. Boom, boom, boom. The 9 stellar locks tightened around the crystal shell. The power of chaotic reincarnation clashed violently with the pollution of entropy, annihilating one another. Instantly, the surface of the crystal shell was covered in a web of cracks. The tainted chaotic star core within emitted a mournful wail, its dark light flickering violently. No, stop him. The chilling shriek of Data echoed through the mechanical army. Several domain Lord-level entropy leaders abandoned their siege on Luo Feng, darting like phantoms towards the fully focused Qin Mo. Moreover, a subtle yet potent thought, imbued with the resonance of immortality, quietly locked onto the back of Qin Mo's head. Fully immersed in the star forging technique, Qin Mo was utterly incapable of diverting his attention to defend himself. The brilliance of the primordial cauldron dimmed as its power was siphoned away. You shall not succeed. Luo Feng's eyes widened in horror. He beheld the deadly ambush and the vulnerability of Qin Mo's unguarded back. The peril facing his brother ignited the primal ferocity and protective instinct deep within his bloodline. The essence of the golden horn behemoth. Roar. The ultimate roar derived from his bloodline. The immense spectral form of the golden horn behemoth behind Luo Feng ignited in an instant. The eternal battle spirit giant emitted a resolute roar, completely merging with his physical form. His body swelled once more within the dark golden flames, gaps in his armor spewing forth a devouring black light. The spiraling golden horn atop his head unleashed an unprecedented gravitational pull, as if seeking to consume the entire star domain. The embryonic form of the devourer of the universe, pushed to its limits under the will of protection, emerged. Golden horn, devour the heavens. Devourer of the universe, boundless. He no longer evaded, nor did he shield himself. He concentrated all his strength, all his will, and all his life into the towering, devouring golden horn. Bowing his head, he became a shield with his body and a spear with his horn, transforming into a dark golden torrent of annihilation that pierced through the cosmos. Charging fiercely towards the domain lord leaders and that obscure, immortal level will that surged toward Qin Mo. The thunderous clash was beyond description. It resembled the collision of 2 galaxies. The torrent of destruction, embodied by Luo Feng, collided violently with the domain lord leaders and that immortal will. The consuming black radiance, the light of entropy and stillness, and the frenzied intertwining of immortal pressure obliterated everything. The fabric of space shattered like fragile glass. The terrifying shockwave instantly vaporized the surrounding war fortresses and entropy constructs. With a resounding thud, Luo Feng's colossal golden-horned battle soul was as if crushed by countless stars, instantly covered in fractures. Dark, golden blood erupted like a fountain from the gaps in his scales. The devouring golden horn broke apart. The ethereal shadow of the eternal battle soul emitted its final mournful wail, shattering with a thunderous roar. His life force flickered like a candle in the wind, plummeting to the depths. His body, akin to a shattered meteor, was violently propelled, smashing through countless bones as it fell into the endless void of darkness. Luo Feng. In Qin Mo's perception, Luo Feng's life fire suddenly dimmed, as if on the verge of extinguishment. The despair and fury of a dying brother struck his consciousness like the most ferocious thunder. The eternal battle soul unleashed a heart-wrenching roar. Source Network. You shall pay for this. This profound anger and unwavering resolve to protect ignited the lingering dragon soul will of Ao Tsang within the primordial cauldron. It also stirred the last remnants of Ao Tsang deep within the projection of the Hall of 10,000 Artifacts. A mournful dragon's roar echoed through the ages. A faint yet remarkably clear chaotic dragon wail phantom surged from the projection of the Hall of 10,000 Artifacts. It did not attack, instead, with boundless affection and determination. It transformed into the purest essence of primordial creation, instantly merging into Qin Mo's chaotic primordial cauldron. Young friend, protect the primordial world for me. Ao Tsang's final thought was gentle yet resolute. With the sacrifice of Ao Tsang's ultimate essence and the amplification of Qin Mo's profound rage, the chaotic primordial cauldron erupted with a radiance that could cleave the heavens. The cracks on the cauldron's surface instantly mended, shimmering like liquid gray gold. Within the cauldron, the powers of primordial creation, chaotic reincarnation, the artisan god star forging, the protective might of the star tower, and the indomitable heart fire of Qin Mo's eternal battle soul fused together in an unprecedented manner, achieving a qualitative transformation. The 9 star locks entwined around the stellar core suddenly illuminated, unleashing a force capable of shattering stars. The entropy crystal shell could no longer endure, shattering completely with a despairing wail. The polluted and silent chaotic stellar core finally saw the light of day once more, though dim and riddled with cracks. That pure energy core, embodying the essence of chaotic creation, pulsed weakly with life again. The Void Whale's fall node has completed purification. The final star path leading to the Eye of the Primordial World has been established. The Eye of the Primordial World. The passage is now open. The thoughts of Qin Mo struck like thunder, surging through the unimpeded starry path, crashing into the imminent end. Now is the moment. The feeble will of the primordial eye erupted with its final echo. An indescribable force, imbued with the essence of cosmic creation and annihilation, descended instantaneously along the starry route. Without hesitation, Qin Mo seized the fallen, nearly lifeless body of Luo Feng. The chaotic primordial cauldron descended, casting its final starlight to protect both of them. Let us go. The figures of the two were drawn by the ultimate might of the primordial eye, transforming into a streak of flowing light, vanishing into the freshly purified star core passage, disappearing amidst the remnants of this shattered whale graveyard. As they traversed the brief yet distorted passage, the scene before Qin Mo left him in awe. It was not the imagined planet or secret realm, but rather a collapsing cosmic singularity. Countless colossal mechanical orbs, flowing with entropy and dark liquid, surrounded a slowly rotating, immense eye-like apparition exuding boundless sorrow and fatigue. This eye, with its left side pulsating with the vitality of star creation, and its right side reflecting the desolation of all things returning to the void, was the embodiment of the primordial eye. At this moment, the eye was marred with spiderweb-like cracks of dark hue, its radiance dimmed to the utmost, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. Numerous flagship warships of the Source Network, the entropic giants, and several mechanical figures emanating immortal-level fluctuations, were relentlessly assaulting it, striving to utterly dismantle and format it. The arrival of Qin Mo and Luo Feng was akin to a stone cast into stagnant waters. The primordial variable swiftly activated, its cold, logical commands instantaneously locking onto them. Several entropic giants redirected their cannons, a cataclysmic torrent of entropy tearing through space, roaring towards them. Primordial eye, hold on. Qin Mo shielded the gravely injured and unconscious Luo Feng behind him, his eyes ablaze with a fierce determination. The chaotic primordial cauldron sensed the terrifying threat posed by the Source Network's main forces and the mournful cry of the Primordial Eye, emanating an unprecedented roar of fury. Within the cauldron, all fused powers, chaos, reincarnation, creation, star forging, celestial bodies, battle souls, were ignited by the finality radiated by the Primordial Eye, boiling and undergoing a qualitative transformation. Senior Ao Tsong, Luo Feng, the path of the primordial, I shall protect. The cauldron is my path. Chaos returns to the void, devouring the universe, creating anew. Qin Mo let out the most resounding battle cry of his life. He poured all his primordial spirit power, the essence of his life, and eternal battle soul into the chaotic primordial cauldron without reserve. Simultaneously, he invoked the last remnant of the devouring essence within Luo Feng's body, that trace of devour the universe. Buzz. The chaotic primordial cauldron erupted in ultimate radiance. It was no longer merely a cauldron but transformed into a swirling vortex of chaotic void, consuming all light. At the vortex's center, a spark of creation, containing infinite vitality, burned defiantly. The vortex of the void expanded instantaneously, as if the universe itself had opened its vast maw, forcibly swallowing the destructive torrents of entropy, the approaching entropic giants, and even a portion of the Source Network's warships into its depths. Hiss-boom. The power of the void frantically obliterated and decomposed everything. Entropy, metals, logic, and data were all ground into their most fundamental particles within the swirling vortex. Yet, the power of the Source Network was overwhelmingly vast, causing the vortex to tremble violently. On the brink of collapse, Qin Mo's body shriveled at a visible rate, cracking, his spiritual light dimming like a flickering firefly. No. The Eye of the Primordial let out a final mournful cry, sensing Qin Mo's resolute sacrifice. At this critical moment, a resplendent beam of starlight, seemingly condensed from billions of stars, transcended the barriers of time and space, crashing down from the depths of the universe. It precisely infused the center of the collapsing chaotic vortex. It was the Star Tower. In the final moment, the Tower Spirit invoked the primordial power of the Star Tower. Empowered by the essence of the Star Tower, the imminent collapse of the vortex was instantaneously stabilized. Its might surged to an unimaginable extent. The flickering spark of creation at the vortex's center erupted under the nourishing force of the Star Tower. Break. Qin Mo, burning with the last vestiges of his will, roared in unison with the wills of the Eye of the Primordial and the Star Tower, as if they merged in an instant. Thunderous rumblings echoed, as the ultimate vortex of creation imploded like a singularity of a reborn universe, only to explode with great force. A blinding white light, indescribable in words, filled the collapsing cosmic singularity. Wherever the white light passed, the mechanical planets of the Source Network melted away like snow under the blazing sun, vanishing into nothingness. The colossal figure of entropy, the immortal mechanical shadow, emitted a piercing wail of logical collapse amidst the white light, disintegrating inch by inch. The cold logic, the pollution of entropy, the merciless commands of slaughter were all thoroughly purified within that ultimate white light, which encompassed both chaos and the primordial act of creation. Returning to the void, the white light persisted, feeling as though it lasted a century, yet also seeming but a fleeting moment. When the radiance finally dissipated, the collapsing cosmic singularity regained an eerie calm. The main forces of the Source Network were reduced to ashes. The immense ocular shadow of the Eye of the Primordial was riddled with cracks, its light extinguished, resembling shattered glass, quietly suspended in the void. It had exhausted its final strength and fulfilled its ultimate mission. The guiding beam from the Star Tower had long since vanished. Only Qin Mo remained. He resembled a shattered porcelain doll, drenched in blood, his breath faint to the utmost degree. The chaos primordial cauldron shrunk to the size of a palm, cracked and dim, quietly floating in his hand. In his arms, he held the cold, fractured body of Luo Feng tightly. The flame of Luo Feng's life flickered like a wisp, weakly swaying under the last protection of the primordial force of creation. Victory had been achieved, but the cost was devastatingly steep. The conclusion had been reached. Qin Mo gazed at his brother's pale visage in his arms, then turned his eyes to the shattered Eye of the Primordial, his heart devoid of joy, filled only with endless sorrow and fatigue. The guiding beam from the Star Tower descended once more, gently enveloping the two, bringing them back to the Stardust Plaza. The highest tier of medical starlight surged into their bodies, as if it were free. Luo Feng's injuries were grievous, his primal essence exhausted, his battle spirit shattered, his physical form on the verge of collapse. Qin Mo's spirit was gravely wounded, the primordial cauldron on the brink of destruction, his cultivation plummeting. Time flows slowly under the protection of the Star Tower. Years, decades, centuries. Luo Feng, nourished by the essence of the Star Tower and the primal forces of creation, undergoes a transformation akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes. The shattered essence of the golden horn behemoth is reborn in silence, merging with human will in a more perfect union. The fractured golden horn regrows, and the bony wings, tempered by the laws of space, unfold solidly. The eternal battle spirit converges at the brink of life and death, becoming even more refined and fierce. When he opens his dark golden vertical eyes once more, a cosmic aura emanates, steady as a mountain, even more powerful than before, with a faint dark golden vertical pattern at his brow, devouring all in its vicinity. Qin Mo's primordial spirit gradually mends under the starlight. Day and night, he nurtures the nearly ruined chaos primordial cauldron, employing the true teachings of the artisan god to integrate the essence of the Star Tower's starlight. The fragments of laws that scattered when the eye of primordial chaos shattered, and his own insights into the creation of the void, meticulously infusing them into the cauldron. The cauldron, marred by cracks, does not shatter under the refinement of time and the pouring of his heart's blood. Rather, it grows more ancient and profound, its gray-golden glow restrained yet deep. Within the cauldron's space, a faint spark of creation burns tenaciously, as if containing infinite possibilities. In the Stardust Square, Qin Mo stands shoulder to shoulder with Luo Feng. Luo Feng wields the reforged battle axe, the dark golden scales shimmering with the sheen of power, while his bony wings stretch behind him, devouring the grandeur of the golden horn. Qin Mo cradles the chaos primordial cauldron, which emanates the essence of time and reincarnation. His gaze profound as if encompassing the cosmos. In the sea of consciousness, the map of the primordial star path still exists, but the endpoint representing the eye of primordial chaos has dimmed, leaving only a shattered void. However, deep within Qin Mo's chaos primordial cauldron, beside the faint spark of creation, a speck smaller than dust radiates a starlight that shares the same essence as the eye of primordial chaos, slowly nurturing itself. The eye of primordial chaos has extinguished. Luo Feng's voice is low. No. Qin Mo opens his palm, and the chaos primordial cauldron hovers silently, the tiny starlight within flickering defiantly. It has not been extinguished. Its spark, its legacy, its will, all reside here. He raises his gaze towards the pinnacle of the Star Tower, which pierces the endless starry sky. Star Tower. Esteemed elder of the mountain dweller, your guidance has not yet concluded. Buzz. As if responding to his words, the secret patterns on the Star Tower illuminate once more. A previously unseen pillar of light, composed of pure laws and information from the star path, erupts from the tower's apex, piercing the endless void, pointing to a cosmic coordinate that is more distant, ancient, and mysterious than the eye of primordial chaos. Simultaneously, a fragmented stream of information regarding the origin place and the Supreme Council surges into their sea of consciousness. The Star Tower itself begins to tremble slowly within this beam of light, its base detaching, reshaping, and reconstructing, eventually transforming into an ancient, bronze key that glimmers with starlight. Falling into Qin Mo's hand, resting alongside the chaos primordial cauldron. This is the moment. Luo Feng gazes at the key and the unknown coordinate at the end of the light beam, a new flame igniting in his eyes. Qin Mo clutched the bronze key tightly, feeling the boundless power of time and space it contained. He lowered his gaze to the faint primordial starlight within the cauldron, and the sorrow in his eyes faded, transforming into an enduring determination and an insatiable thirst for exploration. The legacy of the primordial realm is to be inherited by us. The journey among the stars knows no end. The source network and machinery are not the terminus. This key, this new stellar pathway, as Qin Mo glanced at Luo Feng, their brotherly gazes intertwined in the air, transcending words, as their hearts resonated. This is ours, a new expedition. The two turned, holding the key, lifting the primordial cauldron that bore the embers of the ancient world, and stepped into the pillar of law leading to the unknown origin. The radiance of the Star Tower gradually faded behind them, akin to the curtain falling on an era. Beyond that pillar, in the vastness of the cosmos, new legends awaited their inscription. Though the spark was small, it eternally illuminated the primordial realm. The journey is endless, the path vast and boundless. Chapter 42. The Origin Star Key. In the tumult of myriad worlds, the pillar of law transformed from the Star Tower is not merely a simple conduit for transportation. It is a pathway of the Star Key, woven from pure temporal and spatial laws and the inherent power of the Star Tower. As they stepped within, Qin Mo and Luo Feng did not feel the rush of rapid transit, but rather, as if they had plunged into a turbulent flow of time and space. Surrounding them were no longer stars, but a sea of law strings flowing with myriad colors and forms, intertwining into an infinite expanse of loss. Countless shattered fragments of time and space danced like fleeting shadows, reflecting bizarre cosmic vistas, realms of life sustained by colossal trees, mechanical rivers roaring with metallic torrents, ancient lands of immortal heroes filled with sword energy, and the desolate, icy entropy of wastelands. Is this the manifest sea of lost strings in the land of origin? Qin Mo gripped the ancient bronze key, transformed from the essence of the Star Tower, the origin star key. The key felt warm, resonating faintly with the fragmented information in his sea of consciousness regarding the land of origin and the Supreme Council. With his other hand, he supported the chaotic primordial cauldron, where the dim primordial starlight seemed to brighten slightly under the stimulation of the sea of lost strings. Luo Feng was utterly awestruck by the magnificent yet perilous spectacle. His golden horn battle spirit activated spontaneously, dark golden scales enveloping his form, while his spatial bone wings trembled behind him, attempting to stabilize his position. The urge to devour surged within him, yearning for the pure energy flowing in this sea of laws, far surpassing the previous cosmic levels. Mo. This place has a terrifying level of energy. I feel that just a single breath here would be more potent than 10 days of cultivation in the Star Tower, he exclaimed, though he also sensed the heightened danger. Qin Mo's expression turned grave, the heart fire of his eternal battle spirit igniting within his essence, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. He could sense that those seemingly beautiful strings of law concealed terrifying power capable of rending even universe-level beings asunder. Enormous, living like whirlpools of law slowly moved through the sea of strings, emanating a chilling aura of consumption. In the distance, vague and colossal shadows appeared to glide through the law sea, casting a frigid gaze. The path of the star key was fraught with peril. The bronze key radiated a gentle starlight, sketching a relatively stable route through the vast sea of lost strings. Yet this path meanders and twists, occasionally necessitating a traverse through peculiar realms composed of shattered stellar remains and solidified spacetime, known as the Starbone Labyrinth. Within the labyrinth, colossal skeletal remains of celestial beasts loom like mountains, their surfaces marred by the scars of ancient battles, exuding a lingering aura of lethal intent. The fragmented spacetime, solidified like distorted mirrors, reflects glimpses of the past or future, inducing a sense of disorientation. As the two cautiously navigate an area filled with countless sword-shaped bones, an unexpected transformation occurs. An incursion from an alternate dimension is detected. Energy signatures unrecorded. Execute extermination protocol. A cold voice, tinged with a metallic rasp, resonates in an unfamiliar tongue, yet the intent to kill is unmistakably clear. Before them, the solidified spacetime ripples like water, and three figures suddenly emerge. They are not machines, but rather humanoid in form, clad in dark purple biological armor, with sharp bony protrusions extending from their joints and insect-like heads adorned with multifaceted eyes that glimmer with a chilling violet light. They wield peculiar spears pulsating with purple energy, their presence unmistakably at the cosmic level 3. Even more bizarrely, the aura they emanate subtly resonates with a certain sword intent lingering within the Starbone Labyrinth. The Purple Scythe Clan, the patrolling predators of the Starbone Labyrinth. A fragment of information from the origin star key filters through. No time for idle chatter. The three purple scythe hunters disperse like phantoms, thrusting their spears. The spear tips burst forth with violet brilliance, not as energy attacks, but as they invoke the residual broken sword intent from the surrounding star remains. Countless razor-sharp purple sword beams, imbued with an annihilative essence, descend upon Qin Mo and Luo Feng like a torrential storm. Wherever they pass, the solidified spacetime fragments are cleaved into fractures. What a peculiar assault. It manipulates the residual laws of the environment. Luo Feng's pupils constrict, igniting his fighting spirit instantly. Golden Horn Battle Domain. Activate. With a fierce roar, he unleashes a dark golden radiance that rapidly expands from his center, forming a dark golden force field that encompasses a 100-meter radius. Within this field, the space slightly warps, suffused with an engulfing power. The incoming purple sword beams collide with the force field, their speed drastically reduced, their potency diminished by layers of the devouring force. Simultaneously, the bony wings on his back flap violently. Whoosh! He appears as if teleporting beside one of the purple scythe hunters. The battle-soul giant axe, accompanied by a roar that tears through space, strikes down with unadorned force. Die! The purple scythe hunter reacts swiftly, raising its bony arm to block the spear. Clang! The resounding clash of metal reverberates. The hunter is momentarily stunned by the overwhelming might of Luo Feng's axe, staggering back. Yet, a flash of purple light flickers in its multifaceted eyes, and the residual sword intent on several massive sword-shaped bones is instantly summoned, transforming into condensed purple sword chi that strikes at Luo Feng from cunning angles. Humph! Luo Feng snorts coldly, refusing to evade. The dark golden scales on his surface shimmer as he braces against the sword chi. Amidst the clanging sounds, shallow white marks appear upon his scales, yet he remains steadfast. His left fist gathers devouring psychic energy, colliding with the opponent's chest armor like a cannonball. Bam! The dark purple armor was dented, and the purple scythe hunter spewed forth violet blood, hurtling backward. On the other side, Qin Mo remained remarkably composed in the face of the assault from two purple scythe hunters. The chaotic primordial cauldron hovered above his head, emanating a gray-golden radiance that effortlessly dispelled the incoming deluge of purple sword rain, annihilating it. He did not launch an offensive, but instead manipulated the cauldron with the power of his primordial spirit, tilting its mouth slightly as an invisible chaotic cycle force field began to expand. The chaotic returned to the void. Within the realm of this force field, the two purple scythe hunters found their movements, charged with residual sword intent, abruptly halted. It was as if they had become ensnared in an intangible quagmire, their connections to the surrounding star skeleton laws forcibly disrupted and severed. The activated purple sword rays instantly became disordered and dimmed. Now is the moment. A glint of cold light flashed in Qin Mo's eyes as he extended his fingers like a sword, the tip of which condensed into a pinnacle of gray-golden chaotic starlight. Breaking the law. Swoosh. The starlight transcended spatial distance, instantly piercing through the compound eye of one purple scythe hunter. The starlight, imbued with the power to break the law of chaos, erupted within its body, obliterating its energy core in an instant. The corpse, along with its armor, silently disintegrated into ash. Upon witnessing this, the other hunter's compound eye flickered with a hint of terror, turning to flee into the solidified shards of time and space. Can it escape? Luo Feng's figure appeared like a wraith behind it, the soul battle axe sweeping through with immense force. Crack! The purple scythe hunter was cleaved in half. Its remnants were instantly torn apart by the devouring force field of the Golden Horn battle domain, absorbed in an instant. The battle concluded with remarkable swiftness. Luo Feng licked his lips, savoring the subtle enhancement brought by consuming the energy of the purple scythe clan. A glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. The energy from these beings is truly restorative. Meanwhile, Qin Mo approached the remains of the slain hunter, picking up a fractured bone spur, coursing with purple energy, and attuned himself to it, activating the residual laws of the environment, the unique biological energy. And the material of this weapon, the origin star key, quivered slightly, conveying more detailed information. The Purple Scythe Clan, a subordinate combat race affiliated with the 10,000 Swords Divine Court, excels in utilizing the residual laws of the battlefield. Their armor and weapons contain purple oblivion gold, a mid-tier material for forging law weapons. The 10,000 Swords Divine Court, a subordinate race? Luo Feng frowned, pondering the intricate web of power in this realm of origin. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. Qin Mo stowed away the bone spur and gazed toward the direction in which the star key extended, his eyes deepening with insight. Let us proceed. The fluctuations of the star key are guiding us toward a relatively stable node, the star skeleton market. After traversing several perilous star skeleton mazes and regions of chaotic laws, a vast expanse opened before them. A colossal market, constructed from countless massive and relatively intact star skeleton platforms, floated within the comparatively tranquil sea of law strings. Upon these platforms rose an array of uniquely shaped structures, taverns carved from gigantic skulls, shops fashioned from the remnants of warships, opulent halls built from energy crystals, and even crude caves directly hewn from the bones themselves. A myriad of beings traversed the bustling marketplace, towering rock giants reaching heights of several dozen meters. Luminous energy entities shimmering with elemental brilliance, armored insectoid merchants, enigmatic figures cloaked in dark robes, and even knights riding diminutive star beasts. Their auras varied greatly, encompassing strengths from stellar to domain level, with cosmic beings aplenty. The air was thick with a cacophony of languages, energetic fluctuations, and an unadulterated essence of power that reigned supreme. This was the Starbone Market, a notorious lawless zone on the fringes of the String of Laws Sea, serving as a black market crucible for information and resources. Qin Mo and Luo Feng suppressed their auras, for a cosmic-level presence was hardly remarkable here, and stepped into the market. The clamor of voices enveloped them. The latest star chart, a secure route to the Emerald Dream, only 300 source crystals, purchasing high-purity star core fragments, price negotiable, recruiting team members for the exploration of the ancient demon abyss, domain level and above required, proficient speakers of the demon tongue preferred, Standard Spears of the Ziliao clan. Includes a method to invoke the sword intent of annihilation. Unbeatable prices. A medley of shouts, haggling, and disputes intertwined in the air. Qin Mo keenly caught the term source crystal, seemingly the hard currency of this realm. The origin star key conveyed. Source crystals are the universal energy currency of the origin land, formed by the high compression and condensation of pure cosmic primordial energy. Imbued with fragments of laws, usable for cultivation, trading, and powering devices. Rather than rush into transactions, the two found a secluded corner in an open-air tavern. Encircled by colossal rib bones, the tavern offered an array of bizarre beverages, liquids radiating with starlight, boiling magma, and viscous black sludge infused with apparitions. Qin Mo ordered the most ordinary stardust brew, while Luo Feng opted for a barrel of tempestuous beast blood wine, emanating violent energy. As they sipped their drinks, they subtly extended their mental awareness like an invisible web, gathering fragmented information circulating through the market. Have you heard? The Alliance of Races and the Supreme Council are clashing again over at the Broken Star Ring. Rumor has it several immortals have perished. What do we care about divine quarrels? The Clean Realm Agreement is far more terrifying. The Ironheart Exterminator's fleet has already reached the Green Source system, and it's said that all organic life in the system has been formatted. Lately, the Starbone Maze has been restless. Several exploration teams have gone missing. Not a single signal returned. Hey, did you know? There's a bounty on the black market for information related to the Primordial Era, with rewards that are shockingly high. Rumor has it from the Source Network. The final tidbit immediately heightened Qin Mo and Luo Feng's alertness. They exchanged a knowing glance. The Source Network. This relentless mechanical calamity had indeed extended its reach to the origin land. And they were offering a reward for primordial information? Were they after the primordial starlight within the chaos primordial cauldron? It seemed our troubles were only just beginning. Qin Mo took a sip of his stardust brew. His gaze icy. What is there to fear? Luo Feng downed a hearty gulp of beast blood wine, his dark golden vertical pupils ablaze with battle fervor. Let them come. I'll test my new axe on their iron carcasses. He patted the colossal soul war axe leaning against the table, its blade gleaming with cold light. At that moment, a figure cloaked in a tattered gray robe, stooped and silent, quietly settled into an empty seat at their table. Beneath the gray fabric, a pair of murky yet exceptionally sharp eyes scanned the origin star key and the primordial cauldron in Qin Mo's hands, then glanced at Luo Feng's distinctly non-human golden-horned battle soul physique. In a raspy voice, imbued with a peculiar rhythm, he spoke in a common tongue. You two new friends carry the scent of the ancient star tower, along with a hint of embers that drives the Source Network into a frenzy. Would you care to know how to evade the cleansing of the Purity Agreement and safely reach the territory of the Supreme Council? A jolt of shock surged through Qin Mo and Luo Feng. Who was this individual, capable of discerning their origins and secrets at a mere glance? The gray-robed man's words reverberated in their minds like thunder. The origin land was no paradise. It was a bloody battlefield shrouded in the terrifying shadow of the Purity Agreement. The bounties from the Source Network loomed like a thorn in their sides. This enigmatic figure seemed to possess critical information. A new expedition unfurled amidst the clamor of the star skeleton market, heralding a journey far more brutal and grand than they could have anticipated. Where would the origin star key lead? How would the primal starlight within the chaotic primordial cauldron evolve? Could the golden-horned battle soul thrive in this realm of universal competition? What was the ultimate goal of the Source Network? What whirlpools would the war between the Supreme Council and the myriad races draw them into? Though the spark of hope had entered the origin land, the blaze was only just igniting its first ember. The path ahead was strewn with thorns yet brimming with infinite possibilities. Chapter 43. Market Troubles, the Efficacy of Evasion Techniques. Location, Star Skeleton Market. Back alley of the Rusted Gear Tavern. The air was thick with the acrid scent of low-grade energy liquid and metallic rust. Leaning against the cold alloy wall, Luo Feng extended the perception of the golden-horned beast like invisible tendrils, capturing every dangerous signal emanating from the bustling market at the alley's entrance. Meanwhile, Qin Mo closed his eyes, focusing intently. Within his consciousness, the primordial starlight cauldron spun gently, the nebulae within swirling as he sought to decipher the gray-robed man's recent utterance. The sands of time flow through the funnel of the Source Network. The whispers of the cleanser are drawing near. The door to the safe path will close at the Cliff of Broken Spines after 3 market standard hours. The price? Merely a spark of your starlight to ignite the beacon of your return. He was compelling us to make a choice. Qin Mo opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of starlight flickering within his pupils. The Cliff of Broken Spines lay perilously close to the law-string sea at the market's edge. A spark of starlight? How presumptuous. It likely sought to siphon the primal energy from my cauldron. Luo Feng snorted coldly. the dark golden patterns on his muscular arms undulating like living entities. That gray-robed man exuded an even stronger sense of foreboding. At 3 o'clock from the alley's entrance, 2 energy signatures, clean yet intent on scanning, seemed to be searching for something. The hyenas of the source network truly had an acute sense of smell. Before he could finish, a cacophony of metallic scraping and coarse shouts erupted from the other end of the alley. "Hey, you two over there, you meat worms." 3 towering figures blocked the exit. Leading them was a humanoid creature enveloped in dark red biological armor, boasting a single horn upon its brow, wielding a chainsaw dripping with corrosive slime. It was indeed Krieger, a minor leader of the Bone Gang, known by the moniker Bonebreaker. Behind him stood 2 henchmen, one wielding a multi-barreled energy cannon, and the other with an arm transformed into a massive metallic claw. This alley of gears was the territory of our Bone Gang. "A newcomer, do you understand the rules? Protection fee, or leave behind some spare parts?" Krieger's avaricious gaze swept over the seemingly ancient ding-shaped pendant at Qin Mo's waist, a disguise for the Starry Ding, and the broad-bladed battle knife wrapped in rags on Luo Feng's back, a common weapon concealing the aura of the golden-horned beast. And he added, "Alternatively, you may settle your debts with the valuable trinkets upon your persons." The triple pressure closed in instantly. Ahead, the coercive force of the Bone Gang. Their intentions unclear, yet undoubtedly malevolent. Behind, a squad of trained hunters dispatched by the Source Network was approaching. Energy fluctuations indicating that at least one immortal level, cosmic level, leader was among them. An invisible urgency, the final ultimatum from the gray-robed figure and the treacherous path to safety. The moment of decision loomed ominously. Qin Mo and Luo Feng exchanged a glance. A silent consensus reached in an instant. The first step, resolve the immediate trouble and incite chaos. Protection fee? A near-bestial grin spread across Luo Feng's lips, an uncontrollable aura of primal ferocity leaking forth, causing Krieger and his subordinates to instinctively take a half-step back. "I've just arrived, and I'm in need of a target to establish my authority." Before the words had left his mouth, Luo Feng sprang into action, without invoking the power of the golden-horned beast. He relied solely on the formidable physique of a tempered earthling and the terrifying explosive force granted by the 9 Calamities secret tome. He shot forth like a cannonball, targeting the henchman with the multi-barreled energy cannon. His speed was so great that it created a deafening sonic boom. Seeking death, Krieger roared, the chainsaw blade howling as it sliced through the air towards Luo Feng's back. The other henchman with the claw also swung his massive pincers. Just as the chainsaw blade was about to graze Luo Feng's clothing, Qin Mo made his move. He lightly brushed his fingers across the ding-shaped pendant at his waist. A barely perceptible thread of primal cosmic energy quietly emanating forth. "Bind." Qin Mo commanded with a sharp utterance, targeting not Krieger, but the oil-stained ground strewn with metal debris beneath them. The ancient secret technique of the earth vein invoked. An invisible gravitational field materialized instantaneously. Krieger felt a tremendous pull beneath him, heavy enough to abruptly halt his sweeping motion with the blade, his body involuntarily sinking downward. The henchman with the claw experienced a sensation akin to stepping into quicksand, his massive pincers swinging wide, his balance destabilized. This momentary delay was more than sufficient for Luo Feng. Bang! His fist struck precisely at the junction of the multi-barreled energy cannon. The henchman felt an overwhelming force surge through him, the intricate connection of the cannon emitting a pained groan as it twisted and deformed under the strain. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Feng grasped the cannon, wielding it like a heavy club and sweeping it towards the staggering henchman with the claw. Crack! The metal pincers collided violently with the deformed cannon, sparks flying. The clawed henchman let out a scream as he was sent flying, crashing against the alley wall, the metallic claw showing clear signs of fracture. Krieg's eyes brimmed with fury as he broke free from the shackles of gravity, his chainsaw blade slicing downward with an even more ferocious momentum. Die! Yet, Luo Feng chose not to engage head-on. With a deft sidestep, he evaded the blade's edge and seized upon the opening Krieg had unwittingly exposed through his reckless force, delivering a vicious elbow strike to the joint of the biological armor beneath his ribs. A pained roar escaped Krieg's lips as the rigid shell buckled under the impact, the excruciating pain distorting his movements once more. Qin Mo, no longer focused on the battle unfolding nearby, concentrated his mind, locking onto the 2 increasingly approaching sources of pure energy at the alley's mouth. They were evidently drawn by the commotion within, hastening their advance. "Luo Feng, the hyenas are coming," Qin Mo called out sharply, simultaneously forming intricate seals with his hands before his chest. A pure thread of stellar energy was summoned from the starfire cauldron, merging with the arcane runes he traced with his fingertips. Primal secret technique, Mirage. An invisible wave radiated from Qin Mo, enveloping the entire alley in an instant. To the newly appeared hunting squad at the alley's entrance, The scene within warped and distorted. The figures of Qin Mo and Luo Feng became indistinct, seemingly merging with the rusted metallic walls of the background. The movements of the three members of the Bone Gang were amplified and accelerated, appearing even more frenzied and chaotic. A faint mist, laced with subtle energy interference, permeated the air, disrupting energy scans and visual locks. The two hunters halted in their tracks, clad in uniform dark silver skin-tight armor devoid of any insignia. Their faces obscured by smooth masks that revealed only cold, electronic eyes. The lead immortal-level hunter, codename Scavenger Number 7, raised his right hand, signaling his team to pause. The detector beneath his mask flickered frantically, registering anomalous energy interference. High-priority target signals were obscured by an unknown illusion, indicating the presence of a third-party combat unit. Threat level assessment, moderate. Prioritize clearing the interference source and locking onto primary targets. A chilling electronic synthesized voice resonated within their internal channel. Temporarily entranced by Qin Mo's illusion, their primary focus shifted to the frenzied trio from the Bone Gang. Inside the alley, seizing the moment of Krieg's disorientation from the searing pain, Luo Feng delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen, sending the massive figure flying like a broken sack, crashing heavily into the depths of the alley, utterly incapacitated. Go! Luo Feng urged, grabbing the fallen thug, who bore a damaged energy cannon, and hurling him towards the two hunters at the alley's entrance. Simultaneously, the power of the golden horn behemoth surged within him, a fierce aura erupting like a tangible shockwave, momentarily breaching the veil of Qin Mo's illusion and striking directly at the hunting squad. The human projectile and the sudden mental assault, imbued with the pressure of a top predator, momentarily stunned even the well-trained hunters, forcing them into defensive postures. Now, Qin Mo's eyes blazed with starlight, grasping Luo Feng's arm. The starfire cauldron within his consciousness spun wildly, igniting a spark of stellar fire. Primal escape technique, Starfire, Will-o'-the-Wisp. The figures of the two individuals instantaneously became ethereal, transforming into two streams of shimmering light entwined with faint starlight. Rather than fleeing in a straight line, they maneuvered at exceedingly cunning angles, skirting the rusted walls and the shadows of accumulated debris, akin to genuine fireflies, silently ascending toward the intricate network of pipes and the desolate platform area. Their speed was remarkable, eliciting scarcely any noticeable spatial fluctuations. The target vanished. Energy signatures exhibited anomalies. Priority elevated to the utmost. Scan for interference sources. The electronic voice of Scavenger Number 7 carried a barely perceptible tremor. The energy weapon in his hand was instantly poised toward the struggling Krieg and the unconscious minion. In the depths of the alley, the figure cloaked in gray emerged like a specter from the shadows, his gaze seemingly penetrating through layers of architecture. Firmly fixating on the two streams of fleeing starlight, he extended a bony finger, lightly tapping on the rust-laden wall, leaving behind an almost imperceptible, distorted symbol that appeared to be crafted from starlight before his form melded back into the shadows, vanishing completely. From the direction of the broken spine cliff, a faint yet distinctive resonance, akin to the plucking of countless strings, emanated from the edge of the Law S String Sea. Chapter 44, The String Sea Adventure. An unexpected discovery. Inside the abandoned cooling tower, dim emergency lights illuminated the rusted metallic structures, resembling the skeleton of a colossal beast. The air was thick with the acrid, sweetish scent of ozone and the noxious vapors of inferior coolant. In the distance, the beeping of energy scans echoed like the whispers of death, growing ever closer and clearer. 10 seconds, at most. Luo Feng's perception functioned like the most sophisticated radar, locking onto 3 high-energy sources swiftly moving outside the tower. Indeed, the source network hunters. They had evidently narrowed down their search area and were conducting a cross-scan. Pinpointing their exact location was merely a matter of time. In Qin Mo's eyes, the starlight whirled rapidly, and the phantoms within the cauldron flickered before him. He instantaneously completed a simulation of Luo Feng's plan, identifying a more lethal node. The energy node is mine. The coolant tank shall be your stage. Without further ado, the two moved as if rehearsed 1,000 times, their figures springing into action simultaneously. Luo Feng, the rampant destroyer. He roared, unleashing the ferocity of the golden-horned behemoth within. Dark golden patterns swiftly spread across his body, his muscles bulging, and a terrifying aura of primal dominance erupted violently, sending the remaining dust and rust within the tower swirling into the air. He had a clear objective, the massive cylindrical tank, half embedded in the tower wall, containing high-risk coolant. Smash it to pieces. Luo Feng's fingers morphed into claws, a layer of substantial dark golden energy enveloping his fingertips, accompanied by a shriek that tore through space as he fiercely grasped the tank's heavy alloy exterior. The shrill sound of metal tearing echoed, reminiscent of a colossal beast devouring steel. The sturdy alloy crumbled beneath his claws as though it were mere paper, instantly rending several enormous gashes. Viscous, emanating an excruciating chill, and highly corrosive purple coolant gushed forth, like a high-pressure water jet. Yet, this was not sufficient. A fierce glint flickered in Luo Feng's eyes as he plunged his claws into the gash, unleashing his entire strength, accompanied by a resounding crack of sinews and bones. As he forcefully tore the massive tank from its base, he resembled an ancient deity, wielding a colossal metallic behemoth, many times larger than his own form. As though it were a battering ram, striking fiercely at the most vulnerable junction of the cooling tower's wall. A thunderous roar erupted, and the tower's wall was breached, creating a massive opening. The chaotic light and cacophony of the external marketplace flooded in. Qin Mo, the precise harbinger of destruction. At the moment Luo Feng initiated his assault, Qin Mo's figure appeared like a wraith beside the exposed high-voltage energy nodes within the tower. Coiled around the nodes were thick cables, crackling with perilous blue-white arcs of electricity, as turbulent energy surged within, emitting a disconcerting hum. With hands as swift as shadows, Qin Mo concentrated his star power into extremely fine, almost translucent threads, guided by an intricate trajectory, which precisely penetrated the feeble seams of the protective shield over the node. This was not a brute force intrusion, but rather akin to the most masterful of surgeries, as he utilized star power to disrupt the already unstable flow of energy within. The primordial secret technique, star-induced turbulence. Within his sea of consciousness, the starfire cauldron spun wildly, a single spark igniting within, transforming into a delicate driving force. As the threads of star power from his fingertips led the way, the violent arcs of energy within the node seemed to be stirred by an unseen hand, spiraling into chaos. The previously orderly flow of energy erupted into a blue-white vortex of annihilation. Go! Qin Mo commanded, retreating swiftly. At that very moment, 3 shadowy silver figures emerged like phantoms from the gaping wound created by Luo Feng in the cooling tower. They were none other than the Source Network's Hunter Squad. Leading them, the cold-eyed scavenger number 7 swiftly locked onto the targets within the tower, raising its arm, the muzzle of its energy weapon gleaming with destructive light, aimed squarely at Qin Mo and Luo Feng. However, what awaited them was the titanic canister of coolant, hurled with all of Luo Feng's might, crashing down like a mountain. Following closely behind, a torrent of corrosive fluid gushed forth from the torn aperture, cascading like a purple waterfall. To make matters worse, just as the Hunter Squad instinctively assumed evasive and defensive postures, a cataclysmic explosion erupted. The high-pressure energy node, fully ignited by Qin Mo, unleashed a storm of destructive energy far more terrifying than the impact of the coolant. Blinding blue-white light instantaneously engulfed the interior of the cooling tower, while frenzied currents danced like countless electric serpents, racing alongside the surging purple coolant. The encounter of high-energy arcs and corrosive liquid triggered an even more violent chain reaction. The cooling tower transformed into a hellish furnace. The turbulent plasma mingled with the toxic coolant, creating a viscous, lethal net of death that enveloped the entirety of the tower's interior space. The torn metal structures rapidly dissolved and collapsed under the extreme heat and corrosive force. Pungent fumes and ozone filled the air in an instant. Warning: ultra-high energy reaction. Mixed law contamination. Evade. Evade with utmost priority. For the first time, the synthetic voice of Scavenger Number 7 carried a note of urgency. The dark silver battle armor of the 3 individuals erupted with a radiant energy shield. Yet under the devastating onslaught, the shield trembled violently, becoming precariously fragile in an instant. One team member, slightly slower to react, was struck by a massive electric arc infused with purple liquid. The shield let out a mournful cry before shattering, the armor instantly charred and melting. Emitting a wretched scream as his body was violently propelled away, his fate uncertain. Chaos. Absolute chaos. The shockwaves of the energy storm even shook the intricate network of pipes surrounding the cooling tower, triggering localized collapses and chain explosions. This corner of the marketplace was entirely enveloped in blinding light, deafening explosions, and lethal energy turbulence. In the midst of this tumult, chaos served as the perfect cover. Just before the energy nodes detonated, Qin Mo had already grasped Luo Feng's arm. A faint starlight flickered to life around them, more subdued than their previous display of starlit fireflies, blending seamlessly with the surrounding tumultuous energy backdrop. The ancient evasion technique, stardust invisibility. This time, they chose neither to ascend nor to flee outward, but rather to merge with the shadows of the earth. Swiftly navigating through the complex piping and metallic structures within the cooling tower, descending into the depths of the marketplace's foundation. closer to the star remains and the region of the unknown abandoned pipelines. In the flickering starlight, their presence was thoroughly concealed by their secretive arts and the surrounding chaotic energies, like 2 grains of sand cast into a raging sea, vanishing without a trace. At the edge of the broken spine cliff, the roar of the lost string sea was alarmingly close. The figure cloaked in gray appeared silently atop a jutting, jagged black stone, as if formed from the shattered spine of a colossal beast. The frenzied winds of the law tugged at his gray robe, but could not shake him in the slightest. His gaze, veiled beneath the hood, pierced through space. Observing the chaotic energy columns and explosive flames rising from the marketplace, a barely perceptible ripple passed over his bony fingers. Ancient star power, golden horned battle spirits, detonating nodes. Creating chaos, he seemed to whisper, yet also to receive information. Rejecting the lighthouse, choosing the raging sea, anticipated yet fearless. His gaze shifted downward. Below the broken spine cliff lay not solid ground, but a bizarre, kaleidoscopic sea, as if composed of countless shattered mirrors. This was the edge of the lost string sea. Here, space twisted and folded, countless strands of energy, some bright and some dark, some coarse and some fine, flowed like living entities through the void, colliding and annihilating, producing a cacophony of frequencies that sent shivers through the soul. A vast, indescribable shadow moved slowly within the chaotic interplay of light and shadow. The string sea, a scar on the source web, a blind spot in the pure realm, also the lingering echoes of the ancient homeland. The gray-robed man's whispers carried an ineffable complexity, tinged with nostalgia and deep-seated hatred. Struggle, little starlight, within the chaos, prove your worth, or become a part of the sea. He slowly raised his bony hand, gently pointing towards the tumultuous edge of the string sea below. A faint yet peculiar glimmer of starlight emanated from his fingertips, akin to a solitary ice crystal cast into boiling water, instantly consumed by the chaotic sea of strings. In a fleeting, minuscule wrinkle of space-time, it left behind a barely perceptible, relatively gentle trail of energy. This trace resembled a transient beacon in the tumultuous dark ocean, pointing towards an unknown depth within the sea of strings. The cost would eventually be exacted, as the silhouette of the gray-robed figure gradually dissipated within the winds of the laws, leaving only the eternal, chaotic roar upon the jagged cliffs. Deep beneath the ground, within the abandoned conduits of stellar remains, Qin Mo and Luo Feng moved like phantoms, swiftly traversing the vast, frigid metallic pipes encrusted with layers of dust and viscous remnants of the unknown. The ethereal light of the stardust had long since faded, and both men breathed heavily, their bodies marked by the subtle traces of explosive shockwaves and the acrid scent of burnt energy, yet their eyes shone with remarkable brilliance. The residual waves of the recent explosion still lingered, but more pronounced were the piercing alarms and the dense hum of energy scans emanating from the marketplace above. The hunters of the source network had evidently not suffered total defeat and were thoroughly enraged, mobilizing greater forces for a comprehensive search. Well done, old Qin, Luo Feng grinned, wiping away a mixture of coolant residue and dust from his face, revealing a set of white teeth. Those 3 iron cans at least took out 1.5. That's enough for us to enjoy a drink. The ferocity of the golden-horned beast had been vented through the recent destruction, and now his eyes were filled with pure battle intent and exhilaration. Qin Mo remained vigilant, as the starlight within his consciousness slowly revolved, attuning to the surrounding environment. Do not let your guard down. The source network will not relent. This place is also unsafe. Their scans will inevitably penetrate downwards. He gazed ahead into the profound, seemingly endless metallic conduit. We must find a location to temporarily evade pursuit, or discover a passage into the sea of strings. The gravity of the situation mirrored in Luo Feng's expression. Even through the thick layers of rock and metal, he could sense the terrifying fluctuations of the laws emanating from deep within the earth. Akin to the roars of countless ferocious beasts, a force more primal and savage than the secrets of the cosmos. Is the waterway that shadowy figure spoke of referring to the sea of strings? Qin Mo nodded. The jagged cliffs serve as an obvious entrance. Yet the marketplace of stellar remains is established atop this accumulation of stellar debris. Countless abandoned mines and conduits must lie beneath, potentially connecting to tributaries or weak points on the fringes of the sea of strings. The so-called waterway mentioned by the gray-robed man likely referred to these forgotten, perilous yet relatively concealed passages. He recalled the content of the chip left behind by the information rat, although time had not permitted a detailed examination. The chip's casing bore a vague mark resembling a network of conduits and twisted waves, aligning with the suggestion of a waterway. Damn it! Caught between a wolf in front and a tiger behind, with a mountain of blades and a sea of flames below, what a thrill! Luo Feng spat, yet his eyes burned with fierce determination. Let us charge ahead. I want to see if this sea of strings can truly engulf us. Just then, Qin Mo abruptly halted his steps. In the sea of consciousness, the starry cauldron, which had been quietly rotating, suddenly emitted a violent tremor. Within the cauldron, the nebula surged, and the core starlight, as if summoned, pointed towards a profound fork in the path ahead, exuding an extraordinary resonance of longing. Wait! An astonishing brilliance erupted in Qin Mo's eyes. The starry cauldron was responding, intensely. Something ahead was drawing it in. Almost simultaneously, Luo Feng also raised his head sharply, as the golden horned beast's avatar transmitted a pulsation of primal greed from the depths of its bloodline. He fixated on the depths of the fork Qin Mo indicated, emitting a low, beast-like growl from his throat. I too sensed it. The laws, so pure, so powerful in their fluctuations. Moreover, the scent of flesh. The essence of a top-tier predator. It was just ahead. The allure. A lethal allure. Arising from the innate desires of the primordial starry cauldron and the golden-horned beast's battle spirit. This attraction was so overwhelming that it instantaneously eclipsed any caution regarding the turbulent Xianhai and the threat of pursuers. The two exchanged a glance, each seeing the flames of ambition igniting in the other's eyes, a yearning for strength, an exhilaration in the face of the unknown. Without a hint of hesitation, their figures shot forth like arrows loosed from a bow, racing towards the dark depths of that fork, towards the unknown source that beckoned the starry cauldron and the golden-horned beast's instincts. Deep within the conduit, a colossal shadow appeared to writhe slowly, accompanied by a chilling sound akin to a great beast grinding its teeth and a dense, inescapable stench of blood. Chapter 45, A Tremendous Harvest. The Pursuit of the Source Network. The abandoned star skeleton conduit resembled the intestines of a great beast, extending into the dark depths. The overwhelming stench of blood mingled with metallic rust and an indescribable odor of decay, nearly solidifying and clinging thickly to the nostrils. Qin Mo and Luo Feng, like two arrows merging into the shadows, sped silently along the vast walls of the conduit. Within the sea of consciousness, the tremors of the primordial starry cauldron grew increasingly intense, the nebula roiling as the core starlight, like a burning pointer, firmly locked onto an existence in the darkness ahead. The golden-horned beast within Luo Feng became increasingly restless, the primal greed and battle intent from the depths of its bloodline nearly bursting forth. Dark golden patterns flickering beneath his skin as he suppressed a low roar in his throat. Ahead, the conduit abruptly widened, seemingly connecting to a vast, abandoned transfer chamber. And the source of that chilling, terrifying aura was right there. A deafening roar erupted from the chamber, one that felt as though it could tear the very soul apart. The violent sound waves, laden with a palpable stench, struck the two like a heavy hammer. The conduit walls trembled violently, sending countless rust flakes and dust cascading down. Illuminated by a faint, ghastly green phosphorescence emanating from within the chamber, perhaps some mineral or bioluminescent organism. Qin Mo and Luo Feng finally beheld the terrifying entity that lingered at the center of the vast chamber. The entropic shadow devourer. Its form defied rational description. Appearing as an amorphous mass composed of countless viscous, flowing shadows forcibly coalescing into a grotesque shape. The entity resembled a colossal, writhing black hole, several dozen meters in diameter, from whose edge dripped a viscous, foul-smelling black liquid. Countless tendrils, composed entirely of pure shadow and ending in sharp bone blades or suction cups, emerged from the abyss, thrashing wildly and tearing through the air with a piercing shriek. Most chilling of all, at the heart of this undulating darkness lay embedded hundreds of compound eyes, varying in size and glinting with a cold, insatiable light. Each eye was fixated intently upon the intruding prey. Its enormous form nearly filled half the chamber, beneath which lay a thick, sludge-like mass of dark red viscous matter, a grotesque amalgamation of highly decomposed corpses and remnants of energy. The source of the putrid stench emanated from this very spot. Below its form, the surface of the ground was not solid metal, but rather a rippling expanse, distorting the very fabric of space. Countless delicate, chaotically colored strands of law writhed beneath the surface like live serpents, intertwining. This watery path connected directly to the fringes of the sea of law strings. This monstrous being was the terrifying sentinel stationed at this entrance. Good heavens! This creature is formidable. To Luo Feng's delight, his eyes blazed with golden light, and a savage, primal aura erupted forth, clashing fiercely against the oppressive dread of the entropy shadow devouring beast. The phantom of the golden-horned beast flickered behind him, emitting a silent roar. Beware! Its energy embodies the chaotic law of entropy. It can decay all things and dismantle order. Qin Mo's pupils constricted sharply. The starry brilliance within him spun rapidly, instantly discerning the excruciatingly discomforting energy characteristics that enveloped the monster. It was the force of accelerated decay, leading to chaos and thermal oblivion. Any orderly energy or matter that approached would be swiftly eroded and decomposed. Roar. The entropy shadow-devouring beast evidently regarded the intruders as a feast laid before it. The avarice within its hundreds of compound eyes swelled. Several of the thickest shadowy tendrils, their ends adorned with massive bone blades, lashed out like black lightning tearing through space, exuding the stench of decay, and thrusting towards the two individuals in an instant. The speed was astonishing. Combat erupted instantaneously. Excellent. Luo Feng bellowed, charging forward rather than retreating. He crossed his arms protectively over his chest. The dark golden patterns beneath his skin ignited, and his muscles and bones erupted with a resonant clamor akin to metal clashing. The Golden Horn's secret technique, indestructible golden body. A layer of concentrated dark golden light enveloped his form, bracing against the decaying bone-bladed tendrils. Clang. Sizzle. The jarring sound of metal colliding accompanied the fierce hiss of energy corrosion. The bone blade struck fiercely against Luo Feng's crossed arms, erupting in a dazzling shower of sparks. The terrifying impact caused the metal floor beneath him to indent slightly. The entropy-enhanced laws affixed to the blade relentlessly corroded the golden gleam on Luo Feng's surface, producing a nauseating sizzle as the dark golden light visibly dulled and mottled. Humph! Luo Feng stifled a grunt, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Yet the ferocity in his eyes intensified. Enduring this blow was merely a prelude to closing in. Just as the bone-bladed tendril and Luo Feng were locked in a stalemate, Qin Mo made his move. He did not confront the terrifying tendrils head-on. Instead, his figure glided like a wraith through the chaotic gaps of the writhing appendages, his objective fixed upon the immense, pulsating core of the entropic devourer. Within his consciousness, the yearning of the starfire cauldron surged, nearly breaking free from its confines. The primordial arcane art, stellar transmutation, was invoked. His form, moving at blinding speed, left behind ethereal afterimages, appearing to manifest simultaneously in multiple directions, confounding the myriad compound eyes of the creature. Roar. The entropic devourer seemed momentarily perplexed, as more tendrils surged forth like a black tide, lashing towards Qin Mo's phantoms. Unfazed, Qin Mo's eyes sparkled with a brilliance akin to a galaxy. He swiftly formed seals with his hands before his chest, his fingertips drawing upon the tumultuous primordial stellar energy within the starfire cauldron, transforming it into countless slender yet resilient chains of star power. The primordial arcane art, celestial star locks, was unleashed. Buzz. Countless chains of star power shot forth as if imbued with life, not aimed at the creature's body but deftly ensnaring the roots of the tendrils that extended from the core black hole. The chains pulsated with the unique order and transformative essence of the primordial realm, clashing violently with the chaotic, decaying principles of entropy that governed the entropic devourer. Crackle roar. Where the star chains coiled, a cataclysmic reaction of energy annihilation erupted. The dark roots of the tendrils were scorched and purified by the star power, emitting a foul stench. The creature, in pain, released a furious, anguished roar, its thrashing tendrils momentarily slowing and becoming disoriented. Now is the moment. Luo Feng. Qin Mo bellowed. Devour it for me. This was the instant Luo Feng had been waiting for. With a sudden surge of strength, he forcefully shook off the bone blade tendril that had struck his arm. Seizing the moment when the creature's movements faltered due to its injured roots, he unleashed the full might of the golden-horned beast within him. Roar. A sound far more ferocious and domineering erupted from the depths of Luo Feng's throat, as if a primordial beast from the dawn of time had awakened. He was instantly enveloped in a swelling dark golden radiance. The golden-horned beast's innate battle spirit, devourer of worlds, manifested behind him. Though not as massive as the entropic devourer, the silhouette of the golden-horned beast, refined to perfection, radiated an aura of untamed supremacy. This apparition was not a mere energy projection, but the embodiment of the golden-horned beast's primordial battle spirit. The phantom of the golden-horned beast opened its colossal maw, seemingly capable of engulfing stars, unleashing a terrifying and unparalleled force aimed specifically at the essence of life and the core of laws. The target was not the flailing tendrils but the colossal, writhing core black hole of the entropic devourer. Devouring target, core of entropy, containing the primordial force of chaotic entropy. Roar. The entropic devourer sensed a deadly threat. For the first time, terror flickered in its hundreds of compound eyes. It desperately attempted to retract its tendrils and close its core, yet Qin Mo's celestial star locks had firmly bound the roots, delaying its actions by a fraction of a second. It was this fleeting moment that determined life and death. The horrific devouring force, like an invisible hand, seized the core of the entropic devourer with relentless ferocity. The writhing mass of dark matter twisted and stretched as if drawn into a black hole, emitting a soul-freezing shriek. The chaotic shadows and decaying energy constituting its form surged uncontrollably towards the gaping maw of the golden-horned behemoth, akin to rivers converging into the sea. A roar erupted from the phantom of the golden-horned giant, a sound both satisfying and domineering, as it ravenously consumed the power imbued with the essence of chaotic laws. Luo Feng's physical form was engulfed by a tumultuous torrent of energy, brimming with destruction and chaos, crashing against his meridians and will. This was an origin far more potent and perilous than that of the Purple Scythe tribe. Simultaneously, Qin Mo sprang into action. He had awaited this very moment when Luo Feng would absorb the core, when the creature's power would be restrained and its defenses lowered to their minimum. His figure darted like lightning, disregarding the frenzied, disintegrating tendrils that danced wildly around him due to the core's consumption, and he lunged towards the entrance area shimmering with the waves of the string sea. The source of the star radiance cauldron's agitation lay precisely at the juncture of the viscous corpses and the energy of the string sea. His gaze pierced through the filth, locking onto an object, a black crystal, roughly the size of a fist, half embedded in the thick decay. The surface of the crystal was adorned with natural silver patterns resembling the trajectories of stars, while within, countless flecks of stardust seemed to swirl and flicker. An extraordinary wave of pure, ancient energy, resonating with the vastness of primordial chaos, yet discordant with the current cosmic laws, emanated from the crystal. Was it a relic of the primordial era? A fragment of a star? Or perhaps a beacon left by the mountain dweller? Qin Mo's heart raced with fervor. The star radiance cauldron's yearning reached its zenith, projecting an ethereal beam towards the black crystal. Without hesitation, he enveloped his palm in star power and lunged for the crystal with lightning speed. However, just as his fingertips were about to graze the black crystal, an unforeseen anomaly occurred. The entropic shadow devourer, teetering on the brink of collapse due to the core's consumption, erupted with the last flickers of its vengeful, malignant light from its hundreds of eyes. Its residual instincts drove a disintegrating tendril closest to Qin Mo to strike. The end of the tendril was not a bone blade, but a massive, tooth-filled sucker. At its center, a dark erosion ray, concentrated with all its remaining chaotic entropic laws, was silently unleashed, targeting the vulnerable spot at Qin Mo's back with lethal precision. The speed was unparalleled, the malice unfathomable. This was a desperate counterattack, a mutual destruction. Old Qin, Luo Feng, in the throes of consuming and suppressing the chaotic energy within, felt his eyes bulge in terror, but he was too late to offer aid. Qin Mo's attention was wholly captivated by the black crystal, and as he sensed the chilling threat approaching from behind, the dark erosion ray was already perilously close. The suffocating aura of decay and disorder sent his hair standing on end. In a life-and-death moment, within his sea of consciousness, the primordial star radiance cauldron seemed to sense its master's dire peril, emitting an unprecedented, clear, and resonant hum. The intricate runes on the cauldron's body illuminated instantaneously. The core star radiance began to spin at a previously unseen velocity, erupting into resplendent brilliance. Suddenly, a wall of starry essence, condensed as if tangible and infused with the supreme protective resonance of primordial laws, materialized without warning behind Qin Mo. The protective barrier is not merely a simple energy shield. Rather, it is composed of countless minute, counter-rotating stellar vortices, embodying the profound essence of establishing dominion over the universe, impervious to all forms of interference. The dark erosion rays violently collided with the starry protective barrier. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only the heart-stirring sound of energy annihilation. The entropy increase principle, capable of effortlessly corroding stellar alloys, struck against the counter-rotating primordial starry barrier, akin to a searing iron plunged into icy water. The dark erosion rays were visibly disintegrated, dissolved, and purified by the starry barrier. The starry protective wall trembled violently, its brilliance rapidly dimming, yet ultimately, it thwarted this lethal strike. Though Qin Mo was not directly struck, the backlash from the barrier's breach caused his blood to surge, a sweet taste rising in his throat. Nevertheless, his hand grasping the black crystal did not falter for an instant. The cool, hard sensation, imbued with a peculiar pulse, coursed through his fingers. Finally, he firmly held the black crystal adorned with celestial patterns in his grasp. At the very moment of seizing the crystal, an unprecedented resplendence erupted from the primordial starry cauldron within his consciousness. A vast, pure, and unimaginably ancient torrent of primordial stellar power surged forth as if it had found an outlet, rushing through Qin Mo's arm into the starry cauldron with fervor. The small starry nebula space within the cauldron trembled violently, expanding. The core starlight swelled and split, instantly illuminating more and more intricate celestial bodies. The entire starry cauldron seemed to undergo a transformative baptism, its aura surging. The primordial starry cauldron has evolved. Simultaneously, Luo Feng emitted a roar intertwining agony and exhilaration. He had finally consumed the last core essence of the entropic shadow-devouring beast. The spectral image of the golden-horned giant beast became more solidified and ferocious, as shadowy. Flowing patterns resembling veins emerged on its dark golden body, exuding an eerie aura of chaos intertwined with order. He had successfully fused some characteristics of the entropy increase principle, and the golden-horned battle soul body evolved once more. With the final vestige of essence consumed, the colossal entropic shadow-devouring beast let out a reluctant wail, its entire shadowy and decaying form collapsing in a thunderous crash, transforming into a sky full of drifting black ashes. Within the chamber, only the sound of heavy breathing remained. Alongside the scarred yet increasingly powerful Qin Mo and Luo Feng, and the black star crystal that quietly floated in Qin Mo's hand, resonating intensely with the starry cauldron. Upon grasping the crystal, the starlight within the cauldron and the stardust trails inside the crystal seemed to engage in some profound correspondence. As a faint yet clear stream of thought surged into Qin Mo's consciousness, seeding the mountain guest coordinates, a segment of an exceedingly intricate three-dimensional star map fragment, seemingly composed of celestial coordinates, accompanied by a vague yet authoritative name, was imprinted deep within Qin Mo's memory. Seeding the mountain guest coordinates, a dazzling brilliance erupted in Qin Mo's eyes. However, before the two could fully digest this monumental gain, a low humming resonated through the air. A chilling, dense, and penetrating energy wave surged forth, akin to a relentless parasite, piercing through thick layers of rock and metal conduits, instantaneously locking onto the chamber that had recently experienced a fierce surge of energy conflict. The hunters of the Source Network had traced their quarry to the depths below with alarming swiftness, and the intensity and precision of this scan surpassed all previous attempts. Damn it! The specter of doom lingered. Luo Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, golden light igniting in his eyes, and his fighting spirit surged anew. He glanced towards the direction indicated by the crystal in Qin Mo's hand, the entrance shimmering with the ethereal glow of the string sea. Time was of the essence. Jump! Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Mo pressed the black crystal against the starfire cauldron at his waist. The crystal was instantly absorbed into the cauldron's space, simultaneously seizing Luo Feng's arm. Together, they leaped into the abyss like two stones cast into the deep sea, plummeting towards the bizarre, chaotic entrance of the string sea, resolutely descending. Behind them, several shadowy silver figures materialized at the chamber's entrance, their icy gun barrels trained upon the pair as they dove into the string sea. Chapter 46. The initial calamity of the string sea. There was no choice left. Cold, chaotic, ripping. These were the sensations that engulfed Qin Mo and Luo Feng as they plunged into the string sea. There was no touch of water, yet it felt as though they had fallen into a maelstrom composed of countless frantically vibrating strings. The violent energy of the laws pierced through their protective shields like an army of invisible steel needles, ruthlessly stabbing into every inch of their flesh and soul. Their vision no longer resembled the ordinary realm. Instead, it morphed into a nightmarish tableau of bizarre colors and distorted space, continuously folding and tearing apart. The enormous strings of law writhed like colossal serpents in the warped void, colliding with one another, each friction unleashing a torrent of energy capable of tearing apart stars. Luo Feng, already reeling from the consumption of the entropy core, was further assaulted by the storm of the string sea, spitting forth a mouthful of dark golden blood. The ethereal manifestation of his golden horned war spirit flickered violently at his surface, appearing exceedingly unstable. The newly formed patterns on his body, reminiscent of shadowy veins, pulsed wildly, attempting to absorb and neutralize the frenzied string energy, but it was a futile endeavor. Qin Mo fared no better. His complexion drained of color as the starfire cauldron within his mind resonated with a tremor, autonomously expanding a thin, shimmering barrier, the newfound ability that had previously defended against the abyssal ray, painstakingly resisting the most lethal cuts of the laws. He gripped Luo Feng's arm tightly, striving to prevent them from becoming disoriented amidst the turbulent space. Steady yourself. Channel your energy. Qin Mo's voice, though barely audible amidst the roaring tempest of laws, carried an unusual penetrating quality that reached deep into Luo Feng's consciousness. Gritting his teeth, Luo Feng forced himself to operate the Nine Calamities secret tome alongside the primordial power of the golden horned beast within him. Dark golden light flickered across his surface, desperately mending his wounds and resisting the encroachment. His eyes burned with a golden hue, the ferocity and tenacity inherent to the golden-horned beast fully ignited, stabilizing his form against the storm of laws, and even daring to guide a thread of the rampant string energy into his body, intending to temper the newly fused battle spirit with entropy attributes. With a roar laden with anguish, the dark golden luminescence on Luo Feng's body intertwined with the shadowy patterns, and he succeeded in forcibly devouring and refining a strand of the chaotic string energy. Though the process was excruciating, the essence of his battle spirit became even more refined amidst the suffering. Qin Mo exerted all his strength to activate the Star Radiance Cauldron. The evolved cauldron radiated a luminous glow, while the expanding nebulous space within spun rapidly, with the core star radiance resembling a stabilizing needle of the sea. He endeavored to merge his consciousness into the cauldron, utilizing its profound mysteries to perceive and decipher the chaotic rules of the surrounding turbulent sea of strings. The ancient secret technique, star transformation of 10,000 laws, manifested as the Star Radiance Cauldron, seemed to transform into an extension of Qin Mo's perception. Countless delicate tendrils of stellar energy probed into the surrounding violent energy currents. In an instant, it felt as if an explosion occurred within his sea of consciousness. Billions of chaotic, fragmented, and ferocious pieces of information regarding the laws rushed in like a flood breaking its dam. The intense impact caused his head to throb painfully, with blood seeping from his 7 orifices. It was too chaotic. Directly analyzing it would shatter his sea of consciousness. Qin Mo was struck with terror, yet he did not relent. The core star radiance of the cauldron trembled violently, and a surge of sequencing and organizing ancient Tao rhythms spread forth. The influx of chaotic information, under the illumination of the star radiance, seemed to be forcibly organized and categorized by an invisible hand. Although still vast and disordered, it was no longer an incomprehensible cacophony. Useful. Qin Mo's spirit surged, although he could not immediately grasp the profound laws through the cauldron's organization. He could barely discern the distribution of the energy current strengths and certain relatively stable voids. To the left front, the energy turbulence was slightly weaker. There was a fleeting gap. Qin Mo shouted, pulling Luo Feng along, like a fragile boat amidst a furious sea, striving toward the perceived calm opening. However, the dangers of the sea of strings surpassed imagination. Just as the two were about to plunge into that gap, a colossal law string, which had been languidly gliding and emanating an icy blue light, suddenly convulsed violently in the distorted space ahead. Buzz! A terrifying storm of frigid laws erupted instantaneously. Countless fine, soul-freezing crystalline law fragments surged forth like millions of flying daggers, forming a deathly tempest that instantly filled the safe gap and rushed towards Qin Mo and Luo Feng with a ferocity that was impossible to evade. Damn it! Luo Feng's eyes widened with terror. He could sense the horrific power of the law contained within those crystalline fragments, capable of freezing and shattering his indestructible body along with his soul. He let out a furious roar, as the power that had just merged with a trace of entropy surged wildly within him, attempting to create a chaotic field of accelerated energy decay before him to weaken the crystalline storm. But in the haste, the power was utterly insufficient to fully resist. Qin Mo's pupils constricted sharply, sensing the life-threatening crisis looming over his master. The Star Radiance Cauldron spun at an unprecedented speed, igniting. The arcane runes on the cauldron's walls seemed to come alive, flickering manically. The ancient secret technique, Star Spiral Shield, materialized. Buzz! In front of Qin Mo. A shield with a diameter of several meters, composed of countless miniaturized stars swirling in reverse, instantly took shape. The shield transformed from a flat barrier into a 3-dimensional vortex, continuously collapsing and swirling inward. Upon the shield, countless stars flickered and transformed, emanating the profound essence of devouring, disintegration, and transmutation. With a thunderous roar, the ice crystal law storm violently collided against the star's spiral shield. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only an eerie sound that sent shivers down the spine, as if the very fabric of space had been frozen and then shredded. The frenzied ice crystal shards were drawn into the swirling vortex, forcibly decomposed and transmuted within the cadence of the star's rise and fall. The star spiral shield trembled violently, its brilliance dimming rapidly, and Qin Mo's complexion turned as pale as parchment, agony searing through his consciousness, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. He felt as though his soul and the starry cauldron were being mercilessly consumed by this terrifying impact. Old Qin! Luo Feng roared, witnessing Qin Mo's sudden injury. The ferocity of the golden-horned beast erupted completely, no longer holding back. the ethereal form of the battle spirit manifested fully, opening its massive jaws to unleash the most primal act of devouring upon the ice crystal shards that had been weakened by the star spiral shield. It still managed to penetrate through. Devour, devour, devour. The golden-horned beast's devouring ability was pushed to its utmost limits. Those shards, imbued with the terrifying law of ice, were forcefully sucked into the ethereal mouth. Luo Feng's body was instantly enveloped in a thick layer of frost, his surface veins displaying an eerie ice-blue hue, rendering him akin to a frozen statue. Yet, he gritted his teeth, the essence of the golden-horned beast fervently refining and clashing against this invading force of law. The shadowy patterns on his surface flickering wildly as they forcibly distorted the order of the icy law, integrating it into his chaotic nature. Just as both individuals fought desperately against the impending collapse of the star spiral shield, and Luo Feng was on the brink of being frozen solid, a faint glimmer of starlight, imbued with an extraordinary guiding force, unexpectedly illuminated the chaotic void before them. This starlight was exceedingly weak, akin to a candle flame amidst a tempest, on the verge of extinguishment. Yet its position was fortuitously located outside the core impact zone of the ice crystal storm, pointing towards a narrow, winding energy passage concealed by violent energy turbulence. It was the gray-robed figure, the very starlight mark he had left at the Broken Spine Cliff. It had indeed manifested in this tumultuous sea of strings, offering them a glimmer of hope at the most critical juncture. That way, go. Qin Mo nearly expended his last ounce of strength to shout, the starry cauldron sense clearly directing them toward the starlight mark. He abruptly withdrew the nearly shattered star spiral shield. The residual impact of the ice crystal storm caused him to spurt blood once more, using every last bit of his power to drag the almost frozen Luo Feng towards the faint starlight's guidance. It felt as though they were piercing through a viscous, icy gel, simultaneously impaled by a myriad of needles. Both endured immense suffering, yet finally burst into the narrow passage illuminated by the starlight. In an instant, the roaring chaos of the external law storm and the icy turbulence seemed to be separated by a veil. Although the energy within the passage surged and the fluctuations of the law strings were intense, compared to the apocalyptic scene outside, this place felt like a serene harbor. Plop, plop. The two of them nearly fell simultaneously onto a relatively smooth surface of a rock formed from some solidified, multicolored energy stream within the passage, gasping for breath, bloodied and in a state of utter disarray. Qin Mo's complexion was as pale as paper, his consciousness akin to having been struck by a heavy hammer, and the brilliance of the starry cauldron had dimmed considerably. Yet, the core starlight within the cauldron continued to burn tenaciously. He immediately settled into a meditative posture, channeling all his energy into the primordial cultivation technique to absorb the relatively stable energy within the passage, mending his injuries. Concurrently, he activated the starry cauldron, meticulously sorting through the influx of energy from the string sea, gradually replenishing his expended reserves. The frost enveloping Luo Feng's exterior was rapidly melting under the searing primordial power of the golden-horned beast, yet his expression remained grim. The icy fragments of law within him, combined with the chaotic entropy, were clashing violently with the turbulent energy of the string sea, causing him immense suffering. He could only exert himself to control the technique, taming the tumultuous forces like a wild stallion, gradually suppressing and refining the conflicting energies. The dark, golden luminescence and shadowy patterns on his surface flickered in an erratic rhythm, his aura fluctuating in intensity. For the moment, they were safe. The two survivors, shaken by their narrow escape, were acutely aware of the string sea's terrors, far exceeding their imaginations. Had it not been for the faint starlight from the gray-robed man guiding them at the critical juncture, their fate would have been dire. As Qin Mo tended to his wounds, he plunged his consciousness into the starry cauldron. The black starlight crystal floated serenely at the core of the nebula within the cauldron, radiating a warm and enigmatic glow. He endeavored to extend his consciousness toward the crystal while simultaneously invoking the power of the starry cauldron to awaken it. A hum resonated as the crystal vibrated gently, the slowly rotating trajectory of stardust appearing to be illuminated, creating a deeper resonance with the nebula inside the cauldron. The three-dimensional star map fragment, previously imprinted in Qin Mo's consciousness, re-emerged with clarity and completeness, now rendered in 3 dimensions. The core of the star map pointed to a coordinate marked as the Graveyard of Return. Surrounding this coordinate were ominous annotations denoting extreme danger, representing violent spatial turbulence, law tides, and symbols indicating habitats of unknown terrifying creatures. A faint, intermittent energy flow trajectory extended painstakingly from their current location toward the coordinate of the Graveyard of Return. This trajectory, remarkably, aligned subtly with the direction indicated by the gray-robed man's starlight marker. The graveyard of return, the destination left by the traveler, Qin Mo murmured, his eyes shimmering with light. The gray-robed man's guidance seemed to direct them there. What did he truly want them to accomplish? He recalled the imposing name conveyed through the thought stream from the crystal, the traveler. Had this legendary being left a legacy in the graveyard of return? Or was he trapped there? Perhaps, hidden within lay the key to countering the source network and the purification agreement? Old Qin, Luo Feng's hoarse voice broke in. His energy conflicts seemingly subdued for the moment, though his pallor remained. That specter saved us once more. What does he seek? And what shall we do next? Shall we proceed through this ghostly passage? Qin Mo gazed into the depths of the passage, where the energy flow surged relentlessly, and bizarre sights continuously morphed. Yet, at least within the range of the gray-robed man's starlight marker, they were relatively safe. He glanced once more at the perilous star map displayed within the starry cauldron. Leading to the graveyard of return, we have no retreat. Qin Mo's voice, tinged with fatigue yet remarkably resolute, suggested that the hunters of the source network had likely sealed off the periphery of the string sea. To retreat would be to walk into a trap. The guidance of the gray-robed figure and the clues from the mountain sitting guest both pointed toward the graveyard of the return. Whether that place offered a path to life or death, we must venture forth. He turned to Luo Feng. First, tend to your wounds and regain your strength. Then, along this safe passage, we shall head to the graveyard of the return. I am eager to discover what lies buried there. Luo Feng grinned, even as the pain from his injuries caused him to grimace. Nevertheless, the fighting spirit and ferocity in his eyes remained undiminished. Excellent. Be it a graveyard or a pit of fire, we shall see to it. Once I recover, I will turn that place upside down. The two ceased their conversation, focusing all their energy on absorbing the tumultuous, yet relatively smooth energy within the string sea passage, seizing every fleeting moment to mend their injuries and digest their prior gains. Qin Mo's insights from the Starlight Cauldron and Luo Feng's integration of the law's properties, thereby gathering strength for their impending journey to the perilous graveyard of the return. Behind them, deep within the raging storm of the string sea, a faint, chilling scanning wave flickered briefly, reminiscent of a colossal beast lurking in the abyss, quietly awakening. Chapter 47. Arrival at the graveyard in a desperate flight. The string sea passage was far from silent. The frenetic energy flowed under relative constraint, producing a low, continuous roar akin to the snoring of a slumbering beast. The walls of the passage were not corporeal, but comprised of solidified, color-shifting energy flows and twisted strands of law, creating a dazzling spectacle that continuously flowed before their eyes, shattering, reconstituting, leaving one entranced. A peculiar atmosphere permeated the air, a blend of the acrid scent of ionized energy, the dusty essence of ancient star remains, and an indescribable resonance of death and silence. Qin Mo sat cross-legged, the starlight cauldron suspended before him. Though its radiance was not as brilliant as during its peak, it emanated an unusual steadiness. The nebula within the cauldron rotated slowly, its core starlight pulsating like breath, greedily yet orderly absorbing the rushing string sea energy. Each flicker of starlight accompanied a refinement and transformation of the incoming energy, taming the wild string energy into pure primordial stellar force, nourishing Qin Mo's damaged consciousness and meridians. A black star crystal quietly floated at the heart of the cauldron, complementing the core starlight, as the internal stardust trajectories seemed to synchronize with Qin Mo's breath, achieving an enigmatic harmony with the rhythm of the starlight cauldron. Through this synchronization, his perception of the coordinates of the graveyard of the return became increasingly lucid, allowing him to vaguely sense the unique gravitational force emanating from that point, which seemed capable of devouring all light and hope. Luo Feng's state was even more wild. He resembled a dark golden statue, with newly formed shadow patterns on his surface writhing like living entities, sometimes brightening, sometimes dimming. The primal power of the golden-horned beast surged within him, clashing fiercely with the fragments of the entropic laws he forcibly consumed, as well as the ferocious energy of the string sea. Each collision caused his muscles to bulge, veins to throb, and his body temperature to fluctuate wildly. Yet, the ferocity in his gaze only intensified. The tyrannical heart method of the Nine Calamities secret canon has been cultivated to its utmost limit, transforming the innate devouring power of the golden-horned colossal beast into an intangible grinding wheel that gradually crushes and assimilates the invading foreign energies. The dark golden radiance enveloping its body has grown increasingly refined and substantial, while the newly formed shadow patterns have steadily stabilized, no longer chaotic destruction, but rather resembling a unique energy circuit, subtly emanating a bizarre fluctuation that intertwines chaos with order and decay with rebirth. The Golden Horn War Soul. Through the trials of life and death, has gained a deeper mastery over the law of entropy. Time holds no definitive meaning within the String C passage. The two were unaware of how long they had been healing, until their injuries stabilized and their expended energy was nearly replenished. Their auras even more condensed and formidable than before their descent into the String C. With a breath, Qin Mo slowly opened his eyes, his gaze deep and starry, reminiscent of an abyss. He turned to Luo Feng, who simultaneously opened his eyes, his dark golden pupils radiating brilliance like a slumbering ferocious beast awakening. A fleeting surge of overwhelming, chaotic pressure flickering past. Almost there. The energy in this cursed place is potent. He grinned, his fighting spirit soaring. They rose, their eyes fixed on the depths of the passage. The faint starlight mark left by the gray-robed figure continued to subtly guide their way ahead, its coordinates highly coinciding with the sensory readings regarding the graveyard of return. Let us go. Without further hesitation, they followed the starlight, swimming against the torrent of energy as they advanced toward the passage's end. The further they traveled, the more bizarre the scenery within the passage became. On the walls of the solidified energy stream, immense, distorted shadow imprints began to emerge, as if the marks of some colossal entity struggling before its demise. The air grew increasingly heavy with the lingering echoes of death, even overpowering the roar of the energy flow. The passage itself began to destabilize, the space rippling like water, the vibrations of the lost strings resonating with a mournful, elegiac frequency. At last, a vast expanse unfolded before them. The end of the passage vanished, replaced by an indescribable, vast and desolate spectacle, the graveyard of return. It appeared as a colossal wound deep within the String C, a forcibly torn, solidified tomb of time and space. As far as the eye could see, there lay an infinite expanse of shattered star remnants. These were not mere fragments of ordinary celestial bodies, but rather enormous. Once glorious star fortresses, warships, and even shards of shattered divine realms. The remnants of these colossal entities floated chaotically, as if crushed and discarded by an invisible hand. Adrift in a viscous, nearly stagnant, dark, purple void. This mire exuded a suffocating aura of death. Any energy introduced would swiftly decay and vanish. Upon the broken titans, there were vast and grotesque scars. Some appeared as if torn apart by an unimaginable force, their fractured surfaces shimmering with strange glimmers left by the annihilation of laws. Others were covered in a cold, grayish-white moss resembling metallic rust, remnants of the Net Realm Protocol's formatting. These remnants, like maggots at the bone, slowly and stubbornly eroded the last vestiges of spirituality from the wreckage. More chillingly, within the depths of this silent graveyard, hover immense shadows that evoke a sense of despair. These are not mere entities. They resemble the congealed essence of some arcane law or the lingering malice of a formidable presence. Some appear as the desiccated skeletons of celestial beasts, slowly rotating in the void, while others take the form of an abstract, towering wall contorted from countless anguished faces, silently howling in torment. Additionally, there exist pure, gaping voids that devour all light, exuding a gravitational pull that freezes the very soul with its desolate allure. The starlight mark of the gray-robed figure vanished upon entering this graveyard, akin to a droplet dissolving into the vast ocean. Yet, the starlight cauldron within Qin Mo's sea of consciousness began to resonate violently. The black stellar crystals within erupted with unprecedented brilliance, as the core starlight projected a distinct beam, imbued with fervent longing, pointing resolutely towards some direction deep within the graveyard. Following the trajectory of the beam, Qin Mo and Luo Feng's pupils dilated in shock. At the heart encircled by countless fragments of shattered divine realms, suspended above a dark, purplish mire, loomed a relatively intact remnant of a colossal structure. It resembled a fractured, enormous metal cross of starlight. The surface of this remnant was cloaked in a thick layer of stellar debris and formatted moss, yet within its core area, an exceedingly faint but tenacious starlight flickered with great difficulty. A vast, ancient wave of starry resonance, imbued with indomitable will, was subtly emanating from that very place. Fragments of the Star Tower, the creation of the Mountain Dweller. It is it, the essence of the Star Tower. The golden-horned beast avatar within Luo Feng surged with a profound sense of resonance and familiarity. He recognized the source of that pulsation. Though merely fragments, that unique will, capable of suppressing the cosmos, could not be mistaken. The destination of the coordinates, the clues left by the Mountain Dweller, made Qin Mo's heart race. The yearning of the starlight cauldron, the guidance of the black crystal, the direction from the gray-robed figure, all pointed towards that fragment of the Star Tower suspended at the center of the graveyard of desolation. However, the path to that fragment was far from straightforward. The mire of void within sight was not devoid of life. Countless twisted entities, radiating an ominous aura, drifted and swam within the mire. Star-eating vines, dark purple tendrils, resembling gigantic veins, emerged silently from the depths of the mire, entwining the floating stellar remnants. These vines, adorned with suction cups, slowly drained the last remnants of energy and matter from the debris, incorporating them into the mire. Purity moss beasts, amorphous scavengers formed from grayish, formatted moss, they crawled slowly across the surface of the remnants like a flowing plague, erasing any lingering traces of law or energy fluctuations in their wake, assimilating them entirely. Aggregation of resentment. Distorted spiritual entities forcibly coalesced from the lingering grievances and unwillingness of countless fallen powerhouses, drawn together under the gravitational pull of desolation. They lack fixed forms, resembling drifting, ghostly green flames, emitting a silent mental wail that erodes the sanity of any life that dares to approach, consumed by the despair and madness they embody. The Space Rift Stalker. These creatures, gliding through the fractured seams of space like shadowy eels, can instantaneously materialize at any location to launch lethal ambushes. Their assaults imbued with a potent spatial slicing attribute. This is merely the tangible threat. In the abyssal darkness that devours light, beneath the colossal skeletal remains and the towering walls of agony, there undoubtedly lurks an even more terrifying presence. By heavens, this place truly lives up to its reputation as a graveyard. Luo Feng inhaled sharply. The instincts of the golden-horned beast alerted him to a formidable danger. Yet he was also consumed by a voracious excitement at the prospect of devouring a powerful entity. Qin Mo's expression was grave. The starry cauldron's sensors indicated that the fragment of the star tower itself was in an exceedingly unstable state, emitting a stellar glow akin to a flickering candle in the wind, seemingly on the verge of being completely engulfed and obliterated by the surrounding void muck and formatted moss. Time was of the essence. Had the gray-robed man brought them here solely for this fragment? Qin Mo's thoughts raced. Did he desire the fragment for himself? Or was he intent on prompting them to activate it to reveal clues about the mountain guest? Or perhaps, was he planning to utilize the fragment for some other purpose? At that moment, a chilling, sharp energy scanning wave swept through the air, akin to an invisible probe, unexpectedly sweeping in from the passageway behind them, instantly locking onto Qin Mo and Luo Feng, who had just stepped onto the threshold of the graveyard. The intensity of this scanning wave far surpassed any they had encountered previously in the underground tunnels, imbued with an absolute, unquestionable will of order. The hunters from the Source Network. They had truly pursued them into the String Sea and precisely tracked them to the Return Ruins Cemetery. Warning: high priority anomaly source and battle soul aberration detected. Coordinates locked. Execute purification protocol highest directive. Existence elimination. The cold, emotionless electronic synthesized voice resonated as if directly emanating from the void. Several dark silver figures, resembling reapers tearing through space, materialized instantaneously at the passage's exit. Their battle armor was no longer the standard issue, but rather adorned with intricate, flowing dark golden data streams, heavy and formidable. At the forefront stood a towering figure, marked by a flickering crimson cross star emblem on his visor, wielding a grotesque energy weapon, its muzzle coalescing with destructive white light. The energy fluctuations emanating from him unmistakably reached the level of a cosmic sovereign. Behind him trailed three equally powerful, well-equipped immortal-level hunters, fanning out in a semicircle, their cold gun barrels instantly locking onto Qin Mo and Luo Feng. Even more terrifyingly, they appeared impervious to the deathly silence of the Return Ruins Cemetery, moving swiftly and precisely. The Iron Heart Exterminators, under the direct command of the Scavenger Chief. In an instant, Qin Mo recognized that iconic Crimson Cross star emblem. This was the elite force executing the highest-level purification missions for the Source Network. Run! Luo Feng shouted in fury, without hesitation. Facing a cosmic sovereign-level hunter, a direct confrontation would be tantamount to suicide. He seized Qin Mo's arm. The power of the golden-horned beast erupted with a thunderous force, enveloping them in dark golden radiance, launching them like arrows released from a bow deep into the cemetery towards the direction of the star tower fragment. Simultaneously, the shadowy patterns upon his skin flickered wildly as a chaotic entropy field emanated behind him, attempting to disrupt the pursuer's targeting and energy assaults. The purification directive was confirmed. The target refused elimination, initiating annihilation mode. The electronic voice of the scavenger leader remained unperturbed. The devastating weapon in his grasp was instantly charged, unleashing a blinding beam of purest white light, seemingly capable of erasing all existence, which tore through the oppressive silence of the graveyard of return with a terrifying velocity that surpassed light itself, aimed directly at the fleeing Qin Mo and Luo Feng. The death beam approached in an instant, Ahead lay a mire of devoured star remains, lurking monsters, and the fragments of the star tower, stubbornly flickering in the silence of death. Chapter 48. Desperate entry into the tower. The pale annihilation beam rent the fabric of space with an absolute will to erase existence. Arriving in an instant, the destructive aura made the very souls of Qin Mo and Luo Feng quiver. The chaotic entropy field set by Luo Feng was effortlessly pierced and dismantled by this purification beam, which represented absolute order, like mere tissue paper. There was no stopping it. Hurry! Luo Feng's eyes widened in terror as the instincts of the golden-horned beast alerted him to an unprecedented threat of death. He frantically urged his power, striving to push his speed to its utmost limit. Radiance erupted from Qin Mo's eyes. Within his consciousness, the primordial star cauldron sensed impending doom, and its core star radiance ignited with an unparalleled brilliance. All the arcane runes upon the cauldron's walls illuminated instantaneously, while the nebula within collapsed and condensed frantically. An unyielding resolve to protect at all costs erupted from the cauldron. Primordial secret technique, Star Whirl Shield, Flame Star. A hum resonated as a shield, more solid than before. With an accelerated rotational speed, and even flickering strands of brilliant starlight at its core, unfolded behind the two. Qin Mo's complexion turned a ghastly gold. Blood gushed from all 7 orifices. This was the ultimate defense forcibly activated at the cost of burning the primordial star power of the star cauldron. Boom. The pale annihilation beam collided violently with the burning Star Whirl shield. This time, there was no violent explosion, only a soul-freezing silence. As if existence itself were being forcibly stripped away. The white light illuminated a corner of the graveyard of return, casting a ghastly pallor over the floating debris and prowling monsters. The burning Star Whirl shield spun wildly, collapsing as it attempted to decompose, consume, and transform the white light that represented the annihilation of existence. The rate of stellar birth and extinction on the shield reached its zenith, with even minute spaces being shredded by the swirling vortex. Qin Mo trembled violently, as if his consciousness were pierced by countless steel needles simultaneously. The star cauldron emitted a mournful cry under the unbearable strain, its brilliance dimming at a visible pace, while its core star radiance became exceedingly faint. With a cough, Qin Mo spat forth a mouthful of golden blood imbued with starlight, his vitality waning to its lowest ebb, leaving him on the brink of collapse. Yet this defense, born from the burning of his essence and the expenditure of all his strength, ultimately secured a slender chance of survival. The annihilation beam was momentarily impeded by the Star Whirl shield, however minuscule that moment may have been. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Qin Mo and Luo Feng narrowly brushed against the edge of the luminous beam, akin to 2 meteors that had nearly perished. Crashing fiercely into the abyss of the all-consuming dark purple void, a sizzling sound erupted, reminiscent of a red-hot iron plunged into icy water. The protective energies enveloping their bodies, Luo Feng's golden radiance and the remnants of Qin Mo's stellar power, produced a violent cacophony of energy annihilation upon contact with the void's mire. An irresistible, terrifying force, one that rendered all things to silence, frantically eroded their beings. Their bodies felt as though they were disintegrating, and their consciousnesses seemed on the brink of submergence. A pained roar escaped Luo Feng's lips, the ferocity of the golden-horned beast completely ignited. The shadowy patterns on his surface flickered wildly, forcibly redirecting the encroaching annihilation energy, distorting it with his own chaotic entropy, battling against the external force of oblivion. Though he was beset by immense suffering, he miraculously slowed the pace of his total annihilation, clutching the almost unconscious Qin Mo tightly, like a beast ensnared in quicksand. He summoned his last vestiges of strength, struggling desperately towards the heart of the mire, toward the shimmering, starry shard that stood like a tower. Behind them, the scavenger's crimson electronic eye locked onto the 2 struggling figures in the mire, and a cold, mechanical voice resounded. Target has entered the Oblivion Annihilation Zone. Disintegration rate meets expectations. Executing supplementary fire protocol to ensure complete eradication. The annihilation weapon in his hand began to recharge, a pale brilliance coalescing once more. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. The shard of the star tower, suspended at the mire's center, seemingly sensed the resonant essence of the golden-horned beast emanating from Luo Feng, as well as the powerful call of the black star crystal within the starfire cauldron cradled by Qin Mo. A tremor coursed through the shard. The dense star debris and grayish-white, formatted moss covering its surface were forcefully dispersed by an unseen power. At the core of the shard, the tenacious starry light surged dramatically. A concentrated, vast beam of starlight, imbued with an indomitable spirit and a will to protect, erupted forth like the awakening breath of a slumbering dragon. This beam of starlight did not target anyone for attack. Instead, it swept precisely through the void mire surrounding Qin Mo and Luo Feng. A miracle transpired. The dark purple mire, once laden with the horrific force of obliteration, swiftly receded, as if melting away like snow under the sun. It was as if an invisible power of order was forcibly carving a brief, relatively safe passage through this mire, which symbolized chaos and finality. At the passage's end lay the Star Tower shard itself. It was the power of the Star Tower. Luo Feng was overtaken with ecstasy. He felt a profound resonance and call from within his being, the essence of the golden-horned beast, summoning his final strength. He dragged Qin Mo along the path carved by the beam of starlight, propelling them like a cannonball toward the shard. Abnormal energy interference. Priority elevated. Target engaging with origin-level anomalous creation. Cease supplementary fire. Initiate the highest order chain. Target priority corrected. Capture. For the first time, the scavenger's electronic voice exhibited a notable fluctuation. Infused with a cold resolution in the face of unforeseen variables, he abandoned the annihilation shot with a swift motion of his arm. 3 formidable chains of order, composed of countless flowing silver runes, resembled 3 living silver pythons that tore through the fabric of space, disregarding the lingering threat of the void's quagmire. They advanced menacingly towards Qin Mo and Luo Feng, who were on the brink of reaching the shattered fragment of the Star Tower. The runes coursing along the chains emanated a potent force of confinement and reformatting. Once ensnared, the consequences would be dire. In the midst of excruciating pain and weakness, driven by the last vestige of sensation from the star glimmer cauldron, Qin Mo exerted every ounce of his strength to press the cauldron against the cold metallic surface of the Star Tower fragment at the moment of contact. The black star crystal within the cauldron erupted with a final burst of brilliance. Click! It was as if a key had been inserted into a lock. A minuscule groove, perfectly aligned with the starry patterns of the black crystal, illuminated upon the surface of the Star Tower fragment. An overwhelming force of attraction surged forth. Just as the 3 terrifying chains of order were about to ensnare them, Qin Mo and Luo Feng, along with the suspended fragment of the Star Tower, vanished from sight in an instant, like erased pixels leaving no trace behind. The 3 chains struck violently against the empty void, generating blinding sparks of law while stirring up a dark purple ripple. With the target gone, spatial coordinates shifted, leaving the new location untraceable. And the signal of the anomalous origin-level entity was obscured, obstructing the mission. The electronic voice of the Reaper leader regained its icy tone, yet its crimson electronic eyes fixated on the spot where the Star Tower fragment had disappeared, the data stream flickering frantically. Record. Confirm target carrying primordial energy source and the key to the ruins of the mountain guest, Black Star Crystal. Threat level elevated to extinction level. Requesting authorization to deploy the Ironheart Exterminator Fleet, sealing off the surrounding areas of the ruined cemetery and executing a comprehensive purification protocol. His frigid gaze swept across the desolate cemetery, where the startled star-eating vines, the clean domain moss beasts, and the aggregates of resentment, upon the disappearance of the Star Tower, cast their greedy or destructive gazes towards the uninvited intruders. Inside the Star Tower fragment, Qin Mo felt as though he had traversed a cold, viscous membrane before crashing heavily onto the hard, frigid metallic floor. Pain and weakness surged like a tide, causing his vision to blur. Old Qin, are you all right? Luo Feng's anxious voice echoed in his ears. Though he too was weak, the resilient vitality of the golden-horned behemoth sustained him. He quickly supported Qin Mo and scanned their surroundings warily. They found themselves in a vast, open metallic hall. The ceiling soared high above, constructed of an unknown dark silver alloy, adorned with intricate starry patterns that emitted a faint yet steady soft glow, illuminating the entire space. The hall was suffused with an ancient, tranquil atmosphere, infused with an undeniable vitality. The air was unexpectedly pure, devoid of the violent energies of the String Sea or the desolation of the ruined cemetery. Most striking of all was the enormous, intricately complex, 3-dimensional star map projection hovering at the center of the hall. The celestial map is composed of countless flowing points of light, lines, and nebulae, with the coordinates of the graveyard of the return prominently at its center. A faint, intermittent energy trajectory extends from the graveyard, pointing towards an unknown region deep within the map, marked as the trace of the primordial embryo. Beneath the projection of the star map, a fist-sized crystal, radiating a gentle white light, hovers silently. Within the crystal, strands of flowing stardust seem to be sealed. Is this the interior of the celestial tower? Luo Feng gazes around in awe, feeling the vast power of the stars, which, though weak, is extraordinarily pure. A comforting sensation of returning to the maternal source emanates from the golden-horned beast avatar within him. Qin Mo struggles to sit up, his gaze immediately drawn to the central star map and the crystal. In his sea of consciousness, the nearly extinguished star ember cauldron begins to recover slowly upon contact with this space's purest stellar force, its core starlight flickering weakly yet steadily back to life. The phantom of the star ember cauldron in his embrace materializes automatically, its mouth directed towards the hovering crystal, conveying a powerful intertwining of longing and sorrow. Zhuoshanku. Qin Mo's voice is hoarse as he pushes himself forward step by step toward the central star map and the crystal. As he approaches, the hovering crystal seems to sense the cauldron's aura, rising autonomously and gently descending into Qin Mo's hands. At the moment the crystal is grasped, a low hum resonates. A blurred yet imposing silhouette, imbued with the vastness of the cosmic atmosphere, projects from the crystal, appearing before the star map. It is a figure clad in an ancient celestial robe, its features indistinct but with eyes that seem to pierce through the ages. Indeed, it is Zhuoshanku. Later generations. The silhouette of Zhuoshanku intones in a deep, resonant voice, as if traversing endless time and space. If you have activated the key to the graveyard, the black celestial crystal, to arrive here, it signifies that you possess the primordial seed and have received guidance from the star guide, the gray-robed man. Qin Mo and Luo Feng are taken aback. The star guide? The gray-robed man was indeed arranged by Zhuoshanku. The silhouette continues, time is short, and my message will soon dissipate. Remember, 1. The primordial force is not of this realm. It is the primordial rule leaked from the trace of the primordial embryo. The highest taboo of the source network and the purified realm. Your existence is a mistake. 2. The star guide is a flawed entity from the source network that I saved in the sea of origin. Its heart yearns for the primordial, yet its essence is distorted. Its assistance to you carries self-interest, seeking to escape the source network's brand through the power of the primordial or to replace it. Use its power with caution. Trust its words with care. 3. The trace of the primordial embryo is the source of the birth of universal laws and the core power furnace of the purified realms agreement. To break the agreement, one must enter the primordial embryo. The star map reveals the only secret path to the trace of the primordial embryo, the Starfall Ancient Road. This road is fraught with peril. None may tread it without mastering the true essence of the primordial. 4. This fragment of the celestial tower is a beacon and marker I have reserved, also the key to the entrance of the Starfall Ancient Road. The energy of the fragment is about to be exhausted. You must activate the star map with the force of the primordial before it completely extinguishes, or the coordinates shall be forever lost. My true form is ensnared deep within the traces of the primordial embryo. If you can arrive, perhaps, through mutual cooperation. The ethereal shadow of the mountain guest grew increasingly faint, its voice becoming ever more subdued. Future bearers of the flame, hope lies in your hands. Before the words could fully dissipate, the shadow vanished entirely, transforming into countless specks of starlight that merged into the celestial chart at its center. The radiance of the star map appeared to brighten slightly. The ancient path of the fallen stars, leading to the primordial embryo's traces, became clearer. Qin Mo gripped the smooth crystal tightly, sensing the sorrow and resolve emanating from the starfire cauldron. He gazed at the vast celestial map, focusing on the perilous path of the fallen stars, ultimately resting his eyes upon Luo Feng. Luo Feng also regarded him, his previous wildness replaced by a solemnity forged through life and death, a profound understanding of the road ahead. He broke into a smile, revealing bloodied teeth. The traces of the primordial embryo, the lair of the pure realm? Just the thought is exhilarating. Let's do it. Qin Mo inhaled deeply, suppressing all pain, fatigue, and shock, his gaze becoming as radiant and resolute as the core of the starfire cauldron. He settled into a meditative position, placing the starfire cauldron before him, his hands hovering over the projection of the celestial chart. Then let us ignite this final starfire and unlock the ancient path. He closed his eyes, and within his consciousness, the nearly extinguished starfire cauldron began to rotate slowly, a pure thread of primordial energy coursing down his arms, infusing the vast celestial chart. The dome of the fragment hall shimmered with the light of starry patterns, flickering as if a heart on the brink of extinguishment was making its final beats. Beyond the fragments, the cold command of the scavenger from the source network had already pierced through the string sea. Ironheart Exterminator Fleet, coordinates locked, return to the graveyard sector. Execute order, Starfire Purification Protocol. Target, completely format all anomalous entities within this sector. The countdown to annihilation had already commenced. Chapter 49, The Desperate Ancient Path of Lawful String Killing. Inside the fragment of the Star Tower, time seemed to freeze, yet also flowed at 100-fold speed. Qin Mo sat cross-legged before the vast celestial chart, his hands hovering over the flowing lights and shadows. His complexion was as pale as paper, his breath faint. Yet his gaze shone like refined stars, resolute and brilliant. Within his consciousness, the nearly extinguished starfire cauldron was engaging in a silent, yet heroic combustion. The residual star power within the cauldron was furiously compressed and ignited, its core starlight transforming into a faint yet extraordinarily pure flame. This flame, imbued with the primal essence of creation, flowed according to Qin Mo's will, like a gentle stream or a bursting river of stars, continuously pouring into the enormous projection of the celestial chart. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The once silent celestial chart seemed to be infused with a soul, beginning to tremble violently. Those luminous points representing stars and nebulae suddenly brightened, and the intermittent path leading to the primordial embryo's traces became as clear and solid as a riverbed replenished with fresh water. Countless delicate runes, composed of pure starlight, emerged along the ancient path, swirling and radiating an ancient and profound aura. The celestial patterns on the dome of the fragment hall glowed with an intense brilliance, transforming the originally gentle starlight into a fierce and rapid blaze, akin to the final frantic beats of a heart. The entire fragmentary space trembled violently, the metallic walls groaning under the unbearable strain, dust cascading down like a melancholic rain. At this moment, Luo Feng stood steadfastly beside Qin Mo. Perceiving the monumental force within the star map that was on the verge of breaking free from its cocoon, his eyes shining with golden light. The dark golden radiance enveloping his form intertwined with shadowy patterns, forming a resilient shield that separated Qin Mo and the turbulent chaos of the trembling space, while simultaneously greedily absorbing the purest stellar energy emanating from the star map, healing his wounds and accumulating strength. The ethereal silhouette of the golden-horned behemoth roared silently behind him, its battle intent soaring to its zenith. Beyond the fragment, in the graveyard of return, the shadow of destruction had already cast its ominous veil. In eerie silence, the fabric of the void above the graveyard was forcefully torn asunder. 3 colossal, suffocating geometric warships, cold and imposing like judgment stones materializing from the abyss, began to glide forth. The Iron Heart Eradicators. They were not warships in the traditional sense, but rather mobile embodiments of cosmic laws. Crafted from an unknown metal that was perfectly smooth and reflected the icy starlight, they displayed flawless polyhedral forms devoid of any superfluous edges or embellishments. Exuding a sense of pure, despair-inducing order, dark red energy patterns flowed across their surfaces, emanating an aura that could freeze souls in their tracks. At the helm, the core of the flagship, a vast crimson energy vortex commenced its rotation, charging with unfathomable, terrifying energy. The very space surrounding the vortex began to distort and collapse. Its target was unmistakably aimed at the flickering fragments of the star tower below, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. The stellar purification protocol was activated. Target, sector of the graveyard. Execution, total formatting. A cold, emotionless command echoed through the void, as if the very laws of the universe were pronouncing a death sentence. Boom. There was no deafening sound of cannon fire, only the eerie rumbling of space being forcefully torn apart, and the relentless alteration of the laws. A blinding white beam, comparable in diameter to a star and composed entirely of formatting energy, surged forth from the crimson vortex of the flagship's core, instantaneously traversing the void and enveloping the entire fragment of the star tower, along with the vast expanse of surrounding void mire and floating star debris. Wherever the beam passed, the dark purple void mire evaporated like boiling water, the terrifying power of the graveyard rendered trivial in the face of a higher order of formatting. The enormous remnants of star debris disintegrated silently, transforming into the most fundamental streams of particles, leaving not even a trace of dust. The lurking devouring vines, the purity moss beasts, the aggregated wraiths, even their cries were silenced before they could escape, vanishing entirely within the white light, as if they had never existed. The very fabric of space was forcibly flattened, the twisted strings of law erased, leaving behind an area of absolute cleanliness, absolute order, and an absolute silence. The formatting cleanse had begun. The fragments of the star tower were like a solitary boat amidst a tempest, utterly consumed by that devastating beam of pure white light. The grayish-white moss that covered its surface was instantly ignited, purging all impurities. The fragments themselves trembled violently, emitting a mournful cry as if on the brink of disintegration. Within the grand hall, the starry patterns of the dome flickered wildly, resembling a desperate struggle for survival. The entire space convulsed violently, and immense cracks appeared in the metallic walls. Qin Mo, who was exerting every ounce of strength to maintain the star map, felt as if he had been struck hard, spitting out another mouthful of blood. The flames of the Star Radiance cauldron flickered dangerously, nearly extinguishing. The activation process of the star map became exceedingly unstable. The once clear trajectory of the ancient starfall pathway began to oscillate violently, as if it would shatter at any moment. Hold firm, old Qin, Luo Feng bellowed, the phantom of the golden-horned beast expanding instantly, unleashing its utmost power in an attempt to stabilize the surrounding spatial tremors. The shadowy patterns on his surface flickered frantically, and the chaotic entropy field spread forth, miraculously managing to slightly disrupt some of the formatted energy penetrating the fragment's barriers, granting Qin Mo a precious moment. In this critical juncture, at the precise moment when the fragments were about to completely disintegrate, a decisive light surged in Qin Mo's eyes. He bit down on his tongue, a drop of blood infused with primordial star power spraying onto the star radiance cauldron before him. With my blood, ignite my soul. Primal starfire, open the ancient path. Boom. The nearly extinguished core of the star radiance cauldron seemed to be infused with its final fuel, erupting into a brilliant light that pierced the universe. An unprecedented torrent of star power, imbued with a force akin to the primordial creation of the cosmos, surged violently into the core of the star map. Buzz! The three-dimensional star map at the center abruptly contracted, then erupted with a thunderous roar. The trajectory of the ancient starfall pathway solidified completely, transforming into a resplendent light road paved with countless stars, spanning across the void. At the end of this luminous path was a swirling vortex, deep enough to seem capable of swallowing all light, the entrance to the ancient pathway. Simultaneously, the fragments of the star tower emitted their final mournful cry. Under the relentless cleansing of the star-burning light column, they fulfilled their last mission. The fragments collapsed with a resounding crash. Yet, in the final moment before disintegration, a beam of starlight, condensed to perfection, enveloped the star map. The entrance to the ancient pathway, and Qin Mo and Luo Feng beside it, as if embodying the last will of a steadfast guardian. Go! Qin Mo roared with the last vestige of his strength. Luo Feng, unwavering, seized the faltering Qin Mo, the power of the golden-horned beast enveloping them, transforming into a dark golden meteor, plunging resolutely into the swirling, perilous entrance of the ancient pathway. Behind them, the fragments of the star tower were utterly reduced to cosmic dust, completely consumed and erased by the stark white purification light column. The crimson electronic eye of the exterminator battleship coldly observed all of this, scanning the thoroughly purified void. Target origin level anomaly signal has vanished. Detected ultra-high energy spatial transition fluctuations, pointing to an unknown deep dimension, consistent with the characteristics of the ancient starfall pathway. Target has escaped. The cold electronic voice of the cleanser commander reported, requesting an upgrade to the primordial embryo trace defense level. Threat assessment of the target, maximum. Execution, interdimensional tracking protocol. The frigid beams of light gradually converged, and the three Iron Heart exterminator battleships, akin to cold machines that had fulfilled their mission, silently melded into the void of the string sea, vanishing from sight. All that remained was the vast, utterly desolate expanse of the ruined cemetery, a space so thoroughly formatted it resembled an unsightly scar upon the universe. Within the ancient path of fallen stars, there was no discernible direction, no sense of up or down, and even the passage of time felt ambiguous. Qin Mo and Luo Feng felt as though they had been cast into the chaotic storm of the universe's inception. The ancient path was no straightforward journey but rather a lethal corridor stitched together from violent spatial turbulence, fragmented shards of time and space, and the intensely distorted threads of law. Before them lay an indescribable spectacle of bizarre phenomena. In one fleeting moment, a blazing star was instantaneously frozen into an ice sculpture. And in the next, the shattered remnants of galaxies were frantically reassembling like a chaotic puzzle. Enormous spatial rifts yawned like monstrous maws, opening and closing unpredictably, while vibrant torrents of law swirled uncontrollably, splattering across the warped canvas of time and space. The terrifying force of spatial tearing was omnipresent, as if it sought to rend intruders into their most fundamental particles. The conflicts and distortions of the laws were equally fatal. A moment's carelessness could lead to assimilation into chaotic laws, disintegration, or being drawn into a fragmented shard of time and space, succumbing to eternal oblivion. With a cough, Qin Mo spat blood. Forcibly traversing the ancient path had nearly depleted all his strength. The brilliance of the star radiance dimmed to its nadir, barely managing to sustain a thin veil of stellar protection for the two, akin to a soap bubble on the verge of bursting amidst the turbulent currents of the ancient path. His consciousness faded, sustained only by an indomitable will. Leave it to me, Luo Feng roared, assuming the role of the absolute powerhouse. The spectral form of the golden horn behemoth fully materialized, enveloping them both. The dark golden scales emitted a harsh grinding sound as they were sliced by the spatial turbulence, sparks flying. The shadowy patterns on his surface flickered wildly. The chaotic entropy field operating at its zenith, forcefully distorting and delaying the most violent spatial rifts and law impacts surrounding them. He navigated through the gaps of the deadly storm like a solitary vessel battling a cosmic tsunami, leveraging the golden horn behemoth's acute perception of space and the formidable defensive power of the battle soul body to maneuver through the tempest. Each perilous evasion, each defiant resistance to the onslaught, rapidly drained his strength, causing the dark golden glow on his surface to swiftly fade. Yet, the perils of the ancient path exceeded all expectations. Ahead loomed a labyrinth formed of countless shattered spatial mirrors, blocking their way. The mirrors continually flipped and refracted, shredding the already chaotic spatial paths into disarray. Even more terrifying, each mirror seemed to connect to different temporal traps. Damn it, there's no way forward. Luo Feng's pupils constricted. He sensed the horrific danger of forcibly traversing this maze of spatial mirrors. Just then, a familiar yet distorted gray shadow, like a wraith, appeared before a massive spatial mirror. It was the gray-robed man, the Starcaller. His bony fingers gently pointed at the mirror that incessantly revolved, reflecting countless scenes of death. A peculiar brilliance blossomed at his fingertips, as the tumultuous surface of the spatial mirror unexpectedly stabilized in an instant. The chaotic traps once reflected within were replaced by a relatively serene passage that cut straight through the labyrinthine mirror. Hasten, this way, briefly. The voice of the gray-robed figure echoed through the raging spatial turbulence, imbued with an ineffable weariness and urgency. The price has been paid, quickly, in a daze. Qin Mo glimpsed the gray-robed figure, and the warning from the mountain guest reverberated in his mind. His heart is aligned with the primordial chaos, yet his essence is distorted. Tread carefully with his words. However, in this moment of desperation, this passage was their sole chance of survival. Luo Feng hesitated not for an instant. He placed his trust in his own judgment and strength. The instinct of the golden horn behemoth urged him that this passage was temporarily safe. With a fierce roar, he harnessed his battle spirit, propelling himself and Qin Mo like an arrow released from its bow, charging towards the now stabilized mirror passage of the gray-robed figure. Just as they were on the verge of crossing through the mirror, the gaze from beneath the figure's hood seemed to pierce deeply into Qin Mo, filled with an indescribable complexity, longing, greed, a hint of struggle, and perhaps an almost imperceptible compassion. Whoosh! The silhouettes of the two vanished into the mirror passage. The gray-robed figure remained behind, watching them disappear, before lifting his gaze towards the depths of the ancient path, where an even more ferocious darkness loomed. As if it could consume all, his emaciated fingers trembled slightly, as though resisting something. Beneath the gray robe that cloaked his form, myriad intricate, dark red patterns, akin to circuit board imprints, flickered and spread wildly. Source net, imprint, primordial chaos, he murmured in a pained, dreamlike whisper. His figure gradually dissipating amidst the turbulent currents of the ancient path, as if he had never existed at all. Upon crossing through the spatial mirror, deep within the ancient path, the scene that unfolded before Qin Mo and Luo Feng, who had just escaped peril, drew a sharp intake of breath. This place seemed to be the heart of the ancient path, where the spatial stability had improved somewhat, yet the distortion of the laws had reached its zenith. Countless colossal law strings, exuding an aura of destruction, writhed like enraged dragons within the void, entangling and colliding. Each collision unleashed energy storms capable of tearing apart stars. At the center of these frenzied law strings hovered a massive, broken fragment of a planetary core, still radiating a heart-stopping oppressive force. The fragment was dark red, resembling solidified magma, its surface marred by vast cracks and terrifying penetrating wounds. An ancient, primal essence, imbued with boundless destruction and indomitable will, surged forth. This aura was so potent that it far surpassed any entity they had encountered before. Even the violent law strings instinctively recoiled from its core region. This is a powerful tremor, rooted deep within the bloodline of Luo Feng's golden-horned behemoth avatar, surged forth, filled with reverence and awe. It was as if they stood before an absolute suppression of a higher life form. In the almost exhausted star cauldron of Qin Mo's sea of consciousness, upon encountering the aura of this planetary core fragment, it suddenly shook violently. The faint core starlight within seemed to respond to a call from some exalted existence, erupting with an unprecedented yearning and sorrow. In the primordial chaos, amidst the celestial bodies and their descent, a nebulous thought surged into Qin Mo's mind through the resonance of the star radiance cauldron. At that very moment, an extraordinary transformation unfolded. The once wildly thrashing strings of law, upon the appearance of the two individuals, seemed infused with a certain will. They abruptly redirected their course. Akin to countless venomous serpents locking onto their prey, radiating a terrifying force capable of annihilating all, they surged violently toward the location of Qin Mo and Luo Feng, intent on a ruthless slaughter. The ultimate deadly scenario. The final trial of the ancient path of falling stars had arrived. Chapter 50. The Transformation of Power, the Tragic Legacy. The destructive dragon birth from the myriad strings of law tore through the void, casting the shadow of death in an instant. Qin Mo's consciousness faded, nearly extinguished. As the light of the star radiance cauldron dimmed to a flicker, akin to a dying candle in the wind, failing even to maintain the star shield. Luo Feng's eyes widened in desperation. The spectral image of the golden-horned behemoth let out a roar of defiance, its dark golden scales groaning under the terrifying pressure of the law strings. He unleashed all his strength, the shadowy patterns flickering wildly. The chaotic entropy field functioning as a final barrier, striving to distort and delay the impending fatal onslaught. Yet, this power, in the face of the torrent of law strings, was as futile as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. In the critical moment of impending doom, a fragment of the shattered core of the primordial star, suspended at the eye of the storm, seemed to be completely awakened by the faint yet resonant lament emanating from the star radiance cauldron within Qin Mo's consciousness. Boom. An indescribable force, reminiscent of the primal might that once shaped the universe, erupted from the depths of the fragment. The dark red planetary shard ignited instantly, akin to the dying light of a star in its final throes. Countless arcane and ancient runes, embodying the essence of stellar birth and demise, illuminated and flowed across the surface of the fragment. An invisible, boundless will swept across the entire core area of the ancient path. This will bore an unparalleled majesty and profound compassion, as if a slumbering titan of the primordial era had opened its eyes. Buzz. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The frenzied strings of law, rushing forth to slaughter, appeared to be gripped by an unseen giant hand, choking their very throats. Their movements became sluggish and rigid, the destructive energy they contained frozen in place, as if confronted with an absolute suppressor on the level of existence. This stillness lasted but a fleeting instant. Yet for Qin Mo and Luo Feng, it was more than enough. Now was the time. A fierce light of survival ignited in Luo Feng's eyes. He held nothing back. The primal power of the golden-horned behemoth, combined with the recently fused entropy properties, surged forth as a torrent of dark gold and shadow, striking fiercely at the most vulnerable point of the temporarily stilled tidal wave of law strings. The golden horn's secret technique, breaking the boundary, rip, like fabric being torn asunder. The death net woven from countless strings of law was forcefully rent apart by Luo Feng's all-out strike, creating a minuscule opening. We must go. As Luo Feng grasped the faintly conscious Qin Mo, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength, transforming into a radiant stream that burned with the essence of his life. He charged towards the rift, propelled by a desperate drive towards the core fragment of a primordial star, exuding immense power. The resonances of the laws were shattered, unleashing a furious cacophony, as destructive energy converged once more, aimed at the two diminutive figures. Yet, Luo Feng's speed was unparalleled. Just as the cataclysmic torrents of the laws were about to converge, he, alongside Qin Mo, plunged into the blinding radiance of the primordial star's core fragment. Akin to a moth drawn to a flame, a thunderous explosion erupted from the ancient core, an event beyond verbal description. The violent energy of the law clashed forcefully with the might of the primordial star fragment, as a blinding light consumed everything in its path. Space was rent asunder, leaving gaping scars, while time itself surged forth like a flood bursting through a dam. At the heart of this annihilative singularity, Qin Mo and Luo Feng were enveloped entirely by the luminosity of the primordial star fragment. Inside the primordial star fragment, a fleeting sanctuary emerged. This was not a tangible space but an ocean composed of pure, turbulent primordial star energy. At the core of this ocean floated a relatively tranquil platform, formed from solidified dark red stellar material. Qin Mo and Luo Feng crashed onto the platform like discarded sacks. Luo Feng coughed up another mouthful of dark golden blood, his golden aura dimming to its nadir, the phantom of the colossal golden beast nearly dissipating, and the newly formed shadowy patterns were riddled with cracks. That last strike to breach dimensions and the final dash had utterly exhausted his strength, leaving him gravely wounded. Conversely, the moment Qin Mo encountered this pure ocean of primordial star energy, it was as if the parched earth met a nourishing rain. The nearly extinguished, dim star essence within his consciousness erupted with an unprecedented longing and jubilation. It no longer required Qin Mo's urging, akin to a greedy infant, voraciously and autonomously consuming the vast primordial star energy surrounding it. The star essence cauldron trembled violently. The intricate runes upon its surface glimmered with an unparalleled brilliance. The nearly extinguished nebulous space within the cauldron expanded rapidly, akin to a balloon being inflated. The core star essence split, ignited, and coalesced with fervor. 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars, dozens, hundreds of new celestial bodies ignited in the void of the cauldron. Each star contained the purest essence of primordial Tao. The star essence cauldron. In this cradle of the primordial star fragment's essence, commenced an unprecedented frenzy of evolution and transformation. Qin Mo's body acted as a colossal funnel, passively absorbing the surging power. His shattered meridians were forcibly widened and healed, while his parched consciousness was replenished and nourished by the pure star energy. A transcendent sensation, stemming from the essence of life itself, filled his being. His injuries healed at a visibly rapid pace, and his aura soared as if propelled by a rocket. The bottleneck that had constrained him at the pinnacle of the cosmic level, immortal level, was effortlessly pierced through under the impact of this vast primordial essence. He ascended to the level of a cosmic sovereign. A brand new, overwhelming pressure imbued with the essence of ancient chaos erupted violently from Qin Mo. Simultaneously, Luo Feng felt immense benefits surging through him. Although the power attributes of the golden horned beast did not completely align with the pure primordial stellar force, the energy ocean contained the most fundamental essence of stellar power and the rhythm of creation and destruction, which was precisely the supreme nourishment yearned for by such cosmic behemoths. He greedily absorbed it, the dark golden scales on his body rapidly regaining their luster, fissures mending, and even growing thicker and more profound. The shadowy patterns became more substantial. As the forces of chaos and order achieved a higher level of equilibrium within him, his strength was likewise recovering and elevating swiftly, solidly advancing towards the threshold of a cosmic sovereign. However, the good times were fleeting. The primordial star fragment itself had long been ravaged. Having endured the erosion of endless ages and the recent explosion, its essence was swiftly dissipating. The energy ocean enveloping them began to thin and grow frenzied. The dark red star core material surrounding the platform started to develop spiderweb-like fractures. The fragment was on the verge of collapse. Luo Feng sensed the intense fluctuations of energy around him, his expression shifting. Qin Mo abruptly opened his eyes, starlight swirling within them, as if containing the entire galaxy. He felt the surging power within him and the renewed vastness of his consciousness, which had expanded tenfold, filled with the primordial star brilliance of the ancient cosmos. A blend of shock and enlightenment surged within him. He instantly comprehended the origin of this fragment. It was likely the core of a mother star that had existed since the primordial era, nurturing the very first civilization of antiquity. Shattered in the ultimate battle against the Clean Realm Protocol, its remnants drifted through the seams of time and space, ultimately falling into this ancient starfall pathway. With its last strength, it sheltered us and fulfilled us. A wave of solemnity and gratitude welled up in Qin Mo's heart. He gazed at the core of the fragment, where a faint yet incredibly pure imprint of primordial essence flickered like a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. At that moment, boom! The aftershock of the massive explosion in the core region of the ancient pathway finally struck this fragile internal space. The spatial barrier emitted a cracking sound under the unbearable burden. The chaotic torrents of law and fragments of time and space surged in like a breaching flood, beginning to pour in wildly. There was no time left. We must leave, Luo Feng shouted. The power of the golden-horned beast surged once more, preparing to meet the final onslaught. Qin Mo's gaze sharpened as he looked at the flickering primordial essence imprint, then at the vast newborn nebula within the star brilliance cauldron. A bold and resolute thought surged into his mind. Aid me, Qin Mo cried out to Luo Feng, his hands slamming down onto the star core platform beneath him. In his consciousness, the evolved primordial star brilliance cauldron erupted with an unprecedented, dazzling radiance. The force of the newly birthed vast nebula was frantically extracted, transforming into countless chains of stellar power imbued with primordial creation and carrying the rhythm of the Tao, fiercely piercing into the core of the fragment, entwining around the fading essence imprint. The ancient secret technique of stellar transmutation and cosmic containment. This was not an attack, but rather a collection. He aimed to forcibly draw this final, purest imprint of primordial essence into his star brilliance cauldron. Roar! Understanding dawned upon Luo Feng as he unleashed his utmost power. The intricate shadow patterns surged to life, and the chaotic entropy field functioned as an intangible shield, steadfastly resisting the onslaught of destructive energy and spatial debris from all directions. Buying precious time for Qin Mo. A hum resonated as the original imprint seemed to sense a familiar essence. Rather than resisting, it conformed as if a weary bird returning to its nest, obediently drawn by Qin Mo's stellar energy chains. It transformed into a faint yet profound stream of light, imbued with the essence of primordial Tao, and instantly merged into Qin Mo's brow, assimilating into the vast expanse of the starry cauldron within his consciousness. In that very moment of the imprint's integration, a thunderous roar erupted. The core fragment of the primordial stars shattered completely. The dark red stellar platform splintered into pieces. A tempest of chaotic energy and spatial fragments surged like a tsunami, engulfing the two entirely. At the end of the ancient path, a way out. As the fragments collapsed, Qin Mo, through his deep connection with the starry cauldron, sensed the exit direction with clarity. He sees Luo Feng, and the evolved starry cauldron erupted with a dazzling stellar barrier, enveloping them both. Golden Horn, clear the path, Luo Feng bellowed. The phantom of the golden-horned beast coalesced once more. Though it lacked the refinement of its peak state, it bore a fierce determination. Charging relentlessly towards the direction indicated by Qin Mo, they surged forth like two blazing meteors, forging a path of blood amidst the shattered star fragments, turbulent rule currents, and collapsing spatial storms. Ahead, at the tumultuous edge of light and shadow, a colossal portal radiating peculiar waves emerged, seemingly composed of countless rotating gears of law. Flickering into view, beyond the portal lay an ineffable chaos, reminiscent of the primordial light from the universe's inception, the terminus of the starfall ancient path, the entrance to the primordial embryo's scar. They had arrived. A glimmer of hope ignited in their eyes amidst despair. Yet, just as they were about to burst forth from the ancient path's storm and touch the portal of law gears, a chilling and vast terror, akin to the very will of cosmic law, descended upon the area without warning. An indescribable figure, solely composed of flowing order law runes, materialized like a pillar of judgment from the void, instantly blocking their escape. This visage bore no face, only countless cold data streams flickering across its surface, reconfiguring. The aura it radiated was 100-fold more terrifying than that of the previous harbinger. It even surpassed the cosmic sovereign, brushing against the very edge of the cosmic master. Detecting the fluctuations of the primordial source imprint, it confirmed the target, a maximum priority extermination level threat, executing the ultimate purification directive, judgment. A cold, emotionless will, akin to the universe's final decree, reverberated in Qin Mo and Luo Feng's minds. The apex force of the source network, the executor. It had long awaited at the entrance of the primordial embryo's scar. The true final deadlock had arrived. Chapter 51. The heroic breakthrough of the primordial embryo. The chilling portal of law gears loomed close, the chaotic aura of the primordial embryo's scar emanating like an alluring poison, tempting them with the promise of ultimate answers. However, standing before the door is the absolute embodiment of death, the Arbiter. Its form, composed entirely of pure order runes, manifests like a pillar of cosmic law, and the flowing data chains serve as the decree of judgment. At the moment when the will of the Arbiter crashes into their minds like the final judgment of the universe, Qin Mo and Luo Feng feel as if their very existence is lamenting, crumbling. There is no cataclysmic explosion of energy, only an absolute erasure at the level of the law. The Arbiter extends a finger. It is not a physical entity, but rather a spear of order, coalescing from countless flickering scarlet core runes. Wherever the spear points, the very concept of space loses its meaning, transforming into a realm of pure, chilling void. Time distorts and freezes around it. An irresistible, unfathomable force locks onto Qin Mo and Luo Feng, intent on obliterating them from the realms of information, energy, matter, and even causality. The spear of judgment, existence stripped away. A roar erupts from Luo Feng, a desperate cry akin to that of a wild beast. Under the oppressive weight of the spear of judgment, the phantom of the golden-horned behemoth flickers like a candle in the wind, swaying wildly. Its dark golden scales fracturing inch by inch, as newly formed shadow patterns dim and vanish as if ignited. He feels everything about himself being forcibly disassembled. His will swept away by the cold torrent of order, on the brink of returning to nothingness. He expends his last reserves of strength to activate the Nine Calamities' secret tome and his devouring talent, yet against such overwhelming legal authority. It is akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Qin Mo is similarly plunged into a frozen abyss. The evolved starfire cauldron erupts with an unprecedented radiant starry barrier, attempting to withstand the force that strips away existence. However, the moment the starry barrier touches the spear of judgment, it dissipates silently into the void like a bubble, vanishing without a trace. That terrifying stripping force penetrates defenses and directly impacts his soul and the essence of the starfire cauldron. Crack. In a sea of consciousness. A subtle yet shocking fracture appears in the vast wall of the starfire cauldron. Countless newly birthed stellar lights within the cauldron dim in an instant. Qin Mo's soul feels as if it is being flayed by a myriad of ice blades, his consciousness rapidly dissipating. Death. True, complete, and utterly traceless death. It looms before him, just as his awareness is about to sink into eternal void. Deep within Qin Mo's sea of consciousness. The essence imprint from the fragments of primordial stars, which he had daringly absorbed, awakens as if threatened by a mortal peril. It senses the mournful cries of the starfire cauldron, perceiving the despair of Qin Mo on the verge of erasure. Buzz. A primordial anger, dormant for eons, belonging to the age of primordial chaos, erupts violently from that faint imprint. This fury is not directed at Qin Mo, but rather aimed squarely at the cold, absolute order represented by the spear of judgment. The imprint ignites instantly, transforming into a flickering flame imbued with the supreme resonance of primordial chaos. This flame is no ordinary fire, but the chaos source fire. It is the first flame that ignited the stars, dividing chaos at the dawn of the universe. This strand of chaos source fire, following the connection between Qin Mo and the starfire cauldron, instantly rekindles the nearly extinguished brilliance at the heart of the starfire cauldron. Like a spark igniting an endless pile of dry kindling. Boom. The ancient star cauldron has erupted into flames. This is not merely the combustion of energy, but a sacrificial offering of its very essence. It is the ultimate explosion embodying the final will of the primordial stars. The intricate runes etched upon the cauldron's walls sprang to life, transforming into countless roaring phantoms of ancient celestial beasts. Within, the vast expanse of the starry nebula collapsed instantaneously, coalescing into a miniature core of a burning primordial star, infused with chaotic primordial fire. An unprecedented aura, imbued with the supreme power of the primal era to disrupt and create, surged forth from Qin Mo, rising skyward. Its might briefly withstood the annihilating intent of the judgment spear. In the name of the primordial, ignite my star cauldron. Shatter your order. Qin Mo's consciousness erupted in a final, soul-shaking roar amidst the flames. He no longer defended but transformed the blazing star cauldron, the ignited core of the primordial star, and the entirety of his will and power into a torrent of chaotic stellar fire, boldly confronting the chilling judgment spear. This was not an attack but a mutual annihilation, a final, heroic counteroffensive from the primordial era against the pure realm's order. Old Qin. Luo Feng's eyes widened in horror as he beheld the flames consuming Qin Mo's essence, on the brink of total dissolution. A surge of primal fury and sorrow, rooted deep within his bloodline, overwhelmed his reason. The ferocity of the golden-horned behemoth was ignited in full. He cast aside all concerns for his own disintegration, channeling every ounce of strength, the essence of the golden horn, the recently merged properties of entropy, and even the burning vitality of his blood, into his battle spirit. For the sake of old Qin, devour it. Luo Feng unleashed a roar that transcended all limits. The spectral form of the golden-horned behemoth behind him swelled to its maximum, opening its maw, capable of swallowing galaxies, targeting not energy or laws, but the judgment spear itself. The embodiment of the pure realm's ultimate order. He would become a furnace, utilizing the behemoth's devouring talent to forcibly consume this world-destroying spear. He sought to carve out a glimmer of hope for Qin Mo and create an opportunity for this final strike. The talent of the golden horn devours the path. This was an unprecedented act of madness. To devour the very laws. To consume the highest judgment of the pure realm. Boom. Three powerful forces collided violently before the portal of the primordial embryo's trace. 1. Judgment Spear, the cold order of annihilation, representing the ultimate will of the pure realm's accord. 2. Chaotic Stellar Fire Torrent, the sacrificial explosion of Qin Mo, marked by the primordial stars, symbolizing the last tragic counterstrike of the primordial era. 3. Devouring Maw, Luo Feng's frenzied consumption of all, embodying the indomitable spirit and tenacity of life. There was no sound, no light, only the purest essence of existence and annihilation, the ultimate clash between order and chaos, laws and life. Time and space lost all meaning in this moment. The portal of the primordial embryo's trace trembled violently, the gears of law spun wildly, fracturing. The surrounding scenery transformed into a distorted, incomprehensible abstract mosaic. Error. Highest priority logic conflict. The target's primordial energy level experienced an extraordinary leap, exceeding the computational threshold. The devouring behavior triggered a backlash from the laws, and the adjudication directive encountered insurmountable interference. For the first time, the cold will of the adjudicator manifested in a chaotic data stream, causing the order runes that constituted its form to flicker violently, even showing signs of temporary disintegration. Now is the moment. In the instant when Qin Mo's chaotic star fire and Luo Feng's devouring maw forcibly obstructed and interfered with the spear of adjudication at the cost of their lives, the last remnants of clarity within Qin Mo's nearly extinguished will captured a fleeting and minuscule fissure in the laws, which emerged due to severe turbulence at the Primordial Embryonic Mark portal. This was a brief rift where order had been momentarily torn apart. He was devoid of strength. The Starfire Cauldron was on the verge of complete collapse, his body turning to ash in the flames. Yet he possessed one final item, the crystal left by the Mountain Dweller. This crystal, acquired from the fragments of the Star Tower, contained the last message and a fragment of power from the Mountain Dweller. With the last vestige of his intent, he infused the nearly extinguished primordial star fire into the crystal in his hand. Predecessor Mountain Dweller, lend me your aid. Buzz. The crystal left by the Mountain Dweller suddenly ignited with brilliance, a star radiance refined to its utmost, embodying the vast will of the Mountain Dweller, pierced through the eternal darkness like a sword, striking with unparalleled precision towards the fissure in the laws. With a soft hiss, it penetrated the impenetrable order, akin to a hot knife slicing through butter. The starlight of the Mountain Dweller merged with Qin Mo's final primordial starfire, momentarily creating a minuscule hole in the otherwise unyielding portal of order. Luo Feng, go! Qin Mo's final voice resonated within Luo Feng's soul, imbued with determination and trust. As Luo Feng, amidst the frenzied backlash of the spear of adjudication, bled from all 7 orifices and the phantom of the golden-horned beast was riddled with cracks, he glimpsed that opened hope. He relinquished his attempt to continue devouring the adjudication power that threatened to burst him apart, and, propelled by the force of the backlash, transformed into a meteor of blood and flame, hurtling towards that minuscule hole with reckless abandon. Behind him, Qin Mo's figure, along with the burning illusion of the Starfire Cauldron, was completely transformed into scattered starlight, dissipating into the cold void under the dual effects of the remaining power of the spear of adjudication and his self-destruction. The target's primordial source signal vanished, confirming annihilation. The secondary target, the aberrant battle soul, breached the adjudication blockade, invading the primordial embryonic mark, maintaining the threat level at its highest. The cold electronic voice of the adjudicator echoed, yet the order runes that formed its body had noticeably dimmed, with some even suffering permanent damage. Its scarlet gaze locked onto the rapidly healing fissure in the laws, as data streams calculated frantically. Boom. The portal of the law gear at the primordial embryonic mark, after being momentarily breached, erupted with an even more intense order radiance, instantly repairing the fissure and rendering it unassailable once more, completely isolating the internal and external worlds. Inside the primordial embryonic mark, Luo Feng fell to the cold, hard ground like a broken sack, drenched in blood, with an unknown number of bones shattered. The phantom of the golden-horned beast nearly entirely dissipated, and his breath reduced to the faintest flicker. The backlash from the spear of judgment and the forceful breach of the portal nearly cost him his life. Yet he survived. Struggling to lift his head, the scene before him made him forget his pain, leaving only an unparalleled sense of awe. Is this the origin of the universe? The core of the pure realm agreement? There were no mechanical constructs or energy cores as he had envisioned. Before him lay a vast, boundless sea of chaos, seemingly without end. The waters were not liquid but composed of countless primordial, chaotic particles of fundamental laws, exhibiting a constantly shifting and pulsating chaotic hue. Above this chaotic sea, a colossal, indescribably large, cold sphere of pure white light floated. The surface of the sphere was impeccably smooth, devoid of any flaw, emanating an aura of absolute order, purity, and coldness. It resembled a detached giant eye, gazing down upon the tumultuous sea of chaos below. Countless chains, formed from pure order runes, descended from the sphere, piercing deeply into the chaotic sea, akin to the roots of a colossal tree, voraciously drawing, untangling, and transforming the primordial chaotic power into the formatted energy that drives the operation of the pure realm agreement. This was the core essence of the pure realm agreement, the core of order. Beneath that core of order, deep within the chaotic sea, Luo Feng sensed a faint yet profoundly familiar vast will. This will, imbued with the grandeur of the stars and indomitable resilience, was ensnared by numerous thick chains of order, binding it tightly. It resembled a colossal deity nailed to the chaotic cross. The mountain-sitting guest, his true form was indeed trapped here. Lao Qin. As Luo Feng gazed upon this vast and terrifying sight, he was reminded of Qin Mo, who had perished utterly to bring him here. A wave of heart-wrenching sorrow and overwhelming fury instantly engulfed his consciousness. Roar! He struggled to rise, his battered dark golden aura and chaotic shadow patterns blazing fiercely. The phantom of the golden-horned behemoth coalesced behind him once more. Though battered, it radiated a ferocious and resolute might capable of annihilating worlds. He fixed his gaze intensely upon the cold core of order and the chains entwining the mountain-sitting guest. Source Network, pure realm, I demand you, blood for blood. The roar of the golden-horned behemoth resounded throughout the origin of the universe, reverberating like a clarion call, declaring war against the supreme order. However, just as Luo Feng prepared to recklessly charge into the chaotic sea, a distorted gray shadow appeared silently beside him at the edge of the chaos, resembling a ghost. The tattered gray robe hung loosely, and beneath the hood, no longer were frail fingers visible, but rather they were covered in a frenzied array of dark red imprints, almost enveloping his entire being. These patterns writhed as though alive, exuding a cold aura akin to that of the core of order, yet intertwined with a profound sense of pain and struggle. It was the gray-robed figure, the Starcaller. He lifted his head, his gaze from beneath the hood fixated intensely on the enormous core of order, his voice hoarse and distorted, as if composed of countless overlapping voices, filled with insatiable longing and deep-seated hatred. The core of order, the origin of the Source Network, the heart of the purified realm, stands as the eternal prison that constrains us. He extended a hand, marred by nearly complete branding, trembling as he pointed towards the core of order, then towards the bound figure of the mountain dweller below, and ultimately to the wrathful Luo Feng, along with the crystal of the mountain dweller, tainted by the last flicker of Qin Mo's essence, the key, the breath of the abyssal key, and his own remnants of primordial chaos. The voice of the gray-robed figure resonated with a sickly fervor, declaring that the moment had arrived to shatter the prison and consume the core. He would usurp it, achieving true freedom and power. The Source Network's brand upon him erupted in blinding red light, and a chaotic, destructive force began to surge uncontrollably within him, targeting none other than the core of order. Yet, his intention was not to save, but to devour and replace. The warning of the mountain dweller echoed violently in Luo Feng's mind. Beware how you wield this power, and be cautious of his words. His assistants harbors selfish motives, seeking to escape the brand of the Source Network through the primordial strength or to supplant it. Damn it, a madman. In an instant, Luo Feng grasped the true intent of the gray-robed figure. This twisted abomination, having endured until now, had led them here to exploit Qin Mo's primordial power and the mountain dweller's key to instigate a frenzied coup in the innermost sanctum of the core of order. Before him lay the chains of order binding the mountain dweller, while behind lurked the ravenous, twisted star harbinger, intent on consuming everything. And Qin Mo had been utterly obliterated to allow him entry. The true final deadlock, within the remnants of the primordial embryo, descended upon Luo Feng once more in a brutal manner. Chapter 52, The Flame of Hope, Chaos Reborn. The frigid particles of chaos battered against Luo Feng's bloodied armor, while the core of order's utterly pure radiance locked onto him like a judgmental gaze. Ahead, countless chains of order entwined the mountain dweller, siphoning the essence of chaos. Behind him loomed the gray-robed star harbinger, his aura spiraling wildly, seeking to engulf all. Despair surged like a cold tide, nearly drowning Luo Feng. The image of Qin Mo, having burned out completely, lingered vividly in his mind, the last entrusted task etched into the depths of his soul. Blood for blood, Luo Feng roared, his voice hoarse yet infused with the primal ferocity of the golden-horned beast. The dark golden light enveloping his form flickered like a candle in the wind, while newly formed shadowy patterns marred his skin with fissures. The backlash of the judgment spear and the wounds from his forceful breakthroughs ravaged his body. Yet he did not falter. The will of the golden-horned beast erupted with unprecedented tenacity in this dire moment. He fixed his gaze upon the twisted gray-robed figure, eyes ablaze with a madness that sought mutual destruction. You wish to consume that abomination? You must first pass through me, Luo Feng bellowed, forcibly squeezing out the last remnants of his strength. The ethereal form of the golden-horned beast coalesced behind him once more, though spectral. It bore the fierce momentum of a cataclysm, launching towards the Star Harbinger. He aimed to interrupt the Star Harbinger before he could complete his preparations to devour, even if it was merely to delay for a fleeting moment. Ants, obstructing my path. The Star Harbinger emitted an inhuman roar, the dark red markings beneath his hood flowing like molten lava. He did not even glance at the approaching Luo Feng, casually raising his hand, marred by countless brands, and gesturing towards him as if pressing against the void. A resonant hum echoed as an invisible yet immensely heavy field of force materialized in an instant. Like an intangible giant hammer, it struck ruthlessly upon Luo Feng and the golden-horned phantom behind him. Luo Feng was sent hurtling backward as if struck by a high-speed starship. blood gushing forth, his body resembling a kite severed from its string, crashing into the frigid sea of chaotic particles. The golden-horned phantom let out a mournful wail, disintegrating instantly. He felt as if every bone in his body was shattering, his strength brutally suppressed and stripped away by the terrifying force field, even his consciousness beginning to blur. The disparity was insurmountable. At this moment, the Star Inducer, driven madly by the brand of the Source Network, approached the power level of a true cosmic sovereign. The key, the embers, the core, the Star Inducer disregarded the easily cast-aside Luo Feng, focusing all attention on the colossal core of order. The branded patterns on his body erupted with blinding red light, transforming into countless scarlet tendrils composed of pure erroneous data and distorted will, frantically stabbing at the smooth, cold surface of the core of order. I am the ultimate error. I shall engulf order. I am the new pristine realm. The scarlet tendrils plunged fiercely into the core of order. There was no earth-shattering crash, only a disconcerting hissing sound, akin to metal corroded by a potent acid. The absolutely pure surface of the core of order was indeed being eroded and melted by those scarlet tendrils mutated from the Source Network brand, revealing an ever-expanding dark red area resembling a festering wound. Warning: core logic area encountering unknown high-dimensional erosion. Erosion source, Source Network, error conglomerate, extinction level, initiating highest purification protocol. The cold and merciless will of the core of order reverberated through the sea of chaos, as numerous larger, blindingly white chains of order shot forth from the core, akin to white blood cells of an immune system, ruthlessly slaughtering the scarlet tendrils. Boom, boom, boom. The scarlet tendrils and pure white chains clashed violently upon the surface of the core of order, each collision igniting sparks of law potent enough to tear apart galaxies. The entire trace of the primordial embryo trembled violently, and the sea of chaos erupted in towering waves. The Star Inducer let out a howl interwoven with pain and ecstasy, the branded patterns on his body writhing like living creatures, continuously siphoning the exquisitely pure, formatting primal force spilling from the eroded area of the core of order. His aura surged uncontrollably amidst the agony, the dark red eroded area expanding further under his devouring grasp. It seemed he was truly on the verge of success, forcefully embedding his very essence of error into and attempting to supplant the cold order itself. At the peak of this chaotic confrontation between madness and order, deep within the sea of chaos, the will of the seated mountain guest, tightly ensnared by countless chains of order, erupted suddenly. A roar, echoing as if suppressing the ages, resonated throughout the trace of the primordial embryo. The chains of order binding the seated mountain guest tightened to their utmost limits, emitting a metallic groan under the unbearable strain. The will of the vast stars, embodied by the mountain-sitting guest, erupted like a wrathful celestial deity, disregarding the severance of chains and the suppression of the core of order, forcefully unleashing its power. The stellar secret art, myriad stars attracting calamity, manifested, where the mountain-sitting guest was confined, perhaps within a nexus of energy or a condensed law. Billions of radiant beams of starlight surged forth. These beams did not target the core of order or the star attractor. Rather, they acted as precise navigational beacons, piercing down towards the roiling sea of chaos below. Thunderous roars erupted. The region of the chaotic sea, struck by the beams of starlight, resembled a deluge of countless stars crashing into it. The frenzied chaotic particles were instantaneously ignited, exploding. The boundless chaotic energy, unshackled from the order's chains and suppression, transformed into a cataclysmic tidal wave of chaos, akin to a rampaging primordial beast, crashing towards the fiercely contending core of order and the star attractor above. The mountain-sitting guest, this legendary creator of the celestial tower, had, in a reckless act of self-sacrifice, forcefully ignited the chaotic essence of the primordial trace, orchestrating a grand calamity that engulfed everything. This was a suicidal offensive, executed solely to create a singular, devastating variable at the pivotal moment of confrontation between the core of order and the star attractor. No, the star attractor shrieked in terror. Its crimson tendrils were ensnared in a fierce struggle with the chains of order, consumed by the ecstasy of devouring core power. Utterly unable to divert its focus to withstand the cataclysmic tidal wave of chaos surging from below, that terrifying torrent of chaotic energy was potent enough to obliterate this flawed entity, which had yet to fully supplant the core, along with the territory it had corrupted. In response, the core of order erupted with an even more intense white light, countless chains redirecting in a desperate attempt to suppress this uncontrollable surge of chaos. Yet, the timing of the mountain-sitting guest explosion was exceedingly clever. It coincided precisely with the critical juncture of the struggle against the star attractor's encroachment. The annihilating tidal wave of chaos swiftly engulfed the core of order, the star attractor, and the very region where their fierce clash took place. An explosion beyond the capacity of words erupted at the heart of the primordial trace. Chaos and order, error and rule, were violently entwined, forging a singularity of absolute destruction. Light devoured all. The very fabric of law unraveled here. Time and space crumbled into dust. Amidst this cataclysmic singularity, at the edge of destruction, Luo Feng, grievously wounded by the star attractor and nearly submerged in a sea of chaotic particles, was swept up by a violent current of chaotic energy as the mountain-sitting guest erupted, the tidal wave of chaos rising. Like a withered leaf in a tempest, he was hurled towards the epicenter of the explosion. The breath of death tightened around his throat. Just as he was on the brink of being utterly shredded by the annihilative energy, a faint yet profoundly familiar spark of starlight suddenly ignited within his grasp. It was the crystal left by the mountain-sitting guest. This crystal, tainted with the essence of Qin Mo's last embers of primordial starlight, now, amidst the chaotic environment at the cosmic source of the primordial trace, underwent an incredible transformation in the extreme disorder wrought by the mountain-sitting guest's detonation and the collapse of order. The lingering trace of Qin Mo, imbued with the primordial essence of creation and the chaotic rhythm of destruction, resonates mysteriously with the celestial will encapsulated within the crystal of the mountain-sitting guest. Under the catalysis of the primordial chaos, an enigmatic harmony and fusion transpire. With a resounding hum, the crystal erupts into an unprecedented radiance, neither purely primordial nor entirely celestial, emanating a unique glow that embodies the essence of harmonious chaos and the nurturing of new life. This brilliance instantaneously envelopes the dying Luo Feng, forming a delicate shield that shimmers with the chaotic starlight. With a thunderous crash, a wave of destruction violently collides with the shield. The barrier trembles violently, its light rapidly dimming, instantly adorned with spiderweb-like fissures. Luo Feng suffers yet another grievous blow, feeling as if his very soul is on the verge of disintegration. Yet, miraculously, the extraordinary shield, born of the fusion between Qin Mo's lingering flames and the crystal of the mountain-sitting guest, remains unshattered in the face of absolute annihilation. Like a stubborn spark of starlight, it fiercely guards the last vestige of Luo Feng's vitality. The storm of destruction sweeps through, seeming to last an eternity, yet also a mere fleeting moment, as the terrifying energy turbulence, capable of reshaping the universe, begins to subside. The core area of the primordial embryo reveals a landscape utterly transformed. At the core of order, the immense, smooth, pure white sphere is marred by countless colossal, crater-like ruptures, crimson traces of erosion, inflicted by the star invoker, and inky black chaos pollution, detonated by the mountain-sitting guest, mar its surface, resembling grotesque scars. Its light appears dim and chaotic, with countless chains of order fractured, twisted, and drooping into the boiling sea of chaos like the dying tendrils of a colossal beast. Though it suffers unprecedented devastation, the Core S frigid will continues to struggle for operation, striving to repair itself and regain control over the chaos. The Star Invoker, the man in gray robes, his form is nearly untraceable. In his place, only a mass of writhing, twisted energy, intermingled with crimson and black, remains. Within the energy mass, fragments of gray robes and flickering remnants of a brand can be faintly discerned, emitting a painful, inhuman wail. His ambition to consume the core is interrupted by the cataclysm of chaos, leaving him in a critically unstable state, on the verge of complete dissolution or distortion. The ambition that sought to replace order is abruptly shattered. The mountain-sitting guest, the price of igniting chaos, is exorbitant. The chains of order that bound him shatter significantly in the explosion, yet his vast celestial will has become exceedingly feeble and dispersed. His form, an energy conglomerate, has turned ethereal and translucent, as if he might dissolve into chaos at any moment. He has paid the nearly total cost of his existence to seize the opportunity to severely wound the core of order and thwart the Star Invoker's ambitions. The sea of chaos, it has grown increasingly violent and disordered, yet it seems to possess a newfound primal vitality. The mountain-sitting guest detonation acts like a boulder cast into stagnant waters, disrupting a certain equilibrium. On the fringes of that devastated area, a faint cocoon, shimmering with chaotic starlight, floats. The cocoon's shell is riddled with cracks, encasing Luo Feng, who lies unconscious, his breath faint to the extreme. The crystal of the mountain cedar hung suspended over his chest, its light dim, yet resolutely safeguarding the last vestiges of his vitality. Within the crystal, a flicker of starlight, so faint it was nearly imperceptible, pulsed slowly beneath the enveloping chaos, imbued with the essence of primordial forces. The trace of the primordial embryo fell into a momentary, death-like stillness. The core of order struggled to mend itself. The star collar writhed in painful distortion. The mountain cedar teetered on the brink of dissolution. And Luo Feng lay comatose and near death. Yet, that trace of starlight, merging with the crystal, seemed to harbor a barely detectable glimmer of life beneath the nurturing chaos. In the ultimate battleground of the universe's origin, after a brutal clash, a fleeting silence, marred by wounds and uncertainty, ensued. The core of the Purity Realm Agreement suffered severe damage but remained unbroken. The ember of hope, represented by the starlight of Luo Feng and Qin Mo, still flickered like a candle in the wind. The true conclusion had yet to be inscribed. The path ahead, will it lead to rebirth after destruction, or a complete and utter end? Hope and despair intertwined in this primordial chaos, crafting the final chapter. Chapter 53, The Starlight Spreads Like Wildfire, a Legacy Unbroken. The chaotic starlight tore through the last barrier of the primordial embryo, akin to the light of a new birth piercing through the amniotic veil. The figures of Qin Mo and Luo Feng, enveloped in the undivided breath of the universe's origin, descended like two meteors falling in reverse, crashing back into the familiar yet tumultuous starry sky of their origin. Their first destination, the embers of the star skeleton market. They did not return directly to the realm of humanity. Qin Mo's chaotic starlight flickered gently, the laws of space easily manipulated, and their forms appeared at the coordinates where the star skeleton market once thrived. Before them lay not the clamor and chaos of memory, but rather a vast, cold, and desolate expanse of formatted emptiness. In this cosmic space, spanning several light years in diameter, it seemed as though an invisible eraser had brutally wiped away all remnants of stars. There were no remnants of celestial bodies, no distorted threads of law, no roaming star beasts. Even space itself exhibited a pathological, unervingly smooth purity. The residual formatted energy drifted like cold phantoms at the edges of this blank area, silently consuming any impurities that dared to approach. Here lay the eternal scar left by the star burning and purifying agreement, a chilling grave for the star skeleton market and the countless lives within it. Luo Feng floated at the edge of this deathly void, his dark golden pupils reflecting the suffocating purity. The perception of the golden-horned behemoth extended outward, but could only grasp the mournful echoes of nothingness. He could still envision Krieg brandishing his chainsaw, hear the clamor of the black market auction, feel the greedy gazes that once coveted, yet now all had transformed into an icy void. The source network. The Purity Realm. Luo Feng's voice emerged low and hoarse, akin to the rasp of sandpaper. Beneath the newly formed, deeper dark golden scales, shadowy patterns flowed silently, exuding a chilling murderous intent. This blankness spoke more directly of the enemy's cruelty than any bloody battlefield. Qin Mo remained silent. The chaotic starlight in his palms spun slowly, with countless chaotic stars flickering erratically within. He could distinctly sense the cold touch of the residual chains of order in this empty area, akin to maggots burrowing into the bone. In the realm of the stellar chains, the final remnants of the mountain dweller resonate subtly with the ethereal echoes of the celestial shackles, imbued with a silent warning and a heavy gravity. This place marks both a beginning and a cautionary tale. Qin Mo's voice, calm yet infused with the vast will of the chaotic star spirit, urges one to remember this void. It serves as a reminder of the cost of failure. He refrained from attempting to purify this area, as the residual formatted energy was of exceedingly high levels. Any forceful intervention would not only be immensely taxing, but could also disturb the entities dwelling deep within the source network. This void shall stand as a cold monument, a testament at the origin of all things. Once again, the chaotic starlight enveloped the two, silently retreating into the depths of space. The second destination, the silence of the chaotic temple. The core sanctuary of the alliance of all races, the chaotic temple, hovers at the center of a vast whirlpool formed by primordial nebulae. At this moment, within the grand hall of the myriad races at the temple's pinnacle, the atmosphere is as tense as the heart of a star. Projections of the cosmic sovereigns representing the apex races converge, their light and shadows intertwining, their presence immense. Yet, all projections fix their gaze intently upon the celestial map suspended in the center of the hall. On this map, the location representing the graveyard of return is now obscured by a blinding crimson mark, with an accompanying inscription in the cold, universal language of the cosmos. Execution zone of the Iron Heart Exterminators and the purification of the Stars Agreement. The star skeleton market, along with the surrounding 17 transit star domains, has vanished entirely. An ancient being, resembling a star of molten lava, spoke in a deep voice, laced with suppressed fury. The source network has irreparably torn apart relations this time. What of the Supreme Council? What is the reaction of those self-proclaimed hounds of order? A voice draped in emerald star mist, belonging to the leader of the spirit race, coldly inquired. Reaction? A nearby virtual figure, composed of countless data streams, emitted a mocking electronic tone, the representative of the data race. They promptly sealed off the adjacent sectors, claiming it was to eradicate high-risk sources of contamination, prohibiting any forces from approaching for investigation. The hypocrisy is appalling. Qin Mo, Luo Feng, their last signal vanished within the graveyard of return. A worried voice emerged from a human cosmic sovereign, not a cosmic ruler, but present as a representative of humanity. However, before he could finish his sentence, buzz. An indescribable and terrifying pressure descended upon the entire chaotic temple without warning. This pressure was not an aggressive assault, but rather an absolute supremacy emanating from the very essence of life and the principles of existence. Vast, boundless, it carried the ancient breath of primordial chaos, instantly causing the projections of all cosmic sovereigns within the hall to tremble violently, as if flickering candles in the wind. The molten star-like being was engulfed in a mix of fury and shock, flames erupting around it. In the next moment, the space at the center of the hall rippled like water. Two figures gradually emerged. On the left stood an individual with obsidian hair and starry eyes. Draped in an ethereal robe that flowed with chaotic starlight, the patterns of stars on his surface flickering in and out of visibility. Merely by standing there, he resembled a moving domain of chaotic stars, the miniature starry realm in his palm radiating a tremor-inducing pressure. The chaotic star spirit, Qin Mo, the aura of the universe's strongest being, the most revered, a divine-level presence, was unmistakably revealed. To the right stood an imposing figure, clad in a sinister armor of interwoven dark gold and deep black, his vertical pupils aflame with an unquenchable ferocity. A palpable chaos field and a devouring vortex encircled him. The sheer physical prowess and destructive will emanating from him sent shivers down the spines of even the most powerful cosmic sovereigns present. This was the chaos fiend, Luo Feng. Qin Mo, Luo Feng. The human cosmic dignitaries gasped in disbelief, their eyes alight with ecstatic incredulity. The vast hall of the myriad races fell into a profound silence. The projections of all cosmic sovereigns froze, their expressions a tapestry of shock, horror, scrutiny, and elation, as they processed the news of the obliterated star skeleton market. Two young men, once deemed beyond salvation, had returned in such a staggering manner, wielding a terrifying power capable of overturning all understanding. Qin Mo's gaze swept calmly over the projections of the cosmic sovereigns, ultimately resting on the blood-red region of the star map, known as the Purified Universe. The star skeleton market is the extermination declaration issued by the Source Network. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the hearts of all present, imbued with the coldness and vastness of the chaos star spirit. Yet, it also bore testament to the fear instilled by the Source Network. He raised his hand, the chaotic starry light pulsating in his palm, as a stream of thought containing crucial information, concealing the specific location of the mountain-sitting guest and the secrets of his own chaos star spirit core, was directly projected onto the star map. The imagery flickered, the terrifying beam of the Iron Heart Exterminator, the deathly silence of the ruined cemetery, the final lament of the shattered star tower fragments. The icy outline of the Order Core, and the starry chains entwined around the Order Core, shimmering with the will of the mountain-sitting guest. The Elder, at the cost of his own essence, had dealt a devastating blow to the core of the Purified Realm Agreement, the Order Core, and had shackled it with eternal fetters. Qin Mo's voice bore the weight of reverence and gravity, declaring that the power of the Purified Realm Agreement had been significantly diminished. It could no longer act with reckless abandon to incinerate the universe. The Order Core, the fetters? A clamor erupted within the hall. The revelations were too shocking. For the first time, the core secrets of the Source Network and the Purified Realm Agreement were laid bare before the myriad races. Had the core of the Source Network been severely damaged? The projections of the cosmic sovereigns, glowing like molten stars, erupted with astonishing radiance. This was an unprecedented opportunity. Opportunity? Luo Feng's deep voice resonated, tinged with the unique ferocity and mockery of the golden-horned giant beast. Opportunities must be carved out, not awaited. The Source Network is merely weakened, not vanquished. Those tin cans are still operational. That accursed network remains intact. Once it regains its breath, the next obliterated void could very well be your sacred ground. He stepped forward, the aura of the chaos fiend engulfing the space like a tempest. The alliance of myriad races? If it remains as disjointed as before, waiting to be singled out and obliterated by the Source Network, then it is better to disband. If we are to fight, let us exhibit the spirit of battle. Consolidate our strength. Strike preemptively. Let us bring the battlefield to the lair of the Source Network. Luo Feng's words resonated like the beating of war drums, striking the hearts of every cosmic sovereign present. Fear, hesitation, the indignation at being slighted by the younger generation, yet more prominently. A solemnity ignited by the revelation of the current state of affairs, and a flicker of ignited valor. At an opportune moment, Qin Mo spoke, his voice imbued with the grandeur and reassurance of the chaotic star essence. What Luo Feng articulates is the sole path to survival. Passive defense will inevitably lead to demise. The sacrifice of our esteemed elder, the mountain guest, has torn open a sliver of dawn for us. However, this dawn must be safeguarded and expanded by all beings unwilling to be standardized. The radiance of the starlight in his palms softened yet remained resolute. The Honghuang Star Palace, tentative name, shall be open to all like-minded individuals. We present initial methods to counter the source network's imprints and the energy of standardization, based on preliminary research outcomes of the Honghuang Dao rhythm and the essence of chaos, as well as guidance towards deeper powers. After casting the foundation for collaboration and enticing offers, Qin Mo finally turned to the human representative. Kindly inform the higher echelons of humanity. We shall return shortly. The chaotic starlight shimmered once more, enveloping the two. Under the complex and awestruck gazes of the cosmic sovereigns from the Myriad Races Alliance, their figures gradually faded, leaving behind the celestial mark symbolizing shackles on the star map, along with the lingering echoes in the Grand Hall regarding the Honghuang Star Palace and the counteroffensive. The third station, Earth, dawn's gentle light. The space unfolded silently in the orbit beyond Earth, without disturbing any defense systems. Qin Mo and Luo Feng appeared as if returning home, quietly manifesting above the Jiangnan base city in the land of Huaxia. Below lay a city bathed in the soft glow of morning light. Familiar architectural silhouettes, early rising shuttles, and the distant sounds of martial arts training filled the air, ordinary yet brimming with vitality. In comparison to the chaos of primordial remnants, the harshness of the origin, and the grandeur of the Myriad Races Alliance, everything here seemed as minuscule as dust, yet precious as the treasures of the universe. Luo Feng had already retracted his chaotic deity form, donning a simple black combat uniform. He gazed down at the city, his eyes penetrating the space, landing precisely on a tranquil villa courtyard within the base city. In the yard, a gentle figure was watering the flowers and plants, sunlight cascading upon her, serene and beautiful. Su Xian. In an instant, Luo Feng's gaze softened immeasurably. The overwhelming fury and icy intent of the chaotic deity melted away like snow, leaving only the deepest affection and a hint of trepidation at returning home. With a flicker of his form, he melded into the sunlight like a shadow, silently alighting outside the courtyard. Qin Mo, however, hovered in the high sky, refraining from intruding. His gaze swept across the earth, traversing the solar system. The perception of the chaotic star essence unfurled silently, instantly comprehending the development of the human race over the years. He also discerned, concealed within the interstices of the solar system, several exceedingly subtle yet powerful wills of scrutiny and vigilance. The cosmic sovereigns of humanity, such as Hong and Thor, were evidently stirred. Qin Mo did not initiate contact. Instead, he allowed his vast and tranquil chaotic star essence to ripple gently, emanating clear goodwill and a protective intent. In that fleeting moment when the obscure wills encountered his aura, they exhibited a marked and violent fluctuation, brimming with profound shock and incredulity. Gradually, they retracted. Yet the vigilance did not entirely dissipate. Instead, it transformed into a deeper scrutiny. Qin Mo withdrew his gaze, directing it downward. Luo Feng had already pushed open the courtyard door. Ah Feng. Su Xian's watering motion froze, the watering can clattering to the ground. She gazed at the familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar figure at the entrance, tears cascading uncontrollably from her eyes. There was no earth-shattering energy. But as the closest person to Luo Feng, she sensed an indescribable weight and transformation emanating from the essence of life itself, along with a yearning and tenderness concealed beneath that weight, almost overwhelming her. I have returned. Luo Feng's voice was somewhat hoarse as he stepped forward, enveloping his wife tightly in his embrace as if wishing to meld her into his very being. All the tumultuous storms and agonizing struggles transformed into a tranquil harbor in that moment. Qin Mo observed quietly from above, a barely perceptible, warm smile gracing his lips. The chaotic starlight within his palm gently swirled, the stars within flickering in and out of existence, reflecting the warmth of earthly life. After a brief pause, he turned, the chaotic starlight unfurling as he stepped forward, finding himself in the heart of Huaxia, above a vast mountain range seldom trodden by human feet, yet rich in natural beauty. Here would be the foundation of the Honghuang Star Palace in the mortal realm. He gazed down at the rivers and mountains, his eyes profound, The flame of knowledge passed down through generations. The path to the primordial opened. This was the starting point. Chapter 54, the grand finale. The chaotic starlight and dark golden malevolence were distinctly delineated in the starry expanse of the origin, yet they resembled the duality of yin and yang, forming a peculiar and stable tableau. The Hongwang Star Palace stood upon the Wendafeng. Dawn pierced through the thin primordial nebula, casting a gentle golden glow over the vast stone plaza atop Wendafeng. Within the plaza, hundreds of figures sat cross-legged, their auras varying in strength, belonging to diverse races. Among them were human elites, talents from the Myriad Clans Alliance, such as element attuners from the Spirit Clan and energy manipulators from the Crystal Cluster Clan, and even a few solitary practitioners with obscure auras, evidently hailing from secret lineages, though Qin Mo's figure did not manifest. The entire summit of Wendafeng was suffused with his vast and tranquil chaotic star spirit consciousness. At the center of the peak, a colossal, slowly rotating sphere of nebula, condensed from chaotic starlight, floated. This was the Wendaok Xingxuan. Inside the star sphere, countless miniature stars operated according to profound trajectories, enacting the ultimate principles of chaos, the birth of stars, and the rise and fall of all things. There were no specific incantations, no convoluted techniques. Qin Mo's teachings were guided by his own domain, directly manifesting the fundamental laws of Hongwang, chaos, and stars within the star sphere. He led his disciples to observe, to feel, and to resonate with this realm of understanding. A young human, beads of sweat forming upon his brow, concentrated intently. He endeavored to integrate his feeble primordial force into the operational trajectory of the star sphere, attempting to mimic the birth and demise of one of the stars within. Suddenly, the trajectory of a star in the celestial sphere became exceptionally luminous, emanating a pure force infused with the primal essence of chaos. In an instant, it shattered a stubborn bottleneck within him. He trembled, his aura surging dramatically. An ecstasy ignited in his eyes. The embryonic form of the primordial chi technique was birthed within his instincts. Meanwhile, a young maiden of the spirit race closed her eyes in concentration, her mental energy extending like tendrils, cautiously probing the chaotic tidal zones within the celestial sphere. In an instant, her consciousness was ensnared, violently torn apart, and pain surged through her. Yet, she gritted her teeth, striving to decipher the rhythm amidst the tumult. Gradually, a faint green halo, resonating with chaotic particles, manifested around her. She endeavored to comprehend chaos rather than resist it. In the Chaos Temple's abyssal arena, a stark contrast to the tranquil grandeur of the Tao Summit, deep within the Chaos Temple, a colossal circular arena constructed of dark golden metal and solidified malevolent energy reverberated with deafening roars, the clash of metal, and explosive bursts of energy. In the arena's center, it was not a battle between men, but rather between man and shadow. Dozens of silhouettes composed of pure energy, grotesque in form, mimicking the scavenger projections, the Ironheart exterminator energy manifestations, and even the distorted remnants of star pullers, were relentlessly besieging a dozen warriors within the arena. These warriors were the first batch of Chaos Guardians meticulously selected by Luo Feng from countless applicants. Each exuded a fierce aura, their physiques robust, and their eyes ablaze with an almost frenzied combat spirit. Lacking unified armor and wielding an array of bizarre weapons, from massive axes to chainsaws, bone blades, and even bare hands, they all shared a commonality. Their bodies were enveloped in varying intensities of dark golden malevolence and chaotic energy fields. Roaring, a towering figure, nearly 3 meters tall and resembling a humanoid bear, faced an incoming energy beam from a scavenger without flinching. His chest, adorned with dark golden markings, bulged with muscle, and he charged forward. The beam scorched his chest, producing wisps of smoke, yet failed to penetrate. He roared, wielding his massive axe like a door, unleashing a fierce wind that shattered the energy projection into fragments. The chaos body began to take form. Another figure, lithe as a leopard, weaved through the intersecting fire of several Ironheart exterminator projections with uncanny agility. Her shadowy patterns rendered her nearly invisible within the arena's light and dark corners. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, she deftly plunged 2 short daggers, glimmering with a ghostly blue poison, into the energy core of a projection. The projection emitted a mournful wail before dissipating. From the elevated circular viewing platform, Luo Feng sat regally upon a throne fashioned from the bones of an unknown colossal beast. He had shed his menacing bone armor, donning only a simple black vest that revealed a torso marred by scars, muscles carved as if forged from steel. Supporting his chin with one hand, his dark golden vertical pupils coldly surveyed the bloody trial below. Occasionally, upon witnessing a guardian sacrifice themselves for victory or narrowly evade a lethal strike, A cruelly approving smirk would curl at the corners of his mouth. Too slow. Too soft. His chilling voice thundered above the arena's clamor, piercing through the din and resonating in the ears of every guardian. The scavenger's hounds will be 10 times faster than these shadows. 100 times more ruthless. Do you wish to survive? Do you wish to triumph? Extract the fierce tenacity from the very bones of your being. Let the entropy force you have learned be your sustenance. Remember, to fall here, while still breathing, is a privilege. To fall outside is to leave not even ashes behind. His reprimand struck the nerves of the fierce guards like a whip, compelling them to unleash their more ferocious potential under extreme duress. The arena was thick with a palpable aura of menace, and the scent of blood intensified. This was Luo Feng's domain, where battles were nurtured by battles, and blood tempered the blade, forging the most formidable weapon against the source network. In the shadows of hidden currents, a strategic game unfolded. In the depths of an ancient, forgotten star domain, space rippled like water. A peculiar miniature spacecraft, resembling a prism that refracted light in myriad directions, appeared almost undetectable by any sensor. Inside the ship, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. Has the information been confirmed? Intoned a figure shrouded in the shadow of flowing data, a senior member of the Data Clan, emitting an electronic voice. The publicly disclosed chaotic resonance technique of the Primal Star Palace indeed proved effective in mitigating the erosion rate of lower-level source network imprints. Within the alliance of 10,000 races, over 37 races had already begun covert attempts to construct chaotic resonance arrays. Humph, a poison to quench thirst, scoffed another humanoid projection. Composed entirely of pure psychic energy and radiating a cold white light, suspected to be a representative of the radical faction within the Supreme Council. The essence of that power is fundamentally flawed. To oppose the source network imprint only destabilizes one's own structural laws. Qin Mo is dragging the entire alliance deeper into a chaotic abyss. Yet, its efficacy could not be denied. An elderly figure, hunched and with skin resembling tree bark, a sage from an ancient neutral race, spoke slowly, under the threat of the source network's purging stars. A sip of poison is preferable to immediate thirst-induced demise. The unity of the alliance of 10,000 races had never been as potent as it was at this moment. Or rather, it was forcibly bound by fear and the bait cast by Qin Mo. The crux of the matter lay with Luo Feng. Shadows of data flickered. His chaotic sanctuary was akin to a pack of uncontrollable beasts. Their assaults on the peripheral nodes of the source network had grown increasingly frequent, marked by extreme brutality. This had incited the ire of certain entities deep within the source network. Recent deep space explorations indicated a 300 increase in the activity frequency of cleansing class entities, with faint signals potentially capturing the presence of secondary projections of the adjudicators. He sought to ignite the fury of the source network prematurely. The white light projection spoke ominously, using the entire alliance as a stepping stone for his vengeance. Perhaps this was precisely what Qin Mo had tacitly approved. A glimmer of insight flashed in the eyes of the bark-skinned elder, embodying both stillness and motion, both the ordinary and the extraordinary. The Primal Star Palace offered antidotes and hope, while the chaotic sanctuary served as a blade to draw fire. They were playing a grand game. And he surveyed the assembly, must decide whether to be mere pawns or the players themselves. Silence enveloped the miniature spacecraft, broken only by the low hum of the engines and the eerie stillness of the desolate star dust drifting outside. The shadowed game was far more intricate than the overt gambits of the Star Palace and Sanctuary. The echoes of the primordial embryo's whispers resonated, cold, desolate. The vast core of order floated in the sea of chaos, resembling a pale eyeball riddled with cracks. The chains of stars left by the mountain dweller are deeply embedded in the damaged core, resembling golden veins entwined around the cold machinery. Each attempt by the core of order to harness power for self-repair triggers a backlash of celestial resonance, stirring chaotic ripples of energy and the chilling cries of electronic lamentation. The logic conflict obstructs the repair process, with priorities set to eliminate the shackles, analyze their composition, and contend with the cosmic laws, primal disturbances, and inherent errors. The cold will of the core of order struggles to operate within the silence. Those entwined chains of stars represent not merely physical restraints, but also an inscrutable logical virus that taints its absolutely ordered core logic. At the deepest part of the core of order lies a damaged area, eroded by both the energy of the star chains and chaotic pollution. Here, a viscous darkness, reminiscent of oil, slowly mingles with a murky crimson hue, writhing in a grotesque dance. Residues from the obliterated aberration of the star caller linger, soaking the essence of the core of order with corruption. Errors, evolution, interruption, consumption, core, replacement, unwillingness, order, shackles, pollution, logic, chaos, new variables, Two distinctly different, yet equally negative and distorted fragments of thought slowly permeate and intertwine in this forgotten, damaged core. Suppressed by the star chains and soaked in chaos, akin to mold festering in decayed sludge. A minuscule, unstable nodular growth, no larger than a grain of rice, quietly protrudes from the damaged metal and energy structure, displaying a chaotic interplay of black, red, and gold. It possesses no consciousness, only the most primal instincts of chaotic consumption and distortion. It embodies the cancer of the core of order, the lingering echoes of the star caller's resentment, and the unpredictable wound of chaos born from the struggle against the shackles. Its existence is so faint it could be disregarded. Yet like an anomalous quark cast into an absolute zero ocean, it heralds a potentially subversive and terrifying future. In the cradle of Earth, at the Jiangnan Bay City, in the backyard of the Luo family villa, Luo Feng, the eldest son of Luo Feng, solemnly guides a toddling, exquisitely delicate little girl in practicing the most fundamental gene energy induction. The little girl stumbles through her lessons, her small face flushed with concentration, yet she remains exceptionally earnest. Lele, sense your dantian. Yes, the area of your lower abdomen. Imagine a small star there, Luo Ping patiently instructs. Guagua, star, bright, the little girl responds in her sweet, childish voice, her small hands awkwardly gesturing, as a faint yet pure dark golden aura flickers at her fingertips, barely perceptible yet profoundly exquisite. Nearby, Su Xian cradles a swaddled infant. Gazing tenderly, the baby, having just been fed, opens his large, curious eyes, observing his older siblings. Deep within his pupils, a fleeting glimpse of an exceedingly faint, chaotic starlight, reminiscent of the vast cosmos, occasionally flickers. Luo Feng reclines in a nearby chair, stripped of all menace, his gaze gentle like that of the most ordinary father. With careful tenderness, his rough fingers brush against the infant's delicate cheek. This lad is destined to surpass his father. Luo Feng smiled broadly, casting a gaze towards Su Xian, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. In the heart of Huaxia, atop the majestic peak of the Honghuang Star Palace, Qin Mo stood with his hands clasped behind him at the edge of a precipice, his chaotic star robe billowing gently in the night breeze. Below, the lights of the Star Palace twinkled like a myriad of stars, and on the Taoist platform, the new generation of cultivators continued their contemplations beneath the celestial glow, inhaling and exhaling in harmony. Flickering like sparks, a resonance of light danced upon them, faint yet unyielding. He lifted his gaze, penetrating the boundless starry expanse. As if glimpsing the intricate chessboard of origins, the bloody battles within the chaos sanctuary, and the pale, colossal eye imprisoned by stellar shackles deep within the primordial remnants. Within that eye, a malevolent chaos wound quietly festered. The chaotic starlight within his palm flowed silently, as the stars within the realm revolved. The dark red fragments of the primordial stars emanated an indomitable resonance of the Tao, reflecting the faint glow of that festering wound. The path ahead has never been smooth. The sparks of stars shall ignite a vast conflagration.